Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yendi and Luofeng entered the Jinji world. A small white jade boat and an ancient hall floated in midair. Wow! Is this the Jinji world? What a refreshing world. The energy here can be directly absorbed into the body and transformed into divine power, and it even contains the Tao laws. The moment Yendi and Luofeng entered the Jinji world, they sensed its wonder. It truly deserves to be called the inner universe of a god king. Even though the god king has been dead for countless ages, the body he left behind still nourishes this world, and can even give birth to eternal true gods. After all, the miniature universe of a universe supreme is closely connected to the supreme himself. Once the supreme unfortunately falls, the miniature universe crumbles, and all creatures residing within it die. Yet the Jinji God King has been dead for so long, and his inner universe still remains unbroken, and can still produce powerful beings. The God King's might is truly unfathomable. Senior brother, where are we? Inside the white jade boat, Luofeng sent a transmission to Yendi. Let's first wander around here for a while to get a clear picture of the situation. Then we'll make plans later, Yendi said hesitantly. Alright, Luofeng replied, having no better idea. And just then a child suddenly appeared here. The child looked at them curiously and asked, "Who are you? Why are you in the territory of our Ganya tribe? Could you be the legendary travelers?" Luofeng and Yendi flew out of the palace-type treasure, exchanged a glance, and Luofeng said with a gentle smile, "We are indeed travelers." "Oh, wonderful. I finally met the legendary travelers," the child said excitedly. At the same time he clenched his little fists and said longingly, "I want to become a traveler too, to roam every corner of our Jinji world." But, he then said dejectedly, "To become a traveler one must at least cultivate to Law Venerable, but I'm only at Law Immortal. I don't know when I'll be able to reach Law Venerable." Don't be discouraged. You'll surely become a Law Venerable one day." Luofeng looked at the dejected child, patted his head, and encouraged him with a gentle laugh. "Zhenamoi, this child has actually appeared. It seems nothing has changed at all," Yendi thought, gazing at the child. "I originally thought my appearance would have some influence on this world, and since Luofeng and I entered the Jinji world together this time, I expected we wouldn't appear near the Ganya tribe. Unexpectedly, we still appeared directly outside the Ganya tribe," Yendi said silently, looking at the child. "Two traveler brothers, come on. I'll take you to our tribe," the child said, and then bounced and skipped ahead, leading them to his tribe. "Senior brother, this Jinji world is indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Even a small child has the strength of an undying king. This Ganya tribe must be extremely powerful." Luofeng secretly sent a transmission to Yendi. "Yes, you're right. Let's be cautious about everything. Look, 2 elder brothers ahead is our Ganya tribe. Over there is the training ground of our tribe's powerful warriors." The child pointed to a place thousands of kilometers away. Boom! Ha! Kill! Surrender now! In the void, 2 figures tens of thousands of kilometers tall were fighting. One held an ancient Saiyan spear, while the other wielded a giant saber. "Ah! Bei Shan, yield!" The saber-wielding powerhouse roared, leaped high into the air, merged with the blade into a streak of black light, and slashed toward Bei Shan. Boom! The blade slammed heavily onto Bei Shan's spear, sending Bei Shan flying backward until he crashed to the ground. A huge cloud of dust burst up. "Zhenlu! Zhenlu!" The warriors watching nearby shouted the name. Clearly Zhenlu was the name of that saber-wielding powerhouse. Zhenlu raised his arms high, embracing the sky, basking in the cheers of his people. "Wow! Did you see that? He is our tribe's mighty warrior Zhenlu. If I had his strength, I could definitely become an outstanding traveler." The child looked at Zhenlu with admiration and longing. Perfect genes, top-tier 5th-level secret techniques, and peak-grade supreme treasures. His overall strength is no less than a universe master of the level of Wuhuan Lord. Indeed, the Jinji world is incredibly powerful. Yendi watched Zhenlu silently. With Zhenlu's strength, he would be a renowned powerhouse in the cosmic sea. But in the Jinji world, he was merely an ordinary mighty warrior. What? Those are 3 true gods. Luofeng suddenly noticed 3 universe supremes standing in the void and exclaimed. The entire cosmic sea had only a handful of supremes, yet here in the Jinji world 3 true gods appeared casually. The number and quality of experts in the Jinji world were terrifyingly high. "Senior brother, this Jinji world is really too terrifying." Luofeng calmed his mind. He sent a transmission to Yendi. "Indeed, the Jinji world is extremely powerful, but it's precisely the place for us senior and junior brothers to prove ourselves. One day we brothers will also make our names resound across the Jinji world," Yendi said with heroic pride. We certainly can," Luofeng also said quietly. He was likewise a man unwilling to remain unknown, his heart filled with passion and zeal. For the Ganya tribe, which had billions of members, the arrival of Yendi and Luofeng was not a big deal. Not a major event, Moreover, the strength Yan Di and Luofeng displayed was not outstanding, so naturally no strong expert came to receive them. Nevertheless, the Ganya tribespeople were hospitable. The child's neighbors and a few hundred households treated the two well. During these days, Luofeng and Yan Di got acquainted with many experts and often sparred with those universe masters. Yan Di, Inhi, you two come over here. I lost yesterday's battle. I went back to think deeply and gain some insights. Today I want to spar with you again. Suddenly came the voice of Bei Feng, an elite warrior of the Ganya tribe. Ha ha ha. Bei Feng, are you here to get beaten again? You've lost to us many times. Why are you back? Ha ha. Bei Feng, why have you come again? Didn't my senior brother beat you enough yesterday? This? Bei Feng's face flushed instantly. Over the past few days he had sparred with Yan Di and Luofeng no fewer than 10 times, losing every time. Yesterday Yan Di had grown annoyed with his persistence and soundly thrashed him. Unexpectedly he came again today. Heh! Looking at Bei Feng's flushed face, Yan Di shook his head with a light laugh. Bei Feng's secret art mastery was only at the 5th level limit, and he possessed an invincible treasure armor that served both offense and defense, making his overall strength barely top-tier 6th level. Compared with Yan Di and Luofeng, he was far too weak. After all, Bei Feng had never obtained any powerful inheritance, nor did he possess divine power burning secret arts. So his strength naturally couldn't be that great. Alright Bei Feng, thank you for the Ganya tribe's hospitality these days. My junior brother He and I plan to leave here, Yan Di said calmly to Bei Feng. After spending several days here, they had generally understood the situation and naturally intended to leave. Ah? Leaving? Where are you going? Bei Feng asked hastily. My senior brother and I have decided to join the army. It's there that we can get better training and gain greater power and treasures. Luofeng explained. Oh, joining the army. That's great. Our Ganya tribe warriors are also planning to join the army. Wait for us. Let's go together. Hearing that Luofeng and Yan Di were going to enlist, Bei Feng told them their plans. Yan Di and Luofeng exchanged a glance. Yan Di nodded and Luofeng said, Alright then, let's join the army together. Great. Together we'll join the army and one day we'll surely make a name for ourselves. Bei Feng clapped Yan Di and Luofeng on the shoulders. Yan Di and Luofeng accepted Bei Feng's invitation and stayed in the Ganya tribe to wait. They waited for half a year until the universe masters of the Ganya tribe were finally ready. This time the Ganya tribe sent over 800 universe masters to join the army, and even the weakest among them had reached the top 4th level tier. The survival rate for joining the army is less than 5%. Among these 800 universe masters, I'm afraid fewer than 40 will return. Yan Di said, silently watching them. Those top 4th level universe masters were nothing but cannon fodder. They might not even survive the first test of the army, let alone surviving in the army later. You see, in an ordinary army killing each other is completely allowed. Let's go. My sons of Ganya, it's time to depart. Bei Yan's figure appeared above, beside him a mighty warship. As Bei Yan waved his hand, the universe masters of Ganya tribe flew toward his palace-type supreme treasure. Live, you must live. When you come back I'll marry you. You rascal, you must come back. If you die I won't be able to bear it. Humph. If you can't become a true god, don't come back to see me. Nina, wait for me. I will become a true god and then I'll come back and marry you. As the warriors of Ganya tribe enlisted, farewells were heard everywhere. Promises, partings, encouragements, expectations. Alas! Bei Yan shook his head without saying anything. He had survived the army and knew exactly how terrifying it was. Among these children, I'm afraid only Bei Feng has hope of becoming a true god. The others don't have much chance. As for those two travelers, Yan Di and Luofeng, their potential is boundless, and their future achievements will likely be extraordinary. Pat. Good lad. Keep it up. I believe in you. Bei Yan patted Bei Feng encouragingly. Yan Di watched Bei Yan and thought. His secret art mastery is probably at the 9th level limit. With divine power burning secret arts and treasures, his strength might even surpass the axe creator. Alright, let's go. Thus Bei Yan piloted the palace-type supreme treasure to deliver these universe masters to the army. And so Yan Di and Luofeng began their journey into the army. War Dragon Strike. Lifting his cloud-piercing spear, the Flame Emperor unleashed a War Dragon strike at a universe master not far from him. Boom! A black radiance erupted around that universe master. Ah! The poor universe master was instantly enveloped by the point kill, as if sucked into a black hole, and let out a miserable scream. Emoku! Emoku! What happened to you? Don't scare your brother. If you die, what will I do? Cried the universe master from the same tribe as this one. He is already dead. The Flame Emperor's cold voice echoed across the entire battlefield like the Grim Reaper, pronouncing the death of a universe master. Ah! As the Flame Emperor's words fell, that universe master let out a scream and then breathed no more. Gulp. One strike. One strike insta-killed a law master. All the Universe Masters on the battlefield stared at the Flame Emperor in terror. Although the battle had started a few minutes ago, and many Universe Masters had fallen, none had been insta-killed. Yet the Flame Emperor had done it, killing a Universe Master cleanly and swiftly. Oh, not bad, not bad. This blood-winged horned warrior is qualified for the Special Legion, and as long as he doesn't fall, becoming a Void True God will pose no pressure at all. The Void True God, standing high in the sky, spoke directly after witnessing the Flame Emperor's performance. His voice spread across the entire battlefield, and every warrior present heard the Void True God's evaluation of the Flame Emperor. Senior brother, you are truly unfathomable. Even the current me can only look up to your back. Luo Feng murmured upon hearing the words of the one-horned Void True God. But he quickly pulled himself together and roared in his heart. Flame Emperor senior brother can do it, so can I. I will definitely catch up to him and even surpass him. Roar. Stimulated Luo Feng directly lifted his Blood Shadow Battle Blade and charged at Wu He. Damn! Has this guy gone mad? Watching Luo Feng charging at him, He was clearly startled. The other Universe Masters looked at the Flame Emperor with fear. No one dared approach the Flame Emperor. Humph! A bunch of rabble. The Flame Emperor snorted coldly, looking at the Universe Masters who kept their distance. If it weren't for the army, I would have used the Will Impact Secret Art and Divine Power Burning Secret Art, and the battle would have ended even faster. In the Gene world, the confidentiality of inheritances was extremely strict. To avoid trouble, the Flame Emperor did not use his secret arts. Ah! I will kill you. The Universe Master killed by the Flame Emperor Mo's brother after collecting Mo's supreme treasure charged at the Flame Emperor like a madman. No, Mo Xing, come back. You are no match for him. Yes, Mo Xing. Going will only get you killed. The Universe Masters of the same tribe as Mo Xing shouted at him. Mo Xing's charge toward the Flame Emperor was practically suicide, as the two were simply not on the same level. TCH. The Flame Emperor looked at Mo Xing, rushing toward him, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I have already earned the recognition of that Void True God. I had no intention of continuing the slaughter, but since you seek death, I will grant it. Mo's strength was only at the top of the 4th tier, which was why the Flame Emperor had insta-killed him. His brother was much stronger than his younger brother. He reached the top of the 5th tier, but that was still nothing in the Flame Emperor's eyes. Watching Mo Xing rush toward him, the Flame Emperor opened his mouth and spat out countless dark green beasts that surged toward Mo Xing. Ethereal Divine Power. A soul attack. But my soul defense is extraordinary. Mo Xing, seeing the beasts rushing toward him, recognized it as a soul attack. However, Mo Xing's will rivaled that of the strongest, and he had a special supreme treasure guarding his soul, making ordinary Universe Master-level soul attacks ineffective against him. Sizzle. A layer of dark ethereal divine power formed a light membrane that enveloped Mo Xing. The dark green beasts emitted by the Flame Emperor struck the dark light membrane, producing sizzling sounds, but failed to break through the defense of the ethereal divine power. What? Completely blocked. The Flame Emperor was also somewhat surprised. The dark ethereal divine power membrane had completely blocked his soul attack. Although the Flame Emperor was not proficient in soul attacks and lacked a good soul attack supreme treasure, his avatar's will had reached the level of a Void True God, and even a casual soul attack reached the top of the 6th tier, yet it was completely blocked by Mo Xing. It seems this Universe Master named Mo Xing possesses an extraordinary soul defense supreme treasure. Ha ha ha. Demon, how about that? Your attack is useless against me. Then die. Seeing that the Flame Emperor's attack caused him no harm, Mo Xing charged at the Flame Emperor with mad laughter. Sigh. This kid has lost his head. The one-horned Void True God watched Mo Xing rushing at the Flame Emperor and shook his head silently. The Law Master he just insta-killed Mo Ku was clearly killed by a terrifying material attack, but this time he used a soul attack. Even if you can block his soul attack, can you block his terrifying material attack? As expected by the one-horned Void True God, the Flame Emperor looked at Mo Xing charging toward him. A cold, killing intent shot from his eyes. To the Flame Emperor, the beings of the Gene world were merely NPCs in a game. Boom! Though it seemed prolonged, it was but a fleeting moment. Mo Xing roared and charged at the Flame Emperor, transforming into a strange one-horned six-clawed beast in the void. Its 6 sharp claws struck out at the Flame Emperor. Humph! Such an attack is too weak for me. War Dragon Strike. The Flame Emperor looked at the one-horned six-clawed beast charging at him. He casually thrust his cloud-piercing spear, and a golden divine dragon over 100 billion kilometers long charged at the six-clawed beast. Riot! The golden dragon roared and tore the one-horned six-clawed beast to shreds. Then it exploded violently on Mo Xing's body. Boom! Within 100 million kilometers centered on Mo Xing, energy surged and the space became unstable. The Universe Masters near Mo Xing had long since fled far away. The space of the Gene world is indeed exceptionally sturdy. Even my top-tier 8th level attack cannot tear it apart. In the Cosmic Sea, a Universe Master's attack would shatter space, but in the Gene world even a true god could barely shatter it. Cough cough. Emoshing's coughing could be heard, showing that he had survived the Flame Emperor's strike. Oh, quite tenacious, aren't you? Then take another one. Point kill. The black spear tip stabbed fiercely into Emoshing's body. His body was sent flying backward thousands of millions of kilometers at a speed 100 times the speed of light. Bang! Where Emoshing landed, a massive energy fluctuation erupted. The space there rippled like water, producing waves of spatial ripples. Wah! A mouthful of blood gushed from Emoshing's mouth. His aura became weak and dispirited. His divine power was less than 1/10,000th of its original. Oh, still not dead. It seems you have a very good life-preserving supreme treasure. Bang, bang. The Flame Emperor, holding the cloud-piercing spear clad in the crimson celestial star battle armor, with a pair of blood-red wings, beating rapidly, walked step by step toward Emoshing. Watching the Flame Emperor approach the dying Emoshing, none of the universe masters present dared to speak. Die, man. You will die. A miserable death. Emoshing cursed viciously at the approaching Flame Emperor. Die a miserable death. Ever since I set foot on this path, I knew it was a road of no return. Either I truly stand at the peak and transcend completely, or I will die one day. The Flame Emperor coldly raised his cloud-piercing spear and thrust it fiercely at Emoshing. Become a stepping stone on my path to the peak. Thud. The cloud-piercing spear pierced into Emoshing's body. His divine power was completely exhausted, and his supreme treasures scattered all over the ground. The Flame Emperor picked up Emoshing's supreme treasures and murmured, "This path is one of relentless advance. Kill Buddhas if they stand in the way, kill gods if they block the path. No one can retreat, nor are they allowed to retreat." The Flame Emperor was not a saint, on the contrary. He was ruthless and merciless, having killed dozens of universe masters, because he understood that the path of the strong brooks no hesitation, no retreat, no mercy. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. Sages are unkind, treating the people as straw dogs. This world has never known true mercy, only absolute rules and power. Take the supreme rules, for instance. They follow their own operating principles. Every appearance of the world beast triggers a great catastrophe and countless lives fall. But will the supreme rules show mercy? Everything in the world exists in accordance with its rules. Even a tiny ant has its own rules of survival. To transcend the shackles of the rules, absolute power is the only way. Dead? Emoshing died just like that. Emoshing's death made the surrounding universe masters even more terrified of the Flame Emperor. They all kept far away from him, fearing he would kill them. Hey! The Flame Emperor just smiled contemptuously at the universe masters, who feared him without actually attacking them. Phew! Seeing that the Flame Emperor did not attack, the surrounding universe masters breathed a sigh of relief. Then each sought an opponent and began to fight. On the battlefield, the fight between Luofeng and Wu He was the most intense. Their strength far exceeded that of ordinary universe masters, so no other universe master dared to interrupt their battle. Oh, so that's how he survived my several attacks. He possesses such a peculiar supreme treasure. A dark black bead floated in the Flame Emperor's palm. A unique supreme treasure. When merged into the body, it greatly enhanced soul defense and body defense. Alright, everyone stop. A massive pressure directly suppressed the universe masters fighting on the field, and none of them could move a muscle. The Void True God in the air pointed at Luofeng, Wu He, and the Flame Emperor. You and you, the three of you join the Special Legion, the Mang River Legion. The rest who survive will join the Ordinary Legion. Yan Di and Luofeng boarded the battleship of Bayan the True God, and followed the Ganya tribe to the camp of the East Army. With the powerful True God Baiyan accompanying them, Yan Di and his companions had a smooth journey to the enlistment location. Look, there's the military camp. Someone among the 800 universe masters of the Ganya tribe suddenly shouted, "Wow, this camp is truly magnificent." The camp stretched for tens of thousands of light years, appearing vast and boundless from afar. Is that the primordial heaven? The legendary primordial heaven that requires millions of true gods to operate can directly annihilate large numbers of void true gods. Yan Di gazed at the primordial heaven, that super mass-produced mechanical treasure, with a look of longing. Ha ha ha, how about that? This is the mechanical creation forged by our divine king, rumored to possess unparalleled might. It was specially crafted by the divine king, requiring countless elite warriors to operate. Bayan Jinshen laughed heartily, then his tone turned somewhat disappointed. It's a pity that His Majesty the Divine King hasn't summoned us to fight for him in a long time. Indeed, I wonder why His Majesty hasn't called upon us for so long. The warriors of the Ganya tribe also spoke with some disappointment. In their hearts, being summoned by the Divine King was the ultimate honor. Senior brother, it seems these people are unaware that their Divine King will never summon them again. Luofeng sent a telepathic message to Yan Di as he observed the somewhat dejected warriors. Yes, the beings of the Gene realm are most likely created by the Divine King, so their hearts naturally hold immense reverence for him, even willing to die for him. Yan Di nodded in agreement. The Gene realm is the inner universe of the Gene Divine King, and all these beings were created by him. They are absolutely obedient to the Gene Divine King from the depths of their hearts, and would not hesitate to die for him. Alas, things are unpredictable and the ways of heaven are profound. These beings of the Gene realm live, as if in a cage forever unable to escape. Yendi sighed inwardly as he looked at these beings of the Gene realm. The Gene realm was originally an existence opposing the cosmic sea, and it was at a disadvantage. The moment they leave the Gene realm, they would be annihilated. The Divine King's power could only protect them within this cage, and even being able to live in this cage was perhaps due to a sliver of hope from the highest rules. Haha, we've arrived. You brats get off and line up properly. Seeing that they had reached the camp, Baiyinjinshen shouted, and herded the 800 universe masters of the Ganya tribe along with Yendi and Luo Feng off his battleship. Wow, there are so many enlistees. We'll probably have to wait half a month. Bei Feng shouted as he looked at the countless recruits. What do you know, kid? In our Gene realm, warriors from countless tribes come to enlist every day, so naturally the numbers are immense. Baiyinjinshen scolded Bei Feng upon hearing his outcry. Baiyinjinshen looked at the 800-plus universe masters of the Ganya tribe, and roared, "You brats, listen up. The success rate of enlistment is only 1/3, the rest will die. Death? For the strong in the Gene realm, death was not terrifying, because in ancient legends death was merely a cycle, and after death there would be a new beginning. TSK. Senior brother, the mortality rate in the Gene realm is truly high. 2/3 of universe masters. How many universe masters does our human race have?" Luo Feng clicked his tongue in astonishment upon hearing that the mortality rate for a single enlistment was as high as 2/3. This Gene realm is indeed immensely powerful. The status of these universe masters is probably comparable to that of our human race's immortals, so their life and death are naturally not that important. Just as in the Prime Universe, the top-tier races do not place much importance on immortals, let alone those below the immortal level. Just wait patiently. Knowing they still had to wait half a month before their turn, Yendi and the others all entered a meditative state to comprehend the laws. In this Gene realm, the clarity of the laws is tens of thousands of times greater than in the Prime Universe, making comprehension terrifyingly efficient. While everyone was immersed in understanding the laws, Yendi was secretly scheming in his mind. The Primordial Heaven. That is a super mass-produced mechanical treasure that can directly blast away large numbers of void true gods. If I could obtain it, I could blast even the World Beast King into smithereens. Yendi was particularly covetous of such a super mechanical treasure as the Primordial Heaven. Alas, this Primordial Heaven is exclusively for the military or ordinary tribes, have no right to use it. Even if I obtained it, the Cosmic Sea doesn't have millions of true gods. Yendi shook his head and muttered to himself. The top powerhouses in the Cosmic Sea are only so many, probably not even 100. Even if he got the Primordial Heaven, he couldn't use it. Even if I get the Primordial Heaven, I can't use it. But if I manage to obtain its simplified version, the Joshio, that would be usable. The Joshio was a simplified version of the Primordial Heaven known for its flexibility, and though its power was not as great as the Primordial Heavens. This Joshio required only 100 of the strongest to operate and could accommodate up to 1,000 true gods. The Cosmic Sea could barely provide 100 true gods. But how can I get my hands on this Joshio? Mass-produced mechanical treasures were also forbidden items in the Gene realm. With his strength, Yendi had no way to obtain one. Just as Yendi was scheming on how to get the Joshio, half a month passed in a flash. Get up! Get up! Time has come. It's your turn. Hurry up and prepare. Baiyinjinshen bellowed, waking up the strong experts of the Ganya tribe. Has the time come? Yendi silently watched the roaring Baiyinjinshen. He knew it was time for the official enlistment. Next batch of 3,000 lawmasters, all of you follow me inside. A true god with a single horn roared. Quick, all of you get in. 3,000 universe masters, including Luo Feng, Yendi, the warriors of the Ganya tribe, and other tribal powerhouses and beasts, followed the unicorn true god into a stone archway. Boom! Heaven and earth reversed, the universe shifted. After passing through the stone gate, Yendi and the others appeared directly in a desert. Such a formidable technique of space-time control. This level of mastery over space-time surpasses the Cosmic Sea by countless levels. Yendi and Luo Feng both marveled inwardly at the unfathomable depth of the Gene realm. Look! Oh, beasts! That is! The 3,000-plus universe masters began chattering, filled with curiosity and longing for this place. Silence! A calm voice reached everyone's ears. Though not loud, it carried an overwhelming pressure. It made everyone involuntarily stop talking and look up at the man standing in the air. Is this a void true god? I cannot discern even a trace of his depth. Truly the realm of a void true god is beyond our comprehension. Yendi thought as he gazed at the unicorn void true god high above. With Yendi's current realm and insight, he could see through even a supreme powerhouse like the giant axe creator, who was extremely close to the limit of the strongest, yet He could not fathom this void true god in the slightest. Yendi Galaxy, gather close to me. Bei Feng suddenly sent a telepathic message to Yendi and Luofeng. Knowing that the void true god was about to divide them into camps, Yendi quickly moved closer to Luofeng and Bei Feng. At that moment the void true god, hovering in the air, waved his hand, directly dividing the 3,000 universe masters into 2 camps. Both camps have 1,500 law masters each. You will fight each other and you may only stop when I call for a halt. Those who survive may join the Special Army. Those who perform excellently can be selected for the Special Legion. Special Legion. Yendi must join. Yendi knew that ordinary legions were not qualified to exchange mechanical treasures. Only the Special Legion had that privilege. With his current strength, ordinary top-tier treasures were of little use to Yendi. Only mechanical treasures could enhance his power. Begin. Boom. As soon as the void true god's words fell, both sides began to fight. Beasts and warriors' eyes bloodshot started slaughtering. Luofeng raised his blood shadow battle blade and charged into the crowd, while Yendi, not to be outdone, flapped his wings fiercely, and wielding his cloud-piercing spear also plunged into the fray. Among these universe masters aside from Yendi and Luofeng, only Bei Feng and Wu He possessed top-tier treasures. Bei Feng had only one, but Wu He was of great background. His father was a super powerhouse at the pinnacle of void true god. He openly had a set of top-tier treasures, had also learned a divine power-burning secret technique, and even possessed a life-saving mechanical treasure. His overall strength in the cosmic sea was comparable to a top-tier 8-stage supreme powerhouse. Both Bei Feng and Wu He were strong experts with top-tier treasures, and both strove to perform well in order to join the Special Legion. Soon Bei Feng engaged Wu He in battle, but Bei Feng was no match for him, and was defeated shortly after. Bei Feng, step aside. Let me handle this. Seeing that Bei Feng had been defeated by that beast, Luofeng told Bei Feng to withdraw, and took on the fight himself. To join the Special Legion one must perform excellently. Luofeng has Wu He as a stepping stone. What about me? Yendi muttered to himself. Suddenly Yendi turned his gaze to the universe masters locked in battle, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hee. Since there's no good stepping stone, I'll just have a massacre. As long as I kill enough universe masters, I'll naturally attract the attention of that void true god, and then I can enter the Special Legion. If Yendi could display absolute strength, that void true god would surely take a liking to him. Boom! Yendi raised his cloud-piercing spear and thrust it fiercely forward. A golden divine dragon shot toward a universe master not far from Yendi. Congratulations! Congratulations! Yendi, he, both of you have joined the Special Corps. I truly envy you. You 2 brothers of the same master have simultaneously entered the Special Corps. Bei Feng laughed heartily and congratulated Yendi and Luofeng. Slap! What's there to envy, kid? Work hard, and with your talent, joining the Special Corps won't be too difficult. Yendi patted Bei Feng on the shoulder and encouraged him. I can definitely do it. Come on. I believe you can. Luofeng also encouraged Bei Feng. Bei Feng nodded and cautioned Luofeng and Yendi. You 2 must be careful after joining the Special Corps. The death rate in the Special Corps is very high. Don't worry. The 2 of us won't fall so easily. Yendi patted his chest and assured. Just then a true god with a terrifying aura approached. He said to Yendi and the others, You 3 have been selected for the Special Corps. Follow me now. Yes, sir. Yendi, Luofeng and Wu He followed the true god. Inside, the military camp space was constrained and teleportation was impossible in most places. They usually relied on flying. You 2 are truly formidable, especially that one in the red armor. He can even one-shot an ordinary universe master. Wu He took this opportunity to build a relationship with Yendi and the others. He is my senior brother. Impressive, right? Luofeng said proudly when he heard Wu He praising Yendi. What? He is your senior brother? Wu He's small eyes widened, staring at Yendi and Luofeng in surprise. After a long while he said, You 2 are truly worthy of being brothers. Each one is more monstrous than the other. I, Wu He, am the most beloved child of the Beijun Sea Lord, yet I am far inferior to you 2. Hee. Wu He, you are not bad either. I fought you for so long and couldn't do anything to you. Luofeng said humbly. Luofeng was indeed a very decent person. He generally did not bully others based on his power, nor become arrogant because of his talent. Your blade technique and movement are the real monsters. I can't even touch you, yet each of your strikes can cut away a huge amount of my divine power. Wu He shook his head. Hee. Hearing Wu He and Luofeng compliment each other, Yendi did not interrupt. He knew that Wu He was actually bragging. If he were truly the beloved son of the Beijun Sea Lord, his strength wouldn't be this poor. He hasn't even created a 6th-level secret technique. While Luofeng and Wu He were chatting, that true god led them to the supply point of the Mang army. He gave each of them a supreme treasure battle armor, and then brought them to the camp of the Mang army. In the camp of the Mang army, all were powerful warriors wearing black-red Mang battle armor. These were clearly the soldiers of the Mang army. That true god flew into the air and shouted below. These three are new soldiers. They are now assigned to the 1st Battalion 6th Squad of the Mang Army. After shouting, the true god glanced at Yendi and the others and said coldly, "Good luck. I hope to see you alive next time." With that, the true god left. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon more than 20 divine eyes appeared in the void. Each of these divine eyes was a universe master, but their auras were far more powerful than ordinary universe masters. They were now sizing up Yendi and the others. Wu He, seeing these more than 20 experts, directly invoked his father. "My father is the master of the Beijun Sea. In the army, no matter how powerful your father is, he can't help you." Among the more than 20 figures hovering in front, a tall, stalwart man directly said, "You three state your names and tell us what you are good at. Maybe we'll find a use for you." "My name is Wu He." Wu He roared. "I'm good at defense. My divine body is large enough. It's over 8 million kilometers long. A divine body of considerable size. That counts as a special skill. What about you two?" The tall stalwart man looked at Luofeng and Yendi. "My name is In He," Luofeng replied. "I'm a bit stronger than Wu He and I'm good at dodging in close combat." "And you?" The tall stalwart man turned to Yendi. "My name is Yendi. I'm good at material attack and binding. My material attack can rival an ordinary true god." Under his pair of huge curved horns, the tall stalwart man's gray eyes scrutinized Luofeng and Yendi. "Your talent is at the normal level of our Mang army. However, in half a month our 6th squad will go out on a catastrophe-level mission. You three are quite unlucky." He paused and said, "You'd better hurry and receive the basic inheritance of our Mang army. Learn as much as you can, improve as much as you can. To encounter a catastrophe-level mission right away. Truly unlucky." "What? Catastrophe-level mission?" Wu He, upon hearing the tall man's words, fell into utter despair. "Catastrophe level? Wu He, what's special about a catastrophe-level mission? Is it very dangerous?" Luofeng looked at the desperate Wu He and asked thoughtfully. The leading tall stalwart man said indifferently, "I am the captain of the 1st Battalion 6th Squad of the Mang Army. This contains all the military regulations and common knowledge within the army. Do what you need to do yourselves. Don't disturb your teammates' cultivation unless there's a special situation." With that, he flipped his hand and threw out 3 crystal balls, each about the size of a finger. Yendi, Luofeng and Wu He caught them simultaneously. "All of you go back and cultivate. Prepare." The captain ordered. Yes, some soldiers responded. The other soldiers ignored him, showing that the captain lacked sufficient authority. "This 6th squad is not very united, huh? Let me remind you. The catastrophe-level mission is coming soon. It is extremely dangerous. The death rate is especially high." A voice sounded. It was a woman with green skin and green wings. "Kufa, do you think they as newcomers can survive the catastrophe-level mission?" The captain glanced disdainfully at Luofeng and the others. "Humph." Kufa did not respond and left directly. After they all left, Luofeng asked Wu He, "Wu He, what does this catastrophe-level mission really mean? Is it really that dangerous?" "A catastrophe-level mission is of course extremely dangerous. Missions are divided into 3 levels: ordinary, catastrophe, and samsara. For our special corps, an ordinary mission is comparable to a samsara-level mission in the regular army, and our catastrophe-level mission is even more terrifying. As for the samsara-level mission, if we encounter one, we might as well reincarnate. There is absolutely no chance of survival." "Oh." Yendi and Luofeng nodded simultaneously. "Damn. You too. Really?" Wu He, seeing Yendi and Luofeng nod indifferently, said helplessly, "Forget it, I won't say more. When you accept the mission you'll know how desperate it is." Wu He shook his head. "Better go receive the inheritance. Learn as much as you can, maybe it will come in handy." With that, Wu He left to receive the inheritance. Watching Wu He leave, Luofeng said to Yendi, "Senior brother, it seems the 6th squad won't accept us 3 newcomers, and the squad is not very united. When the time comes, we can only rely on ourselves. With our strength as brothers, completing this mission should be no problem." Yendi nodded. "Let's go. Let's see what unique features the army's inheritance has." Whoosh, whoosh. Luofeng and Yendi both teleported away. Yendi arrived at his own small island. Looking at the stone house, he did not change anything but went to the inheritance crystal pillar. When Yendi arrived, Wu He and Luofeng had already begun receiving the inheritance. "He, you're really in a hurry." Yendi looked at Wu He and shook his head. Wu He seemed powerful and came from a strong background. However, the Gene world had its own rules. Even someone as powerful as his father, a void true god at the limit, would not dare to leak the army's inheritance lest they be hunted down by the army. Yendi's consciousness sank into the crystal pillar, and waves of vast information surged toward him. Divine power, combustion, secret technique, soul attack, combined attack, secret technique, mechanical flow, treasure, refining. Indeed, Although the inheritance of the Gene world cannot compare to that of the Duanding lineage, even a sage-level existence on the Origin continent probably couldn't produce such a treasure. In the Primordial Universe within the Yenshin Secret Realm, in the Yenshin Great Hall, the 3 Universe Masters of the Yenshin clan, and dozens of Universe Venerables sat respectfully below. Meanwhile Yendi's ordinary divine power incarnation, left in the Yenshin Secret Realm, was imparting the inheritance he had obtained to these clan members. This is a precious inheritance that I the Emperor obtained from a distant dangerous place. Today I pass it on to all of you. Study it carefully. If there is anything you don't understand you may ask me. At this time Yendi's strength had not yet broken through to true God, so he could not leak the inheritance of the Wujin lineage. The inheritance of the Gene world happened to be usable. 1 year has passed. Yendi he, how have you two learned the inheritance? Wu he looked up and asked Yendi and Luofeng who had awakened at the same time. I have learned the divine power combustion secret technique. I have learned it too. Yendi and Luofeng answered simultaneously. What? Both learned it? You two are huge freaks. Wu He's small eyes bulged as he stared at Yendi and Luofeng forgetting to flap the wings on his neck. Hee. Yendi saw Wu He's reaction and did not explain. Because he and Luofeng had already mastered the divine power combustion secret technique long ago, there was naturally no need to learn it. New recruits he Yendi Wu he the 3 of you follow me to accept the mission. The captain's cold voice came. Let's go. Follow him. Yendi and the others followed the captain to the military supply office to accept the mission. When they arrived at the supply office a large amount of information was transmitted to them. Mission Jian Marsh. Accumulate 10,000 military merits. First kill 10,000 law masters of Jian Marsh with their weapons as proof. Second kill 1 true god of Jian Marsh with the true god's corpse as proof. Yendi listened to the mission and said silently. It seems the mission hasn't changed at all, except that I Yendi have joined. I wonder what kind of storm this butterfly of mine will stir up. This mission is really something to look forward to. This mission is a catastrophe level 1 requiring the death of a true god of 9 Smoke Marsh or 10,000 lords of laws. The difficulty is immense and this time we likely need to join forces. Saying this the captain cast his gaze toward Kufa and Yulua. Though the captain was the leader of the 6th squad, his authority was still insufficient to fully control them. Now the 6th squad was divided into the strongest faction led by the captain, the beast faction under Yulua, the faction led by Kufa, and the 3 pitiful rookies, Yendi, Luofeng and Wuha. Cooperate with you. I'd probably be sold and still count the money for you. Yulua then turned his gaze to the rookies. You 3 little ones, if Kufa is willing to take you in then you can trust him. If it's the captain and his lot, forget it. Otherwise you wouldn't even know how you died. After speaking Yulua led his team through a space wormhole and left. You Yulua. The captain glared at the departing Yulua with murderous intent, clearly enraged by Yulua's disrespect. Kufa, you won't be as foolish as Yulua, will you? Know that our mission is to kill a true god of 9 Smoke Marsh, not just any true god. In such a situation we should unite, not split. Though the captain was furious at Yulua's departure, he restrained himself and spoke to Kufa. After all, this mission was no trivial matter. Of failure would mean execution by the military court. Cooperate with you. Kufa mocked the captain. When I first joined the army you didn't harm me less. If not for the powerful treasure my grandfather left me I would have died long ago. After such a long time Kufa had long known that the captain was insidious and cunning. Those who cooperated with him were often used as pawns. Thus it was utterly impossible for Kufa to trust the captain. The captain, hearing Kufa's words, said with a dark face, Kufa, back then you were weak, but now. Enough said. No matter what, I won't cooperate with you. Kufa then turned his gaze to Yendi and the others. Though I won't take you in, I have a true god-level worship. I can take you to the battlefield. Are you willing to come with me? Yes, we are willing. Yendi and the other 2 nodded in agreement. Thus they followed Kufa into a space wormhole and left the military camp. They don't trust the captain, they won't survive this mission. Right? The captain is one who has survived a reincarnation level mission. How could they imagine that? Indeed, how can mere lords of laws who have just joined the army compare to the captain who has endured a reincarnation level mission? What kind of person was the captain? Every strong member of the 6th squad knew perfectly well. Yet why were there still so many who followed him? It was precisely because of the captain's immense power. He might use some of them, but those who survived also relied on his strength. As for the lords of laws who followed Yulua and Kufa, they obviously deeply distrusted the captain. Crossing the space wormhole, Yendi and the others arrived directly outside the military camp. These space wormholes were twisted into existence by the heaven-defying power of strong beings leading directly outside the army. All of you come aboard. From here it will still take over 20 days to fly to 9 Smoke Marsh. Kufa summoned his warship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yendi and the others boarded Kufa's warship. A palace-type supreme treasure. Luofeng and Yendi exchanged glances, both evidently shocked. Who would have thought that an ordinary universe master would produce a palace-type supreme treasure so precious in the cosmic sea? Whoosh! Kufa's warship flew and traversed through the void, sometimes at superluminal speed, sometimes teleporting through space. Meanwhile, in the primordial universe within the Flame God Mystery Realm, and the Flame God Hall, the divine power incarnation left by Yendi was explaining the inheritance he had obtained to the Flame God race. At that moment, the ancestral god requests an audience. The ancestral god. Why is he looking for me? I have no connection with the ancestral god church. Yendi was puzzled. He had been in the devouring world for over 100 billion epochs but had never dealt with the ancestral god church. And this great deity of the primordial universe had shown no gesture toward him, an outsider. So why was the ancestral god seeking him now? And what was the attitude of the primordial universes behind the ancestral god? All of you leave now. Yendi waved his hand, dismissing Shengzhu and the others. Yes, teacher clan leader father. The strong members of the Flame God race respectfully bowed to Yendi, then took their leave. Come in. Yendi said indifferently toward the outside of the Flame God Hall. Hehe. Yendi, your Flame God race is truly teeming with talent. A youth entered the hall, clearly one of the three ancestral gods, the youth ancestral god. Youth ancestral god, why have you come to see me? Yendi looked at the youth ancestral god, who approached leisurely, exuding an aura of transcendence and immense pressure, far surpassing a void true god. Clearly this youth ancestral god represents the primordial universe. But why has the primordial universe come to me? The youth ancestral god looked at Yendi with curiosity, then slowly said, Yendi, I am very curious about you. Curious? Yendi looked at him in confusion. Yes, curious. How could I not be curious about a freak who even as a universe master can rival the first true god? Humph. Though I am powerful, my junior brother Luofeng is no weakling either. He too is a universe master. Why aren't you curious about him? Yendi snorted. Curiosity about me? It can't be anything good. No, no, no. The youth ancestral god shook his head. You and the Galaxy Lord are different. He was chosen by the primordial universe, and became powerful through the inheritance of an ancient civilization. But you Yendi are different. You have never obtained a powerful ancient civilization inheritance, yet you are still so strong. Having said this, the youth ancestral god stared at Yendi with curiosity, as if trying to pry out his secrets. Humph. Yendi snorted coldly. Youth ancestral god, you didn't come to me for this, did you? If you only came to chat, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong person. Given his current status as one of the three giants of the human race and a renowned powerhouse in the cosmic sea, he was not someone to be compared to a mere ancestral god. The ancestral gods might seem powerful, but in truth, they were only universe masters relying entirely on secret arts bestowed by the primordial universe, and could not even venture freely into the cosmic sea. Yendi, don't be so hasty. Seeing Yendi's dark expression, the youth ancestral god spoke seriously. I have come to you on behalf of the great will of the primordial universe. On behalf of the will of the primordial universe. Yendi looked at him doubtfully. What does the primordial universe want with me? The great will of the primordial universe says that in the gene world you and the Galaxy Lord have gained the most. The youth ancestral god stared at Yendi. Moreover, the two-faced ancestral god has already visited the Galaxy Lord. The great will of the primordial universe has sent me to you. Indeed, everything that happened in the gene world was under the surveillance of the primordial universe. Yendi thought to himself. Though the gene world stood opposed to the cosmic sea and could sustain the life within it in the cosmic sea, the primordial universe was the most powerful. What does it want with me? Yendi still looked at the youth ancestral god with confusion, unable to determine why the primordial universe had sought him. Send me to deal with the world beasts, or to kill certain strong beings opposed to the primordial universe. The great will of the primordial universe tells me that you Yendi are a variable. The greatest variable in the cosmic sea. The youth ancestral god said seriously. Variable. The greatest variable in the cosmic sea. What does that mean? Yendi was even more puzzled. Does the primordial universe know I am a transmigrator? I don't know, the youth ancestral god shook his head. The great will of the primordial universe only told me that you are the greatest variable in the cosmic sea, but what that variable is and what it means, it did not tell me. You don't know. Yendi glanced at him in frustration. Fine, since you don't know, then tell me why the primordial universe sent you to me. To face the calamity. The youth ancestral god said earnestly. The calamity is about to descend. Whenever the calamity descends, the primordial universe will choose a person to nurture into the strongest in the cosmic sea to deal with it. Luofeng is the one chosen by the primordial universe, isn't he? Yendi asked. Yes, the Galaxy Lord Luofeng is the one chosen by the great will of the primordial universe. He will become the strongest in the cosmic sea to face the calamity. And you Yendi are the variable of this reincarnation, a variable beyond the calculations of the primordial universe. If you help the Primordial Universe, it will likely survive this calamity. But if you choose to oppose it, you may destroy it. Heh. After all this talk, you're just saying that the Primordial Universe sees me as powerful and wants to recruit me, right? Yendi said with a light laugh. Yes, the youth ancestral god nodded. This time I represent the great will of the Primordial Universe to make a deal with you. If you choose to help the Primordial Universe, then any powerful inheritance, secret art, or supreme treasure, anything can be given to you. Oh! Yendi's eyes lit up at this. Then can I merge with the Primordial Universe and comprehend its destruction and rebirth? Boom! The moment Yendi's words fell, an invisible will descended upon the flame god hall, seemingly warning Yendi. Yendi, your request has angered the great will of the Primordial Universe. What? What exactly are you trying to do? The youth ancestral god was also shocked. Suddenly the will of the Primordial Universe descended, seemingly communicating with the youth ancestral god, as if entrusting something to him. After a few dozen seconds, the youth ancestral god looked at Yendi with a shocked expression. Yendi, though your request infuriated the great will of the Primordial Universe, it has agreed. But the prerequisite is that you must make great contributions in this calamity. It agreed. The Prime Universe actually agreed to my request. Yendi was also somewhat surprised. After all, merging with the Prime Universe and experiencing its destruction and rebirth brought immense benefits. This time Yendi made an exorbitant demand, but unexpectedly the Prime Universe agreed. It seems that even the Prime Universe, which has no intelligence, can feel fear. When threatened, it too can compromise. Yes, the great Prime Universe has agreed to your request. The young ancestral god also looked at Yendi in surprise, unable to imagine that the always transcendent will of the Prime Universe would compromise. Since the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. With that, the young ancestral god was about to tear through the void and leave, but just then Yendi hastily said, Wait! Oh! Yendi, what else do you have? The young ancestral god stopped and looked at Yendi with a questioning gaze. Yendi thought for a moment and said, It's like this, I, the Emperor, am not willing to be in the spotlight. Please ask the Prime Universe not to reveal my strength in the future. Let someone else be the #1 powerhouse of the cosmic sea. Oh, that's no problem. The young ancestral god looked at Yendi in surprise. Although he didn't know why Yendi made such a request, he nodded and agreed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Farewell, ancestral god. I won't see you off. Whoosh! The young ancestral god directly tore through the void and departed. Meanwhile, in the Yen God Hall, Yendi mused. What does the Prime Universe really mean? Variables? What does it refer to? The identity of a time traveler? Or is it because I obtained the inheritance of the endless lineage? Alas! Forget it, forget it. Yendi shook his head helplessly. If I can't figure it out, then I won't dwell on it. There's no use thinking about it now. Improving my strength is the true path. We've reached the outskirts of Zhou. Let's part ways here. The beautiful Ku-Fa said to Yendi and the others. Farewell. Yendi and the other two also nodded. They didn't beg Ku-Fa to take them in because doing so would be useless. Good luck to you. With that, Ku-Fa steered her palace-type supreme treasure and left. After Ku-Fa left, Yendi and the other two discussed among themselves how to deal with the upcoming situation. Yendi, now it's just the three of us. How are we going to complete this mission? Wu He looked at Yendi and Luofeng and said, Wu He, you should first tell us the specifics of Zhou. That way we can make a better decision. Luofeng asked. Zhou is like this. Wu He explained the specifics of Zhou to Yendi and Luofeng. After listening to Wu He's explanation, Luofeng hesitated slightly and said, Based on what you said, Zhou is a powerful force and it even has 3 void true gods. Its true master Zhou is even more formidable. And during this time Zhou had conflicts with another superpower Xian Yushan. Yes, that's the basic situation. Wu He nodded. Senior brother, what do you think about this situation? Luofeng turned his gaze to Yendi. This mission has 2 major difficulties. First, we need to kill a true god or 10,000 law masters, but this difficulty is not great for us. Yendi analyzed. Luofeng and Wu He both nodded. As universe masters of super genius level, except for Wu He, both Yendi and Luofeng could potentially kill a true god alone. With the 3 of them joining forces, it goes without saying. Seeing Luofeng and Wu He nod, Yendi continued. But the difficulty lies in the fact that they must be experts from Zhou. For a superpower like Zhou, whether they lose a large number of lawmasters or a few true gods, it will likely attract their attention. Yes, given the practices of a powerful force like Zhou, if we try to kill 10,000 of their lawmasters or a few true gods in succession, we will probably be besieged by the true gods of Zhou. Wu He nodded. So this time we 3 must join forces and act according to the situation. Saying this, Yendi looked at Wu He and said, If you stay with us 2 brothers, you must listen to us, otherwise you can act alone. As long as you listen to us, we will do our best to help you complete the mission. I'll listen to everything you two say. Wu He nodded in agreement. But in his heart he thought, this scene he and Yen Di are both stronger than me. For now I'll join forces with them. At the critical moment I'll use the life-saving treasure bestowed by my father, and let them block the crisis for me. Seeing Wu He agree, Yen Di gave the order. Then let's set off. On the way to Jiuyanzhe, Luofeng sent a telepathic message to Yen Di's senior brother. I think this Wu He doesn't really trust us. He might stab us in the back at the critical moment. Yen Di nodded. I know that naturally. We must be cautious above all. This Wu He might be useful to us at the critical moment somehow. Hearing Yen Di's words, Luofeng didn't argue. Anyway, senior brother and I are of one mind. How could this Wu He scheme against us? Let's go. Set off. Whoosh whoosh. Wu He, Yen Di and Luofeng, 2 humans and 1 alien beast, quickly moved towards the interior of Jiuyanzhe. Yen Di, where are we going now? Wu He asked. Let's scout the situation first. Otherwise, if we barge in without knowing anything, we might die without knowing how. Rustle, rustle. The plants on the mountains of Jiuyanzhe swayed in the wind, making rustling sounds. At this moment 3 figures the size of ants were hiding under the plants. Look, the lawmasters of Jiuyanzhe and the lawmasters of Xianyushan have started fighting. It's starting. Stay hidden. At this moment dozens of light years away from Yen Di, and the others humanoid warriors of Jiuyanzhe were raising their war blades and charging towards the surging alien beasts of Xianyushan. Kill them. Kill those bastards of Xianyushan. On the side of Jiuyanzhe, a tall warrior brandished his war blade and roared. Roar. On the side of Xianyushan, an alien beast millions of kilometers long raised its head and roared. Brothers, these bastards of Jiuyanzhe are really arrogant. Last time it was they who lost. This time we can still kill them. Charge. Kill. Brothers, kill all these bastards of Jiuyanzhe. Kill. Kill all these beasts of Xianyushan. Rumble, rumble. Tens of thousands of universe masters from both sides clashed in battle, and earth-shattering roars and sounds of slaughter rang out. Within that space, spanning hundreds of light years, the battlefield was filled with terrifying energy fluctuations. Even a universe master could fall if they were careless in the midst of it. Only a god-king level inner world like the Gene world can withstand such terrifying energy fluctuations. If it were in the Prime Universe, the space there would have long turned into a void. The battles in the Gene world are truly insane. That's tens of thousands of universe masters. Even the entire cosmic sea doesn't have that many universe masters. Yen Di was also stunned as he watched those fighting universe masters. Although he had participated in the racial wars of the Prime Universe, compared to this battle those were like a mere child's play. This is really... Luofeng also stared blankly at those fighting universe masters. Within less than 5 minutes of the battle, no fewer than 100 universe masters had fallen. This was simply impossible in the Prime Universe. However, Wu He, a native of the Gene world, was used to it. He was born in the Gene world, and his father was the master of the North True Sea. He had even seen battles more terrifying than this. In his eyes, this fight was only small scale. Yen Di, Luofeng. Hurry! The law masters of Jiuyanzhe and Xianyushan are already fighting. Let's join the side of Xianyushan, so we can collect the weapons dropped by the law masters of Jiuyanzhe. Wu He said, urgently looking at the fighting sides. Yen Di shook his head at the anxious Wu He and said, Wu He, don't be anxious. Now is not the best time to act. Yen Di, you? Seeing Yen Di's calm demeanor, Wu He could not say anything, but in his heart he roared, alas! As the child of the master of the North True Sea, I was once pursued and praised by everyone. And now I have to rely on others. How infuriating. 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 This Wu He is really impatient. Yen Di sent a telepathic message to Luofeng, watching the anxious Wu He. Senior brother, don't mind him. With our strength we can complete this mission. Without this Wu He, it's not a big problem. Rumble. Rumble. Battles were erupting everywhere in Jiuyanzhe, all small scale. The universe masters on both sides numbered no more than 100,000, and the true gods were restraining themselves and not acting. In the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. In a certain patch of grass in Jiuyanzhe, 3 figures, the size of dust grains, silently watched everything happening on the battlefield. Wu He looked at the 2 fighting sides and muttered, You two always stop me from acting. Now in 3 years we haven't obtained a single weapon of a law master. Hearing Wu He's complaints, Luofeng shouted, Wu He, where do you get all these complaints? Didn't I tell you? Now is not the time to act, and the mission has an epoch of time. Don't you have any patience? Hearing Luofeng's shout, Wu He said nothing more, but in his heart he had already thought of retreating. Being with these 2 guys hasn't earned me any military merits. It would be better to strive alone. If I had chosen to fight alone, maybe I would have already gathered most of the military merits by now. At that moment 6 tall figures appeared above Jiuyanzhe. Suddenly a strange fluctuation enveloped the range of thousands of light years around Jiuyanzhe. Everything began to blur and all comprehension-type treasures lost their effect. This is. One thought. Void becomes reality. A void true god has made a move. Void true god. Void true god. This is a void true god. In the gene world, a void true god is a supreme overlord of a region, and in the cosmic sea they establish a sacred ground granting their race eternal existence. Luo Feng and Yen Emperor stared fixedly at the void true god high above their hearts brimming with excitement. This is going to be a super battle. A super battle. Even I have only witnessed it once since my birth. Wu he muttered as he stared at the 6 void true gods above. The northern true sea was a superpower with 9 void true gods, and no surrounding forces dared to provoke them. Kill. Slay all those scum from 9 Smoke Marsh. Kill. Slaughter all those beasts from Xianyu Mountain. 2 lofty voices rang out, and with the command, the mighty warriors of both sides clashed in battle. Boom. Boom. Kill. Ah. Roar. Millions of universe masters fought, tens of thousands of true gods collided, and the space was instantly filled with the sounds of slaughter and battle cries. Yen Emperor Galaxy. Hurry. Both sides have millions of law masters fighting. If we join the battle now, the chances of gathering 10,000 military merits are extremely high. Wu he, seeing the battle begin, hastily shouted. Watching the impatient Wu he, Yen Emperor bellowed, Wu he. Do you understand that gathering 10,000 military merits requires the weapons of 10,000 law masters? With our strength, how long would it take to gather 10,000 merits in this battle? And can your strength last until you gather 10,000 merits? Besides, will the battle between Xianyu Mountain and 9 Smoke Marsh wait for you to finish? This? Wu he was silenced by Yen Emperor's rebuttal, and then dejectedly asked, Then do you have any good ideas, Yen Emperor? Humph. Looking at Wu he's cowardly demeanor, Yen Emperor snorted coldly. We just need to seize the right moment, join the true god battlefield, and get our hands on a true god's corpse. Then we can complete the task instantly, right? Luo Feng nodded. Senior brother is right. As long as we seize the opportunity, getting a true god's corpse is no problem. You too. Wu he's small eyes fixed on Yen Emperor and Luo Feng. Madmen. Both of you are madmen. Do you know what you're saying? That's a true god battlefield. If we charge in, we could fall with the slightest mistake. We're not like those veteran soldiers. We don't have powerful mechanical treasure. Charging into the true god battlefield is simply suicide. Humph. Suit yourself. Yen Emperor glanced at Wu he with disdain, and Luo Feng did the same. You. Seeing the determined Yen Emperor and Luo Feng, Wu he stammered and finally said furiously, Go ahead, both of you. I won't go mad with you. With that, Wu he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Humph. That Wu he never trusted us. Luo Feng snorted as he watched Wu he leave. Right? He probably only intended to use us. Yen Emperor nodded in agreement. Senior brother, what should we do next? Luo Feng turned his gaze to Yen Emperor. Haha. You little rascal. Yen Emperor laughed heartily, clapped Luo Feng on the shoulder and said, You already have a plan in mind, don't you? Still asking me? Hee. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Luo Feng grinned. Then we'll follow the plan, charge into the true god battlefield. Seize the opportunity to snatch a true god's corpse. Yen Emperor nodded. For other lawmasters attempting to storm a true god-level battlefield to seize a true god's corpse might be difficult, but for Yen Emperor and Luo Feng, both masters of close combat movement techniques, as long as no major accident occurred, it was well within their capabilities. Back in the day, Yen Emperor's movement technique, tempered under the cloud sky giant, had reached a terrifying level. Over the years, drawing on the vast inheritance of the endless lineage and numerous movement techniques of god kings and saints, he had created his own close combat technique, Flowing Cloud. Luo Feng, with the help of the Duandong River lineage's inheritance, combined with his own talent and combat experience, had also created his close combat movement technique, Golden Light. Kill. On a mountaintop of 9 Smoke Marsh, the true gods of Xianyu Mountain and 9 Smoke Marsh were engaged in battle, with the sounds of slaughter filling the air everywhere. However, the casualty rate on the true god battlefield was much lower. True gods were not like law masters. Every true god was an elite and pillar of their tribe, and they would not fall easily. Senior brother, look at these true gods. Most of them are entangled with each other, fighting with tacit understanding without truly going all out. Only those true gods with extremely low strength are falling. Not far from the true god battlefield, Luo Feng and Yen Emperor had shrunk to the size of dust and were hiding in the grass conversing. It seems that even in this gene world, true gods cannot be allowed to fall in large numbers. Yen Emperor nodded. Let's watch. As soon as we see the chance, we'll charge in, us brothers. Seizing 2 corpses will be a great success. On the other side of the true god battlefield, the captain led his small group, also lying in ambush. Just moments ago, the captain had suddenly burst forth, charged into the true god battlefield, and managed to seize a true god's corpse without incident. Captain, you're amazing. Yes. The captain is indeed someone who has survived a cycle-level mission. Right, right, the captain is. The team members flattered the captain endlessly, making him feel extremely pleased. But while the captain enjoyed the praise, he was not foolish enough to help his subordinates take such a risk again. Moreover, such a thing could only be done once. After the first attempt, the true gods had become highly alert, and a second success would not come so easily. Stop saying useless things. Things like this can only be done once. If anyone else charges into the battlefield. Just as the captain was lecturing his men, one of them suddenly shouted, "Captain! Look, someone is charging into the true god battlefield. Oh, not just one but two. Someone is charging into the true god battlefield." The captain was also shocked. "Is it that fool you Luo? Or Ku Fa? No, it's those two new soldiers. One is called Galaxy and the other seems to be Yen Emperor." The soldier replied, "Yen Emperor, Galaxy, new soldiers." The captain was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Haha, that's hilarious. With their strength they think they can seize a true god's corpse under the siege of so many true gods. Yes, yes, who do they think they are?" The soldiers beside the captain echoed. Clearly in their eyes, Yen Emperor and Luo Feng's charge into the true god battlefield was nothing short of suicide. The moment Yen Emperor and Luo Feng charged into the true god battlefield, they were spotted. Humph! Another law master from the army coming to seize a true god's corpse. Brothers, kill these law masters. Right? Do they think we true gods are nothing? Kill these law masters. The previous successful corpse seizure by the captain had already enraged these true gods, and now Yen Emperor and Luo Feng's attempt to seize the corpses of fallen true gods completely infuriated them. More than a dozen true gods near Yen Emperor and Luo Feng immediately stopped fighting each other and charged toward them. Die, insignificant law masters. 3 true gods of 9 Smoke Marsh raised their war blades and attacked Luo Feng simultaneously. Humph! You're far from hitting me. Golden light. Swish. Luo Feng merged with his blade, using himself as the blade's back, transforming into a streak of light. Before the 3 true gods could react, he had already drifted away, far escaping their encirclement. Good. Well done, Luo Feng. Yen Emperor shouted in praise as he watched Luo Feng glide away. At the same time, 3 beast true gods from Shenyu Mountain charged toward Yen Emperor. Roar. Despicable law masters. How dare you defile the bodies of fallen warriors. All of you die. The 3 beast true gods erupted fully, their sharp fangs and claws slashing toward Yen Emperor. Humph! Do you think your attacks can harm me, the Emperor? Yen Emperor coldly watched the 3 true gods charging at him, extended his right arm and spread his 5 fingers. Sizzle! Yen Emperor's extended right arm grew larger and larger until it reached a length of billions of kilometers, then stopped. In that instant, the cloud-piercing spear merged with his right hand. Now Yen Emperor's right arm was billions of kilometers long, and even his palm measured 100 billion kilometers. The cloud-piercing spear had transformed into 5 sharp claws on his hand. What is this law master trying to do? Is he going to withstand 3 true gods head-on? Has he gone mad? Humph! Don't worry about that. Kill this arrogant law master. Roar! Though the 3 true gods did not understand Yen Emperor's actions, they never believed he could withstand their combined attack, so they charged at him without hesitation. Watching the 3 beast true gods charge at him with ferocious roars, a sinister smile appeared on Yen Emperor's lips. Heh! He! All of you die! Cosmic annihilation! Boom! Yen Emperor's outstretched palm suddenly clenched tightly in the void. Ah! This is... Roar! Why can't I move? Ah! Damn! My divine body is dropping. Under Yen Emperor's fierce grip, the 3 beast true gods were caught in his hand. Within Yen Emperor's palm, a strange black universe with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers formed, instantly enveloping the 3 true gods. This peculiar black universe, though only 10 billion kilometers in diameter, trapped the 3 true gods inside. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free, and their divine bodies continued to decline. Ah! This is... The hidden captain and his team were utterly stunned. The captain suddenly recalled the conversation he had with Luo Feng and Yen Emperor earlier. What's your name? I am Galaxy. Skilled in close combat movement, slightly stronger than Wu He. And you? I am Yen Emperor. Skilled in physical attacks and restraint. My physical attacks are slightly stronger than Galaxy's. At this moment, the captain was both furious and regretful. If only I had known they were so powerful, I should have forged good relations with them. This is truly the strength of a recruit. The other soldiers were also stunned. They had never imagined that the 2 recruits Yin He and Yen Di possessed such formidable power. It seems I must properly cultivate ties with Yin He and Yen Di once I return. If I still haven't broken through to True God before the next cycle level mission, I may have to rely on them then. The captain mused silently. Meanwhile, on the True God battlefield of Jian Marsh, Luo Feng easily evaded the attacks of 3 true gods and secured the corpse of 1 true god. Yen Di, on the other hand, directly subdued 3 true gods temporarily neutralizing major threats in Luofeng's vicinity. Senior brother, stop playing around. I've already obtained one true god corpse. Cover me while I go for the second. Luofeng said, watching Yan Di instantly subdue 3 true gods. And being in an absolute advantage, though surprised, he did not forget their primary mission. Alright. Hearing Luofeng's telepathic message, Yan Di lost interest in playing around. Although he had easily defeated the 3 true gods, killing them would still take some time. He estimated that by the time he killed these 3 true gods, they would be surrounded by others. Bang! Yan Di hurled the 3 true gods far away, then quickly restored his right arm to normal, and the cloud-piercing spear returned to his hand. Swish! Yan Di transformed into a streak of light and caught up with Luofeng. Swish! Swish! Their figures flickered like phantoms across the true god battlefield, traversing it, as if they were in an empty space. Ah! Kill these 2 law masters. Kill! Wash away the disgrace of us true gods with their blood. The true gods on both sides saw that Yan Di and Luofeng, after unexpectedly snatching a true god corpse, not only refused to leave but charged deeper into the battlefield toward a second true god corpse. Humph! You trash wanna block my path? Roar! Yan Di thrust his cloud-piercing spear, and 9 golden divine dragons roared, sending the true gods in their way flying. It seemed less like universe masters repelling true gods, but rather true gods being repelled by law masters. Good. Senior brother, I've got it. Let's retreat. Retreat. Luofeng had succeeded a second time. With no need to take further risks, they naturally withdrew along the original path. Breaking out of the encirclement of true gods. Quick! They're trying to escape. Block them, or how can we true gods hold our heads high? The true gods shouted. After obtaining 2 true god corpses, Yan Di and Luofeng intended to leave gracefully, which was a humiliation for these true gods. Swish! 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 Instantly more than a dozen true gods gathered ahead of Yan Di and Luofeng, sealing off their escape route. Seeing the horde of true gods, Luofeng urgently said, Senior brother, there are too many enemies, we can't break through. Quick, enter my mausoleum ark and we'll charge out together. The mausoleum ark was a top-grade true god-level mechanical vessel with immense power. In the past, even dozens of the strongest in the cosmic sea and thousands of universe masters had failed to stop it. These dozen or so true gods could not halt it either. Hearing this, Yan Di grinned and said, Hee. Luofeng, don't worry. Let these true gods of the Gene world witness the might of us cosmic sea powerhouses. Hum. As he spoke, the blood-red wings on his back beat violently, emitting waves of invisible force. Ah, senior brother, this is. Luofeng stared at Yan Di in shock. This entire space was under the suppression of one thought void, neutralizing all domain-type treasures. Yet Yan Di's blood-red wings still managed to release a binding domain. Seeing Luofeng's astonishment, Yan Di didn't explain. Go, quickly, these true gods are suppressed. Let's leave now. Suppressed by the simplified version of one thought void, the true gods moved with extreme difficulty, watching helplessly as Yan Di and Luofeng escaped. Ah, what kind of treasure are those blood-red wings of Yan Di? The binding force is so powerful. Could it be some formidable mechanical treasure? The captain pondered silently. This time he had fully recognized the strength of Yan Di and Luofeng, and he felt great wariness toward them. Who would have thought those 2 law masters were so formidable? They must be key talents in the Eastern Army. A void true god in the void remarked. Yes, a mere law master with such incredible movement skills. Even when we were law masters, we were far inferior to them. Another void true god sighed. Did you notice? The one-horned law master has reached an astonishing level in the application of secret techniques and treasures. He actually combined the one thought void from his treasure with an attack secret technique, subduing 3 true gods in one move. His talent is indeed terrifying, and having such a powerful mechanical treasure at the law master level, he must be among the top law masters in the Eastern Army. Right? The other void true gods nodded. Their eyes were sharp, and they immediately recognized that Yan Di was using one thought void. Ordinary comprehension-type treasures naturally could not function under the suppression of one thought void, but Yan Di's blood-red wings were an exception. Yan Di's one thought void was only a simplified version with perhaps 1% of the true power, yet it still surpassed ordinary domain-type treasures. In my opinion, these 2 law masters have a good chance of earning a title. The usually silent Jian suddenly spoke. Earning a title? Hearing those 4 words, the void true gods present felt a jolt in their hearts, their eyes showing longing. A title, in the Gene world, was an unparalleled honor. Once titled in the Gene world, one would rise to prominence with a status not much lower than the 4 great generals. Phew, that was close. We finally escaped. Luofeng, having escaped, let out a long breath. Then he looked at Yan Di with curiosity. Senior brother, what treasure are these blood-red wings? They are so powerful. Ha. Yan Di looked at the curious Luofeng, laughed heartily, then patted him on the shoulder, and said mysteriously, Don't ask too much. You'll understand later. Alright? Luo Feng said somewhat dejectedly. Heh, this fool probably doesn't realize that my blood-red wings are just a part of his wu-sure wings. Yan Di chuckled inwardly watching Luo Feng's dejection. Back then Yan Di had charged into the deepest part of the mausoleum. According to the rule's old root, the artifact spirit of the mausoleum arc should have produced the chaos golden wings for him. However, due to an anomaly among the royal-level inheritors of Yan Di's generation-old root instead produced the Luoha Heavenly Hall for him, and as an exception modified the Tianqing battle armor adding a pair of blood-red wings. Senior brother, our mission is complete. Where to next? Luo Feng set aside his dejection and asked Yan Di. We still have plenty of time. Let's just wander around here. Who knows, we might stumble upon some unexpected gains. Just as Luo Feng and Yan Di concealed themselves waiting for an opportunity, the true gods of both Jian Marsh and Shanyu Mountain reached a consensus. Due to the two previous corpse snatches, the true gods of Jian Marsh and Shanyu Mountain decided to each deploy one true god to collect the corpses of fallen true gods, with both sides forbidding attacks on the collectors. The battlefield was ever-changing, but for a super conflict like this between Jian Marsh and Shanyu Mountain, even decades of fighting would remain the same. Luo Feng and Yan Di had each obtained a true god corpse, so they leisurely roamed the battlefield looking for opportunities to make a big score. Wu He, on the other hand, had joined the Lawmaster squad on the Shanyu mountainside collecting weapons from fallen Jian Marsh Lawmasters. But the target of 10,000 was still far off. Ku Fa and Yu Luo were not particularly strong, and lacked the captain's courage to venture into the true god battlefield. So they led their teams into the Lawmaster battlefield. As for the captain's squad, his teammates were helpless that he refused to help them, so they had no choice but to leave the true god battlefield. Now only Luo Feng, Yan Di, and the captain remained on the true god battlefield. Damn! I wanted to snatch a few more true god corpses, but it seems impossible now. To take those corpses from a true god is beyond my ability. The captain raged inwardly. That was military merit. One corpse was worth 10,000 merit points, 10 corpses were 100,000. 100,000 could buy a mediocre mechanical treasure. Meanwhile Yan Di and Luo Feng had their eyes fixed on the true god collecting the corpses. Humph, these bastards assign me this menial task of collecting corpses. Too insulting. Damn it. The true god muttered inwardly. True gods varied in strength. Even in the Gene world, powerful true gods could slaughter weaker ones. This true god was extremely weak, lacking even a top-grade battle armor comparable to the Cosmic Sea's strongest at the level of Thunderclap Demon God. Getting closer. Senior brother, let's act. Luo Feng said urgently via telepathy as the true god drew near. No, wait a bit longer. We must strike with certainty without any carelessness. Yan Di shook his head. The true god wandered around confident in the agreement that no one would attack him. Slowly, he drew closer and closer to Yan Di and Luo Feng. Luo Feng, now, act. Kill. Luo Feng raised his blood shadow battle blade, and transformed into a streak of light charging toward the true god, collecting the corpses of true gods. Yan Di likewise raised his cloud-piercing spear, his wings flapping violently behind him as he charged at this true god. Ah! This true god, seeing Yan Di and Luo Feng charging at him, was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with wild joy. These law masters of the army are bold enough to attack me, a true god. Even if I can't kill them, I can at least hold them off until other companions arrive and we kill them together. With that, a hint of desire curled at the corner of this true god's mouth. I have gone through countless reincarnations since birth, but unfortunately I am weak, and don't even have a single true god battle armor. And these law masters are elites of the army, each carrying powerful treasures. If I kill them, getting a true god battle armor should be no problem, right? This true god also fervently engaged Yan Di and Luo Feng. In his eyes, Luo Feng and Yan Di were true god battle armors, while in their eyes he was a massive amount of military merit and a mechanical treasure. What? The two of them actually dared to attack a true god. The captain, watching from the shadows, stared dumbfounded at Yan Di and Luo Feng charging at the true god collecting corpses. He simply couldn't believe that two law masters would dare attack a true god under these circumstances. Perhaps the two of them are strong enough to kill a true god. But this is the true god battlefield. Would other true gods give them that chance? Do they really have the confidence to kill that true god in such a short time? The captain's heart was filled with uncertainty and disbelief. In his eyes, Luo Feng and Yan Di might be powerful, but not to the extent of making him feel they were beyond reach. Water, fire, light. Universe annihilation. Luo Feng's blood shadow battle blade. With a single swing of the blade, deities and ghosts flee. The blood shadow battle blade charged at that true god, as if it could split heaven and earth. Yan Di's cloud-piercing spear. With a single thrust, the universe is destroyed. The moment the spear thrust out, it seemed to carry the might to annihilate the universe, piercing toward that true god. Eh? This true god stared blankly at the blood shadow battle blade aimed at him, and the cloud-piercing spear thrusting toward him, with only one thought in his mind. Who is the true god here? Who is the law master? Kill! Luo Feng roared. In the instant before this true god could react, he swung the second slash. Water, fire, light. Water, fire, light. Water, fire, light. Eh! The true god felt his divine body continuously weakening, drawing closer and closer to death. Yan Di watched Luo Feng frantically slashing at this true god, silently thinking, my junior brother's reputation as a madman is well-deserved indeed. Ah! The distant true gods also discovered that Yan Di and Luo Feng had actually attacked the true god collecting corpses. All were startled and shouted, kill those two law masters. Don't let them escape. Kill. Kill. Whether it was Yan Di and them seizing the corpses of their fallen comrades, or this direct act of aggression deeply offended these true gods. We are true gods. Repeatedly provoking us, we must kill them to wash away the hatred in our hearts. The true gods on both sides simultaneously stopped fighting, and hundreds of true gods all charged at Yan Di and Luo Feng. It's over. The captain watched the true gods charging at Luo Feng, and Yan Di, knowing that the two were finished facing the attack of hundreds of true gods. Even the most talented law master would fall. Humph. After they die, I'll see if I have a chance to snatch their treasures. That Yan Di's blood-colored wings and that blade called Galaxy seem to be no ordinary items. They might be some powerful mechanical treasure. Otherwise, how could they be so powerful? The captain's heart was filled with jealousy toward Yan Di and Luo Feng. He would wait for an opportunity to seize their treasures. High in the sky, 6 void true gods were also somewhat expectant of the scene below. These two little fellows are really bold. They dare to directly snatch true god corpses. Not bad. Even crazier than I was back then. Youth is truly wonderful. Always full of passion and hot blood. Yes, in my day. These void true gods chatted among themselves in the sky as if discussing the world. On the true god battlefield, Yan Di looked at the hundreds of true gods charging at them and sneered, you're too late. Universe annihilation. Universe annihilation. Universe annihilation. Yan Di thrust his spear repeatedly, each thrust shaking heaven and earth as if the universe was about to be destroyed. Ah, no, I am the true god. I am the true god. This true god cried out in agony. He simply couldn't understand how a true god could be completely powerless against two law masters. Ah, I am unwilling. This true god in despair exhausted his divine power and died, leaving only a corpse fallen on the battlefield. Luo Feng succeeded. Let's go quickly. Yan Di collected the true god and his treasures, and the two swiftly departed. What? They actually succeeded? The captain stared in disbelief at Luo Feng and Yan Di, who had succeeded. He simply couldn't believe how powerful the two were to kill a true god and seize items so easily. What should I do? What should I do? With my strength, I definitely can't beat Yan Di and Galaxy. The captain said anxiously. He watched Yan Di and Luo Feng reap huge gains, and his jealousy grew. He also wanted to get a piece of the action, but his strength wasn't enough. He knew that if he actually went after Yan Di and Luo Feng, his fate would likely be the same as that true god. Right? How could I forget them? The captain suddenly slapped his thigh, picked up his communication token, and urgently said to his team members, that rookie Galaxy and Yan Di just took the true god corpses by surprise. Now they have more than 20 true god corpses. Go find them immediately. The hope of completing your mission lies with them. Really? Captain, is what you said true? Heavens! More than 20 true god corpses, that's over 200,000 military merits. Over 200,000 military merits can even be exchanged for a mechanical treasure. Various exclamations came from the team members on the communication token. Hearing the team members' disbelief and exclamations, the captain sneered. Believe it or not, whether you go find them is your business. Although the captain said so, he knew that the team members would never let go of this opportunity. Under the threat of death, they would do anything. Humph. When you both weaken each other, whether it's the true god corpses or the treasures, all will be mine. The captain said with a face full of madness and greed. He didn't tell the team members the true strength of Luo Feng and Yan Di. He wanted them to fight each other so he could reap the benefits. Oh, right. I should also tell those two guys Yulua and Kufa. With the idea of fishing in troubled waters, the captain also passed this news to Kufa and Yulua. Kufa, Yulua, you two fools are probably still struggling on the Law Master battlefield, collecting Law Master's weapons. Haha, you two idiots, if you want to complete the mission, go find Rookie Galaxy and Yan Di. They have a large number of true god corpses. Over 20 of them. You two idiots, hurry up. After saying that, the captain cut off the communication token. He knew that once he passed this news to Yulua and Kufa, even if it were false, they would still try. Humph, just watch. Everything will be mine. I am the only final victor. Instantly, on the entire battlefield of Nine Smoke Marsh, all the Python River army soldiers were searching for Yan Di and Luo Feng, except for the unlucky one Wu He. Kill, slaughter these scum. Wu He joined the Lawmasters of Shanyu Mountainside and charged at the Lawmasters of Nine Smoke Marsh, seizing the opportunity to take their weapons. The Python River army soldiers believed that after Yendi and Luofeng caused havoc on the True God battlefield, and gained so many True God corpses, they would certainly mix in with the Lawmaster's ranks and wait to escape. So some Python River army soldiers joined the Lawmasters of Nine Smoke Marsh, while others joined the Lawmasters of Shenyu Mountain. But they were completely dumbfounded because Luofeng and Yendi had vanished without a trace, as if they had disappeared from the face of the earth. Damn it! Where are they? Where are they? Who can tell me where exactly are Rookie Galaxy and Yendi? Ah! By the God King above, am I destined to fail this mission? No, I must find them. I must complete this mission. While the Python River army soldiers were frantically searching for Yendi and Luofeng, the two were still on the True God battlefield. Last time Luofeng and Yendi killed that True God and obtained over 20 True God corpses, which gave them a taste of sweetness. So this time they were lurking on the True God battlefield again, hoping to reap another windfall. After the previous incidents, both sides had become stricter in managing the True God corpses. This time Nine Smoke Marsh dispatched a powerful True God to collect the corpses of fallen comrades, while also staying vigilant and not straying too far from his companions. Yet Yendi and Luofeng still attacked this True God. When this True God had collected over 50 True God corpses, Yendi directly activated one thought void, suppressing all the True Gods on the battlefield. They could only watch helplessly as Yendi and Luofeng killed that True God and took the True God corpses. Afterward Luofeng released his golden-horned beast avatar, and then both Yendi and Luofeng hid inside. When the battle between both sides ended, they leisurely departed. Senior brother, this Gene world is truly insane. A disaster-level mission for a special legion of Lawmasters requires a Universe Master to kill a Universe Strongest. In the Universe C, that would be unimaginable. And what about the even more terrifying reincarnation-level missions? Even with our combined strength, it might not be easy to complete them. Indeed, the Gene God King's demands on his subjects are too high. Such a mortality rate in the original universe would be utterly unbelievable. By the way, senior brother, what do you think the Captain Yuluo and Ku Fa will think of us when they return? Humph. A bunch of clowns. In the military camp, Yendi and Luofeng walked leisurely, chatting and laughing, heading step by step toward the supply point. The supply point of the Gene world housed countless supreme treasures, precious inheritances, ancient secrets, and more. It was the very core of the entire Gene world. Look, senior brother, the supply point is ahead. Let's go in and take a look. Boom. Yendi and Luofeng stepped into the supply point simultaneously, and instantly they appeared in a mysterious space. The supply point of the Gene world is truly miraculous. Its mastery over time, space, spirit, and matter has reached the pinnacle. Compared to it, the Primordial Ancestors' virtual universe secret technique is far inferior by millions of miles. As Yendi's mind wandered, a golden figure appeared before him. Looking at the golden figure ahead and Luofeng beside him, Yendi knew that every soldier entering the supply point would be received by a golden figure. Soldier Yendi, your mission is not yet complete. You cannot conduct any supply transactions. Please submit your mission or leave immediately. Hearing the golden figure's warning, Yendi did not want to waste time. He directly threw the corpse of a True God onto the ground. Boom! The corpse of a True God spanning millions of kilometers appeared on the ground, startling even the distant Law Masters. Beside Yendi, Luofeng also threw out a True God's corpse. Beep! Appraisal initiated. Confirmed as a True God of Nine Smoke Marsh. Congratulations, Soldier Yendi, on completing your mission. You will receive 10,000 military merits. You may now trade for any supplies within your merit range. The golden figure spoke without emotion. Not so fast. This time Luofeng and I have obtained so many True God corpses. We should maximize our profits. Hearing the golden figure's reminder, Yendi thought to himself. This time they had obtained a total of 86 True God corpses in 2 batches, exactly 43 each. A single True God corpse can only be exchanged for 10,000 military merits in the army. And he was squeezed by Luofeng for 100,000 military merits just to get one True God corpse. Even if I can't get 100,000 merits for a single corpse, exchanging one for 20,000 would double the profit. Why not? Yendi silently calculated his plan. In the original story, Luofeng insisted on exchanging a True God corpse for 100,000 military merits or nothing. This point baffled Yendi. A True God corpse was only worth 10,000 merits in the army. Those Mang River soldiers might not have 100,000 merits or even 10,000. But to save their lives, could they not even produce a treasure worth 20,000 merits? Well, even if they couldn't offer 20,000. What about 15,000, 12,000, 11,000? After submitting the mission, Yendi and Luofeng directly withdrew from the supply point. Outside, a strange beast was already waiting for them pitifully. Senior brother, look. That he is waiting for us. His pitiful and anxious look makes me laugh. Luofeng said to Yendi, looking at he outside. It's not his fault. If he can't complete the mission, he'll be executed by the army. Even his powerful father can't change that. Just as Luofeng and Yendi were talking about him, he spotted them approaching from afar. His eyes lit up and he flew over anxiously. Yendi, he. You two are finally out. I've been worried to death. How is it? You didn't exchange all the true god corpses for merits, did you? Looking at the anxious Wu He, Yendi suddenly said, Ahem Wu He, my junior brother he, and I got excited and exchanged all the true god corpses for merits. You'll have to find another way for your mission. Ah? Hearing that they had used all the corpses, Wu He's eyes bulged like a dead fish's filled with despair. You really exchanged all of them? Of course. Yendi drew out his words, looking at the despairing yet hopeful Wu He. Yendi decided to make him despair further. Of course it's true. Ah? Really? Upon hearing Yendi's confirmation, Wu He's two little wings on his neck stopped flapping, and his eyes looked like a dead man's. He fell straight down from the sky. Seeing Wu He fall from flight, due to despair, Luofeng shook his head. Senior brother, you really know how to scare people. Wu He is almost scared to death. Don't worry. How could a universe master die so easily? Yendi smiled. Alright Wu He, stop pretending to be dead. My senior brother was just teasing you. We kept your share. Luofeng said helplessly to Wu He. Really? Wu He, instantly filled with hope, revived from despair, teleported right in front of Luofeng, and stared at him, afraid Luofeng was lying. Hearing Wu He's doubt, Luofeng continued, of course it's true. Phew. Wu He let out a long breath and said with lingering fear, now I won't die. You almost scared me to death. But, seeing Wu He's relaxed expression, Luofeng suddenly said, but, what? Wu He asked weakly. My poor heart. You two almost scared it to death. Oh God King above, are you punishing me? But you must show enough sincerity or you won't get a true god corpse. Luofeng, seeing Wu He like this, decided not to tease him further and said directly, don't worry, I won't let you lose out. Wu He thumped his chest. Poor child. Yendi silently mourned for him, looking at Wu He's confident expression. You'll soon see how ruthless my junior brother is. He'll squeeze you dry. Luofeng and Wu He left to do business. Yendi, however, took out his communication token and sent a message to all members of the 6th squad. This is the new recruit Yendi. I have a large number of true god corpses here. Everyone is welcome to come and purchase. Price negotiable. Those with sincerity come. Remember, no sincerity, no deal. Yendi sent his advertisement and waited silently on his island. He knew that soldiers driven by death would come to trade with him. Moreover, Yendi and Luofeng had already proven their terrifying strength by seizing true god corpses twice. No one dared to scheme against them. Yendi, are you there? A deep voice sounded outside Yendi's stone house. I'm here. Yendi teleported out and appeared outside. Oh, it's a strange beast soldier from the Mang River army. His name seems to be Kulun. This lawmaster named Kulun did not waste words. Seeing Yendi come out, he directly took out a giant sword. This is a true god weapon. It costs 22,000 military merits at the supply point. Can I trade it for one of your true god corpses? Deal. Seeing the other party's straightforwardness, Yendi nodded directly. Both sides got what they needed. After the transaction, the lawmaster quickly left without any intention of saying more to Yendi. An arrogant fellow, Yendi silently commented as he watched Kulun leave. Every lawmaster who joined the Mang River army was incredibly powerful, a genius among lawmasters. Even a newly joined lawmaster was probably stronger than a legendary universe master from the Universe Sea. With great strength and talent, they naturally had some pride. Perhaps in Kulun's eyes, trading with Yendi was a disgrace. But for survival he had to trade, so his attitude toward Yendi was naturally not particularly flattering. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yendi had sold more than a dozen true god corpses, earning nearly 200,000 military merits. No one has come for so long. Maybe there are no more people. Yendi left his island and headed to the supply point. He planned to exchange all these treasures and his remaining true god corpses for military merits, then exchange them for the most suitable mechanical type supreme treasure. Upon arriving at the supply point, the golden figure appeared silently and said coldly, Soldier Yendi, state your request. I want to appraise treasures. Yendi said calmly, present your treasures. Whoosh, 20 supreme treasures, true god-level weapons appeared on the ground. Beep. 20 true god-level weapons, armors, etc. can be exchanged for 380,000 military merits. Not bad. Excluding the 16 true god corpses traded, I've earned 220,000 merits. Yendi nodded inwardly. Please appraise the value of these 3 treasures. Whoosh. 3 of Yendi's treasures floated in the void, the cloud-piercing spear, the primal soul, and the modified starry sky armor. Beep. Cloud-piercing spear, true god-level fine weapon. Value 80,000 military merits. Primal soul. True god-level special soul treasure, can enhance void divine power defense and strengthen the soul. Value 24,000 military merits. Starry Sky Armor Modified. Possesses defense not inferior to a Void True God level armor, with a special domain ability, One Thought Void. Value 1,500,000 military merits. Appraisal complete. Damn, Uncle Jen really is Uncle Jen. He didn't shortchange me. Yen Di was startled by the modified Starry Sky armor's value. The values of the cloud-piercing spear and the primal soul were within Yen Di's expectations, but the modified Starry Sky armor's value far exceeded his estimates. A true god level Starry Sky armor had been upgraded by old Jen to a void true god level, and the ability One Thought Void was probably top-notch among true god level mechanical type treasures. And what about this treasure? Yen Di carefully took out the Luaha Heaven Palace, his eyes full of anticipation. An eternal true god's main weapon, how valuable is it? Beep. 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 Appraisal complete. This is a Luaha Heaven Palace suspected to be from the ancient civilization of Wu at the eternal true god level. Its advantages are multiple functions and extreme sturdiness. Even a god king would find it difficult to destroy. Its value is incalculable. Even just its sturdiness is somewhat useful to a god king. Phew! Yen Di breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing the golden figure's words, he knew old Jen had not treated him unfairly. An eternal true god level main weapon that was somewhat useful to a god king. Just like how a universe master level treasure was useful to a void true god, showed its preciousness. Exchange these treasures and the 37 true god corpses for military merits. Yen Di put away his treasures and said to the golden figure, Beep! Soldier Yen Di, these items can be exchanged for 75,000 military merits. Do you wish to proceed? The white figure asked without a trace of emotion. Yes, I exchange. Yen Di suppressed his excitement. 75,000 military merits. Adding the 10,000 from completing the mission, he now had a total of 76,000 military merits. Such a fortune was enough to exchange for a powerful mechanical treasure. As Yen Di's words fell, the true god corpses and treasures vanished. Soldier Yen Di, you now possess 76,000 military merits. I offer you this advice: your military merits are sufficient. Exchange them for a formidable mechanical clan treasure to enhance your strength. The golden figure reminded him again. His mission was to cultivate powerful geniuses, even successors for the Divine King. Although Yen Di's performance had not yet earned his respect, he would still offer a word of caution when necessary. Of course. Please list the mechanical treasures available for exchange. Yen Di said respectfully. Myriad phantom images appeared before Yen Di, all the mechanical treasures that Mang army soldiers could exchange for. 86 types. Is that all a Mang army soldier can access? Oh, a mechanical treasure worth 100,000 military merits. That must be the worst of the mechanical treasures. Not worthy of me. TSK. The Wuchi god worth 30 million military merits. Just from its appearance, one can see its explosive power and agility. Pity I'm not qualified to exchange for it. Yen Di shook his head, muttering to himself. He examined all the mechanical treasures he could exchange for analyzing which would best suit him. What do I lack now? Defense. For physical defense I have the Tianqing armor. For soul defense the Yuan soul. Domain restraint. Among these mechanical treasures none can match the blood-colored twin wings, One Thought Void. A powerful warship. It seems that none of the treasures here can compare to the Luaha Heavenly Palace. Thoughts flashed through Yen Di's mind. The only thing I lack now is a powerful offensive treasure. The Fangtian Huaji is immensely powerful, but I cannot retrieve it from my main body for now. The cloud-piercing spear is a supreme treasure sufficient for the cosmic sea. But in Jinji world it falls short. The cloud-piercing spear was a fine true god weapon, one that would cause the strongest to fight over it in the cosmic sea. Yet in Jinji world what are supreme treasures? All trash. Then I shall choose a mechanical treasure with overwhelming offensive power. Yen Di stared at the mechanical treasures. Please filter out only those specialized for attack, he said to the golden figure. The scene before Yen Di shifted, and only 9 exchangeable treasures remained. TSK, the Shenyuan sword. Such an item exists here. Yen Di was surprised by the name of the first mechanical treasure. In his past life the Shenyuan sword had been a frequent subject of fantasy. Shenyuan sword, true god fine mechanical treasure, requires 400,000 military merits, possesses powerful attack power and exceptional cutting force. This Shenyuan sword is average. Let's move on. Yen Di nodded and continued. Mist blade. Zhanhong whip. Huachi staff. Yen Di scanned each item until the 8th finally caught his attention. Viper spear, true god, top grade mechanical treasure. Its internal energy conversion system is extremely powerful, instantly boosting your attack power by 3 tiers. Moreover, its attacks are as swift as a viper's strike, making them unpredictable and difficult to defend against. It possesses immense penetration power. Ordinary true god armor cannot effectively block it. Exchange requires 750,000 military merits. The Viper Spear is eligible for Mang army soldiers. Perfect. This is it. Yendi set his sights on the Viper Spear drawn by its formidable attack power. Beep. Soldier Yendi, you have successfully exchanged the Viper Spear. Your remaining military merits are 10,000. The golden figure spoke coldly, devoid of emotion. A spear about 100,000 kilometers long appeared before Yendi. The front 20,000 kilometers formed the spearhead resembling a viper's tongue. The shaft was covered in strange scale-like patterns, giving the distant appearance of a straight viper waiting for an opportunity to strike its prey. Yendi grasped the Viper Spear and waves of joyful consciousness pulsed toward him. Good. Are you happy to have me as your master? The Viper Spear trembled in his hand as if responding to his words. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Then you shall be my partner from now on, accompanying me in battle. Yendi laughed heartily. Hearing his bold words, the Viper Spear radiated a fighting spirit as if it too yearned for combat. Yendi infused his divine power into the Viper Spear, and it began to operate like a machine fueled with oil, emitting a sharp edge from its tip. Suddenly he sensed that the divine power flow within the spear was not smooth. Obstacles hindered it. Is it because I haven't fully comprehended all the patterns on the Viper Spear, preventing me from unleashing its full power? Saying this, Yendi sat cross-legged on the spot and began to study the patterns on the spear. Since he was at the military supply point, he had no need to worry about being disturbed. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yendi opened his eyes and a beam of light shot forth. I didn't expect that with my level of secret art mastery and willpower, it would take me 3 years to fully comprehend all the patterns. The Viper Spear truly lives up to being a true god, top-grade mechanical treasure. This time when he infused his divine power, there was no obstruction. Its power surged directly by 3 tiers. My secret art mastery has reached the 8th tier. The Meteor Secret Art can increase my attack by 1 tier, and the Viper Spear adds 3 more. Overall, I can unleash combat power at the 12th tier. With such strength, I'm not far from the so-called 8 great overlords of the cosmic sea. Yendi gripped the Viper Spear and thought to himself, with my current strength and willpower, if I were to undertake the title mission, the first 7 layers should pose no problem. Yendi said confidently. In truth, whether to undertake the title mission had little impact on Yendi. After all, he could not learn the Laiyuan art and thus could not earn a title. However, the title mission was a highlight of Jinji world. If he didn't attempt it now, it would be a regret. Once Luofeng completed the title mission, there would be no more title missions. I wish to apply for the title mission, Yendi said directly to the golden figure. The golden figure stared at him coldly and warned, Soldier Yendi, I suggest you undergo several cyclic level missions before attempting the title mission. That would increase your chances of success. No, I want to apply now, Yendi said firmly. Hearing this, the golden figure ceased persuading and said, Title mission application approved. At the start of the next mission you will learn the details. Yendi nodded. There were 2 ways to earn a title, first by reaching a gene level of 90,000 times or solving the Rhino Emperor game in one go. Second, by passing the trial of the Jinji Divine King and being granted a title. Both methods were nearly impossible. Solving the Rhino Emperor game in one go or reaching a gene level of 90,000 times was already extremely difficult, let alone acknowledging the Laiyuan art. No one had succeeded in all of Origin Continent's countless eons. In truth, achieving a gene level of 90,000 times or solving the Rhino Emperor game in one go was more realistic than acknowledging the Laiyuan art. After all, someone had accomplished those feats, but no one had ever acknowledged the Laiyuan art. All right. Time to leave. Yendi departed from the military supply point and flew to his own island to begin secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, Luofeng, after squeezing all he could from Wu, he exchanged for mechanical treasures at the military supply point, consulted some materials, and looked into the title mission. After accepting the title mission, Luofeng left the military supply point and waited for the end of the current era. Soon the era ended. During that time, Luofeng and Wu he visited once or twice and told Yendi that Yu Luo had fallen. As a group leader of the 6th squad, Yu Luo was quite capable. But it seemed the captain had used some scheme to bring about Yu Luo's demise. Outside Jinji world, nearly 1,000 cosmic sea powerhouses were waiting near the small universe. They were filled with anticipation for the 4th forbidden ground of the cosmic sea, Jinji world. Look! The cosmic membrane is turning white. Everyone enter quickly. As the membrane turned white, a flood of cosmic sea powerhouses rushed in. At that moment, a small white jade boat flew out of Jinji world. 2 divine eyes emerged from within. It was Yendi and Luofeng. Luofeng, Yendi, you 2 have finally come out. Chaos City Lord, who was waiting outside, greeted them. Yendi, Luofeng. The dozens of universe masters behind Chaos City Lord bowed respectfully to Yendi and Luofeng. Yendi and Luofeng nodded to Chaos City Lord. After a brief exchange, Yendi and Luofeng led the dozens of alien universe masters back into Jinji world. Once inside, they merely brought the universe masters to the camp entrance, and left them there, returning to their own islands for secluded cultivation. Several hundred years later, Yan Di and Luo Feng awoke from their seclusion simultaneously. Yan Di gazed at the sky and murmured, "The long-awaited title mission has finally begun. Senior brother, the title mission has begun, let us depart." Outside Yan Di's island, Luo Feng transmitted to Yan Di, "And, let's go." Yan Di flew out, directly entered Luo Feng's tombboat, and soared toward the Shenhuang realm. Within the Jin world, there were 5 continents and countless islands. The Shenhuang realm was the central continent where the divine King Jin often resided. To complete the title mission, one had to come to the Shenhuang realm, enter the Shenhuang Valley, and then challenge the Wuqi Tower. If one could reach the summit of the Wuqi Tower, the title mission would naturally be accomplished. Yet for so long no one had ever succeeded. In the Jin world, the Shenhuang realm, a small white jade boat flew swiftly through the void. "Senior brother, this Shenhuang realm seems to contain immensely powerful formations and secret patterns. Unfortunately, our comprehension is too shallow to grasp them." Luo Feng shook his head and said to Yan Di, "N." Yan Di nodded. "This so-called divine king is indeed unfathomable. With our realm we cannot even begin to comprehend." Just then a figure appeared and shouted at the tomb boat, "Who are you? This is the Shenhuang realm. No trespassing. Leave at once." Whoosh, whoosh. Yan Di and Luo Feng flew out of the tomb boat simultaneously and respectfully addressed the void true god, "Sir, I am Luo Feng, Yan Di, here to participate in the title mission at the Shenhuang realm." "Oh." The void true god scrutinized Yan Di and Luo Feng intently. A terrifying pressure emanated, as if nothing could be hidden from this void true god's gaze. After a long pause, the void true god said, "Very well. Follow me inside." Phew! Hearing that they could enter, Yan Di and Luo Feng both let out a long breath. The void true god's piercing gaze was truly terrifying, its oppressive pressure almost shattering their souls. The void true god flew ahead, with Yan Di and Luo Feng following behind. Occasionally the void true god would exchange a few words with them. This Shenhuang realm is but a mere experimental mechanical flow, supreme treasure of the divine King Jin, yet it is already so formidable. It would likely require at least the strength of a Dominion Lord to activate it. How powerful must the true Shenhuang realm be? Yan Di mused silently. Just as Yan Di was lost in thought and Luo Feng was in awe, the voice of the void true god reached them. "We're here." Not far in the distance 6 figures stood. Among them were 5 universe masters and 1 true god. "We have arrived. You two follow him." The void true god handed Yan Di and Luo Feng over to this true god and departed. "With you two added, there are only 7 people in total. Wait here quietly. The mission will not commence until we have gathered 10 people." The true god commanded. "Yes, sir." Yan Di and Luo Feng replied respectfully. As Yan Di and Luo Feng joined the waiting group, a tall, thin figure approached. "Greetings. I am Suzhong, a lawmaster of the East Army's Juelong Legion. Both of you are from the Mang Army, aren't you?" "And I am Luo Feng, and this is my senior brother. We are both soldiers of the Mang Army," Luo Feng replied. Hearing that Suzhong was from the East Army, Luo Feng felt a sense of closeness. "Suzhong?" Yan Di sized him up with a sneer. "Humph, so this is the hypocrite who stabs people in the back. Wait until the mission starts. I'll be the first to kill you." Meanwhile, Suzhong continued conversing with Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, which squad in the Mang Army are you and your senior brother from? I have never seen you before. We are new recruits, having just joined the army not long ago. Naturally, you wouldn't have seen us," Luo Feng answered. "New recruits?" Suzhong was taken aback, and the other soldiers also looked at Luo Feng and Yan Di with less friendly eyes. "So you're new recruits, joining the army and immediately taking on the title mission. You must be quite confident in your abilities, eh?" "Heh. Just so, just as so." Luo Feng replied modestly. Time passed as they waited. Soon 3 more soldiers arrived, and Yan Di's group finally reached 10 people. "All of you enter now. I hope you can still come out. Remember, the casualty rate on the first floor is 50%. With that, the true god cast a glance at them and departed. And so Yan Di and the others entered the first floor. The world of the first floor was an endless desert. In the distance loomed a massive gate of light. Among the 10 soldiers, 6 were humanoid tribal warriors, while the other 4 were beast forms. All 10 moved cautiously, surveying their surroundings for any danger. Luo Feng and Yan Di were sworn brothers, trusting each other implicitly. They walked back to back. Suzhong, feeling kinship with them as fellow soldiers of the East Army, also drifted closer to Luo Feng and Yan Di. Suddenly a pillar of light descended, emanating an overwhelming will. This will seemed to contain boundless killing intent, turning Yan Di's eyes crimson, and igniting an endless bloodlust within their hearts. A message emanated from the pillar of light. "This is the first floor of the Wuqi Tower. To pass, you must kill 1 soldier to proceed to the next floor. Hiding inside a palace-class treasure will be considered forfeit, and the consequence is death." Boom! The moment the words fell, all the universe masters sprang into action. A full 4 soldiers charged at Yan Di and Luofeng. Luofeng, it seems they think we're easy prey because we're new recruits. Yan Di sneered contemptuously at the universe masters rushing toward him. Yes, but unfortunately we are not easy prey. Luofeng curled his lips into a bloodthirsty sneer. Humph. Suzhong, you actually dare to attack me. I despise people like you the most. Luofeng snorted coldly as Suzhong charged at him. Humph. Retorted Luofeng's mockery. Suzhong said coldly. You two are new recruits, the weakest here. Naturally, I'll target you. The weakest. Hearing this, Yan Di looked at Suzhong with a contemptuous expression. Then you shall die first. Boom. The venom serpent spear thrust forward, activating the meteor secret art. The 8th order technique, universal annihilation, amplified layer by layer, its power soaring to a terrifying 12th order. Even a true god clad in a supreme treasure armor would fall before Yan Di's current might. What? How can a law master possess such overwhelming power? The moment Yan Di's spear thrust out, Suzhong sensed the terrifying might of the attack. He knew that the elite law masters of the army typically reached power levels above 9th order, yet even he felt as if he would perish beneath Yan Di's spear. Flee! Suzhong did not hesitate. He knew he had misjudged them. This law master named Yan Di possessed a terrifying strength that was utterly beyond his own. Swoosh! Suzhong transformed into a white bird, preparing to fly away. Humph! The ultimate mechanical flow, supreme treasure for escape, the kunyao? But do you think you can escape? Yan Di sneered. Stay here. One thought. Void formation. An invisible wave emanated and the space around Suzhong blurred. The region was directly sealed by Yan Di's power. Ah! What treasure is this? My kunyao cannot break free from its confinement. Suzhong cried out in terror suppressed. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape Yan Di's seal, and behind him Yan Di's venom serpent spear thrust forward. But Suzhong could not have known that although the kunyao was a supreme treasure for escape, it was still no match for the one-thought void. After all, back then, even the 3rd order world beast Morosa was suppressed by Luofeng's one-thought void, and could only escape by burning his internal world. Though described in detail, all this happened in an instant, less than a millionth of a second. Boom! Just as Suzhong was suppressed and unable to flee, Yan Di's venom serpent spear struck him fiercely. Ah! Swoosh! Suzhong screamed in agony, his aura rapidly dwindling. He reverted from his kunyao form, losing its protection and becoming even more vulnerable. Humph! Suzhong, today is your death day. Kill! 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 Yan Di struck Suzhong with fierce, relentless spear thrusts, showing no mercy whatsoever. Ah! No! Yan Di, spare me! Spare me! I don't want to die! Suzhong begged loudly. But no matter how he pleaded, Yan Di showed no sign of relenting. The other soldiers, seeing Yan Di completely overpowering Suzhong, had already retreated far away. Meanwhile, Luofeng was also suppressing a beast law master. All the soldiers had now fully realized the terror of Yan Di and Luofeng, keeping their distance from these two killing gods. Phew! At least those two freaks aren't targeting me. That was the thought shared by every fleeing soldier. With each spear thrust, Yan Di's 12th order might, even against Suzhong's true god-grade armor, caused his divine power to plummet. Kill! 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 Yan Di was determined to slay Suzhong, whether for the mission or for his character. Meanwhile, in the Shenwang Valley, the commander's eyes suddenly brightened. That movement technique! Absolutely flawless among law masters. And this law master's attainment in secret arts has already reached the advanced true god level. Incredible! Incredible! My gene world has actually produced 2 such prodigious law masters. Damn it! The commander of the Shenwang Valley slammed his seat, growling. How did the 4 great generals handle this? 2 such outstanding law masters and not a word in their reports. Have they forgotten their mission? The purpose of the gene world's existence was known only to the 4 great generals and the 4 commanders of the Shenwang Valley to select a successor for the Divine King. In truth, the so-called title mission was merely a means to find the peerless genius the Divine King needed. As the commander roared, Yan Di and Luofeng effortlessly slaughtered their opponents and entered the 2nd floor of the Wuqi Tower. Emperor Yan and Luofeng easily entered the 2nd floor of the Wuqi Tower. Upon entering, they found 5 soldiers already waiting for them. These must be the remaining 5 soldiers from the previous batch. Emperor Yan silently scanned them. Hey newcomers, you two are fast. The other soldiers haven't come up yet, but you've already ascended. It seems your strength is extraordinary. A tribal warrior stared at Emperor Yan, and Luofeng, a strange light flickering in his eyes. These two reached the 2nd floor without any pressure, and there's not a single scratch on them. Their strength must be formidable. Haha, just a bit of luck. We merely arrived a little earlier than the others. Luofeng chuckled. Though they said a little earlier, it was a full half-hour before the other 3 soldiers finally made their way to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they immediately distanced themselves from Emperor Yan and Luofeng, sealing off the space around them. This scene was quickly noticed by the earlier batch of soldiers. Though they didn't know why the other soldiers feared Emperor Yen and Luo Feng so much, they realized that both were not to be trifled with, and they watched them warily. They can intimidate elite soldiers of the army to such a degree. Then they must have extraordinary means. We must be careful this time. Luo Feng, seeing the other 8 soldiers eyeing them cautiously, transmitted helplessly to Emperor Yen, "Senior brother, look, we've been isolated." "Humph, a bunch of cowards. Not worth our concern," Emperor Yen replied disdainfully. Boom! At that moment a beam of light enveloped the 10 of them, and a voice echoed in their minds. "You 10 will now be teleported into a small world. Your mission is to survive. Do not hide within palace-type treasures. Anyone who hides will be annihilated. You will be divided into 2 groups, one after the other. Teleportation begins." Whoosh! The 5 soldiers from the earlier batch were teleported into the small world. The moment they entered, they were assaulted by a relentless barrage of light attacks comparable to true gods. These attacks were ceaseless. All were unleashed by some powerful formation and secret patterns. These light attacks, on par with true gods, are manageable for these elite soldiers. But the coming rock giant and the earth-shattering hand will be hard for them to withstand. Even if they survive, their divine power will be nearly depleted. Emperor Yen observed as the soldiers struggled against the light attacks. As expected, soon a rock giant appeared, and combined with the light attacks, the soldiers quickly became battered and barely able to hold on. Humph! Useless! Useless! At their level as masters of laws, when will they ever select the peerless genius His Majesty needs? The commander of the Divine King Valley struck the edge of his black throne, cursing. Are the trials of our Gene world not harsh enough? Must they be intensified? To be honest, the commander's anger was justified. Every time these masters of laws were merely at the level of elite soldiers, far from the peerless genius the Divine King anticipated. I hope these 2 can surprise me," the commander said, looking at Emperor Yen and Luo Feng with anticipation. From their brief display, he could tell that their strength far exceeded ordinary elite soldiers. As Emperor Yen had predicted of the previous batch of lawmasters, 4 perished, and 1 barely survived with severe injuries. Finally our turn. As his words faded, they were teleported into the small world. Whoosh! 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 The moment Emperor Yen entered, countless light attacks came at him. Too weak, not even worth dodging. Emperor Yen shook his head. He took up his poison serpent spear as the light attacks shot toward him. He thrust swiftly. Boom! 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 With each thrust, he blasted away a vast swath of the incoming light attacks, clearing a region tens of millions of kilometers around him. The light attacks couldn't even approach. In another part of the small world, Luo Feng employed his peerless movement technique to evade the light attacks. Under his terrifying footwork, the light attacks couldn't touch him at all. Truly a super genius who, as a master of laws, has already reached the advanced true god level in secret arts. Facing such dense true god level attacks, he can't even be forced to take a step. The commander of Divine King Valley nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned to Luo Feng and his eyes lit up. This movement technique. It's the perfect realm for a master of laws. How can the world possess such a profound movement technique? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Roar. All of you stop sleeping. Come quickly. Come quickly. The commander could no longer contain himself and awakened the other commanders who were still in slumber. Boom. 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 3 terrifying figures descended, each exuding an overwhelming aura. Among the 4 commanders, 2 were exotic beasts, and 2 were tribal warriors. You 3 look at those 2 masters of laws. 2 masters of laws. This movement technique. It's so perfect. Even I feel some inspiration. And that one's secret art attainment. It has reached the advanced true god level. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. In the records of our Gene world, aside from the great Divine King, no master of laws has ever created an advanced true god level secret art. The 4 commanders of Divine King Valley were utterly astonished by Emperor Yen and Luo Feng's extraordinary talent. In them they saw a glimmer of hope to fulfill the mission the Divine King had entrusted to them. Just as the 4 commanders were elated, Emperor Yan's next move further shocked their senses. Boom! With a deafening crash, the terrifying red rock giant finally appeared in the trial world, where Emperor Yen and his group had entered. Facing this dreadful rock giant, what will this soldier called Emperor Yen do? Will he confront it head-on or opt for a hit and run? The commanders of Divine King Valley watched curiously, eager to see his choice. With their insight, they could tell that Emperor Yen hadn't even used divine power burning secret techniques. If he did, he might be able to clash head-on with the rock giant. Whoosh! Swish! Just when everyone thought Emperor Yen would either fight or flee, his next move truly stirred everyone's nerves. Movement technique. Flowing cloud. Facing the rock giant, Emperor Yen neither chose to confront it nor to engage in hit and run. Instead, he activated his movement technique, which could be said to surpass the perfect level for a master of laws. What is this? The 4 commanders were filled with shock. I can't believe it. Is this a movement technique of a master of laws? On the battlefield 10 Emperor Yans appeared instantly, each like a phantom moving and turning with speed beyond even a true god's ability to match. They turned into a flowing cloud, and even the four commanders couldn't identify which was the real Emperor Yen. Roar! The massive rock giant raised its head and roared, unable to attack Emperor Yen or determine his true form. This movement technique. It's truly, one of the exotic beast commanders was too excited to speak. If the movement technique of that soldier from the Milky Way can be called the perfect level of a master of laws, then this one called Emperor Yen has surpassed perfection, reaching an unfathomable godlike level, another commander said, suppressing his astonishment. Indeed, the exotic beast commander nodded and growled, I dare say. If he fights 100 true gods in a melee, even if all the other true gods die, he will remain unscathed. The sole female commander of Void True God shouted excitedly, great, such a godlike movement technique. Secret art attainment at the advanced true god level. Could he be the peerless genius the Divine King needs? The peerless genius the Divine King needs. The four commanders stared at Emperor Yen silently. They had waited too long for this day. Yes, he is the peerless genius His Majesty needs. Absolutely. If he cannot meet the Divine King's requirements, then who else is worthy? The four commanders of Divine King Valley were indeed overly excited. Who was Emperor Yen? He was a king-level inheritor of the Endless Lineage. The Endless Lineage, even in the ancient civilization, was a terrifying inheritance. With nearly 10 divine kings in their lineage, including the nearly invincible Endless Divine King, how could their king-level inheritor be weak? To think that even the three great patriarchs of the powerful Duandong River lineage, one of whom was a mighty divine king, were merely commanders under the Endless Divine King. Among the thousands of king-level inheritors of the Endless Lineage, Emperor Yan's current strength was only in the upper tier, not the pinnacle, let alone comparable to the Endless Divine King. Emperor Yan's movement technique, honed by the teachings of several divine kings and thousands of sage-level beings, and tempered by the trials of the cloud giant, naturally surpassed Luofeng's. In the subsequent trials, Emperor Yen passed the second level with absolute superiority. The four commanders firmly believed he was the peerless genius their divine king was seeking. The third level mainly tested willpower. Given Emperor Yan's Void True God-level avatar, and his formidable combat prowess, he passed it with ease and delight. Void True God level will movement technique surpassing the perfect level of a Master of Laws and advanced True God level secret art attainment. The Emperor Yen is surely the peerless genius sent by heaven to our Gene world. Just as the four commanders were filled with anticipation, Emperor Yen, during the fourth level's four choices, surprisingly selected the treasure path. What? Soldier Emperor Yen chose the treasure path? Wrong choice. Wrong choice. Make him come back. How could he choose that path? A beast commander let out a deafening roar. The other three commanders also roared in agony. The four commanders all covered their faces weeping. Your Majesty Divine King. Your Majesty Divine King. We have failed you. After endless ages of waiting, a peerless genius you needed finally appeared, but he chose the wrong path. We truly have failed you. The four commanders, all covering their faces in anguish, were heartbroken. In their eyes, Yen Di was so outstanding that he would surely become the genius the Divine King needed. Yet he had chosen the wrong path. Enough. Do not grieve. There is still that soldier named In He. With his talent, he too may well become the peerless genius the Divine King requires. One of the beast commanders spoke. In He. The other three commanders glanced at Luofeng and shook their heads. Though that soldier In He is exceptional, he is far inferior to the soldier named Yen Di. Do not be so quick to judge. Perhaps a miracle will occur. The beast commander consoled. A miracle. Perhaps. All four commanders gazed at Luofeng with hope, wishing that he could ascend the Wuchi Tower and become the peerless genius the Divine King required. The reason the four commanders were so despondent over Yen Di choosing the path of precious treasures lay in the rules set by the Divine King of Gene long ago. The fourth floor appeared to have 4 passages, but in truth only the passage of the divine body led to the 5th floor. The other 3 passages did not lead to the 5th floor. Instead, they would end the title quest. Why was this? It was simple. First, the Divine King had decreed that if a Law Master's genetic level could break through to 90000 times, he could be directly awarded the title. Thus, it was evident that the Divine King naturally wished for his successor to follow the path of the divine body. Second, consider the trial of the Wuchi Tower. It was itself a task for a lawmaster because it was easier for a lawmaster to recognize the Leiyuan art. If one followed the path of laws to become a true god, that is, choosing the path guided toward becoming a true god, what use would the Divine King have for such a successor? Thus, a true god who followed the path of laws would surely be abandoned by the Divine King. Of course, if one could solve all the Shi Huang puzzles in one go, the Divine King would directly confer the title. But would such a person even need to attempt the Wuchi Tower? They would be titled immediately. Who would still bother to challenge the Wuchi Tower? As for the paths of secret arts and precious treasures, needless to say, this title quest was originally the Divine King's means of selecting a successor. If you passed all the trials, and became the Divine King's successor, all the secret arts and treasures of the Gene world would be yours. Why go through such trouble? Thus choosing any of the other 3 passages was a dead end. No matter how exceptional your performance in those passages, you would never set foot on the 5th floor of the Wuchi Tower, losing the true chance to be titled. Others might not know this, but the 4 commanders did. Yet the rules were set by the Divine King, and they could not break them, so they were naturally anxious. Of course Yendi was unaware of the commander's despair and anxiety. But even if he had known, he would not have changed his choice. Because the one who came to the Gene world was merely his special divine power incarnation, whose divine body genetic level could not be improved, making it impossible for him to pass through the divine body passage. Moreover, his original body's genetic level had already reached 89999 times, so the 5th floor was useless to him. Even if he took a step back, the life gene analysis diagram had long been given to him by Zuoshanke, so choosing that passage held no significance. As for following the path of laws to become a true god, that was even less relevant. Yendi had no need for it. As for secret arts, the secret arts of the Gene world were not on the same level as those of the endless arts lineage. Thus Yendi could only choose the passage of precious treasures. Stepping into the passage of precious treasures, Yendi was astonished. What the hell is that? Are we playing a lucky draw? Before him was a massive wheel with a pointer and 5 sections. Among the 5 sections, the largest occupied 80% of the wheel, while the smallest was a mere 1/10,000th. At that moment an ancient weathered voice echoed from the void, confirming Yendi's guess. Soldier Yendi, congratulations on reaching the 4th floor of the Wuchi Tower. In recognition of your outstanding performance, you are granted 3 chances to spin the Wheel of Fortune. That is 3 opportunities to draw. You may obtain the following 5 prizes. First, an 80% chance of acquiring a standard True God Equipment Supreme Treasure. Second, a 15% chance of acquiring a True God level mechanical treasure. Third, a 4% chance of acquiring a top-grade True God treasure. Fourth, a 0.99% chance of a blank. Fifth, a 1/10,000th chance of obtaining a mysterious grand prize. Soldier Yendi, please spin the Wheel of Fortune. Wherever the pointer stops, you shall receive the corresponding treasure. Hearing the voice, Yendi broke into a cold sweat. Damn, I actually guessed it right. A lucky draw. That old bastard Zuoshanke is playing this trick. Despite his exasperation, Yendi placed his hand on the wheel and gave it a vigorous spin. Yendi felt no nervousness about the lucky draw. The chance of a blank is less than 1%. There's no way I with my luck could hit it. Even if I don't get any good mechanical treasures in 3 draws, 3 supreme treasures would still be a great help to our human race. Yendi maintained a calm attitude toward the lucky draw. He wouldn't complain whether he got good or bad results. After all, our human race is vast and powerful. A few more supreme treasures are never too many. If I get a mechanical treasure, that would be a huge win. Time to stop, I think. Yendi watched the slowing wheel with a serene smile, feeling no impatience. The massive pointer moved past the 80% area and slowly slid toward the 15% area of ordinary mechanical treasures. Good, like that. I'll get a decent mechanical treasure. Yendi nodded with a smile. Although an ordinary mechanical treasure was of little use to him, it was still worth at least 100,000 military merits. In the army, that could count as a life. But the pointer kept moving slowly, leaving the area of ordinary mechanical treasures and entering the area of top-grade mechanical treasures. Not bad. Yendi's smile grew even brighter as he was about to obtain a top-grade True God mechanical treasure. Even for someone of Yendi's strength, a top-grade True God mechanical treasure was hard to come by. However, the pointer did not stop there. It slowly moved toward the blank area, which was less than 1%. Soldier Yendi, your first draw is a blank. You receive no treasure. Please continue. The ancient voice echoed again. Yendi stared at the pointer resting on the blank area, both surprised and annoyed. Damn, is my hand really that unlucky? Despite his frustration, Yendi quickly composed himself. That must have been a coincidence. A coincidence. There's no way my hand is that unlucky. This time will be different. He gave himself a mental pep talk, adjusted his mindset, and spun the wheel again. The wheel began to turn once more. Yendi stared intently at the pointer, muttering inwardly, not another blank. Not another blank. Even a supreme treasure would do. And is my luck really that bad? Could it hit a blank twice? Yendi refused to believe it. After all, the chance of a blank was less than 1%. The first time could be a coincidence, but the second time, he couldn't accept it. The chance of a blank was less than 1%. The first blank was a coincidence, but the second couldn't be. Yendi was truly furious now. Are you kidding me? He stared at the pointer, which had stopped on the blank area again, and began to doubt his own luck. Soldier Yendi, your second draw is a blank. You will receive no treasure. Please proceed with your final draw. The ancient voice sounded again, utterly indifferent. 2 blanks in a row. Is there really something wrong with my luck? Yendi looked at his own hands in dismay, then shook his head. No, it's just bad luck. That's all. This time Yendi felt less confident. How could I be confident after 2 blanks? Am I really that unlucky? Despite his lack of confidence, he mustered his courage and spun the wheel for the 3rd time. The pointer whirled rapidly, and Yen Di stared at it fixedly. He murmured under his breath, "Please not another blank. Please no." The pointer spun for a full 10 minutes before slowing down enough for Yen Di to track its motion. Strangely, the seemingly simple wheel, when spun casually by Yen Di, rotated so fast that he could not see it clearly or discern its pattern. After a few slow rotations, the pointer's speed greatly decreased. It slowly left the Supreme Treasure area and entered the ordinary Mechanical Treasure area. Then it leisurely slid out of the ordinary Mechanical Treasure area and into the top-grade True God Mechanical Treasure area. Damn it, stop. Don't go any further. Oh, it's heading into the blank area again. Yen Di began to curse angrily. The pointer seemed to be playing with him today, always heading toward the blank area. Sure enough, it slowly entered the blank area as if about to stop there. Yen Di was speechless. He felt incredibly unlucky today. 3 blanks in a row would be exceptionally bad luck. Just as Yen Di was complaining, the pointer of the wheel barely slid out of the blank area and came to a gentle halt on the 1/10,000th area of the mysterious treasure. At that moment, the ancient voice echoed again. "Congratulations, Soldier Yen Di, for winning the 1 in 10,000 mysterious grand prize. You have obtained the treasure, Bloodstorm." A mysterious grand prize, Bloodstorm. Hearing that he had won the mysterious grand prize, Yen Di was first stunned, then burst into laughter. "Haha! My luck has exploded. My luck has exploded. Is this the legendary accumulation of fortune leading to a sudden eruption?" The previous 2 rounds of being skipped had left Yen Di frustrated, but this final round he had beaten the 1 in 10,000 odds to win the mysterious grand prize. A strange fluctuation began to appear on the lucky wheel, and a layer of red halo emerged. "This is..." Yen Di stared at the lucky wheel in confusion. Could the mysterious grand prize be about to appear? A red object about 10 meters in diameter flew into Yen Di's hand. Yen Di looked at the object in his hand and was once again stunned. What? This is the so-called mysterious grand prize Bloodstorm. Isn't this just a tank? Yen Di stared at the Bloodstorm in his hand with frustration. It looked exactly like the tanks he had seen on Earth in his past life. A cannon barrel, 2 track wheels, and a red body. Wasn't this just an enlarged version of a tank? Is this the so-called mysterious grand prize Bloodstorm? Despite his doubts, Yen Di still imprinted his life mark onto it to claim ownership. Ah! Yen Di was dumbfounded again because he couldn't claim ownership. Damn! What is this thing? Can't be claimed and I don't know how to use it. Yen Di muttered helplessly. "Soldier Yen Di." The hoarse voice echoed from the void once more. You have successfully obtained the reward of the 4th level. According to the rules set by His Majesty, the Divine King, your title mission ends here. Also, you are forbidden to reveal anything about the Wuchi Tower on pain of death. Now beginning teleportation. Hey! You haven't told me how to use this Bloodstorm. Before Yen Di could finish his words, he felt the world spin, and he appeared outside the Wuchi Tower. Damn! What's going on? I'm directly outside the Wuchi Tower. What about the subsequent trials? Is my title mission already over? Yen Di looked around in confusion, his heart full of questions. Just then, a divine beast true god appeared beside Yen Di. It roared at Yen Di, "Soldier, your title mission is over. Congratulations on surviving. Now follow me and leave the Wuchi Tower immediately." "Yes, my lord." Although puzzled, Yen Di followed the divine beast true god and left the Divine King Valley. What is the Gene Divine King playing at? Why wasn't I even given a chance to challenge the 5th level? I was teleported out directly. And what kind of supreme treasure is this Bloodstorm? I still can't claim it now. And it's a pity about the Divine Secret Art. Yen Di's heart was filled with questions and confusion. Unfortunately, no one answered him, and he secretly coveted the Divine Secret Art. Although he himself didn't need it, he could pass it on to his clan members. The Endless Lineage had many secret arts, but Yen Di couldn't transmit them arbitrarily. While Yen Di was lost in thought, the Divine Beast True God had already led him out of the Divine King Valley and to the edge of the Divine King Realm. "Soldier, leave on your own and return to your camp. Remember, without permission from the 4 great generals, you are not to set foot in the Divine King Realm again, or you will be killed without mercy." After speaking, the Divine Beast True God departed, and Yen Di returned to the Eastern Army camp along the same path. Less than 1,000 years had passed since Yen Di began his title mission. The soldiers of the Mang army were still away on their missions, so Yen Di enjoyed a period of leisure. Even though the title mission wasn't completed, I won't have to accept any tasks for the next 3 epochs. This is a welcome break. With nothing else to do, I'll go to the armory to exchange the treasures I obtained for military merits and have this Bloodstorm appraised. Without delay, Yen Di flew directly to the armory. With a thunderous boom, he stepped into the armory and the world shifted. He was now in another space. A golden figure appeared before Yen Di and said coldly, "Soldier Yen Di, your title mission has failed. There is no penalty. You may now exchange your treasures for military merits here. A vast array of treasures appeared before the golden figure. These were the spoils Yendi had obtained by killing his opponents in the Wuchi Tower. Especially in the third level, Yendi had acquired the treasures of 7 elite soldiers. Among them, only the Kubird was something Yendi needed. The rest would be exchanged for military merits. My lord, please appraise the value of these treasures. Yendi said respectfully to the golden figure. Beep! A golden light shot out from the void, and then the golden figure said, Soldier Yendi, your treasures include 7 top-grade True God mechanical flow treasures, 18 ordinary mechanical flow treasures, and 24 True God standard equipment. According to army regulations, these treasures can be exchanged for 8 million military merits. 8 million military merits. Yendi nodded. Not bad. It's almost exactly what I expected. A top-grade True God mechanical flow treasure was worth about 5,000,000 military merits, and an ordinary mechanical flow treasure was worth at least 1,000,000. 7 top-grade True God mechanical flow treasures equaled 5 million military merits, 18 ordinary ones roughly 8 million plus over 20 True God standard equipment. 8 million was reasonable. Very well, exchange all of these for military merits. The treasures on the ground vanished instantly, and Yendi's military merit balance soared to 7 digits. Such a military merit total was something even the Void True Gods couldn't easily produce at a moment's notice. Of course, it wasn't that the Void True Gods had fewer military merits than Yendi, but everyone used their merits to exchange for treasures to enhance their strength. Who would be foolish enough to hoard them? My lord, please appraise this treasure. Yendi respectfully held up the Bloodstorm, which looked exactly like a tank. Beep! A golden light scanned the Bloodstorm in Yendi's hand, and the golden figure spoke. It is called Bloodstorm. It is a group mechanical flow treasure personally designed by His Majesty the Divine King. Personally designed by His Majesty the Divine King. A group mechanical flow treasure. The fact that it was personally designed by the Divine King didn't catch Yendi's attention too much, but the term, group mechanical flow treasure, astonished him. A group mechanical flow treasure is a forbidden treasure of the army. I was wondering how to get my hands on one, but I never expected the reward on the 4th level to be a group mechanical flow treasure. Yendi was amazed internally. However, he didn't notice that the golden figure's voice paused slightly when mentioning Bloodstorm, as if recalling something. Oh, then my lord, how exactly can I claim the Bloodstorm? What is its power? Yendi pressed on. Hearing Yendi's question, the golden figure did not answer directly but let out a long sigh. Alas! As for the Bloodstorm, it was originally prepared by His Majesty the Divine King for the next generation of inheritors. But later His Majesty personally created the Wuchi God, and the Bloodstorm was placed in the Wuchi Tower to await its destined owner. Oh, prepared for the next generation of inheritors by the Divine King. As the saying goes, if the Divine King creates it, it must be a masterpiece. The phrase, prepared for the next generation of inheritors, greatly piqued Yendi's interest. Actually, the Bloodstorm is a true God-level mechanical flow treasure. To claim it, one must reach the true God realm. Otherwise, the purity of divine power is insufficient to complete the bonding. Oh, so that's the reason. Yendi finally understood why he couldn't claim the Bloodstorm. The divine power purity of a true god was 100 times greater than that of a law lord, so the two were incomparable. The Bloodstorm is a group mechanical flow treasure. Its advantages are high defense speed and maneuverability. It requires at least 50 true gods to operate, and can accommodate up to 5,000 true gods. Its power is divided into 3 levels: the secondary cannon, the main cannon, and the most powerful SE cannon. 50 true gods can directly power the secondary cannon, whose might rivals that of an ordinary void true god. 500 or more true gods can power the main cannon, matching the power of a high-level void true god. 5,000 true gods can directly power the SE cannon, whose might rivals that of a peak void true god. It has the power to slay ordinary void true gods. Of course, when there aren't enough personnel, divine power can be converted into cannonballs. Up to 64 main cannon shells and 8 SE cannon shells can be stored. Damn, so powerful. With this, I could directly blast the realm beasts to death. Yendi was also shocked by the might of the Bloodstorm. No wonder it's a group mechanical flow treasure. If 5,000 true gods operated, its power wouldn't be inferior to that of a void true god at the level of Wu He's father. While Yendi was still stunned, the golden figure said solemnly, Soldier Yendi, since you have obtained the Bloodstorm, it proves that you and it are fated. I hope you will not let it down. Yes. Yendi saluted the golden figure with a standard military gesture, and said loudly, Rest assured, I will not let it down. Good. The golden figure nodded and said no more. Yendi also snapped out of his shock. The Bloodstorm is indeed incredibly powerful, but it requires at least 50 true gods to operate. Where am I going to find 50 true gods? Currently, the entire human race, including the suppressed Yuanzhu, only had 3 true gods. Accumulating 50 true gods would take who knows how many eons. Also to claim the Bloodstorm I must become a true god. But I haven't broken through yet, so I can't claim it. Now improving my own strength is the key. All external objects are just aids. True power lies within oneself. Yendi understood the importance of enhancing his strength. After leaving the armory, he began to cultivate in seclusion again, hoping to break through soon. Time passed swiftly, and nearly an era slipped away as Yendi immersed himself in solitary cultivation. Luofeng hasn't emerged from the Wuchi Tower yet. It seems he is undergoing the trials of the Jin God King. During this period, the soldiers of the Mang River Army have all returned. Have they completed their missions? This era is drawing to a close, and I must obtain some supreme treasures to send back to the human race. Only in this way can we more effectively develop and strengthen our race. With my nearly 6 million military merits, I can exchange for hundreds of top-tier supreme treasures. As for mechanical-style treasures, they are too advanced for the cosmic sea, and cannot be widely distributed. This time I will exchange for many supreme treasures, and also acquire a set of mechanical-style treasures for Giant Axe Creator and Chaos City Lord. I may not care about others, but these two are the pillars of our human race. I cannot be stingy with them. And from these resources I will send 90% to the human race, leaving the remaining 10% within my Yen God clan to strengthen and develop it. Yendi silently made his plans. Given the current situation, as the human race grew and prospered, competition for internal resources would inevitably become fierce. And the Yen God clan, as a major branch of the human race, would naturally become a significant force. It was only reasonable for Yendi to make preparations for the Yen God clan in advance. Just as Yendi was about to leave his island and head to the military supply point, 3 figures flew over his island. Wu He cast a fearful glance at Yendi's island from afar and quickly departed. Humph! Wu He and his 2 recruited beast soldier recruits. This kid is doing quite well for himself now, acting as the leader. As a new recruit, and due to the relationship between Yendi and Luofeng Wu, he naturally faced rejection from the squad leader and others in the 6th squad of the Mang River Army. But this fellow was originally quite powerful, and the subsequent missions were all ordinary level for a short time. He had now recruited several new recruits as his underlings. He was actually thriving. Heh. Yendi watched Wu He depart, chuckled lightly, and shook his head before leaving. He was merely a passerby in the world of Jin. What would become of the world of Jin in the end? Yendi neither cared nor could do anything about it. Whoosh! He stepped into the military supply point where the eternally unchanging golden figure was already waiting for him. Soldier Yendi, state your request. The golden figure said coldly. I need the 2nd layer of the Divine Power Burning Secret Art. The 2nd layer of the Divine Power Burning Secret Art was useless to Yendi, but Giant Axe Creator and Chaos City Lord needed it. After all, the 1st layer had little effect on true gods and could not truly increase their power by an entire level. Beep! Soldier Yendi of the Mang River Army has the right to exchange for the 2nd layer of the Divine Power Burning Secret Art, which costs 1 million military merits. Does Soldier Yendi wish to exchange? The golden figure asked. Exchange! Yendi said with a deep breath. Although 1 million military merits was a significant burden for Yendi, it was well worth it for the sake of the human race. Beep! Exchange successful. Please check your inventory. Does Soldier Yendi have any other requests? 50 True Gods Standard Battle Armors. Beep! 50 True Gods Standard Battle Armors cost 500,000 military merits. Exchange successful. Please check. Does Soldier Yendi have any other requests? 20 True God Class Warships. Beep! Exchange successful. 30 True God Soul Treasures. Beep! Exchange successful. 30 True God Set Attack Treasures. Beep! Already. 30 Domain Treasures. Beep! Already. 30. Beep! 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 Phew! Finally done. After more than an hour of massive exchanges, Yendi was satisfied with the resources needed for the development of the human race. Treasures, secret arts, materials, and such. Yendi's military merits were spent down to only 300,000. This was deliberately left for emergencies. In the cosmic sea, the world of Jin, also known as the 4th absolute land. Outside the small universe beyond the world of Jin, hundreds of palace-type treasures of various kinds were already floating. After 2 eras of exploration of the world of Jin, the powerful beings of the cosmic sea had gained a general understanding of it. Although the world of Jin had many rules and a harsh survival code, the allure of secret arts, inheritances, treasures, and the chance to transcend reincarnation drove countless cosmic sea experts to plunge into the world of Jin without hesitation. Among these numerous palace-type treasures, all the experts kept far away from the one in the center. For that was a top-tier palace-type treasure, the Ice Cliff Fortress, once the famous treasure of the 7th true god of the I God clan, and now the possession of the cosmic sea's strongest Giant Axe Creator. Giant Axe Creator now possessed 5 supreme treasures: the Divine Power Burning Secret Art, and the guidance of ancient civilization inheritances, making his strength unfathomable. Now no one could shake his throne as the cosmic sea's strongest. Inside the Ice Cliff Fortress, Giant Axe Creator stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were more than a dozen human universe lords. After 2 eras of exploration, the human race had finally decided to send those universe lords with avatars into the world of Gene. To let them grow and prosper. A strange fluctuation gradually spread, and the cosmic membrane of the world of Gene began to turn white. After 10 years of transformation, the entire membrane finally became milky white. Boom, boom, boom. Charge. The 4th absolute land is open, everyone rush in. Ah, the world of Gene, I'm coming. Roar. The chance to transcend reincarnation, I'm coming. Countless experts from the cosmic sea driving palace-type treasures, either shouting, roaring, or silently, all rushed into the world of Gene with hope. Whoosh. Just as the cosmic sea experts flooded into the world of Gene, an ancient temple flew out from within. Yen Di. Inside the Ice Cliff Fortress, Giant Axe Creator saw the Luo River Heavenly Palace emerge from the world of Gene, and he flew out as well. Yen Di. Following Giant Axe Creator, more than a dozen human universe lords flew out and bowed to Yen Di. Yen Di nodded to the human universe lords and tossed a world ring to Giant Axe Creator. Giant Axe, this is what I obtained from the world of Gene. Let Chaos distribute these resources. Inside there are shares for you and Chaos, and I have already sent the 2nd layer of the divine power burning secret art back to the race through the virtual universe. You must have learned it by now. Giant Axe Creator took the world ring, scanned it with his consciousness, and exclaimed in shock. Yen Di. So many supreme treasures. Did you rob the world of Gene? Heh. Yen Di looked at the astonished Giant Axe and smiled without saying anything. You kid. Giant Axe Creator patted Yen Di on the shoulder, saying no more. For the sake of the human race, words were unnecessary. Although Giant Axe Creator did not speak words of gratitude, his eyes held more relief and excitement. Look, this is our human race now. Giant Axe Creator put away the resources Yen Di had given him, turned to the human universe lords and said, all of you follow Yen Di into the world of Gene. Be cautious in everything and never be careless. Understood. More than a dozen universe lords entered Yen Di's Luo River Heavenly Palace. Slowly they entered the world of Gene. Watching Yen Di depart, Giant Axe Creator murmured, the human race has risen. Our glory and radiance are now illuminating the entire original universe and even the cosmic sea. Let me use everything I have to protect this hard-won rise and glory. Giant Axe Creator's heart burned with passion. For the sake of the race, everything was worth it. Now the human race was mainly sustained by 4 pillars: Giant Axe Creator, Chaos City Lord Yen Di, and the Galactic Lord Luofeng. They were waiting for the human race to truly mature, waiting for the day the human race would dominate the cosmic sea. Yen Di led the human universe lords into the world of Gene, imparting to them the common knowledge and maps of the world. After taking them to enlist, he returned to his island for secluded cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 100 billion eras had passed since the world of Gene arrived. Many major events had occurred during these eras. First, Luofeng successfully completed the title mission and became the successor of the Gene God King. Under the will of the original universe, the 3 ancestral gods also revealed information about the Beast of Doom to the cosmic sea experts. Because Luofeng, the Galactic Lord, had successfully obtained the title, his status in the world of Gene was slightly higher than that of the 4 great generals. Moreover, the Purple Moon Holy Land set a trap to frame Luofeng, enraging him. He directly used his authority to massacre a large number of universe lords from the Purple Moon Holy Land, and its alliance causing a dramatic change in the structure of the original universe. The once powerful human race now occupied more than half of the original universe's territory. Due to the guidance of the ancient civilization inheritance from the world of Gene, and the pressure brought by the Beast of Doom, a vast number of experts emerged in the cosmic sea. Especially in the original universe, the number of the strongest had multiplied several times compared to previous cycles, and this number was still growing rapidly. As the dominant race occupying the largest territory in the original universe, the human race had an overwhelming number of experts. There were now nearly 30 of the strongest within the race, and universe lords numbered in the hundreds. The human race had become an indisputable hegemon in the cosmic sea. Because of his massacre of alien universe lords in the world of Gene, coupled with the original universe's will to create momentum, and his many achievements, the Galactic Lord Luofeng was now the undisputed strongest in the cosmic sea. Yen Di, once a fellow legendary universe lord, had fallen somewhat behind. In recent years, since he had not broken through to universe lord, and due to his agreement with the original universe, his true strength had never been fully revealed. Yen Di's reputation was far inferior to Luofeng's. The Cosmic Arc, once one of the 3 great absolute lands of the cosmic sea, was a place frequently explored by cosmic sea experts. But now, with the arrival of the world of Gene, few experts visited the Cosmic Arc anymore. One day, at the black patterned stone pillar of the Cosmic Arc, a thunderous explosion erupted, and a figure towering 1 billion kilometers burst out, laughing loudly, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. My Gene level has finally reached 90,000 times, 90,000 times. A 90,000-fold Gene level. After such arduous efforts, Yen Di have finally achieved a breakthrough to 90,000-fold Gene level. At this moment, Yen Di's heart was filled with immense joy and excitement. The sense of accomplishment within him was utterly indescribable in words. Achieving a 90,000-fold gene level is an extremely difficult feat even on the origin continent. It is worth noting that among the hundreds of king-level inheritors of the Duandonghe lineage, only 2 powerhouses have reached the 90,000-fold gene level. Even for the immensely powerful endless lineage among the thousands of king-level inheritors throughout the ages, only a mere few dozen have attained the 90,000-fold gene level. Having created 5 8th-rank secret arts broken through to 90,000-fold gene level, and touched the threshold of will sanctification, my achievements are among the foremost of all king-level inheritors in history. Except for the legendary Endless Divine King, I Yen Di am not inferior to anyone. Yen Di clenched his fists, his heart trembling with excitement. The foundational inheritance of the endless lineage is 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than that of the Duandonghe lineage. Its exposition and application of the 10 fundamental laws are immensely powerful and abundant. Under such a rich inheritance, Yen Di created 5 8th-rank secret arts, while still a universe master. Such an achievement is a rarity even in the origin continent, unseen in a million cycles. As for creating a top-tier 8th-rank secret art, despite all his efforts, Yen Di never succeeded. Yen Di's will after that epiphany and sublimation in the tomb, coupled with the tempering within the inheritance space over 100 billion eras, finally touched the threshold of will sanctification. But how to truly become a saint? How to break through? Yen Di currently had no method. Given his accumulation as a universe master, even among the king-level inheritors of the endless lineage, he should have already broken through to true God. Yet Yen Di did not do so. He gave up the superior conditions and time acceleration within the inheritance space. Once Yen Di left the inheritance space, he could never enter again. All for the sake of breaking through the gene level to the legendary 100,000-fold. To achieve the 100,000-fold perfect life level, one must obtain a drop of the blood of a realm beast to truly understand the positive and negative sides of life. One yin and one yang embracing yin and yang. The union of yin and yang achieving the true perfect body. And the realm beast is still in the dim place, not yet born. To obtain a drop of the realm beast's blood, one must go to the nest of the realm beast. The dim place. With my current strength charging into the dim place, as long as I am not surrounded by a large number of realm beasts, I should face no major crisis. Yen Di silently calculated in his heart. The realm beast's blood was not easy to seize, especially rushing into the nest of the realm beasts. That was a near certain death. My gene level has now broken through 90,000-fold. In theory, my divine body height should be a full 12 light years, but because I do not have that much divine power, even if I transfer all the divine power from my bloodvine clone to my main body, my divine body would still be less than 1 light year. And only by restoring the divine body to its optimal state would charging into the dim place be more assured. After all, Yen Di's will had reached the limit of an eternal true God, and he possessed many treasures, so he was not afraid of the soul attacks of realm beasts. Only material attacks made him extremely wary, especially when surrounded by a swarm of realm beasts. Now Yen Di had 2 choices. First, directly use the divine power recovery treasures prepared for him by the endless lineage, which would naturally restore him to optimal condition. But Yen Di was somewhat reluctant to use these treasures. Second, he could absorb the energy of the primal universe through his divine kingdom, recovering slowly. However, once the gene level broke through 90,000-fold, the primal universe would cut off its supply, for the energy of the primal universe was also limited. Could not supply indefinitely. Fortunately, I have the innate secret art, devouring, of my bloodvine clone. I will take the bloodvine clone to the cosmic sea, and as it slowly devours the chaotic chi, my divine body can also recover. Yen Di felt somewhat fortunate. Having the innate secret art, devouring, had saved him a great deal of divine power. Alright, now return to the primal universe and bring back the bloodvine clone. Whoosh! Yen Di instantly began to move at tremendous speed, teleporting toward the primal universe. Over the years, it had always been Yen Di's avatar that served in the army, but since his service time had expired, and he had not broken through to true God, he naturally retired. Of course, when a powerhouse of the cosmic sea retired, he would definitely return directly to the cosmic sea. After retiring, Yen Di's avatar had been staying in the primal universe, and had taken on several exceptionally talented disciples. Among his disciples, such as Zhahang and Tianxing Venerable, had all broken through to Universe Master. Yen Di's son Chaoyang, also known as the Lord of Slaughter, had even broken through to True God, and was the first executor of the Yen God clan. The Yen God clan now had as many as 13 Universe Masters, becoming another major force within the human race. This time Yen Di decided to reunite with his avatar, entrust the Luaha Heavenly Palace and some other treasures to his main body, and let the main body prepare to venture into the dim place to seize the realm beast's blood. In the Yen God mystic realm within the Yen God Grand Hall, Yen Di sat high upon the enormous black throne, exuding an aura of dominance, fierceness, and indomitable spirit. Just this terrifying aura from Yen Di alone was enough to shatter the souls and destroy the consciousness of universe venerables. Has the main body already returned? Whoosh! A crimson figure silently entered the Yen God Hall. Yen Di's avatar turned into a stream of light and merged into his main body. Boom! Yen Di turned around and sat on the tall black throne, gently stroking the black throne, with both hands letting out a sigh. Ha! How many years? How many years? Yen Di have finally returned. Yen Di's crimson eyes suddenly snapped open, a terrifying light shooting from his gaze, seeming to pierce through the Yen God Hall, and cast his sight over the entire Yen God mystic realm. In an instant a voice resounded in the ears of all universe masters in the Yen God mystic realm. All of you come to the hall. The secluded Lord of Slaughter, true God, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. 500 billion eras and the Father God has finally summoned us. Is something major happening? Whoosh, 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 quick, it's the Patriarch. What? Father summons us. It's the Master summoning us. One after another figures of the Yen God clan with powerful auras shot into the sky, swiftly moving toward the Yen God Grand Hall. The Lord of Slaughter, True God, War God, Jiaheng, Overlord, Sky Rending Lord, 7 Kills Lord, Greedy Wolf Lord, and Gale Lord. Nearly 10 universe masters instantly filled the entire Yen God Grand Hall. They respectfully bowed to Yen Di. Patriarch. All of you sit. Yen Di waved his hand. Yes. The various universe masters sat down according to their strength and status. The Lord of Slaughter, True God, and Gale Lord sat on either side of Yen Di, while the other universe masters sat below. Looking at the dozen universe masters below, and the Lord of Slaughter, True God, Yen Di frowned as if something displeased him. Has the flaw of the Yen God clan finally manifested? Seeing Yen Di's furrowed brow, the experts of the Yen God clan all felt their hearts tighten. They did not know what was wrong with Yen Di. The atmosphere in the Yen God Grand Hall instantly became tense. The Yen God clan appeared to have 12 universe masters, excluding the Lord of Slaughter, True God. Strictly speaking, he was not a member of the Yen God clan, as he was a life created by Yen Di. Even those at the universe master limit with secret art attainment reaching the 5th order limit level were only 2 Gale Lord and War God Jiaheng. The other universe master's secret art attainment was not even at the 5th order. Has the difference in soul nature and comprehension finally manifested? With such poor comprehension, how could they perceive the laws and break through to become true God? This was unavoidable. The Yen God clan was originally guided by the seated mountain guest to follow the divine body path. Making them comprehend the laws, let alone walk their own path, was simply too difficult for them. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the Yen God Grand Hall, Yen Di's face grew even darker. He lowered his voice and said, "Your performance is very poor, extremely poor. It disappoints me greatly. Not even a single true God. How can I, the Yen God clan, hold our heads high among the human race?" Yen Di's words echoed in the hall, and all the universe masters of the Yen God clan were filled with shame. They dared not say a word, for they knew Yen Di spoke the truth. Look at the Earth lineage, True God Hong and the Cosmic Sea's strongest Luofeng. Clearly outshone the Yen God clan. Seeing the state of these universe masters, Yen Di pretended to be angry and said coldly, "Look at you. So pathetic. What do you all think you look like?" Jiaheng was about to speak, but seeing Yen Di's fury, he dared not say a word. Although Yen Di had not made a move for nearly 100 billion eras, considering his battle record against the first true lord back then. Even in the entire Cosmic Sea today, few universe masters could match him. Thus Yen Di's authority within the Yen God clan had not diminished despite their increased strength. At this moment they all hung their heads in silence, not daring to speak. Seeing the experts of the Yen God clan like this, Yen Di knew in his heart that it was enough. Ahem. He coughed twice, drawing the attention of the universe masters below, and then said slowly, "Our Yen God lineage has a special physique. We are born warriors. We are very skilled in the melee path. But our comprehension is extremely poor, far inferior to the Earth lineage, which is why you find it difficult to find your own path on the road to becoming true God." But Yen Di's "but" attracted everyone's gaze. The universe masters of the Yen God clan looked at Yen Di with longing eyes. They hoped their patriarch would bring them a miracle. Seeing that the experts of the Yen God clan were listening intently, Yen Di nodded and continued, "But heaven is fair. Since it is difficult for us to become true gods through the law path, then we should take the divine power path, which suits us better, and break the law with force. As long as the gene level breaks the shackles of perfect genes, one can naturally become a true god. Walk the divine power path. Break the law with force. Break the shackles of the perfect gene level." The universe masters of the Yen God clan looked at Yen Di in confusion. They knew of the divine power path, but it was notoriously difficult. Among the hundreds of human universe masters apart from the Galaxy Lord Luofeng, no one had heard of anyone breaking through the shackles of the perfect gene level. Yen Di looked at the perplexed crowd, smiled mysteriously, and tossed the inheritance crystal to Gale Lord. "Take a careful look. Remember, do not spread it outside." Having said that, Yen Di left the Yen God Grand Hall, but the universe masters of the Yen God clan were completely stirred, for within that inheritance crystal was the life gene analysis diagram, extremely precious even in the origin continent. With this life gene analysis diagram, the number of true gods in the Yen God clan would multiply. The seated mountain guest had given the life gene analysis diagram to Yen Di long ago. Unfortunately, due to Yen Di's low life level, he could not manifest it. Now that Yen Di's gene level had broken through 90,000-fold, he had finally materialized the life gene analysis diagram from the perfect level to 30,000-fold. With this life gene analysis diagram, the Yen God clan would develop rapidly. Having settled the affairs of the Yen God clan, Yen Di's avatar took charge of the Yen God mystic realm. His main body took the Bloodvine clone to the cosmic sea to restore his divine body. After nearly 100 million eras of recovery, Yen Di's divine body was finally restored to its optimal state. This time the Flame Emperor proceeded to the dim land in his true form alone, without bringing his Bloodthirsty Vine clone or his avatars. The treasures he carried included the Venomous Serpent Spear, the Luaha Heavenly Palace, the Tianxing Demon-Repelling Armor, the Primordial Soul, the Chin Bird, and the Binding Supreme True God-Tier Mechanical Stream Treasure Myriad Silk, as well as the Domain-class Dark Spacetime. The Flame Emperor's material attack now reached the pinnacle of the 12th tier. With the defensive power of the Tianxing Demon-Repelling Armor in its explosive mode, even an ordinary Void True God would find it difficult to break through. Coupled with his close combat techniques, binding abilities, escape methods, and many other means, the Flame Emperor's comprehensive strength rivaled that of the 8 supreme overlords of the cosmic sea. Of course, if he employed the will-impaling secret technique, endless, as long as the target's will had not reached the level of an eternal true god, even a void true god would have no means of resistance before the Flame Emperor. Whoosh! The Flame Emperor teleported and flew across the vast cosmic sea, speeding toward the dark core region of the Qingfeng realm, the dim land. Thanks to his extensive map of the core region of the Qingfeng realm, the Flame Emperor spent only a few decades to reach the myriad layers of water waves not far from the dim land. Along the way he encountered many dangerous places, but with his formidable strength and numerous treasures, he handled them with ease. Gazing at the crashing myriad layers of water waves, the Flame Emperor knew the dim land was near. The Flame Emperor slowly advanced toward the other side of the myriad layers of water waves. 3 months later he finally reached the end. Is that boundless void of darkness ahead, the dim land? The Flame Emperor muttered silently as he gazed at the endless dark expanse. The dim land was a notorious and terrifying danger zone of the Qingfeng realm, where even the strongest could become trapped. Usually only universe masters with clones dared to venture in. Let's go in. I hope I won't be besieged by a horde of void beasts or encounter a powerful one. The Flame Emperor silently prayed for a moment, then plunged without hesitation into the dim land. According to the original story, after 16,000 billion epochs, the most powerful void beast Beatty would only reach the 3rd tier pinnacle. Under normal circumstances, 3rd tier void beasts were slightly weaker in overall strength than the 8 supreme overlords of the cosmic sea. Now 10,000 billion epochs earlier, in theory, no 3rd tier void beast beyond the ordinary level should exist, and the Flame Emperor's strength was slightly above that of a 3rd tier void beast. It all depended on the Flame Emperor's luck. At the entrance to the dim land, a massive monstrous beast lurked. The beast had 2 hideous heads, and its entire body was covered in black scales. Each of the 2 ugly heads bore a single black horn, and its bloodthirsty eyes gleamed with madness and a solitary murderous glare. Its entire body exuded an aura of extreme evil. The grotesque monster fixed its gaze on the entrance of the dim land, muttering to itself, "Roar. Those 2 fools Beatty and Maluosa still think they will become the final king and keep fighting each other. But they are only at the 2nd tier pinnacle, while my strength has already broken through to the 2nd tier and become the only 3rd tier void beast. I am already the most powerful void beast. Yet those fools still don't know my true strength. Those idiots only know to kill their own kind to increase power, but they have no idea. The insignificant ants of the cosmic sea are also incredibly delicious prey. Not only are they weak and tasty, but they also greatly accelerate our growth. As long as I guard this entrance to the dim land and quietly devour the ants that enter, one day I will become the most powerful void beast and finally the ultimate king." Void beasts. Even in the origin continent, they were a terrifying calamity born of destiny, the root of destruction. They were naturally opposed to the primal universe. Even the primal universe could only passively endure them. Under normal circumstances, void beasts were all proud and insane. But this void beast Moh was an anomaly. Born with a cunning low-key nature. He knew how to conceal himself. Even though he was now the most powerful void beast, he never showed off because he understood that the prominent bird gets shot first. After the cosmic sea powerhouses learned of the void beasts, they had sent universe masters with energy-based life clones to investigate the situation inside. Moh by chance discovered that the entrance to the dim land would occasionally bring in delicious prey that could enhance his strength, so he had been lying in ambush there ever since. While Moh was lying in wait, an ancient palace slowly drifted into the dim land. Prey. The void beast Moh stared fixedly at the ancient palace, shaking his 2 ugly heads in annoyance. Damn it! This prey is hiding inside a palace-class treasure, making it hard for me to achieve a one-hit kill. Through his servants Star Lord Howley and others, Moh was quite familiar with the affairs of the cosmic sea. He knew that palace-class treasures had extremely strong defenses, and the supreme palace-class treasures were even more formidable. Even a 3rd tier void beast's full power attack could not break the defense of a supreme palace-class treasure. Wait, I must wait. Wait for the moment this prey emerges, then I'll strike with all my power and kill it in one blow. Moh crouched behind a large stone not far from the palace-class treasure, concealing his aura like a coiled tiger waiting for a sheep to approach. Is this the interior of the dim land? It's pitch black, I can't see anything clearly. Inside the Luaha Heavenly Palace, the Flame Emperor frowned as he looked at the dark surroundings and muttered to himself. I'll have to go out and use a domain-class treasure to explore. The Flame Emperor flew out of the Luaha Heavenly Palace, stowed it inside his body, and took out a black pearl. This treasure was the supreme true god-tier domain-class mechanical stream treasure dark spacetime. The Flame Emperor poured his divine power into dark spacetime. After 2 conversions by the internal energy conversion system, it drove the complex runes on the surface of dark spacetime, instantly forming a special domain with a diameter of 10 light-years around him. Within this domain, the strongest below the 10th tier would find it difficult to move, while weaker universe masters without supreme treasure armor would be directly annihilated. The moment the Flame Emperor stepped out of the Luaha Heavenly Palace, Moh launched his attack. Blood-burning art. The horns on Moh's 2 heads began to spin wildly, and his body emitted a red, intensely evil aura. Boom! Moh charged straight at the Flame Emperor at 1,000,000 times the speed of light. Years of experience told him that prey, coming to the dim land, were immune to soul attacks, so he used his strongest material attack from the start. Though it was called a material attack, void beasts below the 5th tier had no real attack skills. They didn't study profound techniques either, so their material attacks were often crude, ramming, lacking any finesse. But one must never underestimate void beasts. They were inherently noble beings. Every move they made contained supreme mysteries. His casual charge already possessed power comparable to the limit of a true god's attack. Now, with his innate secret technique, blood-burning art, and a full power strike, the force reached the 12th tier pinnacle, rivaling the weakest void true god. Ah! What's that? After expanding the dark spacetime domain, the Flame Emperor detected Moh charging at him with terrifying speed. But it was already too late, or the Flame Emperor could not make any defensive move. Boom! The 2 sharp horns of the void beast Moh slammed violently into the Flame Emperor's divine body. The Flame Emperor's divine body was sent flying like a cannonball, the speed of his backward flight reaching tens of millions of times the speed of light. Roar! The void beast Moh let out a delighted cry. Roar! 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 I didn't expect this prey to be so careless. I got a sneak attack in. Roar! But I mustn't be careless. Let me check if this prey is dead. I hope it's not dead. Otherwise it won't taste good. If it's a universe master, there would be nothing left. The void beast Moh cautiously crawled toward the direction where the Flame Emperor had been sent flying. Although his sneak attack had given him the upper hand, his cautious nature kept him from getting overconfident. Just as Moh was slowly crawling toward the Flame Emperor, a figure appeared before him. The figure looked at Moh coldly. So you are a void beast, and a proud void beast resorts to sneak attacks. As he spoke, he patted his chest and continued, Your attack is quite formidable. I was careless and your ambush almost injured me. You? Moh stared at the figure in fear, his legs moving slightly backward, ready to flee. But he asked, Who exactly are you? My full power attack had no effect on you. Are you the legendary strongest of the cosmic sea, the galaxy lord? Heh! Hearing the void beast's question, the Flame Emperor laughed. With the disguise of the inheritance secret technique, stealing heaven and replacing sun, from the endless lineage, even a void beast can't recognize me. Stealing heaven and replacing sun was a God King level secret technique created by a great God King of the endless lineage capable of altering one's aura and appearance. It was particularly suited for disguise. Seeing the Flame Emperor suddenly chuckle, the void beast Moh thought he was about to attack. Flee! Flee quickly! This nameless powerhouse is too terrifying. Under my full force strike, I didn't sense even a billionth of his divine body being damaged. This means his strength far exceeds mine. I must escape. Terrified by the Flame Emperor's unfathomable power, Moh turned and ran. Moh knew very well what pride of a void beast. If I die, there's nothing left. I'll run as soon as I can without hesitation. In truth, the Flame Emperor was powerful, but not to the extent Moh imagined. The Flame Emperor's Tianqing demon-repelling armor reduced Moh's attack to 1/1,000,000th of its original force. However, even that millionth of Moh's attack power could still damage an ordinary true god's divine body. But the Flame Emperor was different. His divine body's base defense was 9 times stronger than that of an ordinary universe master. Due to his 90,000-fold gene level, his divine body was 9 times more resilient. More importantly, the Flame Emperor's divine body was 12 light-years in height. How could Moh's attack possibly damage it? The impact force was instantly dissipated by the Flame Emperor's immense divine body. Watching the fleeing void beast Moh, the Flame Emperor sneered coldly. Humph! Do you think you can escape? Boom! The Flame Emperor watched the fleeing Moh as his divine body began to seethe as if about to self-destruct. A blood-red mist enveloped the Flame Emperor, making him appear like a bloodthirsty demon from afar. Crackle crackle. The Flame Emperor's divine body swelled incessantly, the blood-red mist completely shrouding him. Wherever the mist passed, the highly condensed space of this dim realm shattered into fragments. Finally, when the Flame Emperor's divine body grew to a height of 5 light-years, it ceased expanding. Enveloped in the blood-red mist, the space spanning dozens of light-years around him shattered like broken glass. The Flame Emperor now resembled a demon emerging from hell, bringing endless slaughter and destruction to the world. Is this the power brought by the 4th volume of the Meteor Secret Art? The Flame Emperor clenched his fists, feeling that with a single grab, he could crush an actual god. The 4th volume of the Meteor Secret Art could only be cultivated by a universe master, whose gene level reached 90000 times. Otherwise, the divine body would be too weak and explode instantly. But the amplification granted by the 4th volume of the Meteor Secret Art was terrifyingly formidable. The Flame Emperor's abilities in all aspects were now greatly enhanced. His divine body strength rivaled that of a void true god. The defensive power of his illusory divine force could ignore the soul attacks of the world beast, and more importantly, he could break the speed limit of 100 times the speed of light per second imposed on universe masters through sheer force. You cannot escape. Boom, boom, boom. The Flame Emperor began to run. With every step, the space beneath his feet shattered into vast patches like broken mirrors scattered across the ground. His speed reached a terrifying millions of light-years, instantly catching up to the fleeing world beast Mo. Die! Boom! The Flame Emperor threw a punch. As his arm and fist extended, they merged with the Venom Serpent spear, transforming into a massive cone. Cone of Annihilation. At this moment, the Flame Emperor's divine body stood 5 light-years tall, while the cone formed by his arm and the Venom Serpent spear measured nearly 3 light-years in length. Thus, as it struck toward the world beast Mo, the proportion was like thrusting a giant spear at an ant. Roar! 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 The world beast Mo gazed at the cone of annihilation hurtling toward him. He roared in fury. Swoosh! The world beast Mo instantly split into 99 identical figures, fleeing in all directions. Humph! I knew you would use this trick. The Flame Emperor had long known that the world beast's technique of body division was extremely formidable. If any one of the 99 clones escaped, he would not die. Thus the Flame Emperor deliberately enlarged his divine body, extending his attack range to cover several light-years, striking all of the world beast's clones. Bang! All 99 clones of the world beast Mo were struck by the Flame Emperor's cone of annihilation, slammed heavily into the ground. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, sweeping across thousands of light-years. Oh! Still alive! The Flame Emperor raised his hand, looking at the world beast he had smashed into a pulp. Though Mo was reduced to a mess, he was not dead. Flee! The Flame Emperor raised his hand. The world beast Mo split into 99 clones again, then activated the blood-burning technique to escape. This unknown powerhouse is too terrifying. I'd better flee quickly or I'll truly die. The Flame Emperor had instilled immense fear in the world beast Mo. His terrifying attack power, inhuman speed, and seemingly invincible defense left Mo devoid of any will to fight, only the desire to flee. Flee! You'd better stay right here. 10,000 silken threads. Darkness domain. Seeing the world beast trying to escape, the Flame Emperor directly activated 10,000 silken threads and the darkness domain. Instantly, a radius of dozens of light-years was shrouded in an eerie darkness, making the already deep, dim realm even more unfathomable and sinister. The fleeing world beast Mo also sensed the anomaly, but he did not stop to investigate. Instead, he fled even more desperately. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, countless black threads began to entangle the fleeing clones of the world beast like voracious vines, terrifying and tenacious. Roar! What the hell is this? The world beast Mo was startled by these threads, and tried desperately to break free from their entanglement. But to no avail. Humph! Can't escape, can you? The Flame Emperor looked coldly at the struggling world beast. The world beasts were naturally fierce and powerful beings. Using brute force to trap them was often difficult. Yet by employing gentle methods that used softness to overcome hardness, the world beast found it even harder to break free. Bang! 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 Seeing that none of his 99 clones could escape, the world beast Mo recalled them, concentrating all his power into one. Roar! Both of the world beast Mo's horns blazed with red light again, clearly activating his blood-burning technique. Roar! 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 After using the blood-burning technique, the world beast Mo's power surged several levels. His 4 hooves began to thrash, trying to break free from the Flame Emperor's restraint. 10,000 entangling threads. The Flame Emperor roared, increasing his divine power output. The power of the darkness domain and 10,000 silken threads instantly soared. The countless black threads of 10,000 silken threads enveloped the world beast Mo layer by layer, forming a large black cocoon. Roar! Lowly creature of the cosmic sea, quickly release the great world beast. The world beast Mo was completely suppressed by the Flame Emperor's 10,000 silken threads. The black cocoon binding him was impossible for Mo to break free from unless he was willing to pay a tremendous price. Burning the realm within his body. Only then could he escape. Humph! Looking at the world beast wrapped like a dumpling, the Flame Emperor snorted coldly. A lowly creature of the cosmic sea. Then today you will be killed by that lowly creature. Boom! The Flame Emperor directly activated the Luaha Celestial Palace. The palace expanded in the air to a size of 1 light-year, then tilted to suck in the world beast Moh, who was wrapped like a dumpling. Since the world beast Moh was suppressed, he had no power to resist, and was about to be sucked into the Luaha Celestial Palace. No! No! I cannot be sucked in. Once inside I will never escape, and I will never become the ultimate king. No! No! Moh will surely become the ultimate king. I will! The world beast Moh began to struggle desperately, but the 10,000 entangling threads were tailor-made by the Flame Emperor to trap the world beast. How could they allow him to escape so easily? Humph! Just wait to be captured or burn the realm within your body to escape. The Flame Emperor sneered at the struggling world beast. The Flame Emperor had an extremely thorough understanding of the world beast's nature and abilities, and he had spent billions of eras planning this operation. With all preparations, how could he fail? Every world beast is extremely proud, and they are hostile toward each other. They rarely join forces to fight. When suddenly encountering a powerful being from the cosmic sea, they will not summon their companions. Instead they will fight alone, and I will erupt suddenly to capture a world beast. By then it will be too late for him to summon his companions. The only way out is to burn the realm within his body, but I have long prepared a countermeasure for that. I not only want a drop of world beast blood, I also want to capture a world beast and attempt to enslave it. The Flame Emperor's ambition was also great. If he could enslave a world beast, he might control a world beast king, and then establishing a powerful kingdom in the origin continent would be an easy task. Though it is said that the world beasts are destined for Luofeng, facing such an opportunity, how could I, the Flame Emperor, not contend? Have you not seen the price paid by Lord Wu and Zuoshanke for trying to enslave world beasts? And now that the Flame Emperor had such a chance and possibility, why would he not try? Seeing that he was about to be completely suppressed by the Flame Emperor, the world beast Moh panicked and suddenly begged, "Oh mighty one, release me. If you release me, I swear I will never harm the mighty beings of the cosmic sea. I swear." Humph! The Flame Emperor snorted coldly, disdainfully. Can the words of a world beast be trusted? Even if they could, can you represent all world beasts? Yes, I can. I swear by the dignity of our world beast race that if I become the ultimate king, I will never harm the mighty beings of your cosmic sea. From within the black cocoon came the solemn oath of the world beast Moh, as if it were genuine and heartfelt. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The Flame Emperor suddenly laughed. Become the ultimate king and not harm the mighty beings of our cosmic sea. Can you even become the ultimate king? Even if you become the ultimate king, what oath can bind you? And world beast, stop stalling. You have no chance to wait for your companions to save you. The suction force of the Luaha Celestial Palace suddenly increased. The black cocoon formed by the 10,000 entangling threads drew closer and closer to the palace, on the verge of being sucked in. Go in obediently. Stop resisting. All your efforts are futile. Damn it! Damn it! This infuriating creature is utterly impervious to reason. I cannot shake his will at all. The world beast Moh was also extremely anxious, but he had no way to deal with the Flame Emperor. Though I have sent out the message, how many world beasts will come to save me? And even if they come, I will probably be sealed by this detestable creature. Must I really burn my realm? Once I burn my realm, my hard-earned third-order world beast form will instantly regress to second order, and I will never have a chance to become king. What should I do? The world beast Moh found himself in a dilemma. If sealed by the Flame Emperor, he would never rise again. If he burned his realm, he could escape, but his strength would plummet and the chance of becoming king would be almost zero. Heh! Seems this world beast is hesitating. Judging by his strength, he only recently became a third-order world beast. Once he burns his realm, his power will surely drop to second-order early stage, or even first-order peak. The Flame Emperor looked at the world beast, which was about to be sealed yet still undecided. To have become a third-order world beast at this stage, you must be extraordinary, but in the end you will be sealed by me forever. The Flame Emperor chuckled as he watched the hesitant world beast waiting for its decision. Will you be sealed by me, or give up your chance to become king and live on in disgrace? Noble world beast, make your choice. But no matter what you choose, the outcome is already decided. Roar! Damn it! You despicable cosmic sea creature, release the great realm beast at once, or you will regret it, you will regret it. Inside the enormous black cocoon, the realm beast Mo, he struggled and roared furiously. Coming to beg me, deceive me, even threaten me time and again. It seems your desire to become king is so great that you are willing to lose your life. Since that is the case, be sealed by me forever. Boom! The volume of the Luaha Heavenly Palace suddenly expanded to 10 light-years, and its terrifying suction instantly turned the surrounding space of dozens of years into a void. The trapped realm beast Mo, he was slowly pulled into the Luoha Heavenly Palace. No! Mo, he let out an agonized howl, its voice filled with boundless resentment towards Yendi. I truly do not want to do this. Truly do not. But I have no choice. Today I will burn the realm within me, unleash the realm light domain and successfully escape. As long as my strength remains at the second stage, I still have a chance to become the ultimate king. Even if it is but a sliver. Roar. Unknown strong one, I have remembered you. I have remembered you. Even if I do not know who you are a strong one of the cosmic sea. Should I ever have the chance, I will destroy the entire cosmic sea to avenge today's grievance. Inside the black cocoon, the realm beast Mo, he roared with full of resentment. It truly hated this unknown strong one to the bone, for it was this unknown strong one who had cut off its chance to become the ultimate king. Burn, burn, burn for me. The realm beast Mo, he roared in fury, its two ugly heads showing agonized expressions. The realm within a realm beast is the foundation of its existence, akin to the true god's heart of a true god. Once the realm is damaged, the beast's power greatly diminishes or even leads to death. As the realm beast Mo, he crazily began to burn its realm, the black cocoon seemed unable to contain it any longer. A peculiar domain radiated from the periphery of its body, directly and absolutely controlling that region of spacetime. Oh! Finally willing to burn the realm. Yendi watched the realm beast Mo, he gradually breaking free from the myriad of binding threads. By burning the realm within, it gains absolute control over that region of spacetime comparable to a void true god's void instantiation. It can even employ such a supreme escape technique as the realm light passage. Heh! The abilities of this realm beast are truly remarkable. It is only at the third stage now. Without any attack secret arts. Once its strength reaches the fifth stage, its offensive power will rival that of a peak void true god. The realm beast race truly deserves to be in existence on par with the Primal Universe. A heaven-defying race. Yendi looked at the realm beast Mo, he which was about to break free from his restraint, and praised with a smile. But suddenly Yendi's expression turned wild and stubborn. But you are an existence that destroys everything in existence that should not exist. Your existence has already threatened me, my race, the human race, and the entire cosmic sea. So, you must die. You must disappear forever. Boom, boom, boom. As Yendi's voice fell, the Luoha Heavenly Palace underwent a tremendous transformation. The Luoha Heavenly Palace ceased to devour the realm beast, instead shrinking to a height of several billion kilometers, then ruthlessly suppressed the realm beast Mo's head. The moment it was suppressed by the Luoha Heavenly Palace, the realm beast Mo, he lost control of that spacetime region again, unable to escape. Another function of the Luoha Heavenly Palace imprisonment is truly formidable. It instantly rendered the realm beast immobile. Yendi looked at the realm beast Mo, he now firmly suppressed, and praised with satisfaction. No! How can this be? How can this be? I am suppressed again. One of the realm beast Mo, his heads, had already broken free from the myriad of binding threads. On that ugly head, a sinister single eye glared fiercely at Yendi. It is you. Again, you unknown strong one. You have infuriated me to the core. I will remember this grudge. One day I will annihilate all the myriad races of the cosmic sea. The single eye of the realm beast Mo, he was filled with resentment, a hatred so deep that even the waters of the 9 heavens could not wash it away. Roar! Burn completely! Burn completely! My last hope of becoming king has been cut off. But I will do my utmost to take revenge on the entire cosmic sea. I will! I will! The realm beast Mo, he roared with resentment, burning the realm within it with all its might. The consequence was that its strength receded to the first stage, returning to its nascent state. Before the realm beast Mo, his eyes appeared a 7-colored cosmic passage. The space around this passage was absolutely controlled by Mo, and even Yendi could not interfere in the slightest. Roar! The realm beast Mo, he emerged from the binding of the myriad threads. Its 2 ugly heads with 2 evil frenzied single eyes glared fiercely at Yendi, as if to imprint him forever in its memory. Unknown strong one, I the realm beast Mo, he have remembered you. The next time we meet I will surely kill you. Then I will destroy all the myriad races of the cosmic sea. So saying, the realm beast Mo, he stepped into the 7-colored realm light passage, ready to depart. This passage was the result of a tremendous sacrifice on Mo, his part, even though its strength had now receded to the first stage. But in this brief moment it was the master of this space, and even the primal universe yielded. Watching the realm beast Mo, he filled with resentment and unwillingness, about to leave, Yendi sneered. Realm beast Mo, he. Unexpectedly, it is you. An anomaly among the realm beasts, and I have encountered you. But I have labored so long waiting for this moment. How could I let you escape? The realm light passage began to collapse. Just as the realm beast Mo, he was about to depart, Yendi suddenly shrank his divine body to a height of only 1,000,000 kilometers. Yendi closed his eyes, tightly spread his arms, as if embracing the stars, and his entire being exuded a serene, peaceful aura. At this moment even the dim land, perpetually shrouded in boundless darkness, became less gloomy and sinister due to the serene and peaceful aura emanating from Yendi. Even the fleeing realm beast Mo, he could not help but turn back to glance at Yendi. What is he trying to do? The question involuntarily arose in Mo's mind. Suddenly behind Yendi, a transparent great blade of 500,000 kilometers in length appeared. This blade grew increasingly solid, and the aura it emitted became more and more terrifying. Finally the blade became almost tangible, as if it truly existed behind Yendi. When the blade was almost materialized, Yendi's tightly shut eyes snapped open. He looked at the realm beast Mo, he which was about to escape, with a cold, emotionless gaze. At this moment Yendi was like the divine king of the 9 heavens, lofty and aloof. He opened his mouth and softly uttered a few words, as if pronouncing a judgment. Endless. Void. Slash. Just as the realm beast Mo, he was about to flee, the transparent great blade behind Yendi slashed fiercely towards it. Ah! The transparent great blade transcended the limits of time, ignored material obstacles, and slashed fiercely into the will of the realm beast Mo. The realm beast Mo, he let out a scream and then fell into endless unconsciousness. Bang! The realm light passage lost its function and Mo, his body crashed to the ground motionless as if dead. Huff! 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 Looking at the unconscious realm beast Mo, Yendi suddenly began to breathe heavily, as if he had expended a great deal of energy. Huff! This endless void slash is indeed beyond my current ability to use smoothly. I fear I have not even unleashed 1/10,000th of its original might. Yet even so it has plunged a realm beast whose willpower rivals that of an eternal true god into unconsciousness. But the consequence is that my own willpower has been severely drained and I feel extreme fatigue. Yendi rested for a few seconds, then quickly used the Luaha Heavenly Palace to suppress the unconscious realm beast Mohi, and left the dim land. Roar! 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 About a minute after Yendi had left the dim land, dozens of realm beasts roared. As they arrived at the place where Yendi had fought Mohi, the weakest among these realm beasts were at the second stage. Although Yendi was not afraid of second stage realm beasts, facing so many of them would give even him a headache. Roar! Where is that fool Mohi? Roar! Could he have been killed by those despicable cosmic sea creatures? Roar! Foolish! Even if Mohi is weak, how could a great realm beast be killed by lowly cosmic sea creatures? He must have caught those insignificant ants and is enjoying the feast alone. Roar! Yes, that cunning Mohi is definitely feasting alone. The realm beasts discussed with roars, seemingly extremely indignant that Mohi was enjoying the feast alone. But little did they know that the Mohi they spoke of had already been captured by Yendi. At the peak of the Qingfeng Peak, a perilous region known as the 10,000 Weightwaters. At that moment an ancient hall was stationed there. Inside, Yendi, clad in dark battle armor with a crimson horn on his head, was sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. After a full 10 days, Yendi finally opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Huff! The aftereffects of using the Endless Void Slash have finally cleared. The Endless Void Slash was a killing move of the supreme secret art Endless of the Endless lineage. This move required the user's willpower to be sanctified to be used. But because Yendi's willpower had touched upon sanctification, he barely managed to execute it. It was said that when a practitioner with sanctified willpower executed this move, it could damage the will of an opponent of the same level or even plunge them into unconsciousness. This time Yendi's goal was to capture a realm beast. Realm beasts were naturally endowed with extremely powerful willpower. Even a first-stage realm beast had a willpower at the peak level of a void true god. Yendi had originally planned to catch a weak realm beast, but who knew that upon entering the dim land he would encounter the realm beast Mohi, who had just broken through to the third stage. Helpless Yendi employed various means to force Mohi to burn its realm, causing its strength to plummet and its willpower to be damaged. Under these circumstances, Yendi paid a certain price to knock Mohi unconscious and capture it. Why did Yendi insist on reducing Mohi's strength? First, a weaker realm beast is easier to enslave through soul techniques. Second, rendering the realm beast unconscious prevents it from leaking information about Yendi. Otherwise, once information about Yendi leaked, who knew what crazy things these frenzied realm beasts might do? Boom! 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 Inside the Luaha Heavenly Palace, Yendi strode step by step toward the unconscious realm beast Mohi. As expected of a realm beast, even in unconsciousness, his entire body still emanated an immensely evil and frenzied aura. Moreover, the patterns on his scales seemed to contain some supreme mystery. Yendi gazed at the unconscious realm beast Mohi and praised, "Humph! To plunge you into unconsciousness, I Yendi have paid no small price." Boom! Yendi kicked the unconscious realm beast Mohi, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. At this moment the realm beast was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, a slab of rotten flesh on the operating table at the mercy of Yendi. "First I must seal your consciousness. Otherwise if you wake up, and leak my information that would be disastrous. The current realm beast Mo had been struck on his consciousness by Yen Di's move, Infinite Void Slash, damaging his soul and plunging him into unconsciousness. Once the realm beast recovered, he would surely transmit Yen Di's information back to the realm beast nest. If Yen Di's unfathomable strength provoked the realm beasts leading to unforeseen changes, it would be disastrous. Yen Di looked at the unconscious realm beast feeling somewhat frustrated. The first volume of the Infinite Mystic Art was a basic volume not exceptionally powerful at most, capable of plunging a void true god's will into unconsciousness. To force the will of a realm beast which was at the eternal true god level into unconsciousness, Yen Di had expended tremendous effort to unleash the Infinite Void Slash, wounding the beast's will and causing it to fall into a coma. The realm beast race is truly against the heavens. They can communicate telepathically even from such distances. This is simply a bug-like existence. To prevent my information from leaking, I have no choice but to seal his consciousness. But that will cost me again. Truly a pain. Though Yen Di was extremely reluctant to prevent the realm beast from leaking information, he had to resort to a mystic art to seal its consciousness. Infinite. Grand Seal Art. A strange white light emanated from Yen Di's crimson horn. This peculiar light formed a ray that shot into the body of the realm beast Mo. It directly acted upon his consciousness. Roar. The unconscious realm beast Mo let out a pained howl involuntarily, his two ugly faces contorting with agony as if his instinct sensed something was happening. Damn, even unconscious he's this hard to seal. If he were awake there would be no way to manage it. A bead of sweat larger than a planet dripped from Yen Di's cheek. It was hard to imagine that a universe master could still sweat. Once one became an undying deity, soul and body merged. Becoming an undying divine body, they had long transcended the limits of flesh and blood life. Theoretically, an undying divine body would not sweat no matter how exhausted. But this sealing of the realm beast Mo was different. It was a battle of will and consciousness. Now Yen Di's attempt to seal Mo was essentially using his own will and consciousness to suppress Mo's. Yet even though Mo was unconscious, instinct drove him to resist Yen Di's suppression, making it difficult for Yen Di to succeed. Roar, 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 roar. The unconscious realm beast Mo kept howling unconsciously, as if his instinct sensed danger and tried to awaken him. Damn, this beast seems about to wake up. Yen Di watched anxiously as the realm beast Mo was on the verge of regaining consciousness, beads of sweat the size of planets falling. They thudded against the floor of the Luoha Heavenly Palace. Infinite. Grand Seal Art, succeed for me. Yen Di let out low growls, his eyes bloodshot. The white light shooting from his horn into Mo's body intensified. Roar. The realm beast Mo uttered a long agonized howl, then fell silent. Huff, huff, huff. Finally succeeded. Yen Di collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his gaze filled with relief as he looked at the utterly still realm beast Mo. Good that this realm beast couldn't hold on any longer. Otherwise I would have truly failed. If I failed, not only would I not seal his consciousness, I would likely suffer backlash. Sealing consciousness was an extremely dangerous task, especially sealing a realm beast. If Yen Di failed, his soul would be severely damaged. Let me rest for a while. Once my will recovers, I will extract the realm beast's blood. Yen Di quietly cultivated within the Luoha Heavenly Palace, which had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust, and remained amidst the 10,000 heavy waters. At this moment probably no one except the original universe knew that Yen Di had captured a realm beast. 3 months later, Yen Di finally recovered to his peak state. Now it's time to begin my plan. Yen Di gazed at the unconscious realm beast Mo, a glimmer of desire and hope in his eyes. Though the realm beast was a catastrophe, a calamity, its appearance also brought immense opportunities. Setting aside distant matters, just look at the current cosmic sea. Without the realm beast upheaval, there would likely be dozens of sect universes in a few cycles. Moreover, the realm beast itself was an existence containing supreme mysteries. Raya. Yen Di took out his viper spear, channeled divine power, and slashed at Mo's abdomen. With a ripping sound, a gash 10,000 kilometers long appeared on the unresisting Mo's body, and a drop of black blood flowed out. Whoosh! Realm beast blood. Seeing the blood appear, Yen Di quickly collected it into his hand. Sizzle. The moment Yen Di received that drop of black blood, it began to dissolve like hot oil on water, and Yen Di's palm was corroded into a large pit. This? Yen Di was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Damn! How could I forget this? The power of the realm beast is fundamentally different from ours. When they meet, they cancel each other out. The power of the realm beast and divine power were like cold and heat. They neutralized each other, eventually turning into nothingness. I'll have to be careful this time. Lucky I have this realm beast to bleed for me. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. Yen Di slapped his forehead and muttered to himself. Raya. The poor realm beast Mo was cut again by Yen Di. A drop of black blood flowed from its abdomen. This time Yen Di learned from his previous mistake and did not directly touch the realm beast blood with his hand. Instead he controlled the Luoha Heavenly Palace to divide the blood, split the realm beast blood into the smallest possible state, then slowly analyze its life structure. Oh, so this is the smallest ultimate form of realm beast blood. Yendi curiously looked at the crystal floating before him, only 1 kilometer in diameter. This was the smallest form of realm beast blood beyond which it could not be divided. Begin life analysis. Yendi sat cross-legged and started analyzing the crystal of realm beast blood. 10 years later. Sigh. Without talent in life creation, it's really troublesome. After all this time, I haven't gained even a shred of understanding of this realm beast blood. Yendi looked at the blood and sighed. The reason Yendi was able to push his gene level to 90,000 times so quickly. First, because the Yen god race had a naturally special physique, particularly suited for the divine power path. Moreover, Yendi's divine body had been modified by Zuoshanke, making it even more suitable. Second, he had the inheritance space with a time acceleration of 10 million times. Under that acceleration, Yendi had effectively cultivated for nearly 100 cycles. But this advantage only held before breaking through the 90,000-fold gene level. After that, he fell far behind Luofeng, who had the Yuhai clone. In other words, the Yen god race's physique was of no help in breaking through the 100,000-fold gene level. I can't delay here any longer. Time is limited. Who knows when I'll break through to 100,000 times. I'll go to the black pattern pillar now, and use the million-fold time acceleration. Yendi, seeing no progress in his gene level, reluctantly chose to use the time acceleration there. With a will at the limit of an eternal true god, one could touch the black stone pattern pillar where time acceleration reached a terrifying million times. Yendi's will was now approaching the level of sanctification. Enough to withstand that time acceleration and will pressure to study quietly. Too bad I can't enter the inheritance space again. There I had 10 million times time acceleration. Yendi shook his head, helplessly piloted the Luoha Heavenly Palace and left the 10,000 heavy waters. Shortly after Yendi left, all the realm beasts in the Dark Lands suddenly sensed that one of their kind had departed. Roar! That foolish realm beast left the Dark Lands. Who left? Is it going to roam the cosmic sea where those ants live? Grr! That fool left. In the Dark Lands, some realm beasts were fighting. Some were fleeing, some resting. Shortly after Yendi took the realm beast Moh away, they sensed that one had left. As for the realm beast that departed, the others paused briefly, then resumed their own affairs. In the eyes of realm beasts, what was so good about the cosmic sea? Better to stay in the nest, kill their own kind, and await the emergence of the ultimate king. Such was the fate of realm beasts. Seemingly powerful yet bound by destiny. They could not escape the shackles of fate. They were born for slaughter and destruction. Even if they did not wish to kill and destroy, they could not. Because that was the rule. The rule that bound everything, the rule that governed the cosmos and the universe. Huff! Finally I've returned to the black pattern pillar. Yendi gazed at the 16 enormous black pillars, before him, a sigh of emotion escaping his lips. It was here that my fate changed. It was here that I received the inheritance of the infinite lineage, gaining the power to resist destiny. Yendi piloted the Luoha Heavenly Palace, moving forward continuously as time acceleration grew faster. 50,000 times. 100,000 times. 300,000 times. 600,000 times. 900,000 times. 1 million times. The Luoha Heavenly Palace halted here, and Yendi began to cultivate in seclusion. After arriving behind the black pattern stone pillar, Yendi's true body began to meticulously study the life structure of the realm beast. 100 years passed in the outside world, yet Yendi made no progress on the blood of the realm beast. 1,000 years passed in the outside world, yet Yendi still made no progress in analyzing the life essence of the realm beast's blood. 1 era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras. Ha ha ha. I see it. I see it. I finally see it. Yendi let out a manic laugh. Under a million-fold time acceleration, after 7,000 eras in the outside world, Yendi finally discerned the life form of the realm beast. Indeed, just as I thought, the life structure of this realm beast is exactly what I imagined. If the structure of our divine bodies is the Yang divine body, then the structure of the realm beast's body is the Yin divine body. Yin and Yang oppose each other, just like the power of the realm beast and the power of our universe C consume each other like cold and heat. When the two meet, either one is completely assimilated by the other, or they return to equilibrium. And when Yin and Yang give birth to each other, the two systems merge into one, and the gene level of the divine body breaks through to the perfect 100,000 times. Yendi finally fully analyzed the life structure of the realm beast. Now in Yendi's eyes, this drop of realm beast blood appeared as 100,000 tiny lights. These 100,000 tiny lights were 100,000 ultramicroscopic realm beasts, some angry, some calm, some peaceful, some leisurely, some frenzied. Boom! Gazing at the immensely complex life structure of the realm beast, Yendi's mind suddenly thundered with a realization, as if something he had long failed to understand finally became clear. So that's it. So that's it? Yendi murmured to himself. He closed his eyes, appearing calm and serene. He extended his right hand and traced in the void with his middle finger. Yin and yang, positive and negative, the beginning of heaven and earth. On the tip of Yendi's middle finger appeared an ultramicroscopic universe, only 100 kilometers in diameter. This universe was half black and half white, split down the middle. Heaven and earth, universe, cosmos, destruction, rebirth, nirvana. The ultramicroscopic universe at the tip of Yendi's finger began to transform. Slowly it turned into a Taiji yin-yang fish diagram, reaching 100,000 kilometers in diameter. Life and death cycles, destruction and rebirth, everything lies within yin and yang. Universal nirvana. The yin-yang Taiji diagram before Yendi's fingertip rapidly expanded, eventually transforming into a miniature universe hundreds of millions of kilometers in diameter. This miniature universe evolved through endless cycles of destruction and rebirth. It gave the impression of both destruction and rebirth. Yendi opened his eyes. He looked at that universe eternally destroying and rebirthing and let out a long sigh. Truly a stroke of inspiration. By a fortunate coincidence, I have deepened my comprehension of the yin-yang origin and the dual aspects of positive and negative. Now I can initially grasp both yin and yang origins simultaneously. The technique I created, Universal Nirvana, has reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank, rivaling the secret method of the infinite divine king when he was a law lord. The technique, Universal Nirvana, was only at the pinnacle of the 8th rank in terms of secret method attainment. Yet its subtlety far surpassed that of ordinary void true gods. Yendi's true intention with this technique was not merely destruction but rebirth after destruction for the sake of nirvana. Such a realm was already very high, beginning to touch the core essence of the yin-yang origin. Good. My secret method attainment can now rival the infinite divine king, surpassing all previous king-level inheritors. Now I will strive to elevate my gene level to an unprecedented 100,000 times. Yendi said with full confidence. Having understood the structure of the realm beast's life, and comprehended the positive and negative aspects of life, Yendi had grasped both the Yang's divine body of the prime universe system and the Yin divine body of the realm beast system. Now he needed to merge the divine bodies of the two yin-yang systems to achieve the truly perfect life. How to merge the divine bodies of the two systems? This question Yendi also did not know how to solve, but he knew it required comprehension and experience. Yendi left an ordinary divine power avatar before the black pattern stone pillar, while his true body ventured into various dangerous places in the universe sea to explore, to comprehend. The cosmic boat, outer regions, inner regions, and core areas all bore traces of Yendi. Long ago Yendi had wanted to battle the lava divine demon of the destruction abyss. But in the past his strength was too weak to dare. Now with his power greatly matured, he was sufficient to fight the lava divine demon. Yendi arrived at the destruction abyss fully unleashing his 12 light-year divine body, and using the meteor secret art up to the 4th layer. However, Yendi did not use any secret methods or even any treasures. He fought head-on with the lava divine demon for 100 years. Yendi gained a great deal from the battle. After the battle with the lava divine demon, Yendi left the cosmic boat and headed to the flowing heavy mountain, one of the 3 great dangerous places of the universe sea he had never visited before. In the flowing heavy mountain, Yendi discovered messages, inheritances, and insights left by dozens of powerful beings who had disappeared in the universe sea countless cycles ago. Among these beings were true gods and those who had transcended true God. Their remnants granted Yendi tremendous inspiration. Leaving the flowing heavy mountain, Yendi arrived at the Tilted Peak realm. In the Tilted Peak realm, the endless waters, Yendi made a brief stop before departing. Speaking of the endless waters, it was the place where Yendi's fame first rose. Here Yendi killed several universe masters, establishing his renown. Leaving the endless waters, Yendi arrived at the myriad heavy waters waves. He stayed at the entrance of the dim place for several years but did not enter. During his adventures in the myriad heavy waters waves, by a stroke of coincidence Yendi encountered the emergence of a supreme treasure. Just as he was about to claim it, he unexpectedly encountered the Halberd Star Lord, who had defected to the realm beasts. This universe supreme, who should have been killed by Luofeng, had not died because of Yendi's presence. Since Yendi encountered him, there was no reason not to kill him. The Halberd Star Lord's strength was only at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, and he possessed a supreme treasure armor. Yendi paid him no heed and dispatched him in no time. After killing the Halberd Star Lord, Yendi obtained 2 supreme treasures at once. In the past this would have been a monumental event for the entire human race, but now it was inconsequential. In the universe sea, any universe master, who was not particularly unfortunate, possessed supreme treasures. Those who were better off also had mechanical flow treasures and divine power burning secret arts. Now the strength of the universe sea's powerhouses had risen several tiers. 6th rank super universe masters were quite common, their status comparable to that of 4th rank universe masters in the past. There were also many 7th rank legendary universe masters, while 8th rank heaven-defying universe masters were now the top combat power among universe masters in the universe sea. Of course, occasionally a super heaven-defying 9th rank universe master would appear. Yendi left the tilted peak realm, and his true body arrived at the Gene world. It was the first time Yendi's true body had entered the Gene world. Due to the difference in aura between his true body and avatar, Yendi joined the army again, leaving behind an unparalleled legend. Yendi's true body roamed the universe sea seeking opportunities. Meanwhile, Yendi's avatar also explored various secret realms and star regions in the universe sea. Sometimes Yendi would stay alone on a life-bearing planet for billions of years, observing the birth, evolution, death, and destruction of these lives. Then from birth to destruction endlessly like a cycle. Sometimes Yendi would even transform into a minuscule life form to experience their cycles of life and death. A dream of 1,000 autumns. Eons of eternity. Have I finally understood? On a life-bearing planet in the Prime Universe, in a forbidden area of the Yen Divine Secret Realm, and in a dangerous place in the Universe Sea. Yendi's two avatars and a special divine power avatar all uttered the same exclamation. Yendi knew he had comprehended and understood how to merge the yin-yang two-system divine bodies. 500 billion eras. 500 billion eras. It took me 500 billion eras to finally understand. Life gene breakthrough now. Bang. In the Universe Sea within the dangerous place 10,000 rivers inside the Luo River Heaven Hall, Yendi's divine body exploded with a bang, scattering into 100,000 points of light. Life reorganization. These 100,000 points of light were 100,000 ultramicroscopic yen dis. Some of these yen dis laughed, some cried, some were angry, some sorrowful, some leisurely, some melancholic. The 100,000 yen dis began to reorganize, slowly revealing a newborn Yendi, who was more perfect than before. Although Yendi's divine body had exploded, his consciousness was extremely clear. I can feel it. I can feel it. My gene level is approaching the 100,000 times. 91,000 times. 93,000 times. 98,000 times. 99,000 times. 99,500 times. The closer Yendi's divine body gene level got to the end, the slower it progressed, but Yendi could sense that his gene level was indeed growing. Just as Yendi's divine body gene level reached 99,999 times, and was about to break through to 100,000 times, an anomaly occurred. An extremely powerful rule descended directly, forcing back Yendi, who was about to break through to 100,000 times. What? This is... Yendi exclaimed in shock. This immensely powerful rule actually forbade him from breaking through the 100,000 times gene level. Suddenly within the Prime Universe, a mountain guest sitting on a high peak sensed the fluctuation of some powerful rule. The supreme rule has descended. Is something major happening? Could the Realm Beast King have been born? This rule's descent was felt by no one in the entire Universe Sea except Yendi and the mountain guest. Meanwhile, Yendi was plunged into utter chaos. Why am I not qualified to break through the 100,000 times gene level? Why? I have clearly seen the path to the 100,000 times, so why do you forbid me from breaking through? Why? Inside the Luo River Heaven Hall, Yendi roared in frustration, a clear tear trickling from the corner of his eye. Yendi, since coming to this world, I have never considered myself inferior to anyone. In terms of inheritance, the boundless lineage Yendi have obtained is the most supreme inheritance of the origin continent. It is 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the Duandong He lineage. In terms of talent, as a universe master, I created a pinnacle 8th rank secret method, reached the realm of 100,000 times gene level, and my will touched the threshold of sagehood. In ancient and modern times, how many can compare to me? But why won't you let me break through? Why am I not qualified? Just as Yendi's gene level was about to truly break through 100,000 times, the supreme rule suddenly descended, warning Yendi that he was not qualified to break through the 100,000 times gene level. If he insisted on breaking through, he would be annihilated by the supreme rule. Annihilate? When he realized that the supreme rule was inviolable, Yendi was stunned. The supreme rule would actually annihilate him. Yendi was truly unwilling. Luo Feng's genetic level had broken through the 100,000-fold barrier, and the supreme rule made all races kneel and worship, congratulating Luo Feng on his breakthrough to 100,000-fold genetic level. But as for him, Yendi, when he broke through the 100,000-fold, not only did the supreme rule not congratulate him, it also did not permit him to break through, or else it would annihilate him. Faced with such treatment, even with Yendi's temperament, he shed tears. Yendi had transmigrated here and was superior to Luo Feng in every aspect, yet he simply could not understand why he could not break through the 100,000-fold. And when Yendi indignantly questioned the supreme rule, it actually responded. The supreme rule told Yendi that it was not that he could not break through the 100,000-fold, but that he did not have the qualification to break through the 100,000-fold. Qualification? Yendi became even more confused. Did breaking through a 100,000-fold genetic level also require qualification? How could one obtain it? Does the protagonist have the qualification? And so Yendi, unwilling and furious, asked how to obtain the qualification to break through the 100,000-fold, but the supreme rule never responded to him again. No! To reach a genetic level of 100,000-fold, it could be said that Yen Di had been scheming and exerting all his efforts. If you say Yen Di's aptitude is poor and he didn't break through, that would be one thing. But I clearly broke through, yet you don't let me break through and even tell me I don't have the qualification. Could this make Yen Di accept it? But after all, Yen Di's mental cultivation was high. He soon emerged from his unwillingness and anger and sensed something. I have clearly reached the 100,000-fold genetic level. I have seen the 100,000-fold genetic level. Yet the supreme rule does not let me break through, and the reason it doesn't let me is that I don't have the qualification. Qualification? What does qualification represent? Strength? Potential? Mentality? Will? Moreover, in the endless lineage, it was once recorded that the endless divine king's genetic level reached some inconceivable degree, but it didn't specify how many times. But during his true God period, his miniature universe was still 100 million light-years. That shows his divine body did not break through the 100,000-fold. Since it didn't break through the 100,000-fold, yet it reached some inconceivable level. Does that mean, like me, he clearly reached the 100,000-fold level in terms of realm but was suppressed by the supreme rule and not allowed to break through? If that is the case, the great endless divine king, when he was a lawmaster, did not truly break through the 100,000-fold in his divine body genetic level, meaning he did not have the qualification to break through the 100,000-fold. Then why can Luofeng do it? Does Luofeng have that qualification? And what does this qualification represent? After the violent emotional fluctuations, Yen Di gradually calmed down. But he simply could not understand. During the Universe Master period, the Endless Divine King, who was 100 times more outstanding than Luofeng, did not have the qualification to break through the 100,000-fold genetic level, so why could Luofeng? You must know, when the Endless Divine King was a Universe Master, his secret technique attainment reached the peak of the 8th rank, while Luofeng was only at the 8th rank. Do not underestimate this half-rank gap. It was a chasm that none of the thousands of king-level inheritors of the endless lineage except Yen Di had ever crossed. As for will, let alone mention it. When Luofeng was a Universe Master, his will had not yet reached the limit of an eternal true God, while the Endless Divine King had already sanctified. How terrifying was a sanctified will! If the Endless Divine King had possessed a will impulse secret technique during his Universe Master period, he could have swept away all eternal true gods whose wills had not sanctified. Think about how terrifying a Universe Master that was a Universe Master who could sweep away eternal true gods. Awesome, right? But such an incomparably outstanding Universe Master did not have the qualification to break through the 100,000-fold genetic level, yet Luofeng did. This left Yen Di very puzzled. And extremely puzzled. 500 billion eras. For a full 500 billion eras Yen Di had been thinking about and trying to solve this problem, yet he still hadn't found a solution. Forget it. I won't think about it. I won't think about it. Even someone as great as the Endless Divine King couldn't solve this problem during his Universe Master period. So how could I, Yen Di? Now that the genetic level cannot truly break through the 100,000-fold, I'll go back and break through to true God. Yen Di shook his head and said helplessly. Now Yen Di had accumulated to a terrifying degree as a Universe Master. It was time to break through. Whoosh! Yen Di piloted the Luoha Heavenly Palace and left the Wanlu River, embarking on the journey back to the original universe. It's time to go back and break through to true God. I have waited too long for this moment. After returning to the original universe, Yen Di spread the news that he was about to break through to true God without hiding anything, nor was there anything to hide. Besides, when breaking through to true God, the commotion was so great that it couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to. The outside world was not surprised that Yen Di was about to break through to true God. After all, Yen Di was already so extraordinary before the Gene world. There was nothing surprising about his breakthrough now. Some even felt that Yen Di's breakthrough was a bit late. Among the older generation of Universe Masters, except for a few with particularly poor aptitude, they had all broken through long ago. Only the talented Yen Di and the Galaxy Lord Luofeng were late. The human experts all congratulated Yen Di on his breakthrough to Universe Master. After all, in the past years Yen Di had made great contributions to the human race. Although Yen Di's reputation was now inconspicuous and he had not broken through to true God, gradually fading from the core of the human race's top power, the respect in the hearts of human experts for Yen Di did not diminish, just like their respect for the origin ancestor. If it weren't for Lord Yen Di back then, how could our human race have risen so quickly? Now Lord Yen Di is finally about to break through. I hope he will continue to lead our human race after his breakthrough. This was the heartfelt voice of the new generation of experts. In their eyes, Yen Di was their guide, senior, and teacher. Ha ha ha. This guy Yen Di is finally going to break through. Really quite anticipated. This was the heartfelt voice of the older generation of experts. Most of them had fought alongside Yen Di and had received his favors. Especially when Yen Di led the human experts to raid the tomb. That was the key to the human race's rise. It was precisely because of that adventure that the human race's strength greatly increased, becoming a hegemon-level force in the cosmic sea. After the news of Yen Di's breakthrough spread, the old fellow Zuoshanke came to see Yen Di. He asked Yen Di if his genetic level had broken through 90,000 times. Yan Di nodded and the old fellow threw down a heritage crystal and left. Yan Di picked up the heritage crystal and saw that it was the core inheritance of the Jin Kingdom, so he put it away. Although it was of little use to him, it could be used to develop and strengthen the clan. Luo Feng, Yan Di's junior apprentice brother, also came to visit Yan Di. Luo Feng did not know that Yan Di was following the divine body path. He came, congratulated him, and then left. Start the breakthrough. Within Yan Di's divine kingdom, his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar, his Yen God race body, and his special divine power incarnation were all there. As Yan Di's mind moved, his divine kingdom began to transform. Boom! The two avatars merged into one, but the special divine power incarnation remained separate. At that moment the law ocean descended. The enormous phantom formed by the law ocean could be felt by even the experts watching from afar who sensed its immense pressure. I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck. I'm sucking. Yan Di's main body and avatar greedily absorbed the divine power from the law ocean. This opportunity only came once. If missed, it would never come again. Generally, when a realm lord breaks through to an undying god, the law ocean automatically replaces their divine power, so they don't need to absorb it themselves. But when an undying god breaks through to a universe venerable and thereafter such a good thing no longer exists, they must absorb it themselves or else they get none. Breaking through to true god, the divine body evolves 100-fold, meaning the divine power intensity directly leaps 100-fold. This is a great leap in strength. After entering true god, one is considered a powerhouse in the origin continent. Wow! The speed of absorbing divine power is too fast. The experts watching outside were all stunned, especially the true gods who were frightened. Yan Di's speed of absorbing divine power was nearly 10 times faster than theirs. But how could they know that Yan Di's divine body realm had reached 100,000-fold, and the level had reached 99,999 times? With such a powerful divine body, his absorption capacity was naturally incomparable to theirs. After a long time, time's up, no more divine power supply. Yan Di clenched his hands and nodded. Not bad. The conversion rate is 11%. My current divine body height is just over 1 light year. When Yan Di was a universe master, his divine body height was 12 light years. After breaking through to true god, the divine body quality leaped 100-fold, but the height decreased 100-fold. After replenishment from the law ocean, it recovered to just over 1 light year. The rest could only be slowly recovered through his miniature universe later. Hee. After becoming a true god, the total amount of divine power will never change. With my 12 light-year divine body compared to those true gods, who are only 100,000 kilometers tall, I could stand there and let them attack until they exhaust themselves and I would be fine. Yan Di said somewhat proudly. This was the benefit of following the divine body path. Generally, after breaking through to true god, his total divine body amount would not change until becoming a saint. Of course, it wouldn't change after becoming a saint either, but saint-level experts could infinitely store divine power. For example, a human expert before becoming a true god had a divine body height of 100,000 kilometers. If he didn't follow the divine body path and his genetic level didn't change, then whether he broke through to true god, void true god, or even eternal true god, his total divine power would always be at the level of a 100,000 kilometer height. Only by breaking through to saint, when the true god's heart transforms into a chaotic space, can one infinitely store divine power and no longer worry about the total amount. After Yan Di finished absorbing divine power, his divine kingdom had basically evolved successfully and was expelled from the original universe into the cosmic sea. Yan Di, however, was meticulously constructing the internal structure of his miniature universe. The internal structure of his miniature universe was also a special structure of the endless lineage, not much inferior to Luo Feng's, one origin beginning 10,000 heavens. After constructing the internal structure of his miniature universe, Yan Di began to comprehend the chaotic evolution. Comprehending the chaotic evolution was the most important thing for a true god, and it only happened once in a lifetime. Yan Di watched the chaotic evolution inside his miniature universe. First, the chaos differentiated into yin and yang. The yang origin transformed into a series of laws led by space, and the yin origin transformed into a series of laws led by time. Meanwhile, Yan Di's secret technique attainment was growing rapidly. Peak of 9th rank. Peak of 10th rank. Peak of 11th rank. Yan Di's secret technique attainment directly leaped several major levels, entering the realm of void true god. Just as he was about to create a 12th rank secret technique, the chaotic evolution of Yan Di's miniature universe ended. What a pity! The Flame Emperor stood up within his miniature universe, shaking his head. A pity. A true pity. How regrettable. If the chaos evolution had continued just a little longer, he would surely have created a 12th order secret technique. The Flame Emperor's mastery of secret techniques during his universe master period far surpassed Luo Feng's. Yet after Luo Feng broke through to true god, he also created an 11th order secret technique matching the Flame Emperor. Why was that? Because Luo Feng's gene level had truly reached 100,000 times, and the diameter of his miniature universe in the true god stage was a terrifying 1 billion light years. His universe's origin was 100, even 1,000 times that of an ordinary true god's miniature universe, and its chaos evolution was likewise 100 or 1,000 times more profound. If the Flame Emperor's miniature universe had also possessed chaos evolution of a billion light-year scale with its duration and mysteries, then given his mastery of secret techniques during the Universe Master period, he would absolutely have created a 12th order secret technique or even a 13th. Inside the Flame Emperor's miniature universe, he suddenly reached out and grasped the void. A powerful wave spread, as if the entire miniature universe were about to be shattered by his grip. With 11th order secret technique mastery, a 2-level increase in the power of the Fangtian sky, Halberd the amplification from the first 4 volumes of the Meteor Secret Art, and the infinite divine body my attack power, has reached the limit of a void true god. Finally my strength gives me a slim chance to resist the terrifying world beasts, but it is still not enough. The Flame Emperor did not fear a single world beast, but the problem was that there were not just 1 or 100 or 1,000 but a billion world beasts. A billion? What a terrifying number. Even if a billion true gods stood still and let him kill them, his hands would grow weary. Not to mention that world beasts could evolve. A 6th-stage world beast would be no weaker than the Flame Emperor now, and the World Beast King could destroy the original universe itself. Now I can try. Within his miniature universe, the Flame Emperor summoned the Luaha Celestial Palace. From the palace flew a gigantic unconscious monster. The World Beast Moh. Looking at the still unconscious World Beast Moh, the Flame Emperor nodded. The infinite great sealing art is truly formidable. It can seal consciousness, plunging it into deep slumber. Even after 1,000 billion eras, it still has not awakened. Why did the Flame Emperor reduce the World Beast's power to the 1st stage? And why put it into a coma? Precisely to attempt to enslave this World Beast. A 1st-stage unconscious World Beast was the lowest difficulty possible. If he could not enslave it even under these conditions, he would truly give up. The Flame Emperor walked before the unconscious Moh, and placed his hand on one of its ugly heads. Sizzle sizzle. Like a drop of water falling onto a steel plate, heated to 10,000 degrees, it instantly evaporated. The moment the Flame Emperor's hand touched Moh's head, the power of the World Beast and the Flame Emperor's power began to cancel each other out, unable to penetrate the other's body at all. No good, no good. It really is impossible. The Flame Emperor shook his head helplessly, having given up all hope of enslaving a world beast. In the original story, Luofeng succeeded in enslaving a world beast, because his gene level reached 100,000 times, granting his divine body the special ability, Formless and Traitless. With Formless and Traitless, Luofeng could wield the power of a world beast, thus successfully enslaving Maluosa. But the Flame Emperor was different, although he had maximized the auxiliary advantages for enslaving a world beast. For instance, he enslaved the weakest 1st-stage world beast, and it was unconscious, and moreover his soul enslavement secret technique was at the God King level. Even so, it was still not enough, because the key lay in divine power. The Flame Emperor's divine power and the world beast's power cancelled each other out, no matter how brilliant his enslavement secret technique. His ethereal divine power could not enter the world beast's body before being neutralized. Even if he completely dissolved the world beast's divine body, he would have no way to enslave it. It was like placing an ice cube into boiling oil and expecting it not to melt. Impossible, unless the oil's temperature was lowered to below 0, but then the oil would no longer be boiling. The Flame Emperor looked at the world beast before him and ceased to obsess over enslaving it. He had already understood before his gene level truly broke through 100,000 times that enslaving a world beast was impossible for him. Now he was only trying on a whim. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. With a wave of his hand, vast amounts of divine power poured onto the world beast. The world beast's body and the divine power rapidly cancelled each other out until the world beast vanished into nothingness. Thus the ultimate threat of the cosmic sea was ruthlessly annihilated by the Flame Emperor. Watching Moh disappear, the Flame Emperor felt no relief. Instead his brow furrowed deeply. World beasts, such terrifying creatures. A disaster almost certain to bring death. Even with my current strength, I have no confidence in dealing with them. In truth, the Flame Emperor did not fear the power of the world beasts themselves. What he feared were the omnipresent rules. Even if a 6th-stage world beast appeared now, he was confident he would not lose, but the true defeat would come at the hands of the supreme laws. According to information from the original story, there were only 2 ways to eliminate the world beasts. First, to destroy the final World Beast King with overwhelming strength. But the Flame Emperor did not possess such power, nor did anyone in the cosmic sea. The second method was theoretically even harder than the first. To eliminate the World Beast King in its infancy might be within the capabilities of a powerful eternal true god, but the second method of solving the World Beast crisis was generally harder than finding an eternal true god in the cosmic sea. Even impossible. First, we must understand that killing any number of the billion world beasts was useless. Under the supreme rules, the birth of the World Beast King depended not on strength but on who lived the longest. As long as you were the last world beast alive, you became the king. So even if the Flame Emperor killed 999,999,000 world beasts, the remaining one would still become the king. Thus killing other world beasts was pointless. If it were only that the Flame Emperor could simply suppress one world beast and kill all the others, the surviving world beast, even if it became the king, would not be able to do much. But the problem was that when only 2 world beasts remained, they had to duel. Do not ask why, it was decreed by the supreme rules. In the original story, Luofeng fought desperately with Maluosa for the sake of Maluosa. How bitter. So if even that could not prevent the birth of the final king, the only option was to enslave a world beast. The condition for enslaving a world beast was even more frustrating. The gene level had to break through 100,000 times. Well, a gene level breakthrough of 100,000 times was a legend even in the origin continent. Who in the cosmic sea could achieve it? Now do you understand why the Flame Emperor said he had no confidence in dealing with the world beasts? There were only 2 ways to deal with them. First, have absolute power to defeat the world beast king. Second, break through the gene level to 100,000 times and enslave a world beast. Of course, enslaving a world beast also required defeating all other world beasts to save the cosmic sea. The Flame Emperor, who lacked the power to defeat the world beast king as a true god, nor could he enslave a world beast, naturally found the world beasts a headache. I must remain low-key. Do not alarm the world beasts. Let everything follow the original storyline. Everything depends on my good junior brother Luofeng, the Flame Emperor said helplessly. Why did he conceal his strength? Why did he knock Mo unconscious? Was it not to maintain a low profile, because he knew he could not defeat the final world beast king? Sometimes the Flame Emperor felt the original universe was quite foolish. Consider Zuoshanke was a reincarnated god king. The original universe was terrified of him, fearing he might usurp it. Meanwhile, the final world beast king would devour the original universe, returning it to its origin. That might damage its consciousness, making it no longer itself. From this it was clear that the original universe feared Zuoshanke even more than the world beasts. Yet the original universe's subsequent actions were utterly foolish, incomprehensible to the Flame Emperor. Whether releasing the Duandong He lineage or summoning the Gene World, the original universe was cultivating powerhouses to deal with the world beasts. But the problem was that there were only 2 ways to completely eliminate the world beasts. 1. Kill the world beast king during the true god stage. The Flame Emperor, having obtained the heaven-defying inheritance of the infinite lineage, could not even achieve that. 2. Break through the gene level to 100,000 times. A legend of the origin continent. Although the Flame Emperor had achieved it, he was suppressed by the supreme rules and could not truly break through. Thus this path was blocked. Whether it was killing the world beast king in the true god stage, or reaching a gene level of 100,000 times in the true god stage, such a person would be an incredibly heaven-defying being. After killing or enslaving the world beasts, would such a person not attempt to usurp the original universe? Luofeng had experienced the destruction and rebirth of the original universe once and reached eternal true god. With such a tempting reward, would he not later try to usurp the original universe? Thus, if the original universe was devoured by the world beasts, its will might be damaged. But cultivating a being capable of dealing with the world beasts would surely lead to its usurpation. In that case, it would have been better not to cultivate anyone. The Flame Emperor was at a loss for words at the original universe's foolishness. But since it was a great power, what could he do? After the Flame Emperor finished constructing the internal structure of his miniature universe, he returned to the human clan. The human clan naturally held a year-long banquet in his honor. During that time, many powerful beings from other races came to congratulate the Flame Emperor. In the years after becoming a true god, the Flame Emperor occasionally made a move or two demonstrating strength at the level of the cosmic sea's top overlords, so no one dared to underestimate him. And with the life gene analysis chart, many universe masters in the Yenshin clan broke through to true god, making the Yenshin clan a major superpower within the human clan. After stabilizing the power growth from his breakthrough, the Flame Emperor left an avatar to guard the Yenshin clan, while his true body secretly traveled to the Gene World. After becoming a true god, Emperor Yen spent countless epochs to fully restore his divine power through his miniature universe. Now, with his divine power fully unleashed, he could once again extend his influence over 12 light years. This time Emperor Yen came to the world of Gene with only one purpose: to challenge a void true god. A void true god could traverse the cycle in the cosmic sea, establish a sacred land, and ensure the eternal existence of their race. In the world of Gene, a void true god was a supreme overlord, and the faction they belonged to was a formidable power. Now, with the arrival of the world of Gene in the cosmic sea, both the quantity and quality of experts far surpassed those of the previous cosmic sea by several times. Even the top overlords of the cosmic sea, now at the level of the first true god of the I-clan, could rival the weakest void true gods. However, in the entire cosmic sea, except for the suppressed source ancestor and Emperor Yen, no one had truly reached the level of void true god. Although they possessed astonishing combat power, none had broken through the realm of void true god in secret techniques. Even the exceptionally talented and powerful axe creator had not yet created a 10th level secret technique. Before the arrival of the world of Jin, the axe creator had reached the 9th level of secret technique mastery, just shy of the pinnacle of the 9th level. Reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level in secret technique mastery was considered the limit for an ordinary true god. If one could create a 10th level secret technique, they would essentially be able to break through to the void true god level. The world of Jin had arrived in the cosmic sea over 200 billion epochs ago, yet the axe creator still could not cross that final threshold and reach the level of void true god in secret technique mastery. Now the axe creator, along with the first true god skeleton lord and others, were all stuck at this bottleneck. And in the seemingly powerful world of Jin, void true gods were the top-tier combat force with very few in number. Now Emperor Yen arrived alone at the world of Jin without a sound. Would he succeed? Would he be killed? Outside the miniature universe of the world of Jin, an ancient hall arrived outside the cosmic membrane of the world of Jin. That's the Luoha Heavenly Palace. Has Emperor Yen come to the world of Jin as well? Outside the cosmic membrane of the world of Jin, a top-tier palace-class treasure was already floating there. Inside, a human universe master stared in surprise at the Luoha Heavenly Palace arriving from the wormhole. Why was this human universe master surprised? Because in the world of Jin, a universe master could only serve in the army for 300 million epochs, and those in special forces could only serve for 5 epochs. Once the time was up, if they had not broken through to true god, they had to retire. Old experts like Emperor Yen had long retired from the army. I wonder why Emperor Yen has come to the world of Jin. Although this human universe master was puzzled, he still stepped out of his palace-class treasure and respectfully said to the Luoha Heavenly Palace, "Greetings, Emperor Yen." "You are?" Inside the Luoha Heavenly Palace, Emperor Yen looked at the human universe master with some confusion. "A human universe master? I haven't seen you before. A newly broken through universe master. I haven't heard of any recent breakthroughs among the humans either." Although adding a universe master to the human race was not a big deal for Emperor Yen, given his status in the human race, the breakthrough of a human universe master should have been reported to him. But this human universe master before him was someone Emperor Yen did not recognize. "My name is Zhenyu, a newly broken through universe master of the 3rd cycle era. Now I am here to train in the world of Jin," Lord Zhenyu said respectfully to Emperor Yen. "Oh." Emperor Yen suddenly realized. So this was an expert from the 3rd cycle era. Good. Train well in the world of Jin. The future of the cosmic sea needs experts like you. Emperor Yen encouraged Lord Zhenyu a couple of times. Although Lord Zhenyu was not from the original universe's human race, being of the same race, Emperor Yen naturally felt a bit of closeness. "Yes. Emperor Yen, I will definitely work hard," Lord Zhenyu said with excitement. Emperor Yen, the super-defying universe master of the cosmic sea, like the galaxy lord, actually encouraged me. This is truly my honor. After I return, I must brag to my friends. Being able to wait for the opening of the world of Jin together with Emperor Yen is truly my greatest honor. Emperor Yen was a highly legendary figure in the cosmic sea, an idol to many younger experts. In the eyes of those younger ones, Emperor Yen was even more admirable than the Galaxy Lord Luofeng. Why was that? Everyone knew that Galaxy Lord Luofeng was the #1 expert in the cosmic sea. However, he had received an incredibly powerful ancient inheritance, and held immense authority in the world of Jin, making him always seem unattainable. Emperor Yen was different. Among the experts of the cosmic sea, Emperor Yen was a grassroots figure, because the experts of the cosmic sea did not know that Emperor Yen had received the inheritance of the endless lineage. Before the arrival of the world of Jin, Emperor Yen's strength was already terrifying, rivaling the then #1 expert of the cosmic sea, the first true god. After the world of Jin arrived, Emperor Yen did not break through to true god, and did not intentionally show off, so he gradually faded from the sight of the cosmic sea experts. But this time Emperor Yen broke through to true god. By displaying just a fraction of his strength, he reached the level of a top overlord of the cosmic sea. Emperor Yan's fame once again appeared in everyone's sight. Such a legendary figure was naturally the idol of those younger experts. While Lord Zhenyu was infinitely excited, Emperor Yen looked at the membrane of the world of Jin and frowned slightly. The cosmic membrane hasn't turned white yet. According to the time, I still have to wait 3,000 years. 3,000 years was but a fleeting moment for Emperor Yen, but he did not want to wait because he had no need to. He slowly drove the Luoha Heavenly Palace towards the world of Jin. I actually have the chance to wait for the opening of the world of Jin together with Emperor Yen. This is truly my greatest honor. Maybe Emperor Yen will give me a word of advice. Lord Zhenyu watched the slowly moving Luoha Heavenly Palace with excitement. But then Emperor Yan's actions directly scared Lord Zhenyu out of his wits. Emperor Yen, what are you doing? With an expression of disbelief, shock, and seeing a ghost, Lord Zhenyu watched Emperor Yen drive the Luoha Heavenly Palace slowly into the world of Jin. Heavens, how strong is Emperor Yen? He just entered the world of Jin like that. The cosmic membrane of the world of Jin can't harm him at all. Lord Zhenyu's mouth was wide open, unable to close for a long time. He knew that the common sense for experts of the cosmic sea was that one must wait for the cosmic membrane of the world of Jin to turn white before entering. Otherwise they would be obliterated by the power of the world of Jin. Even a top-tier palace-class treasure would be destroyed. But Emperor Yen drove the Luoha Heavenly Palace into the world of Jin without any scruples. In Lord Genyu's view, Emperor Yan's actions were simply incredible and incomprehensible. The world of Jin had come to the cosmic sea for thousands of epochs. No expert had ever entered the world of Jin like this, but Emperor Yen actually did it. Incredible. Incredible. Emperor Yen is truly incredible. Such means are unheard of, unfathomable. In Lord Genyu's heart, Emperor Yan's image suddenly became towering and unattainable. But if Emperor Yen knew Lord Genyu's thoughts, he would definitely laugh. The toughness of the Luoha Heavenly Palace was such that even the Jin Divine King, when alive, would have found it difficult to destroy, let alone after his death, leaving only a corpse. Boom! The heavens spun, time and space shifted. Emperor Yen had already driven the Luoha Heavenly Palace into the world of Jin. Where is this? Emperor Yen stepped out of the Luoha Heavenly Palace and looked at the surrounding environment, puzzled. This is the Nine Smoke Marsh. Emperor Yen looked at the rolling mountains and vast marshes shrouded in mist. This was the place where Emperor Yen and Luofeng had first gone on a mission, the Nine Smoke Marsh. The Nine Smoke Marsh, void true god Nine Smoke. Isn't this a perfect opponent for training? Emperor Yen said thoughtfully. The true master of the Nine Smoke Marsh, Nine Smoke, was rumored to be an extremely powerful void true god. Even a figure like Northern True Sea Master Wu, his father who was at the limit of void true god, praised Nine Smoke as a powerful void true god. This showed how formidable Nine Smoke was. Emperor Yen wore the Tianxing war armor. The blood-colored wings on his back beat violently, and a faint ripple enveloped the entire Nine Smoke Marsh. My divine body is inherently 10 times stronger than an ordinary true god. With the Tianxing war armor's one thought void, a void true god level secret technique, and the secret skill sky-stealing sun exchanging for aura disguise. If I say I am a void true god now, who would dare say I am not? Emperor Yen muttered to himself. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment 3 terrifying auras flew out from the Nine Smoke Marsh. 2 of them were humanoid tribal warriors, while the one in front had an octopus body and 9 beautiful heads resembling human women. The void true god with the octopus body and 9 human female heads spoke angrily. Which void true god has come to my Nine Smoke Marsh as a guest? And immediately used one thought void to seal my Nine Smoke Marsh. Emperor Yen had sealed Nine Smoke's territory without a word from the start. This practice was extremely rude and even provocative. After all, a void true god seemed only slightly stronger than a true god in secret techniques, but in reality, the weakest void true god could massacre a large number of true gods, while the weakest true god could not freely slaughter universe masters. There was a reason for this. Becoming a universe master allowed one to control a region of time and space, even reversing time to resurrect the dead. True gods could make their words manifest reality. But these abilities were granted by the original universe, not their own. However, a void true god's one thought void was a power gained by comprehending the laws to an incredible degree. Once a void true god's one thought void was formed, they had absolute control over that region of space, and even the original universe had to yield. When facing a void true god, if a true god's attack power did not reach the 11th level, they could not break the one thought void and had no power to resist. If a true god's strength was too low, they would be directly obliterated by the void true god. Saying that the top overlords of the cosmic sea could rival the weakest void true god was an overestimation. At best they could fight against the weakest void true god and have the ability to survive. Yet Emperor Yen without a word enveloped the entire Nine Smoke Marsh with one thought void. Wasn't that blatantly provoking the owner? Wasn't that suppressing all the true gods of Nine Smoke Marsh? Wasn't that declaring war on Nine Smoke? How could Nine Smoke not be furious? But Emperor Yen came to challenge, so he naturally said arrogantly, I, void true god Mingli, am determined to become the strongest void true god. I have heard that you Nine Smoke are powerful, so I came to test you. Let's see if you are as strong as the legends say. Come to face me. Hearing the Flame Emperor's arrogant tone, the 9 beautiful faces of Nine Smoke instantly darkened, becoming filled with murderous intent like wrathful spirits. The Flame Emperor's direct use of one thought void against Nine Smoke Marsh without greeting was already a grave taboo among void true gods, damaging Nine Smoke's pride. But Nine Smoke did not recognize this void true god, named Mingli, unaware of his background, so she held back. Now hearing the Flame Emperor's reckless arrogance, she was thoroughly enraged. In the Jin world, Nine Smoke was among the top-tier void true gods. If not for her solitary nature, her domain might have expanded several times over. Yet even so, her dignity was not to be trampled. Arrogant. The 2 void true gods in tribal warrior forms behind Nine Smoke also wore frosty expressions, glaring furiously at the Flame Emperor. His words had clearly struck a nerve, igniting their wrath. Seeing the 3 enraged void true gods, the Flame Emperor sneered. What? Afraid? Nine Smoke, you dare not accept my challenge? How about this? All 3 of you come at once. I Ming Li will take you all on. With that, the Flame Emperor raised his Fangtian Huaji, pointing its tip at the trio. The gesture was supremely provocative, exuding unparalleled arrogance, and drawing immense hatred. Nine Smoke was genuinely enraged by this mysterious Ming Li. Her 9 beautiful heads let out shrill, furious screams, and her octopus-like body began to convulse. Nearly 100 tentacles lashed at the surrounding space, causing ripples. Ah, Ming Li. I have remembered your name. I accept your challenge. I will tear you limb from limb, seal your power, enslave your soul, and make you live among the lowly swine. Endure my wrath. Nine Smoke's 9 beautiful heads glared at the Flame Emperor, uttering words of chilling malice. The Flame Emperor's provocation had pushed Nine Smoke past her limit. Having become a void true god, she had not suffered such disdain and challenge in a long time. In the Gene world, who did not know Nine Smoke's reputation, it represented bloodlust, madness, and slaughter. Her fury was not easily borne. Hearing Nine Smoke's venomous words, the Flame Emperor was not intimidated. He stepped forward and said coldly, "Come. Good. Let me Nine Smoke face this arrogant Ming Li." Nine Smoke said calmly. Having accepted the challenge, she could not be swayed by emotion. Just as Nine Smoke was about to engage the Flame Emperor, the 2 humanoid void true gods behind her quickly interjected. "Nine Smoke, there is no need for you to deal with this brat. Let us handle it." Nine Smoke pondered for a moment, then nodded to an 8-armed void true god. "Xuehan, you are stronger than DMO. You take the lead." "Yes, Nine Smoke." Xuehan cast a contemptuous glance at DMO, and stepped before the Flame Emperor. "Damn it. Xuehan got the chance to show off before Nine Smoke." DMO muttered resentfully. Both Xuehan and DMO were weaker void true gods, with Xuehan slightly stronger. Xuehan and DMO had followed Nine Smoke reluctantly due to powerful enemies. Over time they had developed certain feelings for her. Both constantly vied to impress Nine Smoke, but Xuehan's superior strength always gave him the edge. Bang, bang, bang. Xuehan strode toward the Flame Emperor, his steps causing the space to tremble. The distance between them was less than a light year. Xuehan's 8 massive arms each bore claw gauntlets. He glared at the Flame Emperor, raised his 8 claws, and roared, "Ming Li, you insignificant insect. I will tear you apart with my claws." The Flame Emperor frowned at the enraged Xuehan, and said disdainfully, "Step back. You are no match for me. Fighting me will only cost you your life." "Ah, you go too far, brat." Xuehan, thoroughly enraged, unleashed his 8 claws. Boom! Sky-searing claw. Dark laws of runes emanated from Xuehan's claw gauntlets, forming a giant claw over 10 light-years across on his 8 arms. The giant claw lunged at the Flame Emperor. Watching this fearsome strike, Demo's eyes gleamed with envy and fervor. There it is. Xuehan's sky-searing claw. It is the ultimate secret technique of his sky-searing claw gauntlets, with power at the 2nd star level of void true gods. It will surely defeat that arrogant Ming Li. Nine Smoke nodded. Though the blood-red claw was beneath her notice, its power was undeniable. "Ha ha ha. Arrogant brat, let yourself be torn to pieces." Xuehan laughed heartily, certain his claw would hit the Flame Emperor. Sky-searing claw. Its power is far greater than the top overlords of the cosmic sea. It seems the void true gods of the Gene world are not to be underestimated. The Flame Emperor watched the approaching claw and said disdainfully, "But unfortunately it is nothing to me, the Flame Emperor." Meteor Secret Art Ignite. The Flame Emperor activated his divine body-burning secret art, elevating his power by 1 level. Then through the divine power conversion system within his Fangtian Huaji, his power rose another level. Ultimate Light. The Flame Emperor thrust his halberd. The 10th level secret technique, amplified by multiple enhancements, soared 3 levels in power. Boom! The Fangtian Huaji transformed into a terrifying streak of light, shattering the sky-searing claw, and hurtling toward Xuehan. What? How is this possible? Both Nine Smoke and DMO were shocked to see the claw shattered instantly. Xuehan, seeing his strongest attack broken, was also stunned. But there was no time to dodge. He could only cross his 8 arms in front of his chest and defend with all his might. Crack, crack, boom. The Fangtian Huaji struck Xuehan's chest. The 8 arms were shattered, the armor was torn apart, and Xuehan's divine body was sent flying backward at millions of times the speed of light. Xuehan. Seeing Xuehan fly back, DMO rushed toward him. Though they often competed due to Nine Smoke, they were as close as brothers. Humph! The Flame Emperor snorted contemptuously at the retreating Xuehan. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overestimating oneself. Good. 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 I underestimated you. Your strength has reached the 4th star level. I must go all out. Nine Smoke praised the Flame Emperor, but inwardly she was relieved. Fortunately, Xuehan tested Ming Li's strength for me. Otherwise, I might have been in trouble today. 4th star level. What level is that? How are the Void True Gods' powers divided? The Flame Emperor asked, puzzled. Previously, the Flame Emperor's understanding of the power hierarchy between true gods and void true gods was vague. He had thought that the top overlords of the cosmic sea, each with 9th level top secret techniques, divine power, burning secret arts, and ultimate mechanical treasures, could achieve 12th level power, comparable to a void true god with 12th level secret techniques but without those enhancements. But upon arriving here, he realized this division was wrong, or at least not suited to the Jin world. From his fight with Xuehan, the Flame Emperor observed that Xuehan's secret technique attainment was only 10th level elevated to 11th level only by activating the runes on his claw gauntlets. In terms of secret technique level, Xuehan was inferior to the top overlords of the cosmic sea. Yet during the fight, the Flame Emperor discovered that Xuehan could easily defeat and even kill them. By comparison, the Flame Emperor realized that the Jin level of cosmic sea powerhouses could only reach 10,000 times that of a cosmic lord, while in the Jin world there was no such restriction. A true god's divine power was 100 times that of a cosmic lord, and a void true god's was 100 times that of a true god. Thus, even with the same level of secret technique, a void true god from the Jin world could unleash 10,000 times the power, making them incomparable to cosmic sea powerhouses. Moreover, a void true god's divine body defense was 100 times stronger than a true god's, and with the suppression of one thought void, their overall combat power far exceeded true gods of the same secret technique level. The weakest void true god could suppress the top overlords of the cosmic sea. Though the Flame Emperor had roughly understood the power system differences, he still did not know how the void true god's combat power was graded in the Jin world. While the Flame Emperor pondered this, Nine Smoke, noticing his distraction, opened her 9 beautiful mouths and emitted a strange cry. Ah, ah, ah. Sounds of different frequencies, volumes, and emotions came from Nine Smoke's 9 mouths. They formed a peculiar wave that surged toward the Flame Emperor. The wave of strange sounds attacked the Flame Emperor, a sinister technique aimed at his mind. Over a range of several light years, along with the eerie sound of Joyan's voice, the area was enveloped by a strange sound. These sounds formed incredibly bizarre notes that floated toward Yen Di. Yen Di snapped out of his contemplation, looked at the notes floating toward him, and said disdainfully, "Illusion attack. Such a level of illusion attack wants to confuse me. It has no effect on me at all." Yen Di's mental state had long reached the realm of infinite vastness, embracing all things, increasing his resistance to illusions by 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Moreover, Yen Di's will had touched the threshold of Saint Transformation, so Joyan's paltry illusion attack was simply ignored by Yen Di. Boom! Ignoring the notes formed from the ethereal divine power floating toward him, Yen Di raised his Fangtianhuaji Halberd and charged at Joyan, like a fierce tiger pouncing on a lamb. Crackle, crackle. When these notes formed from ethereal divine power entered Yen Di's divine body, they made a crackling sound, and were directly weakened to 1% by his Tianqing battle armor. Moreover, after the divine power burning secret technique, a true god's divine body can rival that of a void true god. Yen Di's divine body being 10 times stronger than an ordinary true god's, and further amplified by the 4 volumes of the meteor secret technique, far surpassed that of an ordinary void true god. Such defensive power of the divine body greatly weakened Joyan's ethereal divine power attacks. Then these attacks were further weakened by the soul-suppressing treasure, and when they struck Yen Di's soul, they had no effect whatsoever. What? My illusion had no effect on this Ming Li? Joyan's 9 beautiful heads simultaneously showed expressions of surprise. Boom! Yen Di and his Fangtianhuaji became one, ignoring Joyan's illusion attack, and transformed into a beam of light stabbing straight toward Joyan's eyes. Although Joyan was surprised that Yen Di could ignore her illusion attack, she was clearly handling Yen Di's powerful assault with ease. Whoosh! Joyan's body, like an octopus, was covered with tentacles. At this moment, these tentacles glowed with intense red light, clearly indicating some extraordinary treasure. These tentacles waved one after another, forming a circle that protected Joyan inside. Outside the circle, the tentacles rippled with red light. Finally, they turned into a layer of blood-red protective scales. Boom! Yen Di's Fangtianhuaji struck fiercely against the circle formed by Joyan's tentacles. A wave of energy emanated from the tip of the halberd, stirring the surrounding space. The space rippled like water, forming waves of spatial distortion. What? I couldn't break through Joyan's defense. Yen Di looked in surprise at the protective barrier formed by Joyan's tentacles. Although he hadn't used his strongest attack, he never expected Joyan's defense to be so formidable. Joyan actually used the Joyan shield. Could that Ming Li really be that powerful? DMO said in surprise as he watched Joyan turn into a sphere. The Joyan shield seemed extremely powerful, but the price of using this move was the inability to attack one could only passively endure. Phew! Good thing I used the Joyan shield in time, or I would have been hit. Inside the Joyan shield, Joyan's 9 beautiful heads simultaneously sighed in relief. Just now Yen Di had directly ignored her illusion attack, and charged at her with full force, which caught Joyan off guard. Helplessly she had to use the Joyan shield. The Joyan shield was created by Joyan based on the Void True God level telekinetic weapon, Wan Mian T 10,000 facets, and it could defend against material attacks below the 5-star level of Void True God. A turtle shell? The esteemed Zhou Yan can only hide in this turtle shell. Yan Di sneered as he looked at the Zhou Yan shield. Now Zhou Yan was like a turtle hiding in its shell to escape outside attacks. Humph, turtle shell. If you have the ability, break through my turtle shell first. From within the Zhou Yan shield, Zhou Yan retorted upon hearing Yan Di's mockery. My Zhou Yan shield cannot be broken without a 5-star level material attack from a void true god. This kid called Ming Li's attack power is only 4-star. How could he possibly break my Zhou Yan shield? As for reaching 5-star level material attack, that's absolutely impossible. Except for those freaks, void true gods with 5-star combat power are probably all in the military, right? Can't break your turtle shell. Then try me to see if I can break your turtle shell. Yan Di's mastery of secret techniques had reached the 11th rank. If he used an 11th rank secret technique, he could naturally break the Zhou Yan shield with ease. But Yan Di did not do so. He wanted to use Zhou Yan to hone his application of secret techniques. There are generally 3 ways to kill a true god. First, exhaust its divine power. Second, directly destroy its soul. Third, destroy the heart of a true god. But the heart of a true god is hidden in the deepest part of a true god's body. How could it be easily destroyed? Only through repeated shocks can one shatter its heart of a true god. Then today I will use this shock technique to break your Zhou Yan shield. Shock. Ultimate light. Boom. This time Yan Di used ultimate light not as a thrust but as a smash. Bang. The Fangtian Huaji slammed heavily onto the surface of the Zhou Yan shield. It seemed to have no power at all, but an invisible shock force had already penetrated the Zhou Yan shield and rushed into Zhou Yan's body. Mingli, your attack is nothing but... Ah! What is this? Why do I feel my heart of a true god trembling? It seems to have encountered a great threat. Inside the Zhou Yan shield, Zhou Yan's 9 beautiful heads said in fear. The heart of a true god, hidden deep within her body, was now actually threatened. After all, once the heart of a true god shatters, Zhou Yan would die. Humph, it's working. Then let's do it again. Shock. Ultimate light. Shock. Ultimate light. Shock. Ultimate light. Yan Di's Fangtian Huaji smashed against the Zhou Yan shield again and again. The Zhou Yan shield appeared undamaged on the outside, but Zhou Yan felt her heart of a true god trembling incessantly, as if it could shatter at any moment. Moreover, the shock force was growing stronger, clearly indicating that Yan Di had elevated his understanding of shock power to another level. No, I can't let this continue. If this goes on, my Zhou Yan shield won't break, but my heart of a true god will. Inside the Zhou Yan shield, Zhou Yan was full of anxiety, knowing she couldn't stay inside the shield any longer. Zhou Yan was considered a mutated life form among beast warriors with a divine body on the scale of hundreds of millions of kilometers, especially adept at soul and illusion attacks. Due to her large divine body, she was not particularly afraid of material attacks. However, Yan Di's attack was too strange, directly affecting her heart of a true god through her divine body, which inevitably made Zhou Yan anxious. Boom! Zhou Yan dismissed the Zhou Yan shield and emerged from her defensive state. The dozens of tentacles of her octopus-like body each glowed with black light. They lashed out at Yan Di. Technique. Ultimate light. Snap, snap, snap. In the technique, ultimate light state, Yan Di's control over the application of secret techniques increased several levels. Originally, a single target attack, ultimate light, was used by Yan Di as a group attack, instantly blasting back the dozens of tentacles Zhou Yan had lashed at him. Seeing Zhou Yan's tentacles sent back, Yan Di pressed his advantage, raising his Fangtian Huaji and thrusting forward. Power. Ultimate light. In the power. Ultimate light state, Yan Di's attack power increased several times. Power. Ultimate light meant charging forward, without looking back, sacrificing oneself for the greater cause. He concentrated all his power into the tip of the Fangtian Huaji, unleashing maximum might. Boom. Ah! The Fangtian Huaji pierced deeply into Zhou Yan's divine body. Zhou Yan's 9 beautiful heads simultaneously let out a scream. Her divine body rapidly declined. Even the armor of a void true god could not provide much protection. Slap. In haste, Zhou Yan lashed out with dozens of tentacles at Yan Di, who took the opportunity to retreat and create distance. Standing 3 light years away from Zhou Yan, Yan Di looked coldly at the suffering Zhou Yan and said, "Zhou Yan, how about it? Do I get to experience your full power again?" "Yeah." Zhou Yan's 9 beautiful heads glared at Yan Di, angrily letting out a piercing shriek. "Mingli, you are indeed powerful. You have forced me to use all my means. The strongest means." Yan Di looked at Zhou Yan with interest. "I look forward to your strongest means." In fact, from the start of the battle, Yan Di had realized that Zhou Yan was a void true god specializing in soul and illusion attacks, which were exactly countered by him. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy for Yan Di to suppress her. "Humph. You'll see." Zhou Yan's 9 beautiful heads stared at Yan Di coldly. Zhou Yan's 9 heads, resembling human women, each had 2 ears, totaling 18 ears. Each of these 18 ears wore a beautiful large diamond earring, and these diamond earrings bore strange secret patterns. At this moment Zhou Yan's dozens of tentacles gently touched the 18 earrings on her ears, muttering to herself. Since I left him, I have never used you again. I thought I would never need you again. But unexpectedly I have to use you today. Using you brings back memories of his figure. As Zhou Yan spoke of him, there was a trace of tenderness, desolation, and helplessness in her tone. Clearly Zhou Yan was also a strong being with a story. Perhaps in the distant past she also had a partner she could not abandon. Lost in her memories for a moment, Zhou Yan then turned her gaze cruel and bloodthirsty, staring at Yan Di madly and saying, Mingli, it's you. It's you. You made me use it. Using it made me think of him and stirred up my sad memories. As she spoke her eyes grew more frenzied, more sorrowful, more bloodthirsty, and more piercing. Her 9 beautiful heads looked so desolate and pitiful. Unfortunately she was a Shura. A terrifying bloodthirsty Shura. Shuehan and DMO watched fearfully as the enraged Zhou Yan. They knew she had finally lost all reason, and her terrifying fury could burn the entire Zhou Yan marsh. It's over. At this rate the Zhou Yan marsh will be destroyed too. Yan Di watched the emotional Zhou Yan, without any carelessness, gripping his Fangtian Huaji tightly, and preparing for full defense. Zhou Yan's 18 earrings began to glow brightly. Her figure gradually vanished before Yan Di's eyes, and a cold voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Zhou Yan, tears, annihilation of 10,000 ages. Yan Di raised his head and saw that the cold voice came from a gigantic head above him. This head was simply an enlarged version of Zhou Yan. After she finished speaking she cast a fierce glare at Yan Di, then closed her eyes with a sorrowful expression, as if harboring endless grief. Hua! The sorrowful gigantic head of Zhou Yan in the void suddenly shattered, transforming into countless tiny teardrops that drifted down toward Yan Di. Zhou Yan's tears. Is this Zhou Yan's tears? Yan Di calmly watched the sudden display of Zhou Yan's tears, seemingly unable to fathom its mysteries. A tiny teardrop struck Yan Di's body like a cold drop on a scorching hot iron plate, causing a wisp of smoke to rise from his armor. What? Yan Di stared in shock at the tiny teardrops flying toward him, his eyes filled with disbelief. There is such a marvelous secret art in the world. It truly opens my eyes. But I wonder if I can withstand this move of yours. Guard. Ultimate light. Wang. Yan Di swiftly brandished his Fangtian Huaji halberd. A streak of flowing light formed at the tip, and as he twirled it rapidly it gradually formed a semicircular absolute domain around him. Any material attack or void divine power attack would be blocked by this absolute domain. Hua! The tiny teardrops accelerated like bullets, swiftly striking the absolute domain formed by Yan Di's guard. Ultimate light. Chi. Each teardrop that struck the protective shield of Yan Di's absolute domain gave off a puff of smoke, gradually corroding his defense, inching closer and closer to his divine body. Hong! The teardrop's attack speed increased, bombarding Yan Di like a machine gun. Though Yan Di struggled to defend, he was eventually overwhelmed by the countless teardrops. Gulp! Zhou Yan! Has Zhou Yan won? Timo and Shuahan, standing in the distance, swallowed nervously, uncertain. They had initially thought that this Void True God named Mingli was only at the 2nd or 3rd star level of Void True God combat power. But they did not expect that this fellow not only had strength at the 4th star level but also suppressed Zhou Yan. Cough! 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 Did I win? Zhou Yan's figure appeared in the sight of Timo and Shuahan. At this moment Zhou Yan's aura was weak, and her 9 beautiful heads had lost their former luster. She seemed to be at the brink of exhaustion. It seemed that the move Zhou Yan's tears placed a heavy burden on her. Zhou Yan's 9 beautiful heads stared intently at Yan Di, who was enveloped by her Zhou Yan's tears, as if scrutinizing how this offender would be annihilated by her tears. After a long moment, several seconds passed before the effect of Zhou Yan's tears on that space faded. Zhou Yan and the other two simultaneously cast their gaze toward that spot. Is that arrogant Mingli dead, or severely injured? Zhou Yan muttered to herself. She was extremely confident in her Zhou Yan's tears. Even if this Mingli was not dead, he must be gravely wounded and unable to rise. Alas, the result. Hiss. Even the usually composed Zhou Yan gasped in shock. How can someone remain completely unharmed under my Zhou Yan's tears? There in the place where Zhou Yan's tears had struck, Yan Di stood perfectly fine, his aura undiminished. Clearly Zhou Yan's tears had caused him no harm at all. Yet Yan Di looked at Zhou Yan with a complex expression, a hint of admiration in his tone. Zhou Yan, your Zhou Yan's tears are truly marvelous, an inconceivable design. If my divine body were not vast enough, I would likely have been utterly destroyed by this move of yours. Humph! Hearing Yan Di's praise, Zhou Yan snorted coldly and said, I have been completely defeated. Kill me if you will. Why must you mock me like this? And this Zhou Yan's tears was not created by me, it was. Once. Humph. If the one who created Zhou Yan's tears were to strike, you couldn't even withstand a single move. Hee. Hearing Zhou Yan's cold tone, Yan Di couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, clearly misunderstood by Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan. Your Zhou Yan's tears is truly an ingeniously conceived art. Any ordinary void true god would be directly destroyed with even a slight carelessness. If I am not mistaken, your Zhou Yan's tears can only be executed with the help of those 18 special earrings. By using this move you can forcibly consume the enemy's divine power at a rate 1/10 of your own consumption, and even a void true god level armor cannot defend against it. Even I who used the guard technique could not block it. And your divine body is 100 million kilometers tall. If you caught an enemy off guard with this move you could exhaust a void true god whose divine body height does not exceed 10 million kilometers. Unfortunately this move has a fatal flaw. Using it nearly depletes all your divine power at once. In that situation, if the enemy does not die, you become critically endangered. With almost no divine power left you are a lamb to the slaughter. Yan Di calmly revealed the secrets of Zhou Yan's tears one by one. There was a faint trace of admiration in his tone. Although the move had great flaws, its design was extremely ingenious. Zhou Yan was shocked that Yan Di had seen through the secrets of Zhou Yan's tears. Zhou Yan was filled with astonishment. How do you know? And why did Zhou Yan's tears have no effect on you at all? Zhou Yan voiced her inner confusion. Looking at the puzzled Zhou Yan, Yan Di calmly said, as for the first question, I naturally saw through the secret of Zhou Yan's tears after experiencing it once when you used it. As for the second question, in fact Zhou Yan's tears did have a great effect on me, even cancelling out about 3 million kilometers of my void true god level divine body height. But because I became a void true god through the path of divine power, this amount of divine power is just a drop in the bucket for me. You saw through it after just one use. You walked the path of divine power. You say a 3 million kilometer divine body is just a drop in the bucket for you. Zhou Yan was stunned by Yan Di's seemingly boastful words. Yet looking at Yan Di's calm eyes, Zhou Yan somehow found herself believing him. He from back then was also so outstanding, also walked the path of divine power. But a glimmer of longing for the past appeared in Zhou Yan's eyes. A longing to return to those bygone days, to fight, to laugh, to grieve together with the one she looked up to, and to be together forever. Seeing Zhou Yan lost in memory, Yan Di coughed lightly twice. Cough. Zhou Yan, this time I Mingli have intruded rudely. I am truly sorry. I have cultivated through countless cycles, and now that my strength is accomplished I have traveled far and wide seeking renowned experts to challenge. Please forgive any offense. Humph. Hearing Yan Di's apology, Zhou Yan snorted coldly, and did not reply. Seeing Zhou Yan's anger, Yan Di shamelessly continued, Zhou Yan, well, before my seclusion I was only a true god. Now my strength is accomplished, but I am unclear about the specific division of combat power at the void true god level. Please Zhou Yan, do not hesitate to enlighten me. Humph. Why should I tell you? Zhou Yan turned her 9 beautiful heads away, ignoring Yan Di entirely. Damn. This guy. Yan Di felt a bit humiliated and angry. He had spoken to Zhou Yan so humbly not because he feared her but because he had struck first and was in the wrong. That was why he had lowered his posture. But he did not expect Zhou Yan to be so ungrateful. Haha, brother Mingli. Zhou Yan is just like this. Please don't mind. This brother am very clear about the division of combat power among void true gods. Shuhan, seeing that Zhou Yan showed no respect to Yan Di and fearing that Yan Di would become enraged and attack Zhou Yan, quickly offered Yan Di a way out. Oh. Brother Shuhan knows, then we two brothers should have a good chat. Yan Di took the opportunity to talk with Shuhan, ignoring Zhou Yan beside them. Well, brother Mingli, the combat power of void true gods is divided as follows. From Shuhan, Yan Di gained a preliminary understanding of the division of void true god strength in the Jin world. 1-star combat power such as Timo, the weakest void true god. He has only created a 10th level secret technique with no void true god level treasure or divine power burning secret technique. Slightly stronger than the top overlords of the cosmic sea. 2-star combat power, creating an 11th level secret technique, or possessing a void true god level attack treasure, or a divine power burning secret technique, such as Shuhan, an ordinary void true god level. 3-star combat power, creating a 12th level secret technique, considered a relatively powerful figure among void true gods. 4-star combat power, creating a 13th level secret technique, a top figure among void true gods such as Zhou Yan. 5-star combat power, creating a 13th level secret technique, possessing a full set of void true god level treasures, and rich combat experience. Such a void true god is already a peak figure among void true gods like Wu, his father the master of the northern true sea. 6-star invincible combat power, creating a 13th level secret technique, and possessing powerful void true god level treasures, and divine power burning secret techniques. Such a figure can be called an invincible void true god. It is said that such a void true god can survive under the hands of an eternal true god. 7-star heaven-defying combat power must create a 13th level secret technique, possess a void true god level divine power burning secret technique, and have a top-tier void true god level mechanical flow treasure that can increase power by 2 levels. Such a void true god can already be titled in the Jin world, such as the 4 great commanders of the Divine King Valley. When they were void true gods, they already had combat power rivaling eternal true gods, making them the most heaven-defying void true gods in combat power. After comparison, Yendi discovered that he possessed a divine king-level divine power burning secret technique, a Fangtian Huaji, that could increase power by 2 levels, and had created an 11th level secret technique, placing him at the peak of 5-star void true god combat power. Such strength in the Jin world would make him a regional hegemon. Of course, this did not include the infinite secret technique, or otherwise Yendi's strength would be raised another level. Having understood the division of void true god combat power, Yendi now had a clearer positioning of his own strength. Bidding farewell to Zhouyanzhe, Yendi embarked on his journey of challenges again. The Flame Emperor and Wu He, one man and one beast, chatted cheerfully as they entered the island. The guards on the island, seeing that the Flame Emperor was entering with their divine son, Wu He naturally dared not obstruct him any longer. Just as the Flame Emperor and Wu He were recounting their experiences over the years, a voice dripping with sarcasm rang out. "Oh, isn't this the 17th? I heard from the demon ape that you brought a comrade in arms into our northern island. But you must understand that our northern island is a grand establishment, not a place where any random cat or dog, any sneaky character can just waltz in." Before them appeared a beast that bore a striking resemblance to Wu He, save for its more exquisite wings and finer, more beautiful scales. Behind it stood the patrol guard captain whom Wu He had scolded, the true god demon ape. The demon ape now cast a triumphant glance at the Flame Emperor, while the newly appeared beast likewise sneered at Wu He. "Second sister, why are you here? And the Flame Emperor is no sneaky character. He is my comrade in arms." When Wu He said, "He is my comrade in arms," he enunciated each word as if to make the meaning unmistakable, and shot a fierce glare at the demon ape. Gazing at the newly appeared beast, Wu He's expression turned uneasy, as if he wished to avoid the creature he called second sister. Upon hearing Wu He's reply, the beast pressed aggressively. "What? Not happy to see your sister? You already disregard me, your sister, before you've even become a void true god. Once you do, won't you try to exterminate me entirely?" "Humph, Xia, you've gone too far. I don't recall ever offending you." Hearing the beast named Xia repeatedly targeting him, Wu He finally exploded, dropping the title of second sister. "Oh, it seems Wu He isn't doing so well in the North True Sea either. An adversary appears right away." The Flame Emperor watched the two quarreling beasts with keen interest. From their conversation, the Flame Emperor could deduce that the female beast named Xia was likely also a child of the North True Sea Lord, and the two were vying for the favor of their father. There was bound to be deception and covert rivalry. This time the demon ape had clearly been humiliated by Wu He's public reprimand. But since Wu He was the North True Sea Lord's child, he dared not retaliate directly, so he sought out Xia, another divine son. The moment Xia received the news, she naturally would not miss this chance to strike at Wu He. In truth, the demon ape and the Flame Emperor were merely scapegoats in the conflict between Wu He and Xia. But could the Flame Emperor be a mere scapegoat? Xia and Wu He argued endlessly. Xia insisted that the Flame Emperor was a person of unknown origin, and demanded he be taken to the North True Sea security system for inspection. Wu He, as the Flame Emperor's comrade-in-arms, could not allow Xia to take him away, whether out of personal loyalty or for the sake of face. Otherwise, how could he ever show his face in the North True Sea again? If the Flame Emperor were indeed taken away by Xia today, rumors would spread tomorrow that Wu He was a coward, who let someone take his own comrade-in-arms right before his eyes. "Humph, Wu He, I will take this Flame Emperor to the security system for inspection today, no matter what. Even if we take this to father, I'm not afraid. You let a person of unknown origin enter the northern island without inspection. That already violates the rules of the North True Sea. Do you think you can ignore or trample on those rules?" Xia gave a cold snort, applying verbal pressure, and slapping a heavy accusation on Wu He, forcing him to make a decision. "You, Xia, humph. Today, no matter what, I will not let you take my comrade in arms." Wu He was momentarily speechless, unable to refute Xia's pressure. Xia looked at the silenced Wu He and sneered, "Heh, you won't let me take him? Can you make that decision?" With that, Xia turned to the demon ape and said, "Demon ape, as the patrol squad leader of the North True Sea, you have already failed in your duty by allowing a stranger into the northern island. Now I order you to seize that person of unknown origin named the Flame Emperor. If he dares to resist, it will prove he harbors ill intentions, and then he will become the enemy of the entire North True Sea." "Yes." Upon receiving Xia's order, the demon ape quickly complied. Then, grinning maliciously, he approached the Flame Emperor, rubbing his furry paws together, and snarled, "Kid, you're in my hands now. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise you'll face the pursuit of the entire North True Sea." The Flame Emperor looked at the approaching demon ape with disdain. "A mere jumping clown. I originally planned to visit Wu He first and then challenge the North True Sea Lord. It seems the time has come sooner. But it doesn't matter. It was only a matter of time anyway." With a chi sound, the Flame Emperor raised his right hand, and a streak of light shot from his middle finger, striking the demon ape's battle armor. An invisible wave of force entered the demon ape's body. "Ah, you, The demon ape stared at the Flame Emperor pointing at him, as if to say something, but in a moment he collapsed and lost all signs of life. You! This time both Wu He and Xia were stunned. Wu He was astonished that the Flame Emperor could instantly kill a true god of considerable strength. One who, as the captain of the North True Sea Guard, was at the very least a peak 10th level true god with numerous treasures and extraordinary survival abilities. Xia, on the other hand, was shocked that the Flame Emperor dared to kill someone right before her eyes, and more importantly to kill a member of the North True Sea within the Northern Island. Wasn't this a provocation to the authority of the North True Sea? Wasn't this suicidal? Kid, you're too bold. You? Flame Emperor, run. You killed. Before Wu He and Xia could finish their words, they found themselves unable to speak. With a buzz, one thought void formation, Wu He stared at the Flame Emperor in horror, unable to believe that the Flame Emperor had already become a void true god. Xia looked at the Flame Emperor as if she had seen a ghost. A void true god. He's actually a void true god. How foolish I was. If I had only won over a void true god. As Xia inwardly regretted offending the Flame Emperor, another surge of power, one thought void dissolution, dispelled the Flame Emperor's one thought void. Seeing his one thought void dispelled, the Flame Emperor showed no concern. When two void true gods fight, one thought void is useless because both possess it and it cancels out. Using it would be futile. Which void true god has come to my North Sea without greeting me, its master? A voice dignified and powerful rang out. Father. Hearing the voice, Wu He and Xia both respectfully called out. Clearly the newcomer was the master of the North True Sea, the North True Sea Lord. North True Sea Lord, I have long heard of your fame. The Flame Emperor calmly looked at the figure that appeared in his sight. The North True Sea Lord had the same form as Wu He and the others, tens of millions of kilometers in length. It resembled a lizard with two small wings at its neck. However, the North True Sea Lord's attire was truly terrifying. The lizard-like beast was entirely clad in dark iron-colored armor, looking from a distance like a mechanical monster. On its head was a sharp horn exuding a fearsome aura. The moment this beast appeared, it fixed its gaze on the Flame Emperor, scrutinizing him for a long time before sighing. Mingli, void true god Mingli, you have finally come. Hearing the North True Sea Lord's lament, the Flame Emperor smiled slightly. I have defeated the Desert Lord of the Western Continent, the Blood Red King of the Northern Continent, and the Blood Phoenix of the Southern Continent. Only you remain. The Master of the North True Sea, the strongest void true god of the Eastern Continent. Beast's Sharp Horn. Beast's Sharp Horn. It's been a long time since anyone mentioned that title in my presence. The gigantic steel beast showed a trace of nostalgia in its eyes upon hearing the Flame Emperor's address. Beast's Sharp Horn. The North True Sea Lord had earned that title long ago by slaughtering 13 void true gods of the tribes. In the distant past of the Gene world, beasts and tribal warriors were hostile with constant conflicts. The North True Sea was frequently attacked during its early days. Once enraged, the North True Sea Lord slaughtered 13 enemy void true gods in a single spree, establishing the North True Sea's supreme status in the Eastern Continent and earning him the title Beast Sharp Horn. For those 13 void true gods were all impaled by his sharp horn. In truth, the North True Sea Lord did not originally have a horn. That horn was a powerful mechanical treasure. Looking at the nostalgic North True Sea Lord and at Wu He and Xia, who were too stunned to speak, the Flame Emperor calmly said, I had intended to visit your child Wu He, my comrade in arms, at the Northern Island. But unexpected events occurred. Since you are here, let us fight. Let me see if the title Beast Sharp Horn is truly deserved. Fight. Good. Let me Beast Sharp Horn test the strength of the one who has challenged all void true gods in the Gene world. The North True Sea Lord responded with high spirits, his battle intent blazing. No matter the outcome, he could not back down. If he retreated, it would become a stain on his honor, and how could he ever hold his head high again? Besides, he Beast Sharp Horn had roamed the Eastern Continent for countless ages. He might not necessarily lose. Ha! Hearing the North True Sea Lord's acceptance, the Flame Emperor lifted his head and let out a long piercing cry. Good, 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 how exhilarating! The Flame Emperor's eyes practically blazed with tangible battle intent. In the Gene world, he had challenged over 1,000 void true gods. Among the powerful ones outside the army, only the North True Sea Lord remained. He had long anticipated this battle with the North True Sea Lord. Let's go. We'll fight in the North True Sea. With that, the North True Sea Lord transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the North True Sea. The Flame Emperor followed, leaving the Northern Island. After all, he came to challenge, not to cause trouble. There was no need to fight on the island. Let's go. Wu He and Xia exchanged glances and followed. The Sea Lord has decided to fight the void true god Ming Li. Let us go and watch. 8 figures with powerful auras rose from the island. All clearly void true god level super experts. 8 figures with powerful auras rose from the island. All clearly void true god level super experts. Force defense technique and vibration. I have finally mastered these 4 principles. I never expected that it would take me 5,000 epochs to preliminarily establish my combat style. In the Gene realm on the northern continent within an endless desert, the Flame Emperor, having shrunk to the size of a speck of dust, opened his eyes and muttered to himself. The Flame Emperor had arrived in the Gene realm 500 billion epochs ago. Under the name Mingli, he had battled most of the Void True Gods across the Gene realm without a single defeat. Every time the Flame Emperor finished a battle, he would go into seclusion to digest his combat experience, then integrate his techniques and style. Thus the Flame Emperor had crossed blows with over 1,000 Void True Gods in the Gene realm and earned a name for himself. Undefeated in 1,000 battles, the name of Void True God Mingli was highly renowned among the Void True Gods of the Gene realm. No one dared to underestimate him. Moreover, the Flame Emperor's mastery of secret arts had reached the threshold of the 12th rank. Given sufficient pressure and insight, he was certain to create a 12th rank secret art. The Flame Emperor was a born warrior adept at material attacks and close combat. However, warriors specializing in material attacks often had a flaw when facing enemies with massive divine bodies or high physical defenses. They could not kill them quickly or at all. Thus, based on this weakness, the Flame Emperor studied countless inheritances of the endless lineage and created his own combat style. The Force Principle. The Force Principle followed a path of relentless advance where none could stand against him, and he took unconventional routes. When the Flame Emperor employed the Force Principle, it meant abandoning all defense and attacking with full force. His meaning was simple: either you die or I die. The Force Principle was also his ultimate killing move, a trump card, so he could not use it lightly. Once used, it meant deciding victory or defeat, even life or death. The Technique Principle. Using the Technique Principle could greatly enhance the Flame Emperor's control over his secret arts. After employing the Technique Principle, the power and frequency of his secret arts could be adjusted as needed. This technique was especially suited for fighting multiple opponents. The Vibration Principle was also created by the Flame Emperor to deal with enemies with large divine bodies and high defenses who were hard to kill. Once he encountered such troublesome foes, the Flame Emperor could directly unleash the Vibration Principle, shattering the enemy's true god heart and killing them. The Defense Principle. Using the Defense Principle could form an absolute domain within his own range. This absolute domain not only enhanced defensive power, but also delivered massive area attacks. Any powerful being entering this domain would suffer fierce attacks and binding suppression from the Flame Emperor. The four principles, Force, Technique, Vibration, Defense, were not secret arts but combat techniques similar to secret skills or movement techniques. Just as Luo Feng's movement technique earned the admiration of eternal true gods, the Flame Emperor's Force, Technique, Vibration, and Defense were like that. Not secret arts, yet capable of greatly boosting combat power. Moreover, the Flame Emperor's four principles could be taught to others possessing some characteristics of divine power, burning secrets. The four principles could be used in conjunction with any of his offensive secret arts. For example, after using the Force Principle, the Flame Emperor's secret arts greatly increased in attack power. After using the Technique Principle, his control greatly increased. Currently, the Flame Emperor's mastery of secret arts was at the 11th rank. With divine power, burning secrets, and powerful treasures like the Fangtian Huaji, plus the use of the four principles, the Flame Emperor was already among the most top-tier Void True Gods with 5-star combat power. The Flame Emperor's 11th rank secret arts, after using the Defense Principle, could not be breached by attacks below 6-star level. When using the Force Principle, the Flame Emperor's attack power could approach 6-star level, capable of killing even the weakest Void True Gods like Dimo with a single strike. The Desert Lord of the Western Continent was defeated by me 10 billion epochs ago. That battle also severely damaged my divine body. I was gravely injured. He was already the strongest Void True God of the Western Continent. Now, except for the military strongmen, there is no Void True God in the Western Continent who can match me. The peerless overlord of the Northern Continent, the bloody True Lord, has been defeated by me. I'm afraid there is no Void True God in the Northern Continent who can defeat me. The uncrowned king of the Southern Continent, the Blood Phoenix, has also been defeated by me. There should be no Void True God in the Southern Continent who can match me. Now only the Divine King Realm and the Eastern Continent remain. The Divine King Realm is an important place of the Gene Realm guarded by the four great commanders. I cannot recklessly intrude. Now only the Eastern Continent is left. The Flame Emperor silently calculated the enemies he had defeated and the formidable foes he had yet to face. The Eastern Continent's recognized strongest Void True God is the Master of the North True Sea, the North True Sea Lord, who has 8 Void True Gods under his command. In the Eastern Continent, aside from the Eastern Army, the North True Sea is the most powerful force. Such a renowned superpower's master and creator, the North True Sea Lord. His strength must be formidable. Good. This time the challenge target is set: the North True Sea Lord. Boom. The Luaha Celestial Palace, driven by the Flame Emperor at full power, directly tore through space and sped toward the Eastern Continent's North True Sea. Inside the Luaha Celestial Palace, the Flame Emperor seemed to stand quietly, his expression serene and peaceful. Yet his heart was not calm. It surged with blood and his eyes filled with battle intent and fervor, his entire body radiating a barely containable fighting spirit. North True Sea Lord, this Emperor has arrived. I hope you won't disappoint me. Whoosh. After 3 months of travel, the Flame Emperor finally arrived at the North True Sea of the Eastern Continent from the endless desert of the Western Continent in the Jin realm. Is this the North True Sea? The Flame Emperor stepped out of the Luaha Celestial Palace, gazing at the boundless ocean before him. As far as the Flame Emperor's eyes could see, the sea stretched for tens of millions of light years. Within this expanse, the waters were tranquil, with occasionally a large fish of Law Master level leaping up. At the center of this sea was an island with a diameter of over 100,000 light years. According to the Flame Emperor's knowledge, this was the headquarters of the North True Sea, the North Island. When I was in the Eastern Army's Python River Army, a comrade was the son of the North True Sea Lord. Before challenging his father today, I should visit my old comrade. The Flame Emperor gazed at North Island and murmured. He recalled Wuha, that somewhat cunning, proud, and optimistic spirit beast, remembering how Luofeng had once fleeced him badly. Let's go. Take a look at North Island. Whoosh. With that, the Flame Emperor teleported and appeared outside North Island. Hey! Who are you daring to trespass into our North True Sea? Leave quickly or don't blame us for mercilessly killing you. The Flame Emperor had just arrived at the North Sea when he saw a squad of spirit beast true gods glaring at him. There were 30 true gods in total, led by a spirit beast true god resembling an ape. It was this true god who issued the warning to the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor looked at the menacing true gods and smiled slightly. He said, "My name is the Flame Emperor. I was once a comrade of your North True Sea Lord's son Wuha. I have come to pay an unannounced visit. Please announce me." "You are a comrade of Prince Wuha." The ape true god sized up the Flame Emperor. "Prince Wuha? Damn, this guy sure knows how to show off." The Flame Emperor was taken aback, then said, "Yes, I am a comrade of your Prince Wuha. We once fought together in the Eastern Army Special Forces, the Python River Army, 1st Battalion 6th Squad. Python River Army, 1st Battalion 6th Squad." Hearing that the Flame Emperor's words matched exactly with their Prince Wuha's unit, the ape true god thought for a moment and said respectfully, "So you are a comrade of Prince Wuha? I apologize for the earlier offense. Please wait a moment, I will report to Prince Wuha immediately." The Flame Emperor nodded. It seems Wuha holds a considerable position in the North True Sea. Otherwise his name wouldn't be so effective. Speaking of it, before joining the Python River Army, Wuha was considered the least valued child of the North True Sea Lord. However, after joining the army, he had a decent relationship with Luofeng, and during his first military mission he was fleeced by Luofeng. But Luofeng was a man who repaid favors and generally didn't owe debts. Although fleecing Wuha didn't mean Luofeng owed him a favor, after Luofeng obtained his title, he had stepped in to help Wuha a few times. As a result, Wuha became a true god before retiring, and after retirement he obtained powerful mechanical treasures and secret arts, and gathered many followers and strong fighters. Now he was quite valued by the North True Sea Lord, and held a respectable position in the North True Sea. In just a moment a familiar voice reached the Flame Emperor. "You bunch of bastards! Are you blind? How dare you treat my comrade like this? Do you have no respect for me, Prince Wuha? Have you forgotten who my father is?" A spirit beast true god resembling a lizard with 2 wings on its neck flew over and roared at the ape true god. No, this, that. The ape true god stammered, not daring to refute at all, but inwardly he was filled with resentment. Damn it. This kid called the Flame Emperor actually made me lose face. Seeing Wuha's act, the Flame Emperor knew it was for show, so he spoke up. "Wuha, don't make things hard for him. He didn't know, and besides he didn't cause me any trouble. Since my brother has forgiven you, get the hell out of here. Don't let me see you again." Wuha's lizard face cold, he snorted. Yes, we're leaving now." The ape true god shot a fierce glance at the Flame Emperor and quickly left. "Just wait. I can't offend Prince Wuha, but you, a comrade of Prince Wuha. Can't I deal with you? I, the demon ape, am at least a figure of some importance among the true gods of the North True Sea. Today you made me lose face like this. I will make you pay. The North True Sea has more than one prince. Wuha, long time no see. You're very impressive now, aren't you?" The Flame Emperor teased Wuha, who had just thrown a tantrum. "Hee, not at all. How could I compare to you, the Flame Emperor? I still remember how terrifying your war halberd is." Wuha chuckled at the Flame Emperor's teasing. Luofeng had only done one mission with Wuha and the others before completing his title mission and leaving. But the Flame Emperor was different. He had stayed in the Python River Army for hundreds of millions of epochs. As a comrade, Wuha knew very well how terrifying the Flame Emperor was. Let's not talk about that. An old comrade has come, aren't you going to invite me in?" The Flame Emperor chuckled. Ha, you rascal. Looking at the smiling Flame Emperor, Wuha threw his head back and laughed a few times, then said, "Come, I'll take you to our North Island. This time I will definitely show you a good time." "Good." The Flame Emperor and Wuha together entered the North Island. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures appeared in the sky above the North Sea. Apart from the 8 void true gods, all were true gods confident in their own strength. Those true gods whose power was not so formidable hid within the secret patterns and formations of the North Island, preparing to observe the battle. At the center of the North Sea, a figure clad in red armor with blood-red wings and a single horn. The Flame Emperor gripped a halberd, standing in the void like a primordial war god of ancient legend. His towering form exuded an abstruse and terrifying aura, as if the entire world revolved around this powerhouse. 5 light-years away from the Flame Emperor, the North True Sea Lord was clad in pitch-black iron armor, his 4 claws sharp as blades seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. His small wings flapped with a puffing sound, stirring up terrifying storms. The sharp, fearsome horn atop his head seemed as if it could pierce through the cosmos itself. Mingli, I have long awaited this battle. Ever since you began challenging those powerful void true gods, I knew you would come. I just didn't expect you to arrive so soon. The North True Sea Lord's massive beastly mouth emitted a thunderous roar. Oh, I didn't expect the North True Sea Lord to have been anticipating this battle for so long as well. The Flame Emperor glanced at the North True Sea Lord in surprise. Indeed, I have been waiting for a long time. The North True Sea Lord sighed from his beastly maw. In these years of invincibility, I have grown lonely. I too seek an opponent who fights for the sake of battle. Mingli, you are worthy to be my rival. Is that so? I hope I will not disappoint you, and I hope you will not disappoint me either. The Flame Emperor said calmly. Roar. Then come. The North True Sea Lord raised his head, let out a bellow, and thrust his sharp horn straight toward the Flame Emperor. Ha! Let my halberd meet your beastly horn. Boom! The Flame Emperor merged with his halberd, turning into a streak of light that charged toward the North True Sea Lord. Even under the suppression of the Gene Realm, the speed of the two exceeded 1,000,000 times the speed of light, making it impossible for the true gods to track with their eyes. They could only observe the battle by sensing their energy fluctuations. In the eyes of the observing powerhouses, the North True Sea Lord's horn was sharp and piercing, as if it could tear through the entire universe. The Flame Emperor was like a celestial fire meteor, shattering space into powder wherever he passed. Like a rocket, he rushed toward the North True Sea Lord. Crack, 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 crack. The space above the North Sea began to shatter, falling like blocks of ice, turning the surroundings into a dead zone. Boom! The tip of the Flame Emperor's halberd and the North True Sea Lord's horn collided violently. Crackle! A visible wave of energy spread into the North Sea, instantly stirring up monstrous waves. The waves rose to a height of billions of kilometers, churning the entire North Sea into a boiling cauldron. Quick! We must act now to erect an energy barrier to protect the true gods, or they will likely be killed by the residual energy from the Sea Lord and Void True God Mingli. An aged Void True God of the North Sea shouted. Right? The Sea Lord and Void True God Mingli are too powerful. Even the aftermath of their battle is beyond what these true gods can withstand. The other Void True Gods agreed. The 8 Void True Gods acted in unison, raising an energy shield 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter, protecting the observing true gods within. Phew! Finally the Void True Gods have intervened. I thought we were going to die. Inside the barrier, the true gods breathed a collective sigh of relief. Just then, the turbulent waves caused by the battle gradually subsided, and the space there slowly returned to normal, allowing everyone to clearly observe the situation within. What? He's actually a match for the Sea Lord. There on the North Sea, the Flame Emperor and the North True Sea Lord were still locked together, neither able to retreat nor advance. The North True Sea Lord's strength is formidable. He's actually my equal. The Flame Emperor thought in surprise. In truth, the North True Sea Lord was equally astonished. I didn't expect Mingli to withstand my attack. It seems I must. Boom! A layer of red light blazed on the North True Sea Lord's pitch-black iron armor. The Flame Emperor, still locked in stalemate, suddenly felt immense pressure. Wild beast state. Boom! Before the Flame Emperor could react, he felt the North True Sea Lord's power surge. An overwhelming force blasted him away. Whoosh! Splash! The Flame Emperor shot backward like a cannonball, plunging into the North Sea and sending up plumes of spray. Excellent! The Sea Lord is still as mighty as ever. Even though countless ages have passed, and I feel I have made great progress every time I face the Sea Lord. I can only gaze at his back, unable to muster any will to fight, exclaimed a two-headed beast Void True God. Indeed! A peerless powerhouse like the Sea Lord. We can only forever look up to his back. The other Void True Gods nodded in agreement. Although the Void True God Mingli, known as the Undefeated in 1,000 battles, had recently risen in fame, and even defeated many old veterans, they had never doubted their Sea Lord. The North Sea's transcendent status in the eastern continent was entirely earned by the North True Sea Lord alone. Other forces might have several Void True Gods, but they built their factions together as multiple leaders. The North Sea, however, had always had only one true master, the North True Sea Lord. The other 8 Void True Gods were merely his followers. A North True Sea Lord who could command the allegiance of 8 Void True Gods. One could imagine just how immense his power truly was. Seeing the Flame Emperor knocked away by the North True Sea Lord, Xia taunted Wuha. "See Wuha, your comrade isn't so tough after all. Defeated by father in an instant." Humph. Wuha's expression darkened. Father's strength is naturally the greatest. Unable to refute Xia, he could only go with the flow and praise the North True Sea Lord. In truth, he was worried about the Flame Emperor. Humph. Overreaching. Xia sneered. Boom. At that moment the Flame Emperor burst out of the North Sea. Looking at the North True Sea Lord, who now radiated a red aura, he said, "North True Sea Lord, I underestimated you. Your armor is also a powerful mechanical treasure, isn't it? I didn't expect it could amplify your might so greatly." Roar. The distant North True Sea Lord let out a bellow and said in a deep voice, "My wild beast armor is naturally formidable. I obtained it after spending massive military merits. But your armor is impressive too. You took my full force strike and emerged unscathed." Phew. The Flame Emperor felt a bit of luck. His Tianqing armor, after being modified by Old Root, was top grade among Void True Gods. If it had been an ordinary Void True God armor, it would likely have been broken past its limit by the North True Sea Lord's attack. North True Sea Lord, take this. Canly Calamity. Flying out of the North Sea, the Flame Emperor, while speaking, raised his halberd high and slashed with all his might. Boom. A golden blade of light about a light-year long cut toward the North True Sea Lord's abdomen. Facing the sudden attack, the North True Sea Lord did not even dodge, seemingly confident in his wild beast armor. Clang. The golden blade struck the North True Sea Lord's abdomen, producing a sound of metal clashing with sparks flying. It had no effect on him at all. Roar. "Mingli, what do you think? My armor is pretty good, isn't it?" The North True Sea Lord said with slight pride. "Your attack is over. Now it's my turn." Boom. Wild beast horn. The North True Sea Lord turned into a streak of light, employing the same unchanging horn thrust which gave the Flame Emperor a headache. Outmatched in offense, and his defense is terrifyingly strong. "It seems I can only..." The Flame Emperor raised his halberd as if to split heaven and earth. Shock. Canly Calamity. The halberd transformed into a golden giant hammer in the Flame Emperor's hands, smashing down toward the North True Sea Lord. Boom. The North True Sea Lord's horn collided with the Flame Emperor's hammer. Whoosh. The Flame Emperor was sent flying again, while the North True Sea Lord stood unmoved, seemingly unharmed. But strangely no energy fluctuations spread this time. Humph. Arrogant fool, defeated by father again. Just as Xia was about to mock the Flame Emperor, suddenly, the North True Sea Lord's massive unwavering body shook a few times and retreated several steps. Boom. The Flame Emperor once again emerged from the North Sea unscathed, calmly watching the North True Sea Lord. "Sea Lord, how is this possible?" As they watched Beijing Sea Lord stagger back a few steps after trembling, all the powerful spectators lost their voices. The sky of the North True Sea, the master of the North True Sea, its founder, who ended the conflict between the beasts and tribes in the eastern continent. The one known as the strongest Void True God, Beijing Sea Lord, had actually retreated. Beijing Sea Lord looked at the Flame Emperor in surprise, then said with slight excitement, Good. Mingli, truly worthy of being called the undefeated in 1,000 battles. I never expected you to possess such means. I truly underestimated you. Unfortunately, your comprehension of this technique is still insufficient to truly harm me. If you had mastered it to perfection, I might have lost just now. But as you are now, you're still not enough. I was careless and fell for it just now. Next time I won't give you any chance. Boom. As his words fell, Beijing Sea Lord transformed into a streak of light, thrusting toward the Flame Emperor. It was still the same unchanging single-horn thrust, but this very thrust the Flame Emperor could neither withstand nor counter. This thrust of Beijing Sea Lord is truly troublesome. In terms of secret technique mastery, he must be close to the limit of Void True Gods. And the sudden use of the vibration technique just now caught him off guard, but this time it won't work. The Flame Emperor frowned as he watched the horn thrusting toward him. Unfortunately, my 4-character technique is only at minor completion, not yet perfected. It's not enough to deal with an enemy of Beijing Sea Lord's level. Even the defense technique may not be able to block his attack. It seems I have no choice but to. Watching the earth-shattering thrust coming at him again, the Flame Emperor knew he could not clash head-on with Beijing Sea Lord. In terms of direct defensive power, the Flame Emperor was still inferior to Beijing Sea Lord. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the Flame Emperor was about to be sent flying, once more 100 figures of the Flame Emperor appeared in the void. These figures stood in the void, their aura identical to that of the Flame Emperor's true body. They were utterly indistinguishable. What is this? The spectators were dumbfounded. How could 100 figures with identical auras appear all at once? They couldn't tell them apart. Illusion, clone technique, a trick. No, given Ming Li's methods, he would never use such petty tricks. Let me observe carefully, find the true body, and defeat him in one blow. Beijing Sea Lord muttered to himself as he looked at the 100 Flame Emperors. He scrutinized the 100 figures trying to locate the true body but soon discovered, what? Their aura and expression are exactly the same. I can't tell which is the real one. Just as Beijun Sea Lord was unable to determine the true body, the Flame Emperor launched his attack. Flowing cloud. The 100 figures began to move. Each of the Flame Emperor's clones moved like a phantom shifting thousands of miles in an instant. They were elusive and unpredictable. My flowing cloud movement technique was created based on the myriad clones escape technique of the endless lineage at the Divine King level. In this state my speed, agility, and deceptiveness are greatly enhanced. Roar. Since I can't find Ming Li's true body, I'll use my ultimate attack speed to break his clones, one by one, and find the real one. Whoosh. Beastly horn. Roar. 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 Unable to determine the Flame Emperor's true form, Beijun Sea Lord had no choice but to destroy the clones one by one. Unleashing the beastly horn, Beijun Sea Lord was like a wildebeest in heat, leaping and darting about using a single horn, 4 claws, and a massive tail to attack everywhere. Boom. 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 The waters of the North True Sea were churned into towering waves by Beijun Sea Lord. The space above the North True Sea began to shatter and the observing powerhouses had long since fled to the North Island. It's useless. You can't hit me. 100 Flame Emperor clones spoke coldly in unison. Ten Tribulation. When Beijun Sea Lord was not paying attention, the Flame Emperor seized the opportunity to strike. Boom. The halberd sliced through the air, and a blade of light about a light-year long slashed toward Beijun Sea Lord's abdomen. Clang. The blade struck Beijun Sea Lord's ink iron armor, producing a sound of metal clashing with sparks flying. He stood unmoved, the attack barely threatening him. Roar. Your attack cannot break through the defense of my beastly war armor. I deliberately left that opening to capture you. Beijun Sea Lord said to the Flame Emperor who had just attacked. Beastly horn. Burning his divine power, the energy was transformed through the internal system of the beastly horn. Its power greatly increased. He thrust directly at the Flame Emperor. Boom. The Flame Emperor who had just attacked was pierced into dust by the horn, but the other clones remained. A fake. Beijun Sea Lord exclaimed in shock. At that moment an ancient hall appeared above Beijun Sea Lord's head, enveloping him. The space around Beijun Sea Lord instantly became extremely heavy, making movement difficult. What? A domain-type treasure. Beijun Sea Lord looked up at the ancient hall in surprise, feeling as if a universe were pressing down on him, making it hard to move. Quake Canly Tribulation. Taking advantage of Beijun Sea Lord's temporary inability to escape his suppression, the Flame Emperor launched his attack. Boom. A golden giant hammer appeared above Beijun Sea Lord's head and slammed down. An invisible force penetrated through the beastly war armor and entered his body. Roar. A roar erupted from the massive beast's mouth of Beijun Sea Lord. Although the Flame Emperor's vibration technique could not shatter his true god heart, the true god heart was the core of a true god's existence. Even a slight tremor caused excruciating pain. It's working. Continue. The Flame Emperor, seeing that his attack was effective, followed up with another vibration technique. Boom. Another golden hammer descended toward Beijun Sea Lord's head. Roar. Damn it. Get lost. Bang. Enraged, Beijun Sea Lord flung the Luaha Celestial Palace away. Whoosh. Freed from the palace's suppression, he dodged the Flame Emperor's attack. Slap. Before the Flame Emperor could react, Beijun Sea Lord's massive tail swept over, shattering this clone. The Flame Emperor's clones were swift as lightning, elusive as ghosts, and numerous, each one extremely troublesome. After reaching True God, the Flame Emperor could transfer his power to a clone for attacks without exposing his true body. In this way, with his massive divine body, he could remain undefeated. Of course, if it were a life or death battle, and Beijun Sea Lord was losing and tried to flee, the Flame Emperor would have no way to stop him. Roar. Beijun Sea Lord roared in fury, realizing he couldn't break the Flame Emperor's movement technique. I'll suppress you with my beastly realm and see how you escape. The horn on Beijun Sea Lord's head emitted waves, and countless beastly shadows appeared in the void, pressing down on the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor immediately felt the space become heavy and difficult to move. A powerful domain treasure. It's affecting my speed. With the beastly realm unleashed, Beijun Sea Lord's control over the space increased, allowing him to clearly perceive the pattern of the Flame Emperor's movement. Roar. You can't escape. Beijun Sea Lord locked onto one of the Flame Emperor's clones and charged. Boom. The clone was instantly pierced into dust, vanishing into the void. Not the true body, but I can already track your movement trajectory. I'll destroy all your clones and see where you can hide. Boom. 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 The powerhouses on the North Island watched the battle between the Flame Emperor and Beijun Sea Lord. On the boundless North True Sea, a one-horned beast was fighting a blood-winged red-armored deity. Each time the beast destroyed a clone of the deity, making it seem as if the deity was being forced into a corner with no way to retaliate. The entire North True Sea churned and roared, sending massive waves crashing toward the shore. Slap. Another of the Flame Emperor's clones was turned to dust under the terrifying thrust of Beijun Sea Lord dissolving into nothingness. But Beijun Sea Lord's massive figure stopped frowning as he looked around. I've destroyed at least 70 or 80 of Ming Li's clones, but it feels like none have been reduced. Can these clones regenerate? Just as Beijun Sea Lord paused his attack, the Flame Emperor's voice rang out. Beijun Sea Lord, in terms of attack power I am inferior to you. But you cannot break this movement technique of mine. Since this is not a life or death battle, how about we settle it with our strongest attack? Roar. Fine. Beijun Sea Lord nodded in agreement. Although annoyed that he couldn't break the Flame Emperor's clones, he knew that dragging it out was pointless, so he decided to settle it with one decisive blow. Slap, slap, slap. The Flame Emperor's clones shattered one by one, leaving only his true body in the void. Beijun Sea Lord also withdrew the beastly realm suppression, standing still in the void. Again, one man and one beast stood in the void facing each other from afar, just as they had at the start of the battle. Only now neither spoke, silently gathering power and waiting for the ultimate strike. What's happening? Why have they stopped? The true gods watching the battle wondered, seeing the stillness of Beijun Sea Lord and the Flame Emperor. The true gods could not understand, but the 8 void true gods knew well that the real battle had just begun. The moment of decision had arrived. Silence. An eerie silence. As the Flame Emperor and the North True Sea Lord simultaneously ceased their battle, standing motionless in the void, the surroundings fell into an extraordinary stillness. The roaring giant waves of the North True Sea gradually calmed down due to the halt of the Flame Emperor and the North True Sea Lord. Within tens of millions of light-years of the North True Sea, not a single sound could be heard. The usual fish and beasts that frolicked in the North True Sea had vanished without a trace. The entire atmosphere of the North True Sea became exceptionally quiet. The powerful experts on the North Island all felt an inexplicable oppression. Even the weak children stopped playing and quietly hid in their homes. So quiet. How can I feel my true god heart trembling? Xia looked at the distant standing Flame Emperor and North True Sea Lord, fear showing on her face, speaking tremblingly. I feel it too. It seems something big is about to happen. Wuhe also said with fear on his face. Terrible. Has the strength of the Sea Lord and the Void True God Mingli become so powerful that they can invisibly influence others' emotions? A golden serpent beast Void True God looked at the Flame Emperor and the North True Sea Lord in fear. We who are also Void True Gods watching them fight feel like ants watching an elephant. Our hearts tremble uncontrollably as if by instinct. We simply cannot suppress it. The Void True Gods below only felt a strange oppression and fear, unaware of the reason. However, the 8 Void True Gods of the North True Sea now felt as if they were a group of ants hiding in the shadows, secretly watching the battle of 2 divine dragons. Oppression, trembling, silence. The entire North True Sea was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. Just then the Flame Emperor and the North True Sea Lord moved simultaneously. With me invincible. Who else but me? Press forward without turning back. North True Sea Lord, receive my strongest attack. Force Canly Tribulation. Rumble. The Flame Emperor suddenly erupted. His entire body emitted an extremely fierce aura, and he completely merged with the Fangtian Huaji. In the void, there was no longer the Flame Emperor or the Fangtian Huaji, only a streak of blood-colored aura. This blood-colored aura affected the surrounding tens of thousands of light-years of space. This space had been twisted into a dead zone, and space began to collapse. Large chunks of space fragments fell down. Whoosh! The blood-colored aura shot toward the North True Sea Lord. Roar! Well met, Beast Horn! The North True Sea Lord let out a loud roar and transformed into a giant horn charging forward. Boom! The blood-colored aura and the giant horn collided. Neither retreated, neither could advance, seemingly locked in a stalemate. Bang! 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 With the Flame Emperor and the North True Sea Lord at the center, space began to shatter violently like a huge flat mirror being broken from the middle. Boom! 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 In an instant, the North True Sea, which had been calm moments ago, completely boiled over. Giant waves hundreds of light-years high suddenly erupted. Splash! Waves of giant torrents surged toward the back island at the center of the North True Sea. Quick! Everyone defend with all your might. The North Island must not be destroyed. A one-horned four-clawed Void True God roared. The 8 Void True Gods acted simultaneously, fully activating the array runes of the North Island. A cyan protective shield enveloped the entire North Island. Boom! 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 The towering waves pounded the protective shield of the North Island again and again. Crack, crack! Suddenly the sound of glass shattering reached the ears of the 8 Void True Gods. What? The shield actually. Boom! Before the Void True God could finish his words, a giant wave over 1,000 light-years high slammed into the North Island's shield, shattering it instantly. Ugh! The 8 Void True Gods sustaining the shield fell to the ground, simultaneously spitting out blood. Gulp! The shockwaves created waves that injured us. What about the Sea Lord? How is he? The two-headed Void True God swallowed his saliva and stammered. Who knows? But the Sea Lord must. Should be fine, right? A beast Void True God said uncertainly. How could that be? The Sea Lord is the strongest Void True God. Yes, yes. Yes, the Sea Lord has never lost. The 8 Void True Gods argued and slowly the chaotic space returned to normal. Just then a Void True God suddenly shouted, "Look, there is the Sea Lord." Everyone looked over. At that moment the North True Sea Lord still wore his dark iron-colored battle armor with a sharp horn, and his aura showed no sign of chaos or weakness. Across from him, the Flame Emperor also remained with blood-red wings and red armor, holding the Fang Tian Huaji, showing no signs of defeat. The two were as they were at the beginning, as if no battle had occurred. Victory. How did it end? Wuha asked weakly. The Void True God shook his head indicating they hadn't seen clearly. The other True Gods were even less informed. At that moment the Flame Emperor standing calmly in the air spoke. I have lost. Hearing the Flame Emperor admit defeat, the North True Sea Lord shook his head and said, No, you are not defeated. You just failed to break through my defense. If we were truly fighting to the death faced with your unpredictable movement technique, I would only be able to flee. No, defeated is defeated. My force art still lost to your beast horn. It is my inferior skill. There is no excuse. He shook his head. In the final strike just now his force art was slightly inferior to the North True Sea Lord's, and he was at a disadvantage. Heh. Hearing the Flame Emperor's words, the North True Sea Lord chuckled lightly, and did not argue about the issue of victory or defeat. Instead he asked seriously, Mingli, do you think your strength is already among the top tier of Void True Gods in the Gene world? The top tier? Surprised by the North True Sea Lord's question, the Flame Emperor first paused, then said, I have heard that beyond the Void True God limit 5-star combat power, there are the 6-star invincible level and 7-star heaven-defying level. But I have challenged over 1,000 Void True Gods, and never seen a true 6-star invincible combat power. In my opinion, except for the unfathomable military, the 6-star invincible level, and the terrifying 7-star heaven-defying level probably do not exist elsewhere. According to the Flame Emperor's judgment, the 7-star heaven-defying combat power should be the power of the 4 titled commanders of the Divine King Valley. But such figures. The Flame Emperor had challenged all non-military Void True Gods in the entire Gene world, and had not encountered a single one. He had not even met a 6-star invincible level, so he judged that Void True Gods beyond the 5-star level were likely all in the military. No! Hearing the Flame Emperor's answer, the North True Sea Lord shook his head. To become a Void True God with 7-star heaven-defying combat power is difficult. Extremely difficult. Even with complete secret arts and techniques it is still insufficient. One must also possess a supreme vessel that can increase combat power by 2 levels, as well as terrifying battle talent. Not to mention terrifying battle talent, the supreme vessels are extremely precious. Where can we encounter them? Moreover, each supreme vessel is incredibly proud with standards sky high. Even if we were to meet one, how could it acknowledge us as its master? Supreme vessel. What is that? Actually, it cannot be. Just as the Flame Emperor was about to ask the North True Sea Lord what a supreme vessel was, a descending will suddenly prevented him from speaking. The Flame Emperor understood that this was the will of the Primordial Universe. Some words could not be spoken. Although he was curious about the supreme vessel, since the ancient god of the Primordial Universe forbade asking, he had no choice but to obediently listen to the North True Sea Lord. The North True Sea Lord seemed unaware of the Flame Emperor's anomaly, and continued, 7-star heaven-defying combat power is a legend in the Gene world, but the 6-star invincible combat power truly exists. And I have seen it. Seen. The Flame Emperor looked at the North True Sea Lord in confusion. Yes, I have seen it. The North True Sea Lord nodded and said, the 6-star invincible combat power is terrifying. With my strength I can only flee with all my might when facing it. But those Void True Gods who have reached the 6-star invincible level all hope to break through to a higher level, so they generally do not act. Their inaction does not mean they do not exist. Once we step on their interests we might truly be in danger. The North True Sea Lord said with a serious expression. North True, how do you compare to the 6-star invincible combat power? The Flame Emperor asked curiously. Me. The North True Sea Lord pondered for a moment and said, let's put it this way, my secret art attainment is close to the Void True God limit, and I have the divine power burning secret technique at the Void True God level. My beast horn and beast armor are actually a mechanical treasure that combines offense and defense. Although it cannot increase power by 2 levels, it is far superior to ordinary Void True God weapons. The Flame Emperor agreed. The defense of the beast armor could not be breached by his attacks. It should be noted that with ordinary Void True God armor, his attacks could easily break its limit. My overall strength is merely at the 5-star limit. If I use the beast state I can approach 6-star combat power. But even then, I can only barely survive under a 6-star invincible combat power, unable to counterattack. If I encounter someone who restrains me, it is very likely life-threatening. So strong. With your strength you can at most only survive. A look of disbelief appeared on the Flame Emperor's face. It should be noted that even with his strength, he could easily suppress 4-star Void True Gods. But to completely defeat or kill them was also unlikely unless absolutely countered. However, the powerful North True Sea Lord could only barely survive when facing a 6-star invincible Void True God. How could the Flame Emperor believe this? Seeing the disbelieving Flame Emperor, the North True Sea Lord shook his head and said, "Mingli, your strength is still slightly inferior to mine. If you use your special combat method you might be stronger. But your combat method has not yet reached full mastery. Its amplification effect is not obvious. Even I can slightly suppress you, let alone those invincible Void True Gods. Of course, with your movement technique most 6-star Void True Gods cannot do anything to you, but you cannot fight back either. At most you can survive. If your special combat method improves further, you could even fight against 6-star Void True Gods." After hearing the North True Sea Lord's words, the Flame Emperor fell silent. He had thought his strength was already top among Void True Gods, but he never expected that he could only flee when facing a 6-star Void True God. If even a 6-star Void True God can only be fled from, what about a 7-star heaven-defying Void True God? For a moment the Flame Emperor felt that the road ahead was still long and his strength was still very weak. After listening to Beijing Haiju's account, Yendi gained a deeper understanding of the Jin world. It turned out that there were indeed many powerful beings hidden in the shadows, but they simply secluded themselves from the world unknown to ordinary people. In terms of mystic art mastery, Yendi was merely at the ordinary level of a Void True God, even inferior to Beijing Haiju. His strength was so formidable mainly due to the divine power burning art, the Fangtian Huaji, and the numerous inheritances of the endless lineage. In the Jin world with so many Void True Gods, there were surely many who had reached the limit of mystic art mastery at the Void True God level. They all came from military backgrounds and most could obtain Void True God level divine power burning arts, along with a few powerful supreme treasures, allowing them to unleash combat power at the 6-star invincible level. They did not reveal themselves only to break through to a higher level, not because they did not exist. Yendi now needed to create a 12th order mystic art to reach the 6-star level. If he could master the 4-character mantra, he could contend with 6-star beings. However, at the Void True God level, whether in mystic art mastery or willpower, every step forward was extremely difficult. Without special opportunities, it was normal to take several cycles just to advance a single step. For instance, the East Emperor ancestor had been a Void True God for countless eons, yet still had not broken through, illustrating how slow progress could be. Moreover, Yendi was still a true god with weaker aspects in all areas, making further advancement even more challenging. The battle between Yendi and Beijing Haiju was said to be evenly matched. Of course, this statement was not wrong. If it were a true life or death struggle, Yendi's various means would be enough to drag Beijing Haiju to his death in the fight. After the battle, Yendi stayed on the back island for 5 million epochs. After 5 million epochs he left. During this time Yendi and Beijing Haiju exchanged insights and sparred with each other, and Yendi felt he had made great progress. He took another step closer to creating the 12th order mystic art and mastering the 4-character mantra. During this period Yendi also visited Wu He, but that fellow was restrained and cautious when speaking to Yendi. Yendi could only shake his head helplessly. When one's strength reached such a level, it inevitably made others submit and worship involuntarily. Where to go now? In the Jin world, the eastern continent, an ancient palace floated in the void. Yendi looked around, unsure where to go. In the Jin world I have already challenged all the somewhat famous Void True Gods. As for 6-star beings, they are elusive, appearing and disappearing, unpredictably impossible to find. Moreover, my strength is not yet qualified to challenge a 6-star existence. Yendi muttered to himself. Suddenly a streak of light crashed into the Luaha heavenly palace at tremendous speed, sending the palace flying far away. A tall figure appeared in the void. This figure was 100 billion kilometers tall, a humanoid tribal warrior. This 100 billion kilometer tall tribal warrior wore golden armor fully enveloping his body, and carried a giant sword about 50 billion kilometers long on his back like a golden armored war god. After knocking the Luaha heavenly palace away, the golden armored war god gazed at the palace calmly and spoke coldly. You are the undefeated in 1,000 battles, the Void True God Mingli. He knocked the Luaha heavenly palace away without a word. Clearly he came with ill intent. Yendi's heart sank as he looked at the golden armored war god, suddenly appearing in the sky. He knew he had encountered a formidable enemy today. I am Mingli. Yendi's voice came from within the Luaha heavenly palace. At the same time, Yendi tried to teleport away, but found that the surrounding space had been completely sealed, making teleportation impossible. Humph. Mingli, is it? Don't even think about leaving alive today. The space around you has been sealed by me. You cannot escape. Sensing the hostile tone of the golden armored war god, Yendi saw no need to be polite. He replied coldly, Who are you? Why did you ambush me? I recall having no grievances with you. Who am I? Ambush you? Grievances? Ha! Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Yen Di's questions, the golden-armored war god suddenly burst into wild laughter filled with disdain and arrogance, as if Yen Di's queries were childish and dull, as if everything he did was justified. Inside the Luaha heavenly palace, Yen Di listened to the golden-armored war god's laughter. Yen Di snorted coldly, saying nothing, contemplating how to deal with this sudden enemy. The golden-armored war god laughed for a full few minutes. Then, looking down upon the Luaha heavenly palace with superiority, he said, "My name is Di Lin. A mere ant like you is not worthy of my ambush. As for why I attacked you, it is because of Zhou Yan." "Zhou Yan? Did Zhou Yan hire you to kill me?" Yen Di was puzzled. What did this have to do with Zhou Yan? Could it be that Zhou Yan held a grudge because he had once defeated him? When the golden-armored war god heard Yen Di mention Zhou Yan, a trace of warmth flickered in his eyes before he said with nostalgia, Di Lin was the strongest genius of the Eastern Army before the appearance of Lord Inha Jin. Inha Jin? That would be Luo Feng. Yen Di was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. Inha Jin was the name Luo Feng obtained after earning his title in the Jin world. Di Lin did not notice Yen Di's reaction and continued to mutter to himself. When I was a lawmaster, my Jin level reached 89999 times. I created a true god intermediate mystic art, and my will reached the eternal true god level. At that time I had fought all law masters in the Jin world and had no equal. Yet I still could not break through the 90000-fold Jin level, nor could I clear the Shihuang game in one go. Thus I could not complete the title mission. Finally I decided to challenge the Wuqi Tower. Challenge the Wuqi Tower. When the golden-armored war god mentioned the Wuqi Tower, Yen Di felt he had grasped something, but he could not recall it. Di Lin continued. I entered the Wuqi Tower full of confidence. I advanced triumphantly all the way to the 8th floor. But on the 8th floor I failed. When Di Lin spoke of his failure on the 8th floor of the Wuqi Tower, a trace of regret crossed his face. Yen Di, however, understood. The 4 great commanders of the Divine King Valley had once mentioned that a law master in the Jin world had reached the 8th floor of the Wuqi Tower. It was this very person before him. A flicker of regret passed through the golden-armored war god's eyes, and he continued. I do not know what happened on the 8th floor of the Wuqi Tower, but I did fail. After the failure I was greatly demoralized, completely losing confidence in myself. That period was the darkest time of my life. Until I met her. Zhou Yan. When my life was at its darkest, a newcomer joined my squad. She was Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan's parents came from different races, so she was born a special mutated life form, half human, half beast. Wherever she went she was met with disdain and was unwelcome. Every time he mentioned Zhou Yan, a trace of warmth always appeared in the golden-armored war god's eyes, as if Zhou Yan had brought him irreplaceable memories. Half-human, half-beast Zhou Yan joined my army, and naturally was not welcomed by everyone. But she was so strong-willed, stubborn. As a newcomer she survived alone in my squad and became a powerful elite soldier. Her stubborn and strong spirit touched me, and gradually we became the best of friends, sharing everything. After becoming friends with Zhou Yan, she gradually encouraged me, helping me emerge from the shadow of the failed title mission. At this point Di Lin's face also showed a gentle, nostalgic expression. Yen Di continued to listen quietly. He was almost certain that Di Lin had come to avenge Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan told me that since I could not complete the title mission as a lawmaster, I should break through to True God. Breaking through to True God would still allow me to complete the title mission and become the peerless genius Lord God King needed. I followed Zhou Yan's advice and broke through to True God, and at that time Zhou Yan also broke through to True God alongside me. Thanks to my accumulated foundation, even after breaking through to True God, I was a strong True God. After several cycle-level missions my strength reached the point where I could defeat the weakest Void True God in a direct fight. At that time I was the strongest True God in the army. Once again I accepted the title mission with full confidence. But upon receiving the mission I was in despair. The title mission for a True God required within 100 million epochs, while still a True God, to directly kill a 2-star Void True God in a frontal battle. At this point Di Lin's eyes were filled with dejection. During my True God period, to kill a 2-star Void True God in a direct fight was impossible no matter how hard I tried. My title mission failed again. My life plunged into darkness once more. But Zhou Yan still accompanied me, encouraged me. Again. With Zhou Yan's encouragement and companionship I regained my confidence. Although I did not complete the title mission, I caught the attention of the Eastern Army General, who accepted me as a personal disciple. After becoming the General's disciple I trained frantically, vowing to become the peerless genius Lord God King needed. But I gradually neglected Zhou Yan. Though she was powerful she could not keep up with my pace. Thus the gap between Zhou Yan and me grew wider and wider. Zhou Yan later retired from the military. She once invited me to seclude ourselves and live together, but I refused. Because I wanted to become the peerless genius Lord God King needed, I gave up my feelings for Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan left the army in disappointment and established Zhou Yan Marsh alone. Meanwhile, with the general's help my strength advanced rapidly. At this point Di Lin paused, then looked at the Luaha heavenly palace with a hint of madness. Mingli, do you know? Do you understand? Becoming the genius Lord God King needs is the most important thing in my heart. But Zhou is also the most important in my heart. I will never allow anyone to hurt her. Dilin stared at Yan Di coldly, his face full of murderous intent. Yet you dare to bully Zhou. Tell me, don't you deserve to die? Dilin suddenly drew the giant sword from his back and slashed at Yendi's Luoha Heavenly Palace. Great annihilation slash. Boom. A black sword aura over a light year in diameter, carrying the aura of slaughter and destruction, slashed toward the Luoha Heavenly Palace. Bang. The black destructive sword chi struck the Luoha Heavenly Palace, producing a booming sound, yet the palace remained unmoved in the void and Emperor Yen inside was completely unaffected. Humph. Foolish. The defensive power of the Luoha Heavenly Palace is such that even an ordinary divine king would find it difficult to breach, let alone avoid true god like you. Inside the Luoha Heavenly Palace, Emperor Yen sneered. Boom. 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 Great destruction slash. Great destruction slash. Great destruction slash. Dilin furiously attacked the Luoha Heavenly Palace, unconcerned that his attacks were ineffective. He roared wildly, Ming Li, do you know? Do you know? Zhou is the most important to me. The most important. But because I pursued greater strength, I let her feelings down. I have wronged Zhou, wronged her. My guilt and love for Zhou will never allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. Hear me, even the slightest. Dilin's face was filled with madness as he wildly swung his giant sword, roaring, I Dilin. Since becoming the disciple of the general, my strength has advanced rapidly. I have gained the recognition of the supreme artifact. My mastery of secret arts has reached the limit of void true god. And I possess a divine body nearly 9 times stronger than an ordinary void true god. I have already defeated 3 titled commanders and obtained the title of Jin. Even the general says that my strength is enough to defeat the weakest eternal true god. But I feel it's not enough. I must become the extraordinary figure that His Majesty the Divine King needs, so I have been striving. But at the same time, Zhou is infinitely important in my heart, irreplaceable. I taught Zhou the forbidden secret technique, Zhou tears, and warned those powerful void true gods of Jin's world, thinking that Zhou would not be harmed again, but I never expected you. Mingli, you ant, how dare you bully my Zhou? How dare you trample her Zhou? Dilin gritted his teeth and roared madly. Mingli, you must die today. What? This Dilin's strength has reached the 7-star heaven-defying level. No. Plus his divine body nearly 9 times that of an ordinary void true god, his strength surpasses ordinary 7-star void true gods. He can be called ultra-heaven-defying. Hearing Dilin's roar, Emperor Yen was greatly shocked. He never imagined he would provoke such a monstrous enemy. Damn it. This Dilin is too powerful. I dare not leave the Luoha Heavenly Palace. Inside the palace, Emperor Yen growled. Hide inside the Luoha Heavenly Palace. No. Dilin will definitely seize the opportunity to seal me. I must think of a way. At that moment, Dilin stopped his attack. As if he had vented his anger, Dilin calmly said to Emperor Yen, Mingli, it seems your worship is of good quality. Having endured so many of my powerful attacks, it still didn't tremble at all. Pity hiding inside will only result in your being sealed by me. Mingli, be sealed by me forever. Boom. As Dilin's words fell, a 3-legged giant cauldron flew out from Mingli's hand. It flew above the Luoha Heavenly Palace with the cauldron mouth inverted and began to absorb the palace. A powerful suction force caused the Luoha Heavenly Palace to tremble incessantly, as if it would be sucked away at any moment. Damn it! Inside the Luoha Heavenly Palace, Emperor Yan's expression turned extremely grim. This Ming Li's palace inner treasure is also extremely powerful, seemingly specialized for absorption, and his secret art attainment is higher than mine. It is highly likely that I will be sealed by him. At the true god level, it is different from Universe Master. There are no clones. Once the true body is suppressed or killed, there is nothing left. And although Emperor Yen has an external incarnation, his main body cannot fall lightly. Once the main body falls, relying on the incarnation to rise again, Emperor Yen will forever lose the ability to incarnate, and can only refine a drop of special blood with no combat power. Moreover, if Emperor Yen is suppressed, he would lose the Fengtian Huaji Halberd, and the Luoha Heavenly Palace and other powerful treasures. Oh, your treasures are quite impressive. Pity. You still have no choice but to be suppressed by me. Roar. Be suppressed. Boom. Suddenly Dilin's 3-legged cauldron suction force increased dramatically. The Luoha Heavenly Palace was actually moved, beginning to shift toward the 3-legged cauldron. No, I must go out. Otherwise I will really be suppressed. Inside the Luoha Heavenly Palace, Emperor Yen said anxiously. Whoosh. Helplessly Emperor Yen flew out of the Luoha Heavenly Palace. Humph. Finally willing to come out. I've been waiting for you to come out. When you hid in the warship, I could only suppress you. Now that you're out, I can kill you and avenge Zhou. Dilin looked at Emperor Yen, who flew out, and sneered. Emperor Yen had touched the most important thing in Dilin's life, so in Dilin's eyes Emperor Yen must die. Humph. Arrogant words. You think you can kill me, the Emperor? Emperor Yen snorted. He admitted that Di Lin was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered, but killing him was not that easy. Great destruction. Di Lin was unwilling to speak more with Emperor Yen. He raised the black giant sword in his hand. Behind Di Lin appeared a cosmic phantom, which seemed to be a shattered universe, harboring endless destruction and slaughter. Danger! Danger! When Di Lin raised his giant sword, Emperor Yan's heart felt like a cat, whose fur bristled at danger, experiencing boundless fear. It was like a herbivorous lamb being stared at by a fierce tiger. Whoosh! The Luaha heavenly palace flew in front of Emperor Yen, expanding to a light year in size, shielding him behind. Defense Canly Tribulation. Emperor Yen wielded his halberd, tracing a series of strange secret patterns, forming an absolute domain around him for millions of kilometers. This time Emperor Yen minimized the absolute domain of the defense art entirely to achieve the strongest defense. Facing Di Lin, he could only defend with all his might with no strength to counterattack. Crack! Suddenly the cosmic phantom behind Di Lin shattered, completely merging into the black giant sword in his hand. At this moment the black giant sword in Di Lin's hand had become even darker, exuding a more bloodthirsty, murderous, and destructive aura. Boom! Di Lin struck out with his sword. Bang! The Luaha heavenly palace was directly sent flying. The black giant sword without any pause struck Emperor Yan's absolute domain of the defense art. Rip! Emperor Yan's absolute domain offered no resistance to Di Lin's black giant sword, and was torn apart by his strike. Then without any pause the black giant sword struck Emperor Yan's Tianqing war armor. Bang! The moment Emperor Yan was struck, he felt an extremely powerful force entering his body. Despite the defense of the Tianqing armor, the impact of the terrible attack still caused Emperor Yen to be injured. A large mouthful of blood spat out from Emperor Yan's mouth. Upon becoming a true god, one returns to the origin. The soul and body separate again, the divine body of a true god actually returns to a flesh and blood body. The blood spat out is bright red. Formidable. Emperor Yen looked at Di Lin in horror and thought. After Emperor Yan's Tianqing armor was modified by Laogan, its defensive limit became extremely high. Even the attack power of Bajan Sea Lord, which was close to 6-star level, was reduced to a millionth by the Tianqing armor, unable to breach its limit. But Di Lin's sword strike, after being blocked by the Luaha heavenly palace and the defense art, still easily broke the limit of the Tianqing armor when it struck. Emperor Yen could sense that the Tianqing armor had reduced Di Lin's attack to less than 1,000th. This shows how terrifying Di Lin is. Whoosh! 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 Flee! Facing Di Lin's terrifying power, Emperor Yen knew he had no chance to resist, only to flee. Staying would mean either being killed or suppressed. In an instant 100 Emperor Yans appeared in the void, all fleeing in all directions at extreme speed. Facing the terrifying Di Lin, and with the surrounding space sealed, Emperor Yen had no choice but to use the myriad clone technique. At the true god level, the myriad clone technique not only produces 100 clones, but also grants them terrifying speed of 10 million times the speed of light. Trying to escape. Stay here. Wall universe. Di Lin snorted as he watched Emperor Yen transform into streaks of white light. Just as Emperor Yan's 100 clones were about to flee, a treasure resembling a Rubik's Cube flew out from Di Lin's hand. This cube-like treasure rapidly disassembled in the air into 10081 walls. Then these walls suddenly expanded. Each wall grew to a size of 0.1 light-year. After expanding to 0.1 light-year, they quickly reassembled into a miniature universe with a diameter of 10 light-years, enveloping Emperor Yen inside. Bang, 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 bang. Emperor Yan's clones, attempting to flee, each collided with the walls of Di Lin's wall universe. They were trapped inside. What? Trapped? Damn. Open. Seeing himself trapped, Emperor Yen helplessly raised his halberd and charged forward. Power Canly Tribulation. Emperor Yen gripped his halberd tightly, with both hands, his whole body exuding a tragic, desolate, and determined aura. Boom! The halberd fiercely stabbed the defense wall of the wall universe. In an instant, space collapsed and energy surged. Unfortunately, the wall universe remained intact. Emperor Yan's attack could not break it at all. What? My strongest attack couldn't break free from Di Lin's binding? Emperor Yen looked in disbelief. The power art was already his strongest attack, yet it still couldn't escape Di Lin's restraint. Emperor Yen was at a loss for what to do. Di Lin, seeing that Emperor Yen could not break free, laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Mingli, although I am not skilled in binding, my binding is not something that any nobody can break free from. Without 6-star attack power, forget about breaking free from my wall universe. Damn it. Can't escape, can't hide. Must I really face this terrifying Di Lin head-on? Emperor Yen thought anxiously. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Emperor Yen. He muttered to himself, face Di Lin head-on. Am I really unable to face him and can only flee? Flee? Why should I flee? Am I Emperor Yen really that afraid of him? Emperor Yen kept questioning his own heart. With the endless lineage, inheritance, numerous secret arts and treasures, do I have no courage to face an enemy and can only run away? Gradually Emperor Yen gained some understanding. He gripped his halberd tightly and growled, "Di Lin, I the Emperor am not afraid of you. Fear." So it was fear that had always dwelt within me. From the very beginning I was afraid. Always. Transmigrating across countless eons, I Yen Di have sailed through smoothly, always cautious and never once careless. Yet even so I have never encountered any great setbacks or hardships. My excessive caution has made me overly sensitive, and at some point I lost the heart of a true powerhouse. Whenever I face an insurmountable difficulty, I simply flee afraid to confront it. When it came to the world beasts, I never once thought of destroying them myself. I always relied on Luofeng. Everything, all the smooth sailing and caution, have made me Yen Di this fragile. Upon witnessing Di Lin's overwhelming power, I lacked even the courage to fight him head-on, and could only flee in panic. Yen Di gripped his Feng Tianhua Ji tightly, murmuring to himself, when had he Yen Di become so cowardly? Feng Tianhua Ji. You are a supreme-grade artifact crafted by the infinite divine king capable of growth, yet I have brought shame upon you in my hands. I am truly sorry. Feng Tianhua Ji trembled slightly in Yen Di's hand as if comforting him. At the same time Yen Di felt their bond deepen once more. Oh, no longer fleeing. Have you given up? Then I have overestimated you. Di Lin sneered, seeing that all of Yen Di's 100 clones had fallen silent and motionless. No! Suddenly all 100 Yen Di clones raised their heads, simultaneously staring calmly at Di Lin, and said, "Di Lin, thank you, truly thank you. Though we are now enemies, I still thank you. You have made me understand a true powerhouse is a courageous one. A coward who only flees can never become a real powerhouse. When two warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one prevails. The true brave one is the victor. The ultimate victor." Bang! 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 Yen Di's 100 clones all shattered, merging back into his original body. At that moment a strange white radiance emanated from behind him. These rays of light gathered behind Yen Di, gradually forming a transparent great blade. What? Di Lin stared in surprise at the transformed Yen Di, muttering to himself, "The supreme path. The heart must never retreat. To think you have comprehended this at such a critical moment. Unexpected. But alas, you are still no match for me. A true powerhouse can retreat with grace, or charge forward with courage. This is the understanding of yin and yang, knowing when to advance and when to withdraw. But retreat must be a bold retreat, never a cowardly one. Today I am no match for you, so I choose to fall back. Not out of fear, but as a courageous retreat. Retreat, yet retreat with valor, not with terror and cowardice." If Yen Di had fled in utter fear today, even if his power grew mightier in the future, and his realm soared higher, an unshakable knot would remain in his heart. "Di Lin, take this strike." Endless void slash. Having realized this, Yen Di no longer chose to flee in panic. Even if he had to flee, he would do so with dignity. Even in retreat, he would first fight Di Lin. "Since physical attacks are useless against you, try my willpower assault." Boom! The transparent great blade, transcending the bounds of time and space, struck at Di Lin. "Humph! I didn't expect you to also wield willpower attacks, but I do too." Di Lin sneered, watching the transparent blade hurtling toward him. Divine Eye Secret Art. Above Di Lin's head, a colossal phantom of a divine eye appeared, emitting a powerful willpower assault. It collided with the transparent great blade from Yen Di. Boom! The willpower assault of the Divine Eye Secret Art was shattered by the endless void slash with overwhelming superiority. Crack! What? To Di Lin's horror, the transparent great blade shattered the divine eye phantom above his head and plunged into his body. Ah! Di Lin screamed in agony, clutching his head, his face twisted with pain. Good. Now! Yen Di, seeing Di Lin temporarily defenseless, silently rejoiced. Di Lin's willpower was already close to the peak of an eternal true god. Even with the endless void slash, I might not have done much damage. But who would have thought he would clash wills with me? It's suicide. If Di Lin had concentrated his will and defended fully, Yen Di's endless void slash would have inflicted limited harm. But Di Lin was so arrogant that he chose to clash wills directly with Yen Di. As a result, he suffered a willpower backlash, plunged into a splitting headache. Swoosh! Yen Di turned and struck at Di Lin's wall universe again. Flee! Yen Di still had to flee, for he was far from a match for Di Lin. But this time his retreat was a courageous one, with no panic or fear in his heart. Force Canly Tribulation. It was still the Force character art, the same secret technique as before, the Canly Tribulation, seemingly unchanged. But this time Yen Di's heart was filled with conviction. He had attained enlightenment, and his heart would never retreat again. Yen Di began to merge with his Feng Tianhua Ji, leaving only a blood-red aura in the void. This aura radiated a will of dauntless courage, free of fear, cutting through everything before it. It's useless. You can't break through. Di Lin, his will in agony, stammered as he watched Yen Di preparing to flee again. Attaining a 6-star attack power is vastly different from being near 6-star. The difference is like heaven and earth. Only when one's attack power truly reaches 6-star can one break the confinement of the wall universe, otherwise one can only be trapped. Boom! The blood-red aura struck the wall universe's defenses at incredible speed. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. How can this be? Di-Lin was utterly astonished. But before he could finish, a series of shattering sounds followed. His wall universe had been breached by Yen Di. Swoosh! Yen Di punched a large hole through the eggshell-like wall universe and appeared outside it. Why? Di-Lin stared at Yen Di, asking in confusion. He couldn't understand how Yen Di, with only a 5-star limit attack power, could suddenly break his wall universe. Hearing Di-Lin's confusion, Yen Di calmly replied, "Because I am no longer afraid." No longer afraid. Di-Lin lowered his head. Whoosh! Yen Di turned and left. Mingli, you wait. I will find you again, and this time I will surely kill you. Watching Yen Di depart, Di-Lin roared in fury. But because his will had been wounded by Yen Di's slash, he was unable to move for a short time. Humph! Hearing Di-Lin's roar, Yen Di snorted coldly, paying it no heed. He pondered to himself, I have this Di-Lin to thank for making me see the truth. The force character art suddenly reached its peak. Otherwise, I would never have escaped the wall universe's confinement. The force character art has already reached its peak, and the other 3 arts are likely not far from completion. The force character art was Yen Di's ultimate offensive technique, reserved for critical moments. Using the force character art meant he was pushed to the brink, needing to fight for his life. Often when one is cornered, hesitation and retreat creep into the heart, draining courage. But the force character art demanded an unwavering advance, a heart free of fear. A matter of life or death. In essence, it required the spirit of a desperate struggle. Yet how could one fight for their life with a heart full of fear and thoughts of retreat? Swoosh! 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 After breaking through Di-Lin's wall universe, Yen Di quickly fled the area, racing away. On the eastern continent of the Gene world, at the sea horizon, Yen Di finally halted his flight. On the boundless cliffs of the sea horizon, Yen Di's figure appeared, letting out a long breath and sighing with lingering fear. Huff! This Di-Lin is truly terrifying. Had my force character art not reached its peak at the critical moment, I wouldn't have even had a chance to escape from him. Di-Lin's strength had reached a terrifying level. The Eastern Army general said he could defeat even the weakest eternal true god head-on, which shows how formidable he was. If not for Yen Di's sudden use of the endless void slash and the breakthrough of the force character art, he wouldn't have had the slightest chance to flee. He would have faced eternal suppression or death. Just as Yen Di stopped to rest, a sudden fluctuation of divine power rippled through the void. Damn, the space around me has been sealed again! Yen Di exclaimed in alarm. He never expected that less than 20 minutes after his narrow escape, another powerful enemy would ambush him. As his words fell, a figure stepped out of the void. The figure was clad in golden armor with a giant sword strapped to his back. None other than the transcendent rank void true god Di-Lin. Di-Lin appeared, staring coldly at Yen Di, his face frosty, and said, Mingli, I told you, you cannot escape. You will surely fall under my blade, avenging Zhou Yan's grievance. Hearing Di-Lin pronounce his fate like an aloof deity, Yen Di snorted coldly. Humph! If you can trap me first before you speak. 1,000 clones. Whoosh! Suddenly 100 Yen Di clones, each with the same aura, appeared, and fled in different directions. Humph! The same old trick again. Every time you use this move you seem so cowardly. Di-Lin sneered disdainfully, watching Yen Di flee. TCH, if you can break this move of mine first. Yen Di retorted scornfully. Fleeing was also a skill. A manifestation of one's strength. Not everyone could possess a Divine King level escape technique like 1,000 clones. Without this extremely precious Divine King level escape technique, Yen Di couldn't even flee from Di-Lin. Swoosh! 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 Yen Di fled at millions of times the speed of light, instantly breaking through the sealed space around him. In the Gene world, where space was extremely condensed, achieving millions of times the speed of light was beyond most void true gods, let alone a void true god like Di-Lin. Seeing Yen Di escape, Di-Lin did not use his wall universe to intercept him, but said confidently, Flee, flee. I have left a special mark on you with my unique secret art. Even if you are billions of light years away, I can sense your presence. Since I cannot capture you, you shall face my endless pursuit. Swoosh! Di-Lin instantly gave chase. Thus the chase between Yen Di and Di-Lin continued for 100 billion eons. Over these 1,000 epochs, the Flame Emperor had endured countless sufferings and torments, barely escaping death at Di-Lin's hands several times. In truth, each time the Flame Emperor fled, Di-Lin would quickly catch up, leading the Flame Emperor to realize that Di-Lin must have a special way to track him. Rather than delving into it, he engaged in a game of cat and mouse with Di-Lin for 100 billion epochs. The Flame Emperor had always played the fleeing mouse, while Di-Lin was a terrifying cat. If the Flame Emperor wished to end the game, it would be easy. Simply escape from the Gene world, and no matter how powerful Di-Lin was, he would have no way to follow. But the Flame Emperor did not do so, because he was now a brave warrior. A true warrior never retreats. Instead, he seeks opportunities to break through and turn the tide amidst hardship and suffering. Under Lin's relentless pursuit for 100 billion epochs, though the Flame Emperor suffered countless torments and hardships, his strength had also grown immensely. His four-character art had reached perfection, and his mastery of secret techniques had ascended to the 12th level. Now the Flame Emperor truly possessed the combat prowess of a void true god at the 6-star invincible level, and he was the strongest among the 6-star invincibles with strength approaching the 7-star heaven-defying level. In the Gene world on the northern continent amidst the myriad mountains, the Flame Emperor stood alone with his halberd blood-red wings and crimson armor proudly atop a solitary peak as if waiting for something. The space above the myriad mountains began to warp, and a tall golden figure gradually stepped out of the void. You finally came, Lin. The Flame Emperor gazed calmly at the suddenly appearing tall golden figure. Mingli, you finally stopped running. After 1,000 epochs, it's time to settle our conflict. Lin sneered coldly at the Flame Emperor. After 100 billion epochs of relentless pursuit, Lin seemed to have forgotten the original purpose of chasing the Flame Emperor. From initial confidence to persistent determination, Lin no longer cared about the reason for pursuing the Flame Emperor. All that mattered now was to slay him. Yes, simply to kill the Flame Emperor for no other reason. Escape! Hearing Lin's mockery, the Flame Emperor was momentarily stunned. Then he said slowly, indeed. I have grown weary of fleeing for 100 billion epochs. I am no longer prey, now I am a lone wolf that can strike back. The moment the Flame Emperor's words fell, a loud boom erupted. Lin had already impatiently drawn the great sword from his back and slashed toward the Flame Emperor. Great annihilation slash. The pitch-black, profound great sword seemed to come from the 9 abysses hell, carrying the ultimate power of annihilation, as it slashed toward the Flame Emperor. Within 100 billion epochs this sword strike has been directed at me. I know not how many times, yet never once could I withstand it. I wonder if I can block it this time. The Flame Emperor watched the annihilating sword descending upon him, silently thinking. Defensive dual-color reincarnation slash. The Flame Emperor swung his heavenly halberd. His movements were slow and leisurely, seemingly devoid of any power, so much so that even an immortal god could discern his speed. Yet with each swing of the halberd, a black and white interwoven colored universe appeared around him. These colored universes seemed incomplete with indistinct black and white and only water blue and crimson colors. These colored universes coalesced into a larger black and white interwoven colored universe, spanning millions of kilometers around the Flame Emperor, enveloping him within. Boom! No sooner had this colored universe formed than Lin's black great sword came slashing down toward the Flame Emperor, striking fiercely against the colored universe. Crack! The black great sword paused briefly on the colored universe, then shattered it, and slashed toward the Flame Emperor. Flowing cloud! Whoosh! 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 With a few graceful movements, the Flame Emperor manifested 100 clones, simultaneously charging in different directions. With the triple assistance of extreme speed, uncanny flexibility, and clone confusion, the Flame Emperor successfully evaded Lin's attack. Lin. I, the Flame Emperor, after 100 billion epochs, have been advancing. I have not only comprehended the essence of water and fire, creating the 12th level secret technique dual-color reincarnation slash, but also greatly improved my movement technique. Your attacks can no longer hit me. The Flame Emperor roared at Lin. Dodging one of my attacks is nothing remarkable. In my eyes you will always be nothing but an ant. Lin sneered at the Flame Emperor. Darkness catastrophe. Lin raised his black great sword high, and behind him emerged an endless dark universe exuding a chilling bloodthirst and annihilation. It seemed as if Lin stood in another universe, one utterly filled with darkness and destruction. Lin let out a long roar, and the dark universe behind him, like a giant whale drinking water, was completely devoured by the black greatsword in Lin's hand. Having swallowed the dark universe, the sword became even more bloodthirsty, terrifying, and destructive. Ming Li Dai, killing you with my strongest move is an honor for you. Lin shouted madly. Slash! Lin exerted force with both powerful arms, simultaneously slashing his black greatsword toward the Flame Emperor. Vibrational dual-color reincarnation slash. At that moment, a colored universe interwoven with black and white tinged with water blue and crimson also appeared behind the Flame Emperor. Vibrate! The colored universe behind the Flame Emperor suddenly merged into the heavenly halberd he held high, transforming it into a strange black and white interwoven giant hammer. Ninefold hidden force. Watch me shatter your true god's heart. Smash! The Flame Emperor, with his body unified, exerted force from his arms and swung the strange giant hammer with all his might. Wherever the hammer passed, space turned directly into nothingness, forming a desolate zone. The hammer collided with the black greatsword. Boom! A terrifying energy wave radiated from the point of impact between the hammer and the great sword, spreading out instantly. Crack! Space continued to shatter, and within tens of thousands of light-year space was reduced to fragments. The Flame Emperor and Lin stood alone in the void. Whoosh! The Flame Emperor flew backward at tremendous speed, while streams of hidden force traveled from his halberd through Di Lin's black great sword, and into Di Lin's body. PFF. The flying flame emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened slightly, and even his eyes dimmed. Heh. Di Lin, you're not feeling well either. The flame emperor clutched his chest, looking at Di Lin, who stood still maintaining the posture of slashing him away. The flame emperor let out a strange laugh. Ming Li, you? Di Lin maintained the posture of swinging the sword without any change but trembling continuously. It wasn't that Di Lin was pretending to be cool and motionless. It was that he, PFF, gasp. The trembling Di Lin, who had been maintaining the sword-swinging pose, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, knelt on one knee supporting himself with his black great sword, and gasped heavily. Gasp. The flame emperor and Di Lin stared at each other from a distance, panting heavily. But neither dared to make a rash move. Ming Li, I underestimated you. I never expected an ant like you could actually wound me, Di Lin said gravely, looking at the flame emperor. No, Di Lin, I told you I am no longer an ant, but a lone wolf. The flame emperor shook his head and said solemnly. Oh, is that so? Di Lin glanced at the flame emperor with keen interest, then said disdainfully, Ming Li, do you think that, because you caught me off guard and wounded me once, you truly have the power to oppose me? Ming Li, let me show you my true strength. Boom. The Di Lin, who had been kneeling on one knee with his sword, suddenly stood up. The black great sword in his hand began to writhe as if alive. It transformed into a flowing black liquid, then crawled along Di Lin's hands, and began to wrap around his body. What is this? The flame emperor watched the bizarre scene. He asked in confusion. Ha. Seeing the flame emperor's confusion, Di Lin burst into laughter, and said triumphantly, Ming Li, the great sword in my hand is called the Black Flame Sword. It is a supreme artifact at the level of a void true god. It can not only increase power by 2 levels but also merge with me by devouring my divine power, causing my strength to surge tenfold. Strength and defense surge tenfold. The flame emperor's eyes widened. If he was already this powerful, a tenfold increase would leave him no chance of survival. Boom! In the void, Di Lin merged with his black flame sword, transforming into a supergiant sword about 100 billion kilometers long. This giant sword seemed alive, capable of swinging itself in the void. Sword control technique. Whoosh! The supergiant sword turned into a streak of light. Shot toward the flame emperor. Here it comes. The flame emperor gripped his heavenly halberd tightly, staring fixedly at the supergiant sword hurtling toward him. Dual-color reincarnation slash. The flame emperor struck out, energy surging as chaotic air currents and law patterns interwove in the void. In an instant, a black and white interwoven colored universe appeared, directly enveloping the supergiant sword that Di Lin had transformed into. From afar, a colored miniature universe with a diameter of billions of kilometers trapped a black supergiant sword inside. The colored miniature universe was composed of countless blades, each slashing at the supergiant sword. Bang, bang, bang. The blades struck the supergiant sword, producing loud bangs. Humph. You think you can control me with such weak attacks? You're still far from it. The supergiant sword uttered a disdainful voice. Great annihilation slash. Boom. Crack. As if wielded by someone, the supergiant sword delivered a super-powerful slash, directly tearing apart the colored universe that trapped it. Whoosh. The supergiant sword accelerated in the air and shot toward the flame emperor again. 10,000 clones. Swish. The flame emperor instantly transformed into 100 clones, fleeing in different directions. Damn, this trick again. Di Lin had pursued the flame emperor for 100 billion epochs, and what frustrated him most was the flame emperor's escape skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Di Lin couldn't tell which was the real body, so he could only control the supergiant sword to destroy the clones closest to him. The destroyed clones instantly turned into a stream of divine power, vanishing into the world and returning to the origin. Roar. Damn it. Which one is the real body? The supergiant sword suddenly let out a roar, unable to determine which was the true flame emperor. At that moment, a flame emperor behind the supergiant sword suddenly raised his heavenly halberd and smashed it toward Di Lin. Vibrational dual-color reincarnation slash. A bizarre black and white giant hammer appeared in Yendi's hand. He raised the hammer and smashed it toward the colossal black sword, transformed from Di Lin. Humph! This trick is useless against me now. Inside the supergiant sword, Di Lin let out a cold snort. Swoosh! The supergiant sword twirled in the void, then slashed upward without fear. Where the supergiant sword passed, space itself was cut in half, and rift after rift in the void appeared. A testament to the terrifying speed and power of the sword. Bang! The supergiant sword met Yendi's sky-piercing halberd, and the two clashed head-on. Boom! The moment they connected, the giant hammer in Yendi's hand was shattered, and a dreadful impact force surged into his body. Peft! Yendi staggered back 9 steps, spitting a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! Before Yendi could react, the supergiant sword pressed its advantage and immediately pursued. Damn. No way to dodge. At this moment Yendi's new strength had yet to arise. His old strength was exhausted, and he was already wounded by Lin's attack. He had no energy left to evade. Swoosh. An ancient imposing hall blocked the way in front of Yendi. In desperation, he could only summon the Luaha Heavenly Palace to shield himself. Bang! The supergiant sword directly sent the Luaha Heavenly Palace flying, and Yendi behind it was blasted dozens of light years away by the immense force, a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. Cough cough. So strong. I never expected Lin to possess such a technique. With my current strength I can't even muster the power to resist him. 100 billion eras ago, when Yendi first encountered Lin, he didn't even have the strength to flee. Later Yendi's force art suddenly reached its peak, granting him the power to escape from Lin's grasp. After 100 billion eras of hardship and ordeal, Yendi had thought he could finally face Lin in battle. But now he realized he still had no power to resist. Damnation! Lin has merged with his black flame sword, and my vibration art is completely useless. Yendi knocked flying cursed under his breath. No one could have imagined that Lin possessed such a formidable secret art. While merged with the black flame sword, his offense and defense were both greatly enhanced. Yendi was simply no match for him. Humph! Mingli, you have always been nothing but an ant in my eyes. Now you're just a slightly stronger ant. I can still crush you underfoot. From within the supergiant sword Lin's contemptuous voice rang out. Shwa! 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 The black supergiant sword was like a demonic blade from the deepest abyss, extinguished all life in the mortal world. Under Lin's control, the black supergiant sword attacked Yendi with thrusts, slashes, chops, cleaves, and cuts. Each terrifying blow broke through the limit of the Tianqing battle armor, and even Yendi's divine body, which stood 12 light years tall, could barely withstand it. Boom! Yendi's body was sent flying by a single slash from the supergiant sword, crashing into a mountain thousands of light years high. The mountain collapsed in a thunderous roar. Huff huff huff. Damn it! This won't do. Going head-on against Lin in this state gives me no chance of victory at all. I'll have to fight him with hit-and-run tactics, slowly wear him down. I refuse to believe that Lin's divine body is limitless. Yendi sat half-kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest with his left hand, panting heavily. Flowing cloud. Yendi suddenly sprang to his feet, his body moving like a viper gliding through the grass, instantly putting hundreds of light years between himself and the sword form Lin. You can't escape. Whoosh! Lin, now a black giant sword, shot forward, accelerating to an inconceivable speed. The razor-sharp tip of the sword carrying an aura of annihilation thrust toward Yendi. Humph! Yendi watched the black giant sword hurtling toward him. He let out a cold snort, then merged his body with the sky-piercing halberd, twisting and turning like a giant serpent, slipping aside to evade the fatal thrust. Technique, two-color reincarnation slash. Shwa! 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 Having dodged Lin's attack, Yendi swung his halberd with blinding speed, unleashing over 100 strikes in an instant. Miniature black and white universes formed one after another, enveloping the sword form Lin. Bang! 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 These universes exploded one by one, unleashing torrents of terrifying energy, their razor-sharp edges slashing at the sword form Lin. Ah! Do you think such a puny attack can trap me? Mingli, you're still far from it. Hum! The sword form Lin grew even more eerily dark. On the gigantic blade, dark starry universes appeared, as if the sword form Lin had come from another dark universe. Dark universe, devour everything. Mingli, go to hell. Boom! Lin swung his sword once, and instantly countless streams of chaotic energy gathered together. Under the manipulation of countless law runes, a black universe spanning 100 million kilometers was formed. As soon as this universe appeared, it absorbed Yendi's attacks. Boom! 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 The universe continued to expand, unceasingly devouring everything around it. Time, space, matter, and even the laws themselves were swallowed. Wherever the black universe passed, everything was assimilated. What? Lin's devouring universe can devour everything, even the laws. My myriad doppelgangers technique is useless too. They would be directly devoured. Yendi stared at the ever-expanding black universe in horror. The devouring universe was an ultra-wide-range attack that devoured all, including laws, so Yendi's doppelgangers would naturally be consumed. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, Yendi turned and ran. Mingli, my devouring universe devours everything and has a range of 10 light years. Let's see if you can escape. At the center of the black universe, the sword form Lin gazed coldly at Yendi, as if he were the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, high above, controlling all. Hum! Hum! Whoosh! 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 The black universe expanded rapidly, and Yendi fled at top speed. But the expansion speed of the black universe was too fast. It was already less than 5 light years away from Yendi. Ah! So fast. I must not get caught. Yendi looked back at the swiftly approaching black universe, his heart filled with anxiety. Once enveloped by the devouring universe, he would have no chance of escape. Myriad Doppelgangers Volume 2 Desperate Escape. Meteor Secret Art Volume 4 Burn. Lone Wind Goose. Under D. Lin's overwhelming pressure, Yen Di unleashed all his trump cards. He used the Myriad Doppelgangers Volume 2, the Meteor Secret Art Volume 4, and the ultimate escape mechanical treasure of the Void True God level, the Lone Wind Goose. Yen Di merged with the Lone Wind Goose, transforming into a Cyan Goose, 1,000,000 kilometers in size, radiating a crimson glow. Boom! The Cyan Goose tore through the void, flying at 15 million times the speed of light. Wherever it passed, everything was pulverized, reduced to nothingness. Even the space around the Cyan Goose, due to its immense speed, formed an absolute domain. Any true god who entered this domain would be instantly annihilated. Such was Yen Di's incredible speed. Aya! From the center of the black universe, the sword form D. Lin let out a series of roars, and the expansion speed of the devouring universe suddenly increased. The maximum range of the devouring universe was only 10 light-years, and Yen Di had fled from the center to about 5 light-years away. Normally Yen Di could cover that distance in an instant, but at his current speed of 15 million times the speed of light per second, it would take about 6 seconds to escape the 5 light-years. However, the devouring universe expanded faster than Yen Di's escape speed, so it would inevitably swallow him. Trouble. At my speed, I need 5 more seconds to escape the devouring universe, but it will catch up to me in that very second. Having reached the true god level, his mind was even more formidable than a supercomputer. Yen Di instantly calculated the final outcome of his escape at this speed. To put it in simple terms, Yen Di's distance from the edge of the devouring universe was 10 units. His escape speed was 2 units, while the expansion speed of the devouring universe was 5 units, and its maximum range was 12 units. Yen Di needed 5 seconds to escape the devouring universe's range, while the universe could expand to its full extent in 5 seconds. Therefore, Yen Di's ultimate result would be consumption by the devouring universe. Reaching the terrifying speed of 15 million times the speed of light was already an extreme limit. Even ordinary eternal true gods in the Gene world could hardly achieve it, let alone a void true god. And Yen Di was only a true god. This speed was the absolute limit, surpassing it was impossible. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The devouring universe's range was only 100,000 kilometers behind Yen Di. Just as he was about to be enveloped, the Cyan Goose he had transformed into suddenly disintegrated. Force 2-color reincarnation / boom! Disintegrating Yen Di, and his halberd turned into a streak of black light, instantly breaking through the 15 million times speed of light barrier. Crackling, vast stretches of space were shattered by Yen Di's incredible speed, and he barely managed to escape the devouring universe's grasp by a hair's breadth. That was close. Yen Di looked back at the black devouring universe 10 light-years in diameter. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he could even feel his true god heart pounding. Had he been caught by the devouring universe, even if he wasn't destroyed instantly, his speed would have plummeted, and he would have been severely suppressed. Then he would have been at D. Lin's mercy. Yen Di calmed his emotions, looked at D. Lin at the center of the devouring universe, and thought, thankfully, luckily. The devouring universe technique is extremely powerful, but unfortunately D. Lin cannot move easily while using it. Otherwise I would truly be in danger. Ah! Damn it! That brat Ming Li escaped again. Watching Yen Di flee, D. Lin let out a furious roar of unwillingness. He had paid a great price to use the forbidden technique of the devouring universe, yet Yen Di had still slipped away. I am still no match for D. Lin, not even capable of counterattacking. But I will not give up because I am a warrior. Yen Di gazed at the colossal black universe, his confidence unshaken. Yen Di then turned and left, rushing out of the Gene world. At that moment a voice reached D. Lin's ears. I shall return. After the battle with D. Lin, Yen Di realized that he was still far from being a match for D. Lin, so he left the Gene world. Now that the Gene world has been in the Yujo High for nearly 1 trillion epochs, and the realm beasts are about to emerge, I should shift my focus to the clan. After the chaos of the realm beasts passes, I will return to the Gene world to continue my challenges. Yen Di silently said, within the Luoha heavenly palace outside the Gene world. The realm beast is the root of all destruction, an existence on par with the primordial universe, inherently noble and destined to destroy all, extremely difficult to deal with. The only way to win against the realm beasts is to prevent the birth of the final king, otherwise everything is futile. Yen Di did not know exactly how terrifying the realm beast king was, but based on the original story he could infer some idea. A 6th order realm beast possesses the ability to create tens of millions of avatars. If its main body dies, it can rise again through other avatars. Only by using soul attacks or will impact can it be completely killed. When Luofeng dueled with Mo he had already created a 12th order secret technique, and also possessed divine power burning secret arts, the blood shadow blade, the Wu Qi god, and many treasures. At that time his strength was not much different from Yen Di's current strength, so he could barely block the 6th order realm beast Mo he. It was only when his will suddenly ascended to sanctity that he succeeded in the battle. The strength of the Realm Beast King must be far greater than that of a 6th Order Realm Beast. More importantly, it can also breed terrifying warriors, each of whom is stronger than a 6th Order Realm Beast, demonstrating the terror of the Realm Beast King. Once the Realm Beast King emerges, the side of the Primordial Universe will have essentially lost with no chance of turning the tide. The only way to prevent the Realm Beast King's birth is to first enslave a Realm Beast. This step is extremely crucial and requires a gene level of 100,000 times. Unfortunately, Yan Di's gene level could not break through 100,000 times, so he could only count on Luofeng. After enslaving one Realm Beast, everything would become easier. They just needed to defeat all remaining Realm Beasts. Although the remaining Realm Beasts were also formidable, and might even give birth to terrifying 6th Order existences, Yan Di was still very confident that he could handle them with his strength. In fact, the 6th Order Realm Beasts' tens of millions of avatars seemed heaven-defying, but it had a weakness. Because the duel between Realm Beasts was determined by the supreme rules, it could only end when one side was completely defeated. And Yan Di only needed to defeat the main body of the 6th Order Realm Beast. The ones that came could only be avatars. How powerful could an avatar that had not risen be? Yan Di could kill them one by one slowly. Now it seems that the first step of enslaving a Realm Beast can only be entrusted to Luofeng. I cannot interfere too much in the remaining time. Let everything about Luofeng develop as it originally should. But I can make some contributions to the development of the clan. As long as there are enough true gods and I have the Bloodstorm as a great weapon, perhaps I can play a major role in the chaos of the Realm Beasts. Yan Di silently made plans. He had to be careful. If he made the slightest mistake, the Realm Beast King would be born and then everything would be over. Even the Primordial Universe would only revert to its origin, let alone them. At that time, the Yenshen clan, the Human clan, and the Yuzhou would all become a land of death. In that case, I have no choice but to continue hiding. When Luofeng's gene level breaks through 100,000 times, that will be the time for the entire Yuzhou to counterattack. Yan Di secretly resolved. If Yan Di revealed his full strength at this moment, he could naturally bring great hope to the entire Yuzhou, but he could not truly resolve the chaos of the Realm Beasts. Therefore Yan Di decided to continue hiding his strength and let the entire Yuzhou fall into despair. As the saying goes, there is great terror between life and death. Only under the threat of death and extinction can miracles occur. Realm Beasts are natural destroyers. To deal with them, one can only hope for miracles and pursue that thin thread of life. Pass the life gene analysis chart to the Human clan. But before that, I still need to ask that old man Zuoshanke. Yan Di pondered for a moment and decided to pass the life gene analysis chart to the Human clan. To become a true god, one follows the path of laws. With sufficient insight, one can forge their own Tao and become a true god. However, some universe lords themselves lack insight. But their physical conditions might be suitable for the path of divine power. Perhaps walking the path of divine power would not yield great achievements, but breaking through the perfect gene shackles, breaking the 10,081-fold limit. They could use force to break the laws and become a true god. Boom! Yan Di's will directly pierced through the limit of nearly 100 billion light-years, descending directly onto Zuoshanke's territory. Becoming a true god meant losing the gifts of the Primordial Universe, the ability to have avatars and innate secret techniques. But at the same time, a true god possessed their own small universe with many methods that universe lords did not have. For example, will descending across time and space, breaking the speed limit, etc. Oh, my good disciple has come. You haven't visited your teacher for a long time. Zuoshanke, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke to the void in front of him. A fluctuation of will in the void, streams of free cosmic energy gathered together, slowly forming a phantom of Yan Di about 6 meters tall. The phantom of Yan Di slightly bowed to Zuoshanke and said respectfully, "Disciple greets master." Hehe, no need for such formalities. Zuoshanke said to Yan Di with a slight smile. Now Zuoshanke was extremely satisfied with Yan Di. He knew that Yan Di's divine body gene level had broken through 90,000 times, and he also had the core inheritance of the Jinji world that he had given. His strength had probably reached a terrifying level long ago. The potential Yan Di had shown already met the level of the peerless genius he needed. Yes, master. Yan Di responded, straightened up and greeted Zuoshanke. Master, how have you been lately? Everything is fine. It's just that your third junior brother hasn't broken through, which disappoints me greatly. Zuoshanke shook his head. He also had expectations for Luofeng. Luofeng not only had great potential, but also had the inheritance of the Duandonghe lineage, and had obtained the Lai Yuan technique. In Zuoshanke's eyes, Luofeng was even more important than Yan Di. After all, in his view, peerless geniuses like Yan Di, though extremely rare, could still be found on the origin continent. But a super peerless genius like Luofeng, who could recognize the master of the Lai Yuan technique, was only one in the entire origin continent, including the 3,000-dimensional Yuzhou throughout countless ages. Master, don't worry. Third junior brother is naturally gifted with extraordinary talent and astonishing insight. I believe he will surely succeed. Yan Di comforted the somewhat disappointed Zuoshanke. Ha! This teacher is a bit too persistent. Your third junior brother has gone through countless trials, and has the inheritance of the Duandong He lineage, so naturally I don't need to worry. Hearing Yendi's comforts, Zuoshanke laughed heartily. Then he looked at Yendi meaningfully and asked, "Disciple, why have you descended your will to your teacher's place? What is the matter? If there is something, just say it. Your teacher will do his best to help you." Over the years, Zuoshanke had come to understand Yendi's character very well. He knew that Yendi was the type who never came to the temple without a reason. If he suddenly descended his will today without any major event happening, it was probably because he had a request. Hee. Seeing Zuoshanke's meaningful gaze, Yendi knew his thoughts were about to be seen through. He gave a dry laugh and then hesitantly spoke to Zuoshanke. "Master, disciple has now broken through 90,000 times in gene level and has manifested the first half of the gene analysis chart you passed to me. I wish to pass this first half of the gene analysis chart to my human clan. What do you think?" Seeing Yendi's hesitations, Zuoshanke suddenly darkened his face and said coldly to Yendi, "Do you still need to ask me about this? Haven't you already secretly passed it to the Yenshin clan? Now you come to ask me about passing it to the human clan." Seeing Zuoshanke's somewhat gloomy expression, Yendi looked helpless and slightly ashamed, saying, "Master, you know what the insight of the Yenshin clan members is like, expecting them to follow the law path to become true gods. I'm afraid even after this cycle ends there won't be many. I had no choice but to pass it secretly. Please forgive me, Master." Yendi was not surprised at all that Zuoshanke knew. He had passed the life gene analysis chart to the Yenshin clan. The Yenshin clan was guided by Zuoshanke, so he naturally understood them extremely well. Over the years, the number of true gods in the Yenshin clan had suddenly soared, and Zuoshanke had long guessed the reason. Looking at the helpless Yendi, Zuoshanke, though his face remained stern, thought to himself, "The Yenshin clan must be extremely important in my disciple's heart. Seeing his clan members unable to break through it is reasonable that he made such a decision. Moreover, he didn't pass it to the human clan. Now that he wants to pass it to the human clan, he comes to ask me for permission. It's clear that he still has me in his heart as his master. Well. What use are the best treasures and inheritances to me now? The chaos of the realm beasts is coming. Passing the life gene analysis chart to the human clan, increasing the number of true gods, will also help protect my two disciples safely through this calamity." Having made up his mind, Zuoshanke waved his hand at Yendi and shook his head, saying, "Do as you please. Now that you have become a true god, I, your teacher, can no longer help you. But the life gene analysis chart is extremely important. Even in the ancient civilization, it is exceptionally precious. I hope you will handle it properly." Seeing Zuoshanke's tacit approval, Yendi respectfully bowed to Zuoshanke and said, "Thank you, Master, for your permission." Bang! After saying this, Yendi's will withdrew and this energy phantom shattered, returning to the primordial universe again. Watching Yendi leave, Zuoshanke shook his head, his eyes full of hope, and said, "I hope Yendi and Luofeng can help me fulfill my long-cherished wish." Yendi obtained Zuoshanke's permission and passed the life gene analysis chart to the human clan. When Yendi brought the life gene analysis chart to the human clan, it naturally caused a huge uproar. To ensure the confidentiality of the life gene analysis chart, Yendi created a simplified guiding secret technique. To obtain the recognition of this secret technique, first one must be of the original human clan, a second one must be a universe lord, third one must obtain the approval of the human clan's high level. Only then could one obtain the life gene analysis chart. Of course, the human clan experts who obtained the life analysis chart could only study and learn it themselves. They could not pass it on to others. Since the human clan obtained the life gene analysis chart, the number of those breaking through to true god increased greatly. In the Yujo High, the Gene Ji world had been in the Yujo High for over 16,000 billion epochs. Now the human clan had 76 true gods, already a true absolute overlord force in the Yujo High, far beyond any other clan. The Yenshin clan alone now had 11 true gods, becoming a major pillar and force of the human clan. On this day, the illusory heart true god Hong of the Primordial Universe human clan, who had just become a true god 300 billion epochs ago, and the pupil demon true god of the second reincarnation era drove a true god worship to the lair of the realm beasts, the Hunan GD. The venture of Huanxin true god and Tongma true god into the world beast's lair within the dim land stirred the attention of the entire cosmic sea. Alas, the terror of the world beast once again plunged the cosmic sea into panic. The two true gods had barely entered the dim land when three world beasts instantly wounded them, nearly costing them their lives. This incident profoundly shocked the cosmic sea. Jueha true god, a powerhouse of the second reincarnation era, and one of the 10 overlords, invited the other 9 overlords to jointly discuss countermeasures against the world beasts. On that day, the perilous realm of Jueha Sea in the cosmic sea, originally named Golden Sand Sea, it was a secondary danger zone in the cosmic sea. After Jueha true god achieved great power in the world of Jin, he swept through the area, renamed it Jueha Sea, and made it his residence. Countless figures bustled about in Jueha Sea, the strongest among them being universe masters, while the weakest were universe venerables. These mighty beings, usually so revered, now served merely as attendants. You move faster. Today Master is hosting the other 9 overlords of the Cosmic Sea. Be careful in everything and do not shame Master. Yes, sir. The Universe Venerables replied respectfully. A white-winged Universe Master shouted at them. Inwardly they were extremely excited. As weak Universe Venerables, unless they broke through to Universe Master, they would spend their entire lives in a small universe. But today they could witness the 9 overlord-level figures of the Cosmic Sea. The pinnacle overlords of the Cosmic Sea. Beings of the same rank as Master Jueha True God. I never imagined we would be fortunate enough to see them. Boom! At that moment a man with a phantom divine eye behind him, and another serene gentle figure appeared outside Jueha Sea. Ah! They are 2 of the 10 overlords of the Cosmic Sea, Xinyan and Beiqi Star Lord. The disciples and servants of Jueha True God gazed at the sudden appearance of Xinyan with excitement. Boom! At that moment an aura no less imposing than the 2 emerged. A majestic figure stepped out from Jueha Sea, the lone true god of the second reincarnation era. Jueha True God. Xinyan Beiqi Star Lord, you 2 are the first to arrive. Please come in. Jueha True God warmly welcomed Xinyan. As fellow overlords of the Cosmic Sea, Xinyan and Beiqi were naturally qualified to be personally greeted by Jueha True God. Haha, Jueha, I didn't expect us to be the first. Has no one else arrived yet? Xinyan laughed heartily at Jueha True God. Not yet, but since you 2 are here the others should be on their way. The 3 walked and talked as they entered Jueha Sea. Not long after one after another powerful auras descended. The 9-headed demon lord of the second reincarnation era, and the skeleton lord of the third reincarnation era. Before the arrival of the world of Jin, these 2 were already formidable true gods. After the world of Jin came, each gained opportunities, and their strength now rivaled that of the first true lord of the divine eye race. Just as the skeleton lord and the 9-headed demon lord arrived, and the 5 overlords were conversing, suddenly 5 overwhelmingly powerful presences descended from the void. The Galactic Lord, the Axe Creator, the Chaos City Lord, the Yen Emperor, and the Geo True God. Have the 5 overlords of the Primordial Universe finally arrived? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Yen Emperor and the other 4 arrived, Jueha True God and the others sensed their auras. The 5 simultaneously teleported out to welcome the 5 overlords of the Primordial Universe. Among these 5 overlords, 4 were mighty beings of the human race. The human race's strength had become irresistible, making them the true overlords. The Soul Kings. In the void, the Galactic Lord Luofeng, clad in a white robe, stood at the forefront. His aura was as sharp as a blade, pressing forward relentlessly. His eyes seemed to possess a strange, mysterious power. They exuded an enigmatic, eerie sensation, making it impossible to look directly at him. Behind Luofeng was the Axe Creator, clad in black battle armor, with a massive axe strapped to his back. Before the arrival of the world of Jin, the Axe Creator was already near the limit of true gods. After the world of Jin came with its various inheritances and treasures, his strength soared to an extraordinary level, ranking him among the top true gods of the 10 overlords. Beside the Axe Creator stood the Chaos City Lord, the supreme ruler of the primordial human race's first overlord-level force. Clad in a strange golden robe, his aura was steady and peaceful, exuding a natural authority that inspired trust. Next to the Chaos City Lord was a man with bizarre, intricate patterns on his face. His expression was sinister. He was the Juyo True God, renowned for his undying body. His vast Juyosi divine body was inherently comparable to that of a powerhouse with a gene level of 90,000 times. Even when facing a void true god, his immense divine body allowed him to preserve his life with ease. Finally, there was the Yen Emperor with blood-red wings and crimson armor, the least conspicuous of the 5. By now the Yen Emperor's mastery of secret arts, willpower, and mental state had reached a level of returning to simplicity. His aura was unusually calm, like that of an ordinary person. Even among the 10 overlords, unless the Yen Emperor deliberately revealed himself, others would subconsciously overlook his presence. The 10 overlords entered Jueha True God's Grand Hall to discuss how to deal with the world beasts. The Yen Emperor, adopting a nonchalant attitude, contributed almost nothing to the discussion. The outcome was the same as in the original tale. Luofeng led the team to explore the Dimland. While the powerhouses of the Cosmic Sea prepared to venture into the Dimland, a major event occurred in the Cosmic Sea. Driven by the inertia of history, the world beast Melosa, after losing a battle against the world beast Beatty, decided to break out of the Dimland in search of delicacies. Upon entering the Cosmic Sea, Melosa felt as if he had entered paradise. The dense, chaotic energy currents and countless small universe sources greeted him. After obtaining information about the Cosmic Sea from his servants, Melosa plunged into the Cosmic Sea. He targeted the weak true god Huachong of the third reincarnation era. Once Melosa devoured the universe source of Huachong True God, he fell deeply in love with the sensation that made his soul tremble. The weak Huachong True God dared not fight the world beast and could only plead for help from the Cosmic Sea. Luofeng and his group were too far away to arrive in time. Xinyan and the Skeleton Lord, concerned for their own races, did not intervene. Only the 9-headed demon lord of the second reincarnation era made a move. Unfortunately burdened by too many concerns, he did not go all out. Coupled with the carelessness of the cosmic sea true gods, Huachong true god was killed by the world beast Melosa. But after killing Huachong true god, Melosa was stunned. The death of a true god caused the small universe to collapse directly. This filled Melosa with pain and regret. Melosa easily escaped under the siege of the nine-headed demon lord and the others. The emergence of the world beast brought immense pressure and shadow upon all races of the cosmic sea. All eyes turned to the cosmic sea's strongest, the galactic lord Luofeng. This universe master, who had not yet become a true god yet, was hailed as the strongest in the cosmic sea by the primordial universe, became the hope of all races. Luofeng felt immense pressure. He dispatched his 4 avatars in 2 groups to patrol everywhere searching for traces of the world beast. After the previous lesson, the world beast Melosa had grown cunning, resorting to guerrilla tactics. Each time he would devour a true god's universe source for a while, then flee, digest it, and return. This made the encirclement and killing of Melosa even more difficult. During this period, Geo True God encountered the world beast Melosa. With his vast divine body and the endless nether sea, Geo True God wounded Melosa. But Geo Lord was not skilled in binding or suppression, and Melosa eventually escaped. Geo True God's failure added another layer of shadow over the cosmic sea. All races now placed their hope of survival on the galactic lord Luofeng. Luofeng became the hope of all races in the cosmic sea. After centuries of patrolling, his golden horn giant beast avatar finally encountered the world beast Melosa. The golden horn giant beast avatar fought a great battle with Melosa, suppressing him with absolute power. But at the critical moment, Melosa escaped again. Luofeng's first failure deepened the shadow over the cosmic sea races. Panic spread, and some races began to contemplate surrendering to the world beasts. Just then, Luofeng's earthling original body, the strongest of his incarnations, encountered the world beast Melosa. Luofeng's original body was immensely powerful, beating Melosa until he had no chance to fight back. But the world beast was an existence beyond the heavens. Melosa paid the price of dropping from the 3rd tier to the 1st tier of world beast power, burning his inner realm to create a world light passage and escape. In this battle, Luofeng fortuitously obtained a drop of world beast blood. Luofeng's repeated failures completely shattered the psychological defenses of the cosmic sea. Many races secretly surrendered to the world beasts. Even the 9-headed demon lord, one of the 10 overlords, submitted to the world beasts and became a servant. At that moment, the 3 ancestral gods, obeying the will of the primordial universe, told the powerhouses of the cosmic sea. Surrendering to the world beasts would not lead to a good outcome. Once the final king was born, true destruction would descend. While those who had secretly surrendered regretted their actions, Luofeng, through the innate secret technique creation of his nether sea avatar, analyzed the unique nature of world beast life. After thoroughly studying the special nature of world beast life, a being of a different system, and after thousands of epochs of enlightenment, Luofeng finally merged the 2 systems, breaking through the gene level to an incredible 10,000 times. In the primordial universe within the human territory, the Yen mystic realm, the Yen god hall, the Yen emperor seated on a black throne suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, and transcendent absolute rule descended. Even the primordial universe retreated, ceasing its operation. A golden figure appeared in the minds of every living being in the primordial universe. From the 3 ancestral gods and true gods down to the ignorant, all involuntarily knelt in worship, as if celebrating the emergence of a supreme king. Thud! The Yen emperor's knees sank deeply into the floor of the Yen god hall. Finally the breakthrough has come. The myriad races of the cosmic sea finally have hope. But why is there a trace of reluctance in my heart? The Yen emperor's gaze seemed to pierce through the limits of time and space, seeing Luofeng bathed in the congratulations of the supreme rule. His eyes were filled with both relief and reluctance, so contradictory, so incomprehensible. The notice of the breakthrough spread throughout the entire cosmic sea, and all living beings felt a surge of hope and awe. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Inside the Yen Shan hall, Yen Di laughed wildly, as if mocking the injustice of fate, yet also rejoicing in Luofeng's breakthrough. In truth, the moment Luofeng broke through, the supreme laws descended. With Yen Di's strength and will, and the cosmic passage within the Yen Shan hall leading to his own miniature universe. If Yen Di truly wished to evade, he could have withstood the pressure of the supreme laws and escaped back into his miniature universe. Yet Yen Di did not do so. He was sensing the supreme laws, the injustice of fate, sensing. Luofeng's breakthrough was destined to be extraordinary. First, the supreme laws descended and all races of the original universe knelt in worship. Then his divine kingdom expanded into a miniature universe, its diameter reaching an astonishing 10 billion light-years. All of this marked Luofeng's extraordinary destiny. The myriad races of the cosmic sea rejoiced in Luofeng's breakthrough, knowing that after the Galaxy Lord's ascension, he could lead them through the calamity of the realm beasts. Just as the races of the cosmic sea celebrated Luofeng's breakthrough, a monster radiating evil aura with 2 hideous heads burst out from the darkness land. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn Beatty! Damn Galaxy Lord! You all deserve to die, all of you! It's all because of you, Galaxy Lord, that I couldn't become the ultimate king. And those wretched beings in the darkness land, after knowing my power had greatly declined. They all took advantage of the situation and hunted me. Damn it! Damn it! This ugly monster was none other than the realm beast Melosa. After being beaten back to the peak of the first stage by Luofeng, Melosa returned to the darkness land. It risked death to devour a severely wounded second stage realm beast recovering to the second stage. However, that realm beast also spread the news of Melosa's power decline. Now things turned dire. Melosa had once stood at the pinnacle of the realm beast clan, having offended too many. With its power greatly diminished, its former enemies now hunted it relentlessly. Forced to flee, Melosa escaped from the darkness land. Roar! 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 Melosa raised its two ugly heads high, roaring madly, its eyes filled with madness and hatred. Luofeng had reduced its power, preventing it from becoming the ultimate king. But it would seek revenge against Luofeng, its detestable enemy. Swoosh! Melosa began to teleport, rushing out of the darkness land, out of the Qingfeng realm, heading toward the cosmic sea. Revenge! 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 I will take savage revenge. I will revenge against the Galaxy Lord, against the cosmic sea. I will destroy the entire cosmic sea. Roar! Melosa roared madly, its two ugly eyes brimming with hatred. Its purpose in coming to the cosmic sea was revenge, revenge against the Galaxy Lord. Melosa arrived and threw the entire cosmic sea into turmoil. Though its power had greatly diminished, it had become more cunning and vicious than before. This time Melosa did not engage anyone, merely devouring some cosmic origin, and then leaving slowly accumulating strength. One day Melosa coiled in a certain part of the cosmic sea, its two blood-red single eyes filled with madness and bloodlust. It muttered to itself, "This won't do. I can't truly revenge against the Galaxy Lord Luofeng. I need to think of a way. Oh, right. Luofeng, the human race Yuanzhu." Melosa suddenly recalled Yuanzhu, the pioneer of the human race's rise, who held an extraordinary status and significance among the original humans. But he was suppressed by the original universe, unable to protect his miniature universe. Once it devoured Yuanzhu's miniature universe Luofeng, and the entire human race would be deeply grieved. Swoosh! Having made up its mind, Melosa flew toward the miniature universe of the first reincarnation era. In the original universe, the human race's virtual universe. The virtual universe was created by Yuanzhu just before being suppressed by the will of the origin. This technique alone reached the level of a 10th stage secret method without any treasures or secret arts. Clearly Yuanzhu had already touched the threshold of the Void True God level. After Yuanzhu was suppressed, the human race could still contend with the other 5 peak races thanks to the existence of the virtual universe. At this moment in the virtual universe, the 77 true gods of the human race, including the newly ascended Luofeng, each left a strand of consciousness in the True God Hall, in case urgent matters needed to be disseminated. The 77 great consciousnesses were meditating with closed eyes when suddenly a figure in white robes appeared in the True God Hall. The white figure said anxiously, "Quick, go stop that realm beast. The origin of my miniature universe is being devoured by a realm beast. My consciousness is suppressed and I cannot control the origin. If that realm beast continues devouring, I will never be able to break through to the void level." What? A realm beast dares to devour teacher's miniature universe. Damn it. Damn realm beast bullying our human race. Let's go. We'll kill that realm beast immediately. The true gods of the human race were all furious. Yuanzhu held a high position among the humans, and nearly 10 of the human true gods were once his disciples. Now that Yuanzhu's miniature universe was being devoured by a realm beast, how could they not be enraged? What? A realm beast devouring Yuanzhu's miniature universe. Good, good. I'll be right back. Luofeng, who had been secretly searching for the realm beast, immediately returned upon hearing the news. Kill this damned realm beast. Dozens of human true gods teleported through the cosmic passage directly into Yuanzhu's miniature universe, and charged toward the realm beast Melosa. But this creature was bent on revenge against the human race. It did not engage in battle. Once it detected enemies, it fled. With its escape skills, Melosa always managed to get away, thus throwing the human race into chaos. The realm beast is here again. It seems I have to drive it away myself, otherwise the origin of Yuanzhu's miniature universe will suffer severe damage. Inside Yuanzhu's miniature universe, Yendi suddenly opened his eyes and thought to himself, the origin of a miniature universe is its very foundation. If too much is lost, a true god cannot break through and the miniature universe may even collapse. Swoosh! Yendi rushed out of Yuanzhu's miniature universe, and saw an ugly monster clinging to the miniature universe, devouring its origin. Roar! Damn humans are here again, flee quickly! Melosa saw another human powerhouse approaching and cursed as it prepared to escape. Swoosh! Melosa used its escape technique, splitting into 100 energy clones. Humph! If I let you escape, wouldn't that make Yendi's trip here in vain? Yendi snorted coldly at the fleeing Melosa. Technique Canly Tribulation. Boom! 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 Yen Di, seeing Melosa transform into 100 clones, extended his divine power into a long spear, and thrust out 99 times in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Beams of light caught up to Melosa, instantly exploding its 99 clones, destroying their energy. Ah? Who is this person? How can he be so terrifying? The escaped Melosa exclaimed in shock. Yen Di's single strike had instantly killed 99 of its clones. Only one had escaped. Otherwise it would have truly died. But even so, it was severely wounded with great loss of energy. Yet it never knew that Yen Di had deliberately let it go with his strength. He could have annihilated it with a flick of his hand. After being driven away by Yen Di, the realm beast Melosa never returned, but its desire for revenge against Luo Feng never diminished. On the contrary, it grew heavier. Since its power had greatly declined, Melosa had perfected the essence of guerrilla warfare. Since I can't devour the origin of Yuan Zu's miniature universe, then I'll devour the origins of other human true gods' miniature universes. The human race had a total of 77 true gods. Melosa devoured one here, one there, causing the humans endless headaches. Just as Melosa was madly continuing its devouring spree, Luo Feng returned. The gap between Luo Feng, who had become a true god, and Melosa was too vast. Melosa was directly suppressed by Luo Feng. And Melosa took the opportunity to transmit Luo Feng's information back. After suppressing Melosa, Luo Feng prevented it from self-destructing and attempted to enslave it. Luo Feng's gene level had broken through 100,000 times, granting him the heaven-defying ability of formlessness. He transformed his divine power into realm beast energy and directly soul-enslaved the realm beast Melosa. The moment Luo Feng enslaved Melosa, the supreme laws descended, bringing an unknown warning to Luo Feng. As for the realm beasts in the Darkness Land, the moment Melosa was enslaved, they learned that Melosa had been enslaved by a human. Roar! 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 A noble realm beast enslaved by a lowly cosmic sea creature. How detestable! Roar! The Galaxy Lord is too powerful and none of us can match him. We must accelerate the birth of the ultimate king. The realm beasts in the Darkness Land went completely mad upon learning that Melosa had been enslaved. Each of them was furious. A naturally noble realm beast had been enslaved. And Melosa's enslavement intensified the slaughter among the realm beasts in the Darkness Land. What? There are still nearly 9 million realm beasts in the Darkness Land. The realm beasts know you've been enslaved by me. They have already begun madly devouring each other. Luo Feng stared at Melosa in shock, clearly terrified by the horrifying news. Yes, master. Melosa replied respectfully. Alas, it seems I must personally go to the Darkness Land to stop this calamity. Luo Feng sighed. With his strength at this level and possessing a heaven-defying inheritance, nothing in the cosmic sea could stop him. He could also establish a sacred land for the human race, eternal and everlasting. But unfortunately, he encountered the realm beasts. Even with his current power, facing the realm beasts was a near-death struggle. The difficulties were immense. But he had to face them. The Luo family, the Earth lineage, the human race, the original universe, and all the myriad races of the cosmic sea were waiting for him to save them. What? Galaxy Lord Luo Feng, master. Are you really sure you want to go to the Darkness Land to stop the realm beasts? In the True God Hall of the virtual universe, the human true gods stared at Luo Feng in shock. Yes, for the clan I must go. Luo Feng nodded solemnly. For the clan. This phrase made all the human true gods lower their heads in silence. Indeed, their efforts were all for the clan. For the clan, even sacrificing oneself was worth it. The clan, the most important and tenderest place in the hearts of these powerful beings. At that moment, a voice full of dominance, confidence, and firmness resounded in the True God Hall. This emperor will go with you. Yen Di, you also want to follow Luo Feng to the dim land, but your strength. The giant axe creator looked at Yen Di, who had suddenly spoken, his eyes filled with uncertainty and doubt. Although Yen Di was also one of the 10 great overlords of the Universe Sea, their combined strength couldn't even kill Maluosa, whose power had greatly regressed, let alone the 9 million world beasts in the dim land. The other true gods did not question Yen Di directly, but they all cast questioning glances at him. If Yen Di were truly powerful, his words would be fine, but with his meager strength, entering the dim land would only serve as fodder for the world beasts. Seeing the puzzled true gods of humanity, Yen Di said confidently, What? Do you not believe me? Yen Di, it's not a matter of belief but of strength. I also know you are concerned for humanity, and are prepared to sacrifice yourself for our race. But with our strength, following Luo Feng into the dim land may not only fail to help him. It might even make us a burden to Luo Feng. Chaos City Lord hurriedly explained. Chaos City Lord's words made the true gods of humanity nod, except for Huangjian True God and the giant axe creator. The giant axe creator then asked Yen Di with a serious expression, Do you have any confidence this time? Yen Di glanced at the giant axe creator with slight gratitude. While others doubted him, the man who had once fought alongside him chose to believe. Yen Di never do anything without confidence. He was still as domineering and confident as ever even when facing the terrifying world beasts, his conviction remained unshaken. Seeing the exchange between the giant axe creator and Yendi Chaos City Lord grew truly anxious and hastily scolded the giant axe. Why are you stirring up trouble at such a critical moment? Yendi is a pillar of humanity. If he follows Luofeng and something happens, it would be a great loss to our race. Seeing Chaos City Lord's anxiety, Huangjian True God stood up at this moment. Looking at the true gods of humanity, he growled. Do you remember who just after becoming a universe master killed the Yao race's Quangshi master on the Primordial Star in less than 100 epochs? Who remembers who slew several universe masters of foreign races in the endless waters, exalting the might of humanity? Who remembers who fought alone against 3 super universe masters in the blazing ice domain to obtain the tomb boat? Who gave us the water and fire secret arts? Who led us into the tomb? Who led our human race to rise and become a first-rate overlord force in the Primordial Universe? Who brought countless treasures from the gene world for our race? Who, do you remember? By the end, Huangjian True God was almost roaring. He had always been on good terms with Yendi and had received many favors from him. Seeing the true gods of humanity doubting Yendi, he could no longer hold back and completely erupted. Chaos City Lord was momentarily speechless, recalling the Yendi who had led humanity's rise. The Yendi who had charged into the Yao race alone with his spear. But in recent years, Luofeng's brilliance had been too dazzling, causing everyone to unconsciously overlook Yendi's existence. Senior brother. Luofeng called out softly to Yendi. He remembered the various help Yendi had given him during his growth. He also recalled how, because of the conflict between him and the 5 Chaos Master, Yendi had led the human strongholds to battle the God Eye race to avenge him. He remembered Yendi accompanying him into the gene world and the various care he had shown him during their missions. The strongholds of humanity also bowed their heads in contemplation, unconsciously forgetting that Yendi was the leader who had once led their rise. Chaos City Lord pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and said firmly to Yendi, Huangjian is right. In recent years we have neglected you. But today, you cannot go. I will not let you throw your life away. Seeing Chaos City Lord's resolute expression, Yendi smiled slightly and laughed heartily. Ha. I didn't expect that I've been too low-key these years, causing everyone to underestimate me. Bang. Suddenly Yendi, who was standing, emanated an extremely powerful aura. The powerful aura made the true gods in the True God Hall feel as if they were suffocating. Even the virtual space of the virtual universe became unstable, as if it might collapse under Yendi's pressure. Suddenly Yendi retracted that overwhelming pressure, and everything in the True God Hall seemed as if nothing had happened. But the incredibly powerful pressure just now was deeply imprinted in the minds of the human true gods. Yendi, you, Chaos City Lord and the giant axe creator looked at Yendi in disbelief. They could clearly sense that under that pressure, even with their strength, they could not muster the slightest will to fight before Yendi. This shows how terrifying Yendi truly was. While the human strongholds were still in shock, Luofeng was the first to react. He looked at Yendi excitedly and said, Good. Senior brother's strength is no less than mine. You can accompany me to the dim land to stop the disaster of the world beasts. The giant axe creator and the others also looked at Yendi excitedly. They knew that with Yendi's powerful combat strength, humanity had added another hope of survival in the face of the world beast calamity. Qingfeng Peak Core Area, the dim land. The dim land was now shrouded in a dark, evil aura that surged like tidal waves, violently crashing against the edges of the dim land. Whoosh. Suddenly 2 figures with powerful auras appeared at the edge of the dim land. One figure wore silver armor and silver wings with a blood-colored war sword on his back. The other figure had blood-red wings and crimson armor, with a single scarlet horn on his head, holding a large halberd dripping with killing intent. These 2 were Luofeng and Yendi, who had come to stop the world beast disaster. Luofeng frowned and said to Yendi, Senior brother, the aura here is so evil and dark, as if it comes from the 9 netherworld. This world beast is indeed terrifying. The dim land was not like this before. Now it has been corrupted by the world beasts. Truly the world beast is the root of all destruction. Yendi nodded. Let's go in. Whoosh. Yendi and Luofeng simultaneously charged into the dim land. They had already discussed their plan on the way. The 2 of them would act together, attracting most of the world beasts, then use the power within the 6th pair of wings of the Chaos Golden Wings to eliminate the majority of the world beasts, seeking a glimmer of hope for the universe sea. But once they entered the dim land, they could only strike once, or else they would be discovered by other world beasts, and then they would face the pursuit of the entire world beast clan. So Yendi and Luofeng sought to kill the strongest world beast. Bang! Floating in the dim land was a 9-story tower, the Star Tower. Transform! Bang! The floating Star Tower suddenly turned into a stone. This stone seemed to have no temperature or life aura, just floating quietly in the dim land. Even if the stone passed by the world beasts, they could not sense it, merely thinking it was a stone kicked up by battle. This stone was transformed by Luofeng, using his special ability of 100,000 times gene power, invisible and formless. Under the blessing of invisible and formless, even if Luofeng passed by the world beasts, they could not detect him. Yan Di, on the other hand, hid inside Luofeng's star tower, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Luofeng used Maluosa's sense of connection among the world beasts to locate Beatty, while Yan Di waited patiently. Ever since Beatty learned that Maluosa had been soul-enslaved by Luofeng, he had been filled with fear of the Galaxy Lord Luofeng. Thus, during this time, he crazily hunted down other world beasts, trying to break through to the 5th-rank world beast as soon as possible. Beatty rampaged through the entire dim land, running around wildly. Luofeng followed behind him, determined to kill Beatty, the leader of the world beasts. After Luofeng had pursued Beatty for nearly half a year, Beatty suddenly stopped moving. Great! This Beatty finally stopped running around. Luofeng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said somewhat emotionally, Beatty was the strongest among the world beasts. Killing him would greatly buy time for the Universe C. Whoosh! Luofeng teleported over at extreme speed, but he did not know that during Beatty's recent frenzied devouring, he had already advanced to the 5th-rank world beast. A 5th-rank world beast could already wield part of the laws of destruction, capable of unleashing a devastating strike comparable to the limit of a void true god. Such a devastating strike could destroy the small universe of a true god. In terms of attack power, it was close to that of a 6-star void true god, similar to the attack power of the wild beast's horn of the Northern Truth Sea Lord. Bang! 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 Beatty's body slowly grew larger, its surface covered with black-red secret patterns, and its aura continuously strengthened. Ha! Finally broke through. Beatty clenched his fists, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Ha ha ha! I, Beatty, have finally broken through to become a 5th-rank world beast. Galaxy Lord Chia, you will all be killed by me. I, the world beast Beatty, am the ultimate king. Just then a figure tore through the void and appeared before Beatty. This figure's eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent, staring fixedly at Beatty. World beast Beatty, you deserve to die. Beatty was the strongest world beast and the most likely to become the king of the world beasts. His existence brought immense danger to the entire Universe C. Thus the world beast Beatty must die. You are? Beatty looked at Luofeng in confusion, his mind racing. A world beast? No, I don't sense that. So it must be a life form from the Universe C. And a life form from the Universe C that can silently enter the heart of the dim land. His name is almost certain. The strongest of the Universe C, the Galaxy Lord Luofeng. Beatty stared at Luofeng and said. Luofeng said coldly, I am indeed the Galaxy Lord Luofeng, but I am not the strongest in the Universe C. Among the strongholds I know there are 2 whose strength surpasses mine. Oh, 2. Are you referring to the Ziyue Patriarch and the Dongdi Patriarch? Beatty asked with slight interest. Just then a cold voice filled with killing intent rang in Beatty's ears. No. He is referring to me. You are the Flame Emperor. Beatty stared in astonishment at the figure that had suddenly appeared. With blood-red wings, a crimson armor, and a massive halberd in hand, was this not one of the 10 overlords of the Universe C? The Flame Emperor. For someone of his strength to venture into the dim lands, the lair of the world beasts. Wasn't that courting death? Yes, it's me. The Flame Emperor remained cold, his gaze fixed on Beatty, his eyes brimming with icy murderous intent. Ha ha ha! The Flame Emperor, one of the 10 overlords of the Universe C. How utterly ridiculous! Do you truly believe yourself to be so formidable? In my eyes you are merely a slightly sturdier ant. A single step and I could crush you. Beholding the Flame Emperor, the world beast Beatty suddenly burst into laughter, as if his appearance was the epitome of foolishness. Ignoring Beatty's laughter, the Flame Emperor turned to Luofeng and said, Junior brother, leave this world beast to me, how about it? All right. Luofeng nodded without hesitation. In his heart he was also curious about the Flame Emperor's true strength, eager to see just how powerful the senior brother he had always looked up to truly was. Boom! The Flame Emperor took a step forward, and the entire space trembled under his foot, as if it might shatter at any moment. Suddenly the space for dozens of light years around began to condense intensely, making teleportation impossible within this range. Clearly the Flame Emperor had cast the space condensation art to prevent Beatty from escaping. Roar! Arrogant denizen of the Universe C, you seek death. Boom! Beatty let out a furious roar and charged headlong toward the Flame Emperor. Although a 5th-stage world beast possessed no offensive techniques other than destruction, the world beast was a naturally exalted existence. Every movement it made contained profound mysteries. Moreover, having broken through to the 5th stage, Beatty could wield a portion of the law of destruction. Its casual charge carried a trace of that law, its power rivaling a full-force strike from a 3-star void god. Humph! You are far from sufficient. The Flame Emperor stared at the charging Beatty, letting out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. In the Gene world, the Flame Emperor had fought against transcendent figures like Lin among the void gods. He cared little for a 5th stage world beast like Beatty. Boom! The Flame Emperor casually swung his halberd. A blood-colored edge collided with the world beast Beatty. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Beatty was sent flying backward by the strike. How is this possible? I am a fifth-stage world beast. Beatty stared at the Flame Emperor in disbelief. A casual strike from a fifth-stage world beast could easily kill a fourth-stage one, yet the Flame Emperor had effortlessly dispersed his attack and sent him flying. So strong. Truly worthy of being my senior brother. Even without using a divine power combustion technique, he is this powerful. Luo Feng watched the Flame Emperor with excitement. The stronger the Flame Emperor, the greater the odds for the universe seaside. Blood-burning art. Suddenly a layer of eerie blood-red light emanated from Beatty's body, and his power surged dramatically. He extended both hands, each gathering a ball of blood-red light. Bringing his hands together, he shouted at the Flame Emperor. Reincarnation passage. From Beatty's hands, thousands upon thousands of universes seemed to emerge, hurtling toward the Flame Emperor. Right? Now this is more like a battle. The Flame Emperor watched Beatty unleashing the reincarnation passage, nodding with excitement. Smash! He controlled the Luoha Heavenly Palace, which rapidly expanded in the void. When it grew to a full light-year in size, it crashed down upon Beatty. Boom! 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 Each universe that surged from Beatty's hands was shattered by the Luoha Heavenly Palace. Bang! Without a doubt, Beatty was sent flying once more. Flee! Whoosh! 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 The moment Beatty was knocked back, he immediately transformed into 99 clones and fled. Terrifying. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I never imagined the universe see Halberd such a peerless powerhouse. The reincarnation passage is my strongest attack short of destruction, yet it was casually broken by this Flame Emperor. This shows just how horrifying he truly is. Flee! I must flee. I am no match for the Flame Emperor in my current state, let alone the Galaxy Lord Luofeng. My evolution is still insufficient. I must wait until I reach the 6th stage before I can face this Flame Emperor head-on. Watching Beatty attempt to escape, the Flame Emperor let out a cold snort and said to Luofeng, "See, this world beast is trying to run. Now it's your turn." No problem at all. Luofeng replied excitedly. Having witnessed the clash between the Flame Emperor and the world beast, he could no longer contain himself. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward. One thought void forms. Golden sea spacetime. Thousand silk marsh. Suppress space. Luofeng unleashed all his techniques at once against the fleeing Beatty, directly suppressing him so that escape was impossible. Roar. Damn it. Boundary light domain. Blood-burning art. Break free. Beatty's entire body blazed with red light as he struggled to escape Luofeng's suppression. But the gap in their strength was too vast. His boundary light domain was suppressed to the point of being unable to affect the space. Damn it. Damn it. Bang. Beatty roared and recalled all his clones, knowing that if he continued to disperse his power into 100 parts, he would only be drawn into the Xingshan Tower. Beatty glared fiercely at Luofeng and the Flame Emperor, snarling. Since you seek death, I will grant it to you. Luofeng, be careful. Go all out on defense. This world beast is about to unleash his ultimate move. Watching Beatty's manic expression, the Flame Emperor warned. Understood, senior brother. Luofeng nodded solemnly. He knew that Beatty was about to use the destruction technique. Beatty raised his two ugly heads and let out a mad roar. The veins on his two necks writhed like earthworms. The blood-red secret patterns on Beatty's body began to squirm, each seeming to come alive and dance. Ugh! A painful groan escaped Beatty's mouth. The dark red secret patterns on his body suddenly blazed with light, forming a massive phantom of a world beast behind him. Finally about to unleash the destruction technique. This move carries a fragment of the destruction origin. Facing it, there is a chance to comprehend a sliver of that origin. I must observe it carefully. The Flame Emperor murmured to himself as he gazed at the towering world beast phantom behind Beatty. The origin. A power of profound depth, utterly transcending laws. It is the ultimate power of all laws. Laws can be comprehended even at the star or even planetary level. But the origin, normally a void god at the peak, begins to sense it, and when a void god comprehends enough of the origin, they can become an eternal god. At the universe master level, the Flame Emperor, through a stroke of fortune, comprehended a sliver of the yin-yang origin, and his insights grew considerably thereafter. Alas, the yin-yang origin was something that beings at the Saint Lord peak sought to comprehend. It was the key to becoming a divine king. For the Flame Emperor at his current level, it was far too distant. It was like a primary school student suddenly understanding a college-level math formula yet being asked to solve college-level problems. Utterly impractical. Regarding the yin-yang origin, the Flame Emperor had only a half-baked understanding, unable to delve deeper. However, over the course of 6,000 billion eras in the gene world, by challenging void gods and observing the evolution of his own small universe, he finally comprehended a trace of the water-fire origin and created the 12th level secret technique, the two-color reincarnation slash. But time was too short. Oh, his understanding of the waterfire origin was shallow, unable to create deeper techniques. Now with Beatty here as a teacher demonstrating the destruction origin, how could the Flame Emperor not be overjoyed? In the span of a thought, Beatty glared viciously at the Flame Emperor, and Luo Feng then suddenly extended his right hand. The world beast phantom behind Beatty also extended its right hand. Both of you vanish completely. Destruction. Suddenly an aura of annihilation descended. The right hand of the world beast phantom behind Beatty began to condense a dazzling, colorful vortex passage, exuding an aura that extinguished all existence. Luo Feng, resist with all your might and observe carefully. This destruction strike from the world beast contains a great opportunity. Watching Beatty about to attack, the Flame Emperor reminded Luo Feng, senior brother. Luo Feng nodded. He believed that facing the world beast's attack together with the Flame Emperor there was no need to worry. Boom! The world beast phantom behind Beatty suddenly attacked. The dazzling, colorful vortex passage crushed all obstacles in its path, hurtling toward the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng. Whoosh! To perceive the destruction origin more clearly, the Flame Emperor made no effort to defend, merely holding his sky halberd horizontally across his chest, quietly experiencing Beatty's destruction strike. Bang! PFF. Without any defense, the Flame Emperor was instantly struck by Beatty's destruction attack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened drastically, as if he might die at any moment. A pained expression appeared on his face, as if he were gravely wounded. Yet in his heart the Flame Emperor was exultant. I saw it. I have glimpsed part of the destruction origin. Just one more experience and I can gain new insights. PFF. Beside him Luo Feng also spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly wilting as if severely injured. Excellent. This world beast is truly extraordinary, brimming with infinite mysteries. No wonder senior brother said that carefully perceiving the strike would bring a great opportunity. Its attack contains the true essence of the destruction origin. Now I will pretend to be gravely wounded, letting the world beast continue using the destruction strike. After a few more experiences I will surely gain new insights. Roar. Excellent. Arrogant fools. Seeing the weakened auras of the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng, Beatty let out an excited roar. Although using the destruction strike placed a heavy burden on him, it was worth it to kill the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng. Boom! Destruction strike. Beatty unleashed the destruction strike once more to finish them off. Bang! The dazzling, colorful passage struck the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng again, sending both flying high into the air. Wah! 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 The Flame Emperor and Luo Feng vomited blood profusely, their auras extremely weak, as if they were on the verge of exhaustion. Not dead yet. Then take one more hit. Destruction. A dazzling, colorful passage once again crushed everything, hurtling toward the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng. I see it. I finally see it. Suddenly the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng cried out. After 3 uses of the destruction strike by Beatty, they had glimpsed a sliver of the destruction origin. Luo Feng's 4th pair of wings suddenly blazed with light, and a small universe emerged, instantly enveloping the world beast Beatty. Dark reincarnation. Roar. Realm light domain, break for me. Beatty roared, his body blazing with light as he attempted to break free from Luo Feng's suppression. Unfortunately, one thought universe creation was a technique of eternal true gods, achieving an extreme mastery over space far beyond the capability of a 5th stage world beast to escape. At that moment Yen Di, with his eyes tightly shut, manifested a dark abyssal passage behind him, as if it could devour one and drag them into the cycle of life and death. Dark reincarnation. Yen Di swung his halberd toward Beatty, and a colossal black passage took shape. This immense black passage exuded an aura of utter destruction, violently suppressing everything as it surged toward Beatty, who was already restrained by one thought universe creation. Damn it! I've been played by these 2 despicable wretches. Beatty, realizing he had been deceived by Yen Di and Luo Feng, who had suddenly turned on him, snarled in fury. But it was too late now. There was no chance for regret. Bang! Yen Di's dark reincarnation struck Beatty with devastating force. Sheik! A massive wound was torn open on Beatty's abdomen by Yen Di's halberd, and black blood gushed out instantly. The space beneath Beatty was corroded by his blood, and wherever the blood touched, the very fabric of space was destroyed. Roar! Beatty let out a pained howl. Huff! Yen Di, who had kept his eyes shut, opened them and let out a long breath, saying with some disappointment, though I have comprehended a sliver of the destruction origin, the dark reincarnation I created still hasn't reached the level of a 13th stage secret technique. It's at most close to the 13th stage. A 13th stage secret technique was already the limit for void true gods. Creating such a technique required profound insights into laws and origins. Although Yen Di had comprehended 4 types of origins, his insights were too shallow, and his secret technique mastery could not reach the 13th stage, only approaching it. So powerful. Is this my senior brother's true strength? Luo Feng stared at Yen Di in awe. He now realized that Yen Di's power was always beyond prediction. Damn it! Roar! Galaxy Lord Yendi, both of you deserve to die. Beatty roared furiously, glaring at Yendi and Luo Feng with venomous hatred. He had used his 3 devastating strikes and had reached his limit, believing he could definitely kill Yendi and Luo Feng, but he never expected the two were merely using him, suffering no harm at all. Hey! Looking at the furious and resentful Beatty, Yendi sneered coldly and said, "Since I've already comprehended a trace of the destruction origin, there's no use for you to live anymore. Shake! Dark reincarnation." This time Yendi unleashed his full power, burning divine power secret techniques, and his Fangtian Halberd, all driven to their strongest state. This strike, if placed in the Gene world, would be extremely close to the power of a 7-star heaven-defying attack. Boom! The Fangtian Halberd transformed into a pitch-black giant hammer in Yendi's hands, radiating an aura of immense destruction as it smashed toward Beatty. Ah, what is this? Just watching my senior brother strike makes my true god heart tremble. It feels like a massive hammer that shatters everything. Luo Feng was once again astonished by Yendi's means. He could sense that under the attack of that black giant hammer everything would be shattered, even a small universe or his own true god heart. Flee! 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 Beatty, watching the hammer descending upon him, shouted frantically. His years of experience told him that if he didn't evade this strike, he would be severely injured or even die. Unfortunately, under Luo Feng's one-thought universe creation, his realm light domain failed, utterly unable to influence the surrounding spacetime. Ah! Burn! In desperation, Beatty chose to burn the realms within his body to unleash a realm light passage for escape. Bang! But the passage was shattered before it could fully form. How is that possible? That was a realm light passage I used at the cost of reducing my power to the 4th stage. Beatty stared at Luo Feng in disbelief, unable to comprehend what force could suppress his realm light passage and prevent it from forming. Bang! While Beatty was stunned, Yendi's hammer struck him viciously. Buzz! Externally, Beatty appeared unharmed from the blow, but secretly 9 layers of hidden force surged into Beatty's body, completely shattering his realms. Crack, crack. How? How is this possible? Beatty stared fixedly at Yendi, asking his final question in confusion. His body began to crack from the chest, slowly dissipating into the void. Let's go, Luo Feng, Yendi said to the still dazed Luo Feng. Ah! Oh! Luo Feng snapped out of his reverie, by Yendi's call followed him to carry out their plan. But Luo Feng's heart could not calm down for a long time. He silently recalled Yendi's overwhelming strike, which had instantly killed Beatty. Strong. Truly strong. My senior brother is too strong. In the moment of his death, Beatty transmitted the information about Yendi and Luo Feng to the world beasts in the swarm. I, Beatty, am now a 5th stage world beast, yet I have still been defeated. Now I am about to die. I am not defeated by any world beast, but by the strong ones of the cosmic sea. Yendi and the Galaxy Lord. Both of them are immensely powerful, each several times stronger than me. That Luo Feng can directly suppress my realm light passage, preventing it from forming, while Yendi is even more heaven-defying, killing me with a single strike. So, comrades, you must unite. Only through unity can you kill these 2 terrible enemies. Remember, it was Yendi and the Galaxy Lord who killed me, Beatty. Beatty's voice spread throughout the entire dim place. World beasts, regardless of distance, could communicate telepathically. Before dying, Beatty, to take revenge on Yendi and Luo Feng, disseminated their information. The world beasts, upon hearing Beatty's voice, were initially stunned, then began to roar in fury, for they sensed that the strongest among them, Beatty, was dead. Roar! Kill the Galaxy Lord! Kill Yendi! How dare they humiliate our world beast race like this? They deserve to die! Roar! Everyone unite! Kill the Galaxy Lord and Yendi! At this moment, the world beasts of the entire dim place stopped fighting among themselves. They instinctively gathered together, seeking to kill Luo Feng and Yendi. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of world beasts began to form into groups. They roamed the dim place, searching for the traces of Yendi and Luo Feng, attempting to kill these 2 fearsome enemies. Senior brother. It seems we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Luo Feng, through Melosa's positioning, knew that the world beasts were gathering. He said helplessly to Yendi, "Yes, but for the sake of our race we have no choice but to stir this hornet's nest." Yendi also said helplessly, "With so many world beasts who would want to provoke them if possible. Even an ordinary eternal true god would find it a headache, let alone Yendi. But for the sake of our race we must do it. Right? For the sake of our race we must do it." Yendi and Luo Feng held firm convictions. For their race, even if the dim place was a hornet's nest, they had to stir it. Luo Feng and Yendi exchanged a glance. Luo Feng nodded and said to Yendi, "Let's implement the plan." Now that the world beasts had discovered their presence, they began to search for Yendi and Luo Feng in groups. But the number gathered was still insufficient. Luo Feng's plan was to gather over 90% of the world beasts together, and then use the power of the Chaos Golden Wing Source to annihilate them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Feng and Yendi teleported freely in the dim place, without any attempt to conceal their auras. The two were like bright lamps in the dark night, drawing all attention. Roar! Found the Galaxy Lord and Yen Di. Let's kill them. A group of about 1,000 world beasts suddenly spotted Luofeng and Yen Di, and they roared as they charged to kill them. Luofeng, leave them to me, Yen Di said calmly, looking at the 1,000 world beasts. If each of these 1,000 world beasts used their blood-burning technique, their strength would not be much less than that of the Chaos City Lord. 1,000 true gods at the level of the Chaos City Lord. Imagine how terrifying that would be. All right, I'll leave everything to you, senior brother. Luofeng nodded. He knew Yen Di's strength was immense, and he was not afraid of these threats. Roar, roar, roar. The 1,000 world beasts howled as they activated their blood-burning technique, their bodies glowing red, and each raised their fists to smash at Yen Di. Boom, boom, boom. Countless black fist shadows blotted out the sky, directly enveloping Yen Di. Yen Di coldly watched the overwhelming fist shadows, gripping his Fangtian Halberd tightly. Guard! Dark reincarnation! The Fangtian Halberd in Yen Di's hand began to dance irregularly, faster and faster, until no trace of its motion could be seen. Buzz! An absolute domain of 10 light-years in diameter appeared, its immense force directly shredding the world beasts' attacks. Bang, bang, bang! The world beasts within Yen Di's absolute domain were all torn apart. They turned to dust with no chance to escape or even to scream. They vanished silently. Yen Di looked at the completely obliterated world beasts and murmured, though these world beasts are powerful when attacking together, their individual defense is too weak. To me, they are mere targets. Impressive. Truly worthy of my senior brother. Though I could easily kill 1,000 world beasts, there is no way I could instantly annihilate them all with a single move. Luofeng's eyes lit up as he praised Yen Di. Haha, you little rascal. Hearing Luofeng's praise, Yen Di shook his head and said nothing. Roar. 1,000 world beasts were killed by Yen Di in a single move. This Yen Di is too terrifying. We must eliminate him, or he will become an obstacle to the birth of the final king. The moment those 1,000 world beasts died, the other world beasts sensed it and roared as they charged toward Yen Di and Luofeng. Yen Di and Luofeng then began a frenzied massacre. Guard. Dark reincarnation. Technique. Dark reincarnation. Shake. Dark reincarnation. Bang, bang, bang. World beasts were being exploded one by Yen Di. These world beasts had no resistance against Yen Di's attacks. The only threat was their sheer numbers. One thought: universe creation. Power of the golden sea. Puff, 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 puff. Luofeng's slaughter speed was no less than Yen Di's, as he crushed world beasts one after another. Thus Yen Di and Luofeng embarked on their crazed journey of slaughter. Roar. Kill the Galaxy Lord and the Flame Emperor. Kill, kill, kill. The abyssal beasts roared madly, attacking Luofeng's star tower in unison. Bang, bang, bang. Countless black light rays struck Luofeng's star tower, producing banging sounds. However, the star tower was a God King level primary weapon. Even a God King could not destroy it, let alone the abyssal beasts. Senior brother, these abyssal beasts are truly mad. If we charge out of the star tower now, we will be blasted into dust. Luofeng looked at the millions of madly attacking abyssal beasts, a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. Obviously Luofeng was also frightened by these frantic beasts. Why yes. Yen Emperor also stared blankly at the millions of abyssal beasts madly attacking outside the star tower, stuttering. Due to the frantic slaughter of abyssal beasts by Yen Emperor and Luofeng, the entire swarm was thoroughly enraged. Now over 3 million abyssal beasts were attacking the star tower. Other massive numbers of abyssal beasts were still arriving. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of over 3 million abyssal beasts sent the star tower flying high like a kicked ball. Attack, attack, attack. Kill the Galaxy Lord Luofeng. Kill the Flame Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. World-shattering attacks struck the star tower again and again, but the star tower was like a boulder in a storm. Unharmed. The attacks of so many abyssal beasts are probably comparable to the level of an eternal true god. Yen Emperor felt the terrifying attacks and murmured. At that time in the Gene realm, Yen Emperor had fought with Dylan. Since Dylan was called by the Eastern Army General as a heaven-defying void true god, who could defeat the weakest eternal true god, his attacks had also reached the level of an eternal true god. However, the attacks of 3 million abyssal beasts were thousands or tens of thousands of times greater than Dylan's, completely on a different level. Roar. The star tower's defense is too strong. It seems we can only summon more abyssal beasts to attack. The abyssal beasts roared one after another. 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, 8,200,000. In the end, the number of abyssal beasts gathered before the star tower reached an astonishing 8,200,000. Now only about 900,000 abyssal beasts in the entire nest had not come. The 8,200,000 abyssal beasts were each as tall as mountains, appearing extremely terrifying from afar. At this moment, these abyssal beasts unanimously stopped attacking. Looking at the distant star tower, the abyssal beasts transmitted messages to each other. This time we will attack with all our strength. If we shatter the Galaxy Lord's Star Tower, then we will win. If we do not shatter it, then we will push the Star Tower into the death zone of the Qingfeng realm, so that he can never come out. The core area of the Qingfeng realm had countless death zones. Once one accidentally fell into them, even Yan Emperor and Luofeng, as they were now, could not come out. However, this would be troublesome and not safe. So the Abyssal Beast's first plan was to kill Yan Emperor and Luofeng. If they failed, they would have to push the Star Tower into the death zone. Roar! Attack! Boom! 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 8,200,000 Abyssal Beasts attacked simultaneously, countless black light rays converging together. Finally it turned into a void. Wherever this void passed, everything disappeared. Time, space, matter, past and future. All things vanished, leaving only this eternal destruction. The combined attack of the 8,200,000 Abyssal Beasts had reached the peak level of an eternal true god's attack, enough to destroy the small universe of an ordinary void true god. Boom! This void collided fiercely with the Star Tower. Everything around the Star Tower disappeared, leaving nothing but that eternal void. Is it dead? The Abyssal Beasts hurriedly asked one another. Unfortunately, that space had been completely destroyed into a void by them, and nothing could be seen. Nothing could be sensed. After a full dozen seconds, the Abyssal Beasts could barely sense the space there. Hiss! Having received such a blow, the Star Tower is completely unscathed. The Abyssal Beasts looked at the Star Tower still floating alone in the void, each drawing a cold breath. Boom! At that moment, a figure as tall as 9 light years appeared before the Star Tower, with 5 pairs of fearsome wings flapping violently behind. Roar! Arrogant Galaxy Lord Luofeng, how dare you step out of the Star Tower? You're asking for death. The Abyssal Beast saw Luofeng walking out of the Star Tower and roared excitedly. Everything is over. Luofeng looked at the madly roaring Abyssal Beasts and murmured. Luofeng poured his divine power into the 6th pair of wings, the first time his divine power entered the Wushi wings. Boom! It erupted, fully erupted. The terrifying and boundless might stored in the source erupted, completely turning into countless blade lights that surged toward the Abyssal Beasts. These lights appeared so dazzling and breathtakingly beautiful. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the Abyssal Beasts had no resistance or evasion. They turned into nothingness, into powder under the attack of the source, and everything vanished. Boom, boom, boom. Within the 6th pair of wings, the terrifying attack of the source directly pierced through the dark place, breaking countless death zones in the Qingfeng realm. It had rushed out of the dark place for who knows how many tens of millions of light years. Dazzling, beautiful, terrifying, destroying everything. Is this the attack that boasts a portion of the might of a saint? Yan Emperor stared blankly at the countless beautiful blade lights and murmured. Whether the source's attack had a portion of the saint's might, Yan Emperor did not know, but such a powerful attack surpassed Yan Emperor's full power strike by millions or billions of times. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Yan Emperor only felt the word insignificant. We succeeded. Senior brother, we succeeded. Luofeng rushed into the Star Tower and said excitedly to Yan Emperor. Yes, we succeeded. Yan Emperor was jolted awake by Luofeng's excited voice and nodded mechanically at Luofeng. Roar! Vanished. The 8,200,000 Abyssal Beasts suddenly disappeared. The surviving 900,000 Abyssal Beasts suddenly sensed that the 8,200,000 had vanished. Roar! Terrifying. The Galaxy Lord Luofeng is too terrifying. He killed 8,200,000 Abyssal Beasts in one move. Truly terrifying. At this moment, the surviving Abyssal Beasts were filled with fear of Luofeng. They simply could not understand how the 8,200,000 Abyssal Beasts, which had been so mighty just now, suddenly vanished just like that. Flee! 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 Hurry and flee! This Galaxy Lord Luofeng is too terrifying. We are no match for him. We can only evolve into higher-level Abyssal Beasts, or the ultimate king, to deal with him. Flee! For the Abyssal Beasts it was a disgrace. The naturally noble Abyssal Beasts actually had times when they had to flee. However, facing the terrifying Luofeng, the Abyssal Beasts became extremely united, setting aside their pride, and began to flee the dark place, rushing out of the Qingfeng realm. Just as Luofeng was excitedly discussing with Yan Emperor, and sending victory messages to the human strongholds, Luofeng's face suddenly turned extremely grim. He looked at Yan Emperor and said, "A major event has occurred." "A major event? What major event?" Yan Emperor looked at Luofeng with confusion. Seeing Yan Emperor's inquiry, Luofeng took a deep breath and said, "The remaining about 900,000 Abyssal Beasts have already escaped the dark place. They have rushed toward the Qingfeng realm. Once they break out of the Qingfeng realm and rush into the cosmic sea, then..." Luofeng did not continue, but Yan Emperor understood his meaning. Once the 900,000 or so Abyssal Beasts charged into the cosmic sea, it would be the arrival of destruction, and everything would turn to nothing. Hurry, return to the cosmic sea now and prepare all means. Face the final catastrophe. Yan Emperor's face darkened as he spoke urgently. His small universe was not like Luo Feng's small universe. It was not afraid of the devouring of abyssal beasts. Although he had a way to stop the abyssal beasts devouring, he had to return to use it. In the dark place, Yen Emperor could do nothing. In fact, Yen Emperor was no longer worried about the abyssal beasts. Melosa had already been enslaved by Luo Feng, and the abyssal beasts that escaped were only about 900,000 at most, giving birth to 3 sixth-order abyssal beasts. Moreover, under the supreme law, it was destined that only 1 sixth-order abyssal beast could exist. And with the strength of Yen Emperor and Luo Feng, dealing with a 6th-order abyssal beast together was no longer a big problem. The only worry now was that the abyssal beasts would devour the source of the small universe. Once devoured, potential would be damaged and breakthrough might even be impossible. Alright, let's go back. Luo Feng nodded. He did not suggest intercepting the abyssal beasts at the entrance of the Qingfeng realm because the entrance was too vast, and it would be useless at most, killing a few abyssal beasts. Just as Yen Emperor and Luo Feng were returning to the original universe, humanity had already convened a true god assembly of all races in the virtual universe. What? There are over 9 million abyssal beasts. 8,800,000 have been eliminated by the Galaxy Lord Luo Feng. Of the remaining 900,000, half are heading toward the Cosmic Sea, and will reach the small universes of the First Reckoning era in less than a day. These pieces of news stunned the true gods of the entire original universe. These true gods, who were usually lofty and proud, became panicked, not knowing what to do. The abyssal beasts have not yet arrived, and you are all like this. How can you face them? Seeing the panicked true gods, Yen Emperor frowned and bellowed. Yen Emperor, it's not that but the abyssal beasts are too terrifying. How can we face them calmly? Hearing Yen Emperor's scolding, the true gods murmured in low voices. Humph, just look at this pathetic sight. Yen Emperor was angered by the sight of these true gods acting so cowardly. Ever since Yen Emperor displayed his strength this time, the races of the Cosmic Sea now knew how terrifying he was. Hearing his reprimand, though they were extremely dissatisfied in their hearts, no one dared to object. Yen Emperor, don't blame them. After all, it's that we are useless. Facing the abyssal beasts, only you and Luo Feng can handle it. The Jufu creator looked at the furious Yen Emperor, thinking he was blaming them for being useless, and sighed helplessly. Jufu, that's not what I meant. Seeing the sighing Jufu, Yen Emperor quickly explained. Yen Emperor once obtained a treasure in the Jin realm called the Bloodstorm. It is a group mechanical flow ultimate treasure. The more true gods, the greater the power it can unleash. Now gather immediately at my small universe, and jointly control the Bloodstorm to deal with the abyssal beasts. Also tell the true gods of the First and Second Reckoning eras that the abyssal beasts are coming. Their First and Second Reckoning eras will certainly not be saved. Let them join forces with our original universe side to fight the abyssal beasts together. Of course, as a condition, in the future our small universes can naturally serve as a refuge for some of their clans. Later our human race will establish a sacred land. We guarantee to allocate part of the territory to them, ensuring their clan's eternal existence. A group mechanical stream treasure. Bloody storm. Really? The Flame Emperor's words stunned everyone present, for it was well known that group mechanical stream treasures were absolute taboos within the Jin realm. Can the Flame Emperor really obtain one? Even Luo Feng looked at the Flame Emperor, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe it. He was the chosen successor of the Jin God King, with a status in the Jin realm even slightly higher than the 4 great generals. Yet even so he could not use a group mechanical stream treasure, let alone the Flame Emperor. For using such a treasure required the personal approval of the Jin God King. Seeing the puzzled true gods, the Flame Emperor's face darkened. At a time like this, do you think I would jest with you? He growled. Act swiftly and prepare to confront the beast calamity. Yes. Seeing the grim expression of the Flame Emperor, the others knew he was angered by their doubts and dared not question further. In truth, the Flame Emperor had brought out the bloody storm to enhance safety, for without it these ordinary true gods would only be chased and beaten by the realm beasts. The First and Second Cycle eras, destined to fade into the river of history. All I can do is this, murmured the Flame Emperor far away in the outer region of the Qingfeng realm. Facing the terrifying realm beasts, the First and Second Cycle eras were as fragile as eggs beyond rescue and without time to save. The only thing the Flame Emperor could do was help a tiny fraction of their clans survive. In exchange, their true gods must come to the original universe to fight against the realm beasts. The Flame Emperor believed that once the news spread, those true gods would make the right choice. Whoosh whoosh. In the outer region of the Qingfeng realm, 2 figures teleported, rapidly crossing tens of thousands of light years, in an instant appearing in another place. These 2 figures completely ignored the dangerous zones of the Universe C, teleporting at maximum speed. Ordinarily, a Universe Master could teleport only about 100 light years in the Universe C. The limit for a true god was around 3,000 light years. That was the maximum for an ordinary true god. But Luo Feng and the Flame Emperor had teleportation ranks reaching 50,000 light years, placing them among the elite void true gods. Moreover, both were immensely powerful and possessed extremely detailed maps of the Universe C. They teleported with full force, heedless of any dangerous locations. In just half a day, the Flame Emperor and Luofeng rushed from the core region of the Qingfeng realm all the way to the original universe. Through communication with Melosa, Luofeng frowned, and said to the Flame Emperor senior brother, "Now the 900,000 realm beasts are split into two groups. One group flees into the depths of the universe sea. They are slaughtering each other, hastening the birth of higher-level realm beasts. The other group is charging toward our original universe, destroying everything in their path. It is estimated that they will reach the first cycle era in half a day, and then the calamity will descend. Even our small universes will be threatened. What should we do now? Should we preserve our own small universes or abandon them to prevent the evolution of the realm beasts? The original universe has my bloody storm. Dealing with the realm beasts should not be too difficult. As for Luofeng's small universe, it is not afraid of the realm beasts devouring. My small universe, though not perfect, has a profound structure due to my strong will. The realm beasts devouring the origin of my small universe will not be much faster than the two holy lands. Besides, I have incarnations guarding my universe along with my treasures suppressing it. For the time being, the realm beasts can do little to my small universe. The only thing now is to slay the realm beasts with all our might, minimizing the chances of a sixth-order realm beast being born, or even preventing it entirely. Only then will we have a greater chance of victory." The Flame Emperor calculated silently in his heart. In truth, ever since Luofeng enslaved a realm beast, the Flame Emperor had been confident of victory in this calamity. After all, a sixth-order realm beast was something he and Luofeng could handle together without issue. Moreover, the Flame Emperor had prepared many contingencies, so he feared no sixth-order realm beast. The only thing now was to minimize the losses of this calamity, for once the 900,000 realm beasts went mad, they would be terrifying. If they united and attacked together, even Luofeng's small universe could be shattered. After a moment of contemplation, the Flame Emperor said to Luofeng, "Now we return to our clans. We will prepare everything thoroughly, then pursue and slay the realm beasts with all our might, preventing the birth of higher existences." Luofeng nodded firmly. He had no objection to the Flame Emperor's proposal. For the sake of his family and clan, he was ready to sacrifice everything. Splash splash. The Flame Emperor and Luofeng each returned to their own small universes, using the small universe passages to return to the original universe. In the original universe, within the human territory, the Flame God Clan, the Flame God Secret Realm, and the Flame God Great Hall. On a high black throne sat the Flame Emperor. Below were 10 true gods and 58 universe masters, the pinnacle of combat power and pillars of the Flame God Clan. These true gods and universe masters sat respectfully gazing at the Flame Emperor with fervent devotion. In their eyes, the Flame Emperor was their god, their heaven. "Young-er, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently? Your father can help clarify them," said the Flame Emperor, gently looking at the killing true god, who bore a 70% resemblance to the Flame God Clan members. "Father, I have no doubts," replied the killing true god respectfully. "Oh." The Flame Emperor's tone remained as gentle as ever, as if he were not the Flame Emperor who struck fear into the myriad races, but rather a father and elder. The Flame Emperor then turned his gaze to Cao Ba, a child, who was in a sense his biological son. "Ba, have you any difficulties recently?" "No," answered the overlord, lowering his head. Yet his heart was greatly agitated. This father, who usually yelled at him at the slightest provocation, today finally spoke a word of concern like a true father. The Flame Emperor looked at the other solemn-faced experts, and for a moment did not know what to say. In the past, he had been like an emperor, lofty and untouchable, even when deeply concerned for his clan. He carried an inviolable majesty. Now, when he tried to care for his clan as a father and elder, even the ever-composed Flame Emperor found himself at a loss for words. The experts of the Flame God Clan were all accustomed to the Flame Emperor's dominance and authority. Even knowing that the great battle was imminent and he had come to gather with them, they could not relax. Although the Flame Emperor appeared gentle, they dared not commit the slightest breach of etiquette before him. Alas, such is the fate of the strong. When one truly stands at the apex, one must comprehend the ninefold solitude. Since I grew weary of pursuit, I have learned to hit the mark at once. Since a headwind came, I have learned to resist the 8 winds and sail my boat. In my past life, I was Cao Benqi, the Ice Emperor of the 3 superpower kings of the Dragon Group. In that life, I was solitary. In this life, I am the Flame Emperor standing atop the myriad races in the heavens. Yet still I am alone. Even former comrades now have an invisible rift with me. With the Flame Emperor's current power, who in the Universe C could fight him except Luofeng? His status was like that of a national president. Old friends naturally felt uneasy in his presence. An invisible barrier existed. Even Huangjian, True God Axe Creator, Chaos City Lord, and others who had once fought alongside the Flame Emperor felt unnatural when speaking with him due to his overwhelming power. Whoosh! The Flame Emperor vanished from the black throne of the Flame God Hall. Tens of minutes later, he appeared in a remote secret realm of the original universe. Gazing at this secret realm filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, the Flame Emperor felt a lightness in his heart, as if he had forgotten many things. He opened his arms and took a deep breath. The wander butterfly's secret realm is always so peaceful, filled with tranquility and birdsong refreshing the soul. A beautiful figure appeared beside the Flame Emperor. This figure was about 100,000 kilometers tall with 6 delicate wings adorned with mysterious patterns on her back. Her face was fair and beautiful, her legs long and straight, smooth and tender, with a pair of cute white antennae on her head. She was the Flame Emperor's companion, the Flower Emperor of the Wander Butterfly. Flutter, flutter. The Flower Emperor gently flapped her 6 beautiful wings, looking at the Flame Emperor with tender, wifely affection. You haven't visited me for so long. The moment I sensed your presence, I rushed out, she said softly. I'm sorry. I've been very busy lately, and haven't had time to see you, the Flame Emperor replied calmly. And so they chatted, one sentence after another, their expressions peaceful, their tones gentle. Everything seemed so calm and serene, enviable. Before the arrival of the Gene Realm, the Flower Emperor was already a universe master. When the Gene Realm came, she broke through to become a true god. With the Flame Emperor's support, her strength was only slightly below that of the top overlords like Chaos City Lord. After the Flame Emperor broke through to true god, he could produce 5 soldier-level inheritance marks of the endless lineage. He gave 1 quota to the Flower Emperor. An hour later, the Flame Emperor looked at the Flower Emperor calmly. I'm going. Go ahead. I believe you will succeed. Win, and we shall be together forever. Lose and I will vanish with you. The Flower Emperor nodded calmly, her eyes filled with encouragement and hope. As a true god, she naturally knew that the realm beasts had already surged into the universe sea. She also knew that the Galaxy Lord Luofeng and the Flame Emperor were going to stop this calamity. But with her strength, she could not contribute much to this disaster. At most, she could offer the Flame Emperor encouragement and trust. Trust me, I will not lose. The Flame Emperor looked at her seriously, then solemnly said whoosh. He turned and teleported away. In the boundless universe sea, 2 figures were teleporting swiftly. Their teleportation speed far exceeded that of ordinary true gods, and billions of light years ahead in their teleportation direction, a horde of evil, ugly monsters were slaughtering each other. Senior brother, I have something to tell you. Luofeng, who was teleporting rapidly, suddenly stopped, and said to Yen Di with a serious expression. Thing. What is it? Yen Di was full of doubts. At this time, what important thing could Luofeng have to tell him? Huff. Looking at the puzzled Yen Di, Luofeng let out a long breath and then said word by word, I have enslaved a world beast. What? Enslaved a world beast? Yen Di was first stunned, then suddenly realized and pretended to be surprised. But in his heart he muttered, damn, I thought it was something big, so it's just this. But Luofeng is willing to tell me this, it seems he trusts me immensely. Of course Yen Di knew, but he had to pretend not to know, otherwise it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. He was still extremely grateful that Luofeng had told him such a heaven-defying secret of enslaving a world beast. After all, Luofeng telling him this meant that Luofeng had absolute trust in Yen Di. Luofeng found Yen Di's surprise to be perfectly normal. If Yen Di had not been shocked to hear that he had enslaved a world beast, that would have been abnormal. Senior brother, I learned from the world beast I enslaved. Currently there are about 9,000,000 living world beasts, and roughly 3 6th-order world beasts can be born. A 6th-order world beast stands at the pinnacle of the entire world beast race, with strength far surpassing that of a 5th-order world beast. It also possesses the ability to create millions of clones, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, world beasts are also bound by the iron laws of fate, Luofeng said seriously. First iron law, no 2 6th-order world beasts may coexist. They must fight each other, and their clones must also fight each other, with only one surviving. Second iron law, within the maximum time limit of the gestation period, the final king must be born. When the time limit is reached, they are even forced to fight and devour each other until only one remains alive. Third iron law, if only 2 world beasts remain alive, regardless of their strength, they must fight each other. Only one may survive. Fourth iron law, the last surviving world beast, whether it is 1st order or 6th order, will become the final king. Based on these 4 iron laws of fate, I have a plan. At this point, Luofeng stopped. Yen Di asked with some confusion, a plan? What plan? Let's hear it. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help you. No. Luofeng shook his head and said slowly, actually my plan is not that difficult, or it just requires us to work together as one. Since the 6th-order world beast is the strongest among the gestating world beasts, and only one can exist if we as brothers go all out to capture other world beasts and cultivate the one I enslaved into a 6th-order world beast. With the help of us 2 brothers, we will have already won 90% of this war. Cultivate a 6th-order world beast. Yen Di was first startled, then suddenly understood. That's right. As long as we cultivate Melosa into a 6th-order world beast, then, according to the iron laws of fate, only one 6th-order world beast can survive. Moreover, when 2 6th-order world beasts fight, having millions of clones is useless. This way we can prevent the birth of the supreme being of the world beast swarm. In the original story, Luofeng had also planned to cultivate a 6th-order world beast, but due to limited strength and time he never succeeded. But now it's different. With Yendi's help, the chances of cultivating a 6th order world beast are very high. Good. Let's do it this way. We'll cultivate the strongest world beast. Even if the final king is born, it will only be the one in your hands. Yendi nodded excitedly. Right? We'll cultivate the strongest world beast. Luofeng was also extremely delighted. He had not expected that the terrible world beast calamity would be solved by them in this way. Good. Let's set off now. According to Melosa's judgment, a world beast named Chia has evolved to the 5th order. We'll go catch him now and let Melosa devour him. Good. Let's go. With a whoosh, Luofeng and Yendi quickly teleported towards Chia's direction. Roar. I, the world beast Chia, am already a peak 5th order world beast, stronger than Beatty was back then. I will definitely become the final king, and then kill the despicable Galaxy Lord and Yendi. In the endless chaotic currents of the cosmic sea, an extremely ugly monster roared to the sky. Buzz. At that moment Chia felt the space around him being sealed. 2 figures appeared before him. Roar. Silver armor and silver wings, carrying a blood-colored war blade on his back. Blood-red wings and crimson armor, holding a square-painted halberd. You two are Yendi and Luofeng, right? Chia growled at the suddenly appearing Yendi and Luofeng. But in his heart Chia was extremely anxious. Damn it! Damn it! I had already evolved to the peak of 5th order, and after a while of devouring I would become a 6th order world beast, then become the final king. But now I've suddenly encountered Yendi and Luofeng, and they've sealed the surrounding space. It seems I can't escape anymore. I can only fight to the death. Looking at Chia, whose eyes showed some fear, Yendi said coldly, Chia, an outstanding one among world beasts. I didn't expect you to have become a peak 5th order world beast, even stronger than Beatty back then. If you were allowed to grow for a while longer, wouldn't you become a 6th order world beast? Right? Luofeng also nodded, his face full of killing intent. Today you cannot be spared. Roar. Seeing that Yendi and Luofeng were determined to kill him, Chia knew that escape was impossible. He roared to the sky and suddenly launched an attack. Destruction. A huge phantom of a world beast suddenly appeared behind Chia, radiating an endless aura of destruction. It pointed with its right hand, and a massive channel of destruction shot towards Yendi and Luofeng. Boom! Looking at the destruction channel coming towards them, Yendi said disdainfully, "Humph! Mere child's play." The destructive strike of a 5th order world beast was not yet mature. Its power was roughly equal to that of the Bayesian Sea Lord, not reaching the 6-star attack power of a void true god. Such an attack was completely insignificant to Yendi. Shock! Dark reincarnation. The square-painted halberd in Yendi's hand suddenly transformed into a terrifying black giant hammer, which smashed towards the world beast Chia. Crescent blade. Luofeng also drew his blood shadow blade and slashed, sending a terrifying crescent-shaped blade light towards Chia. Boom! The terrifying black giant hammer directly shattered the world beast Chia's destruction attack, and then slammed heavily into his body. Buzz! From the head of the black giant hammer in Yendi's hand, 9 terrifying hidden forces transmitted into Chia's body, beginning to ravage his interior. Rip! Luofeng's terrifying crescent blade strike nearly cut Chia in half. Luofeng's crescent blade secret technique had already reached the 12th level. Coupled with the Wuqi Shun blood shadow blade and the divine power burning secret technique, Luofeng's strength was already approaching the 7-star heaven-defying combat power of a void true god. Chia. Destined. King. Chia, a terrifying 5th order world beast, was killed by the combined attack of Yendi and Luofeng. Melosa, come out and devour Chia. Luofeng activated the star tower, and a hideous divine eye walked out. It was the world beast Melosa. After devouring Chia's corpse, Melosa emitted a powerful aura from its body. Its body kept growing, its aura kept increasing, and soon Melosa became a 5th order world beast. Indeed, with the impetus of the supreme rule, Melosa doesn't need to digest the corpse, it evolves directly. Yendi watched Melosa, who had devoured Chia and was evolving immediately, and thought to himself, normally world beasts need time to digest before they can evolve. But now, catalyzed by the supreme rule, there is no need for digestion, it evolves directly. This proves that the supreme rule no longer wants to give the cosmic sea much time, but is urging the birth of the world beast king. Thus Yendi and Luofeng killed other world beasts, while Melosa devoured them and evolved madly. Meanwhile, the 450000 world beasts rushing towards the cosmic sea could not devour Luofeng's miniature universe, and they fought against the cosmic sea true gods who piloted the Bloodstorm. They had no choice but to leave the original universe, and began slaughtering each other, frantically waiting for the birth of a higher existence. Of course, the first cycle era and the second cycle era had already disappeared. These true gods brought their respective clans to take refuge with the original universe side, jointly piloting the Bloodstorm to fight against the world beasts. Thus, with the help of Yendi and Luofeng, Melosa madly evolved to a 6th order world beast. Meanwhile, by constantly comprehending the destructive strike demonstrated by Melosa, Luofeng and Yendi's secret technique attainments grew closer to the limit of Void True God only half a step away. Having evolved to the Sixth Order, Melosa rampaged through the cosmic sea, frantically devouring otherworld beasts, its strength rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, under the fierce mutual slaughter, the world beast swarm finally gave birth to a Sixth Order world beast named Yu. Once you became a Sixth Order world beast, he immediately followed the iron laws of fate and engaged in a decisive battle with Melosa. However, Melosa had devoured too many world beast corpses. Its strength was already at the peak of Sixth Order. How could you be a match for Melosa? Soon you died at the hands of Melosa and was devoured. Following the constraints of the iron laws of fate, the other world beasts were either killed by Melosa or dissipated on their own. Boom! Suddenly the supreme rule descended, and the auras of a billion world beasts were poured into Melosa's body one by one. Melosa was rapidly transforming, evolving towards the world beast king. Is the world beast calamity over just like that? But I feel like something is missing. Yendi muttered as he watched the transforming Melosa. Is this the end? Yendi and Luofeng stared blankly at the Melosa bathed under the supreme rule, murmuring to themselves. Roar! Melosa howled in agony, its ugly black skin cracking and emitting a terrifying pressure. It seemed reborn from fire, renewing, transforming, becoming the ultimate king. Rumble! The pressure from the supreme rule grew stronger, and finally that space was completely twisted. Even Yendi and Luofeng could not detect the evolution of Melosa inside. Senior brother Melosa has become the ultimate king. We have finally won this battle. Luofeng exclaimed, looking at the evolving Melosa. Yes, we have won. Yendi nodded. He felt something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint it. After more than 3 hours, Melosa finally completed its evolution under the impetus of the supreme rule. There, a tall life form with fair skin stood, its body flawless. It had 2 hands, 2 feet, 1 head, 1 mouth, 1 nose, 2 eyes, and no ears. On its forehead grew 2 snow-white sharp horns curving upward. Its face was smooth and flawless, tall and slender, its whole body fair and perfect. Truly the most perfect life in the world. But the 2 snow-white sharp horns curving forward seemed to proclaim its supreme kingship sacred and inviolable. TSK, beautiful, truly beautiful. Is this the Beast King? Even the most perfect Zerg Queen in the universe seems ugly before the Beast King. No wonder it can rival the original universe. Just looking at the form of the Beast King seems to contain infinite mysteries with an indescribable mystery and power. Yendi let out exclamations as he looked at Melosa, now evolved into the ultimate king. The original universe and the Beast King are the most noble beings nurtured by the universe C. The original universe naturally represents life, following the supreme operational rules, reproducing and nurturing life. The Beast King represents destruction and slaughter. It naturally masters the entire source of destruction, the ultimate being born from the universe C to destroy everything. Even Luofeng, whose genetic level has broken through 100,000 times, cannot compare with the Beast King. Is this Melosa? That ugly, evil Melosa, after becoming the Beast King, has become so beautiful, holy, and inviolable. Luofeng also stared blankly at Melosa, who had evolved into the Beast King, exclaiming in amazement. Although Luofeng's genetic level had reached the truly perfect life of 100,000 times, he still felt inferior to Melosa. It seemed that Melosa was so perfect, holy, and flawless that it made one feel ashamed. Melosa! Luofeng tried to call out, looking at the evolved Beast King. Master! Melosa politely bowed to Luofeng. Having become the Beast King, Melosa's temperament had become gentle and calm, making people feel fond of it. Phew! Good thing Melosa still recognizes me as master. I thought after becoming the Beast King it would break free from my enslavement. Looking at Melosa bowing respectfully to him, Luofeng let out a long sigh. The stone weighing on his heart finally lifted. Just now, when Melosa was about to break through to become the Beast King after killing the last beast, Luofeng tried to put Melosa into the Star Tower to let it break through. But the Supreme Rule suddenly descended and interfered with Luofeng, causing Melosa to directly break through to become the Beast King. Originally, Luofeng worried that Melosa would break free from his soul enslavement after becoming the Beast King, but now seeing that Melosa still called him master, he felt relieved. He knew that Melosa had not broken free from his soul enslavement. If it hadn't been enslaved, the noble Beast King would never call a Universe C creature master. Phew! Yendi also secretly sighed in relief. It seems I was overthinking. In the original story, the Beast King didn't break free from Luofeng's soul enslavement, so there's no reason this time either. Earlier, Yendi had felt that something was wrong with an inexplicable worry in his heart. But now, seeing Melosa still calling Luofeng master, he also felt relieved. After all, with Yendi's current strength, except for the Beast King, there was nothing in the Universe C to worry about. Buzz! Just as Yendi and Luofeng were secretly relieved, suddenly an extremely powerful rule descended. When this powerful rule descended, the space was absolutely controlled. At this moment, the will of the original universe's origin withdrew, and all domain-type treasures lost their effect. Even Yendi felt that all his secrets were laid bare by this powerful rule, as if he were naked. Not good. It's It's the fifth fate rule that has descended. Suddenly Luofeng, who had just secretly sighed in relief, turned pale, as if something unexpected had happened. The fifth fate rule. What is that? Hearing Luofeng's shout and seeing his changed expression, Yan Di, who had been relieved, also became tense, sensing that something big was about to happen. Yan Di urgently asked Luofeng, "What's wrong, Luofeng? Has something happened?" Hearing Yan Di's question, Luofeng said in horror, "Senior brother. Just now the supreme rule suddenly descended and issued the fifth fate rule. This fifth fate rule is not between beasts but a battle between our universe seaside and the Beast King. The supreme rule tells me that because Melosa became the Beast King by its own power, it cannot prove that I have the qualification to enslave the Beast King, so the fifth fate rule is now descending. Since I failed to prove my qualification to enslave the Beast King, we must undergo a test. Only by passing it can we enslave the Beast King. If we fail, we will be killed by the Beast King. Our race and even the original universe will be destroyed by the Beast King, and everything will turn into the origin waiting for the next reproduction." Hearing Luofeng's unbelievable words, even Yan Di, who had been confident, became flustered. What? No qualification to enslave the Beast King? What the hell? Who helped Melosa evolve to a sixth-order beast? Melosa became the Beast King by its own power. Damn it! Then what about all our efforts? Yan Di finally knew where his unease came from. First, in the original story, Luofeng killed Mo and locked Melosa into the Star Tower before it broke through to become the Beast King. But this time it didn't happen not because Luofeng was unwilling but because the Supreme Rule interfered. Obviously the Supreme Rule didn't want Luofeng to lock Melosa into the Star Tower. Second, the fifth fate rule is supposed to descend on the side that enslaves the beast and the side of the free beast. But this time it didn't because Melosa was the first to break through to a sixth-order Beast King, fully complying with the other four fate rules. Now that Melosa has broken through to become the Beast King, the Supreme Rule considers that the original universe side has not proven its ability to enslave the Beast King, and so it has descended the fifth fate rule between the Beast King and the original universe side. Although Yan Di wanted to complain about the unfairness of the Supreme Rule, he knew this was not the time. He hurriedly asked Luofeng, since the Supreme Rule has descended the fifth fate rule to test us, what is the specific content of the fifth fate rule? Is it to let us kill the Beast King? What Yan Di feared most was being asked to kill the Beast King. In Yan Di's eyes, the Beast King's individual strength was not much weaker than Dilling, let alone the fact that the Beast King could also breed beast warriors stronger than sixth-order beasts. No, the test doesn't require us to kill the Beast King. Before Luofeng finished speaking, Yan Di let out a long sigh. Phew, thank goodness we don't have to kill the Beast King, otherwise there would be no hope. But Luofeng's next sentence completely petrified Yan Di. Looking at the relieved Yan Di, Luofeng said weakly, "Senior brother, although we don't have to kill the Beast King, we need to defeat the Beast King." What? Defeat the Beast King? Did I hear that right? Yan Di looked at Luofeng as if he had seen a ghost, and his expression made Luofeng very conflicted. Defeat the Beast King? With my strength facing Dilling at full power, I was almost killed and barely escaped by a hair's breadth. Even though I have improved against Dilling, I can only barely survive. Now you want me and Luofeng to defeat a Beast King that is at least comparable to Dilling? This is insane, isn't it? You know Dilling has the strength to directly defeat the weakest eternal true god. Now asking Luofeng and Yan Di to defeat a Beast King no weaker than Dilling is equivalent to asking them to defeat an eternal true god. Is that possible? This is insane. Looking at the nearly petrified Yan Di, Luofeng said helplessly, "The Supreme Rule tells me that the surrounding 100 million light years have been completely sealed. Neither we nor the Beast King can escape. We can only wait for one side to win. And the true gods of our original universe side can join the battle, but once they come they cannot leave this space until the battle ends. If we defeat the Beast King, it will still be enslaved. If we fail, it's all over." Ugh, roar. Just as Luofeng finished speaking, the previously calm and gentle Melosa suddenly let out a painful howl followed by a domineering roar. "Oh no! The soul connection between me and Melosa is gone!" Luofeng exclaimed in shock, looking at the roaring Melosa. Obviously, the Supreme Rule had temporarily lifted Luofeng's soul enslavement of Melosa. Once soul-enslaved, one would absolutely obey the master, and if the master died, the slave would also die. But now that the soul enslavement has been lifted, it means the Beast King is free. The liberated Meluosa was no longer as calm and gentle as before. Instead he glared at Luofeng with murderous intent, and said in a chilling voice, "Galaxy Lord Luofeng, I the Realm Beast Meluosa. When I was at the third stage of the Realm Beast, I was killed by you, who was then a Universe Master, and forced back to the first stage. And I thought I had lost all hope of becoming the king. I began to desperately take revenge on you, but unfortunately you became a true god, and I was no match for you. I was directly enslaved by your soul." Hearing the mention of being enslaved by Luofeng's soul, Meluosa's eyes grew even colder, and his terrifying murderous intent seemed to freeze the surrounding space. Clearly being enslaved by Luofeng was the greatest disgrace for Meluosa. Enslaved by you, I, Meluosa, have become the disgrace of the Realm Beast clan. Disgrace. Disgrace. At that time I was in despair. But unexpectedly you kept me alive, and helped me become the Realm Beast King. Maluosa roared wildly, pouring out his grievances and venting his fury. Meanwhile Luo Feng and Yen Di did not act rashly but secretly discussed countermeasures. At the same time Yen Di contacted the true gods of the Universe Sea, instructing them to pilot the blood-colored storm to come to their aid, while also summoning his incarnation. Although the incarnation's strength limited by the Supreme Treasure's divine body height purity, and could not match the original body, it was still comparable to that of Beijing Haiju, and could play a significant role in this battle. The true gods driving the blood-colored storm might not be able to harm the Realm Beast King, but the blood-colored storm had formidable defenses and could serve as a shield for Yen Di and his allies. Maluosa, seemingly confident in his status as the Realm Beast King, and his control over everything, paid no attention to the covert communication between Yen Di and Luo Feng continuing to roar wildly. When I became the ultimate king, the great supreme rule descended and told me, as long as I Maluosa kill you, the Galaxy Lord, I will be free. Freedom. How I Maluosa yearned for it. When speaking of freedom, Maluosa's face showed an expression of extreme longing. Clearly freedom was something Maluosa yearned for, reveled in, and craved. Suddenly his expression changed as he stared at Luo Feng and warned fiercely, Galaxy Lord Luo Feng, I tell you, don't even think about escaping. The space within 100 million light-years has been sealed by the supreme rule. You cannot escape. Also, I know your Star Tower's defenses are extraordinary, but you'd better not hide inside the Star Tower. Once you hide inside the Star Tower, the Supreme Rule will immediately judge you as having conceded and will instantly annihilate you. Then I will truly be free. Listening to Maluosa's words, it seems. After hearing Maluosa's warning, Yen Di suddenly felt that this fifth fate law seemed to have been designed for Luo Feng and the Realm Beast King. Although the true gods of the Universe Sea could participate, their actions were not restricted. However, if Luo Feng hid in a palace-type supreme treasure, he would be directly annihilated by the Supreme Rule. In other words, I must protect Luo Feng with all my might. Once Luo Feng falls, the Realm Beast King will be free, and this war will end. Facing the terrifying Realm Beast King, the Universe Sea will be completely destroyed. Now, although Maluosa was powerful, he was constrained by the Supreme Rule, and could not escape the range of 100 million light-years in this space. And once it was free, the Realm Beast King's terrifying power, combined with its escape abilities, countless clones, and devouring capacity, would lead to the destruction of everything, reducing all to nothingness. A fleeing Realm Beast King could not be stopped by anyone in the Universe Sea. Moreover, killing a Realm Beast King with countless clones was exceedingly difficult. Luo Feng, fight with me as the center. Your task is to stay alive. After analyzing all possibilities in his mind, Yen Di decided to use himself as a meat shield. Protect Luo Feng. Since Luo Feng could not escape into a palace-type supreme treasure, Yen Di had to risk his life to protect him. Senior brother. Luo Feng was momentarily speechless, staring blankly at Yen Di. His words stuck. With a swoosh, a world ring flew into Luo Feng's hand, and Yen Di's instructions reached his ears. Here are treasures containing a vast amount of divine power, enough to restore about 30% of your divine power. I know you became a true god not long ago, and your divine power is not yet fully replenished. When I fight Maluosa, take the opportunity to restore your divine power. Luo Feng's divine body had broken through the 10,000-fold limit, and his divine body height reached the extreme level of 12 light-years. However, due to the short time since his breakthrough to true god, his divine power was only at 10% of full capacity. The treasures Yen Di gave Luo Feng were partly from the endless lineage's legacy to Yen Di, and partly collected by Yen Di himself. Enough, no more nonsense. The battle is about to begin. Be careful and take the chance to restore your divine power. Remember, your task is to not fall before I do. Even if I fall, you must not fall. Remember, for the sake of our human race, remember. With a thunderous roar, Yen Di's divine body fully expanded, continuously growing, until he became a giant 12 light-years tall with blood-red wings and crimson armor. At the same time, he burned his divine power, and directly activated the first 4 volumes of the Meteor Secret Art. Senior brother. Luo Feng silently called out to Yen Di, clutching the world ring that Yen Di had given him tightly. In the past, it was always you, senior brother, who took care of me. Later, when I was hunted by the Divine Eye Clan, you led the human races strong, and made the Universe Sea fall silent. When I obtained the inheritance of the Duandongha lineage, I was coveted by all the races of the Universe Sea. It was still you who led the human strong, and made the entire Universe Sea dare not covet me in the slightest. Later, you single-handedly charged into the Demon Clan with your spear. Later, in the Gene World, you cared for me many times. Later, in fact, I have always been looking up to your back, senior brother. When I became the strongest of the Universe Sea and a true god yet I still. Now I can only look up to your back. Behind Yen Di, Luo Feng gripped the world ring tightly, his eyes filled with emotion. Even with his usually steadfast heart, his emotions began to surge violently. However, Luo Feng did not notice that his will was brewing, breaking through and being nurtured. At this moment, his will had touched the threshold of sanctification, With a little more pressure, it would soon be sanctified. Roar! Insignificant creature of the universe, do you dare to stop the great realm beast king from gaining freedom? Maluosa stared at Yendi and demanded. His voice was filled with authority and command, as if his words were law and order. Humph! You think a mere illusion attack can fool me, Yendi? Maluosa, you underestimate me too much. With a cold snort, Yendi dispersed the spectral divine power attack contained in Maluosa's voice. Realm beasts were originally only capable of soul attacks, not illusions. However, after becoming the ultimate king, Maluosa's genetic level broke through to 10,000 times, allowing his energy to naturally convert into divine power, thus enabling him to use soul attacks. Oh, is that so? Then try this move. With a screech, Maluosa, now the realm beast king, stood at a height of 10 billion kilometers. But compared to Yendi's 12 light years, the 10 billion kilometers was like an ant to an elephant. Maluosa opened its mouth white as jade and let out a strange sharp cry toward Yendi. With a hum, an invisible wave of spectral divine power surged toward Yendi. This terrifying spectral divine power attack was enough to shatter a true god-level soul-defending supreme treasure. Soul attack. Luaha Heavenly Palace, seal the soul. Yendi roared as he saw the spectral divine power rushing toward him, and a phantom of the Luaha Heavenly Palace enveloped him. This was a new secret pattern function Yendi had comprehended from the Luaha Heavenly Palace, possessing extremely strong soul-defending capabilities. With a bang and a crack, Maluosa's soul attack struck the phantom of the Luaha Heavenly Palace. With a cracking sound, the attack broke through the spectral divine power defense of the Luaha Heavenly Palace without any pause and plunged into Yendi's body. With a spurt, the moment the spectral divine power entered Yendi's body, his towering divine form trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Terrifying. The realm beast king is indeed horrifying. Its soul attack pierced through my layers of spectral divine power defense, and struck my true god's heart, causing some damage to it. Yendi wiped the blood from his mouth, shocked. It must be known that becoming a true god separates the soul from the body, forming a true god's heart. It hides in the deepest part of the divine body. To strike a true god's heart, one must penetrate the true god's spectral divine power defense and divine body defense. However, Yendi's divine body inherently had 10 times the defense of other true gods, and with the 4 volumes of Meteor Secret Art burning divine power, his divine body strength was enough to rival that of a normal void true god burning his divine body. In addition, with the Tianxing War armor, Luaha Heavenly Palace, and soul-defending treasures, 3 layers of spectral divine power defense, yet Yendi was still injured, showing how terrifying Maluosa's soul attack was. Unbelievably terrifying. Senior brother, are you alright? Seeing Yendi injured by a single blow from Maluosa, Luofeng behind him shouted. I'm fine. Focus on restoring your divine power, and don't worry about anything else. Yendi transmitted to Luofeng. Sure Gondang. A shield with a diameter of about 3 light years suddenly appeared in Yendi's left hand. A black stone was embedded in the center of the shield. This shield was the Sure Gondang embedded with a black spirit stone, but now the black spirit stone was set in a void true god-level supreme treasure shield. Feeling that he was struggling against Maluosa's soul attacks, Yendi took out the Sure Gondang. The Sure Gondang possessed an incredible ability. It could weaken soul attacks and will impact. Seeing the injured Yendi, Maluosa taunted. Not bad. I didn't expect you to withstand my soul attack. Now try this one. With continuous screeches, it was still the same terrifying soul attack, but no longer a single one. Instead, dozens of them. Maluosa screeched dozens of times, and dozens of terrifying soul attacks shot toward Yendi. Shrink! With a whoosh, Yendi's divine body shrank to 10,000 kilometers, hid behind the black spirit stone of the Sure Gondang, then raised his Fangtian Huaji, turned into a streak of light, and charged at Maluosa. A series of terrifying soul attacks struck Sure Gondang, then plunged into Yendi's body. As the soul attacks entered Yendi, he first furrowed his brow, then relaxed. This black spirit stone is truly heaven-defying. Even such a frightful soul attack from the world beast is drastically weakened. An attack that would have lightly wounded me is now, after the black spirit stone's attenuation, merely an annoyance. In truth, the black spirit stone's weakening effect was not much stronger than that of a soul-guarding treasure, but its true power lay in its seemingly limitless threshold. For example, a void true god-level soul-guarding treasure could reduce the astralized divine power to 1/1,000,000th, of course, within its threshold. Yet Maluosa's dreadful soul attack directly exceeded the upper limit, achieving an actual reduction of merely 1,000th or even 100th. But the black spirit stone was different. Even facing Maluosa's terrifying soul attack, it maintained the same reduction factor. Kill! Since Yendi no longer feared Maluosa's soul attacks, he charged forward. Facing the dreadful world beast king, Yendi knew guerrilla tactics were utterly useless. To achieve victory, they must defeat Maluosa, yet the disparity in strength between Yendi and Maluosa was immense. The only hope lay in a miracle. Yes, Yendi and his companions could only anticipate a miracle. In battle, either he or Luofeng would break through in strength, or else, unable to escape, they would ultimately be defeated and slain by Maluosa. Even knowing the odds were slim, Yendi did not surrender. For Yendi was a fearless warrior. Gate of Destruction. Boom! Yendi thrust his halberd and a black beam shot forth. In an instant it drew in the chaotic energy flows spanning tens of thousands of light-years, forming before Melosa a colossal black gate 3 light-years high and 1 light-year wide. This gate was covered in profound mystic patterns, exuding an aura of devouring all. Open! Clang! Yendi roared. The Gate of Destruction clanged open violently. Boom boom boom! A world-obliterating black radiance laden with dread destruction swept toward Melosa. Humph! Playing at destruction before me. You are far too green. Melosa sneered disdainfully at Yendi's Gate of Destruction. The Gate of Destruction was originally a technique born from Yendi's insight into the essence of destruction, barely crossing the threshold. He created a secret art extremely close to the 13th rank. Yet because it was primarily based on the essence of destruction, its might rivaled that of a 13th rank secret art. Unfortunately, the World Beast King mastered the entire law of destruction. For Yendi to employ destruction against it was like challenging the progenitor of destruction. Whoosh! Melosa waved its right hand and countless white rays of destruction burst forth. These white lights were blindingly brilliant, resplendent to the extreme. Sizzle! These white rays directly devoured Yendi's black radiance, then shot toward Yendi. Destruction! Is this true destruction? Yendi stared in horror at the dazzling white light racing toward him, his voice filled with awe. Facing Melosa's casual gesture, Yendi perceived profound mysteries within it, the destructive might far surpassing his own comprehension of destruction's essence. Both strikes were imbued with the essence of destruction, yet Melosa's was purer, more terrifying. Block! Defend with all my might. Confronting Melosa's blow, Yendi could not dodge. He could only defend with full strength. Behind him stood Luofeng. If Yendi evaded, Luofeng would be exposed to Melosa's attack. Rumble! The terrifying white radiance seemed to form countless universes bearing the power to crush all and struck at Yendi. Imperial! Gate of Destruction! Hum! Yendi whirled his halberd, rapidly creating an absolute domain spanning tens of millions of kilometers around him. From afar, Yendi, reduced to a height of 10,000 kilometers, held a circular shield in his left hand, while his right hand swiftly brandished a long halberd. Around him, a protective barrier 1,000,000 kilometers wide shielded Yendi. Behind him was Luofeng, focusing on restoring his divine power. Before him, countless white rays of light attacked. Crack! The white radiance struck Yendi's proud imperial technique, emitting a crack. Yendi's imperial technique was casually shattered by Melosa. Yet Yendi, with his full power defense, managed to block Melosa's casual strike. What? Yendi's eyes were filled with shock. I knew the World Beast King was formidable, but its casual strike reached the heaven-defying attack power of a Void True God 7-star. This? Yendi's imperial technique was now perfected, and his secret art attainment was close to the 13th rank. Although the essence of destruction was not adept at defense, Yendi had grasped a trace of the yin-yang essence, allowing him to reverse yin and yang. By fusing other essences into yin-yang, he could still exert tremendous defensive power. Now Yendi's imperial technique in terms of attack power had not reached the Void True God level. A 7-star heaven-defying attack could not break it, yet Melosa's casual strike shattered Yendi's defense, demonstrating Melosa's might. Oh, not bad. You can withstand my casual blow. Not bad, not bad. It seems that among the life forms of the cosmic sea, aside from the galactic lord Luofeng, you Yendi are also an extremely formidable existence. Melosa nodded in praise, genuinely impressed. For the World Beast King in terms of realm was at the Void True God level. Moreover, it was the most heaven-defying existence among Void True Gods, even surpassing the weakest Eternal True God. That Yendi, a true god, could block Melosa's attack made Melosa look upon him with new respect. Humph! To earn the praise of the World Beast King is my honor. Yendi sneered at the admiring Melosa. The World Beast King is too terrifying. I am no match for Melosa. Now I must delay time until Luofeng recovers his divine power. Then we two can join forces against it, and we might have a slight chance of victory. Through the brief exchange, Yendi had formed a preliminary assessment of Melosa's strength. He knew he was far outmatched, so he refrained from rash action, waiting for Luofeng's recovery. I will give you a chance. Hand over the galactic lord Luofeng behind you. I, the World Beast King Melosa, swear by the supreme laws. I will not harm a single hair of the life forms of the cosmic sea. Melosa said sincerely, its voice seeming so earnest, its words like truth. This made Yendi involuntarily inclined to believe. Hearing Melosa's tempting words, Yendi's gaze remained firm, unchanged. He stared coldly at Melosa and said, Melosa, now that you have become the World Beast King, do you still use such cheap tricks to beguile me, to shake my resolve, to sow discord between Luofeng and me? The words of a world beast. Who would believe them? Swear by the supreme laws. How could Yendi know whether such an oath bound the World Beast King? Besides, would Melosa truly swear by the supreme laws? It seems you refuse. Very well, then I will slay both you and the Galactic Lord, these heaven-defying existences. Melosa's face was filled with murderous intent. Yendi, do not think that because you blocked my casual blow you possess the strength to contend with me. Now let me show you the true might of the World Beast King. Yendi's refusal had made Melosa lose patience. For the sake of freedom, even if it cost him something, he would kill Yendi and Luofeng. Behind Melosa's perfect body, an even larger phantom of the World Beast King appeared, seemingly composed of countless points of light. Its eyes held only destruction. Destruction strike. Melosa waved its right hand, and the massive phantom of the World Beast King merged entirely into Melosa's right hand. Swish! A black beam of light 1 light-year long flew from Melosa's right hand and slashed toward Yendi. It's the World Beast's signature technique, Destruction Strike. A 5th-stage World Beast mastering part of the essence of destruction can unleash a Destruction Strike with attack power close to Void True God 6-star, and the World Beast King mastering the entire way of destruction. His Destruction Strike is probably not much weaker than Dilling's full-powered strike. Yendi's heart trembled as he watched the black beam bearing down on him. Years ago, when Yendi faced Dilling in his strongest state, he was slaughtered without any means to fight back. Today against Melosa, that same feeling of helplessness surged within him. No choice. It seems I must use my strongest technique. Facing Melosa, and especially now because Luofeng prevented him from dodging. Full defense was insufficient. He could only choose to clash head-on with Melosa. Rumble! Yendi's entire body radiated a bloody light, as did his halberd. At this moment Yendi and the halberd became one indistinguishable. Yendi was the halberd and the halberd was Yendi. Power. Gate of destruction. Shriek. Yendi transformed into a terrible bloody aura shooting toward Melosa. Boom. The bloody aura, Yendi, directly pierced through Melosa's destruction strike, passed through Melosa's body, and appeared behind it. Huff, huff, huff. Yendi knelt on one knee, his right hand grasping the halberd to support his body, struggling not to collapse. He gasped heavily. 2. The perfect towering Melosa suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. It slowly turned, looking at Yendi, who knelt on one knee, and said with murderous intent, "You insignificant cosmic sea life form, you have thoroughly enraged the great World Beast King." It had known Yendi was formidable, but merely formidable. Melosa had not taken him seriously. Yet Yendi had wounded it. How could the great World Beast King not be furious? Chasm of destruction. Enraged Melosa raised both its left and right hands, from which emanated terrifying white radiance. These white lights were filled with the aura of annihilating all. Boom! Melosa brought its palms together, and a cosmic chasm 10 light-years long appeared. This cosmic chasm seemed to come from another universe, intent on crushing and obliterating everything before it. It's over. Yen Emperor looked at the destruction channel rolling towards him, and thought to himself, it's over. Using the Force Art, I wounded Mo Luosa, but my power was temporarily drained, and I have no way to dodge Mo Luosa's attack. At this moment Yen Emperor's old strength had been spent and new strength had not yet arisen. He could only watch helplessly as he was about to be struck by Mo Luosa with no means to evade. Ha! Mo Luosa looked at Yen Emperor, who was about to be hit by him, a bloodthirsty evil grin spreading across his face. Unprepared, taking my powerful strike, even if I can't kill this Yen Emperor, it will at least temporarily incapacitate him. Then without Yen Emperor's interference, I will go all out, kill the Galaxy Lord, and gain my freedom. Then I will destroy the entire universe ocean to avenge the humiliation of my enslavement. And just as Yen Emperor was in despair and Mo Luosa was triumphant. Wang! Suddenly a 9-story giant pagoda about 9 light-years high appeared in front of Yen Emperor. Star Tower! Yen Emperor said in surprise as he looked at the Star Tower before him. Swoosh! At the same time a figure appeared in front of Yen Emperor, clad in golden armor, with 5 pairs of wings on his back, and holding a blood-colored battle blade. Seeing Luofeng suddenly appear, Yen Emperor couldn't help asking, Luofeng, have you already absorbed the divine power from those treasures? It must be noted that only 10 seconds had passed since the battle between Yen Emperor and Mo Luosa began. Although the divine power in those treasures was readily available, absorbing it still took time. Even with Yen Emperor's absorption speed, it would take at least 30 seconds. And if Luofeng had absorbed it all in 10 seconds, this speed truly surprised Yen Emperor. I've absorbed it all, and my divine power reserve is at 40% of full capacity. Hearing Yen Emperor's question, Luofeng nodded. As expected, of the 100,000-fold gene level of the so-called perfect life, truly miraculous. Hearing Luofeng's confirmation, Yen Emperor felt a bit envious. Although Yen Emperor's gene level had not broken through to 100,000 times, his realm had also reached that level. However, he not only lacked the ability of formlessness and shapelessness, but also his divine power absorption speed was far inferior to Luofeng's. How could this not make Yen Emperor envious? Boom! Just as Yen Emperor and Luofeng were conversing, Mo Luosa's destruction channel struck Luofeng's Star Tower. Escape! Senior brother! Swoosh! Swoosh! Luo Feng stepped forward, grabbed Yen Emperor, who had not yet recovered his strength, and activated his movement technique, instantly escaping. Bang! The Star Tower was sent flying far away like a kicked ball by Emo Luosa's blow. Phew! We barely dodged it. Appearing in the distance, Luo Feng looked at the knocked-away Star Tower, and secretly let out a long breath. Swish! With a thought, the Star Tower flew back into his hand. Luo Feng, you finally stopped being a coward and are willing to face me head-on. Emo Luosa sneered, watching Luo Feng, who had suddenly appeared, and taken away Yen Emperor. Humph! Hearing Emo Luosa's sneer, Luo Feng snorted coldly. He didn't respond. He knew Emo Luosa was trying to shake his confidence, and engaging in a verbal battle was meaningless. Senior brother, are you alright? Luo Feng asked with concern, looking at the weakened Yen Emperor. I'm fine, just exhausted from the earlier exertion. I've basically recovered now. Yen Emperor shook his head. Using the Force Art instantly drained his power, rendering him temporarily immobile. However, Yen Emperor's divine body was enormous, and he had almost fully recovered after a short while. Kill! Emo Luosa gave Yen Emperor and Luo Feng no breathing room, directly charging at them. Kill! Seeing Emo Luosa charging, Yen Emperor and Luo Feng did not retreat at all. They charged straight forward. There was no possibility of reconciliation between Emo Luosa and them. One side fought for freedom, the other for their lives. They had to fight to the death. Destruction Channel. Emo Luosa raised its hands, and a destruction channel that crushed everything shot out from its palms. It shot towards Yen Emperor and Luo Feng. Shock! Destruction Gate. The halberd in Yen Emperor's hand transformed into a giant hammer, smashing towards Emo Luosa. 5-colored light dragon. The 5 pairs of wings on Luo Feng's back flapped, and a colorful light dragon roared as it flew towards Emo Luosa, claws bared. Boom! Yen Emperor's attack and Luo Feng's attack collided fiercely, with the destruction channel emitted by Emo Luosa producing a tremendous roar. Wang! An invisible wave of energy spread out, churning the chaotic airflow within hundreds of thousands of light years into a turbulent storm. Crack! A crisp sound as if something had shattered. What? Yen Emperor and Luo Feng were horrified. Their combined attack had actually been destroyed by Emo Luosa's. Rumble! The destruction channel, having shattered the combined attack of Yen Emperor and Luo Feng, continued its momentum, rolling towards them. All energy, matter, and laws were annihilated by this strike of Emo Luosa, as if grinding everything to dust. Dodge! Seeing the destruction channel rolling towards them, Yen Emperor and Luo Feng did not hesitate. They immediately activated their movement techniques to escape. Flowing Cloud. Golden Light. Yen Emperor's movement was as smooth as flowing clouds, effortlessly evasive, and he manifested 100 clones, making it impossible for Emo Luosa to lock onto him. As for Luo Feng, using his blade as a peak and his body as the back, he dodged Emo Luosa's attack in the blink of an eye, causing Emo Luosa's powerful strike to hit nothing. Humph! Playing with clones. The World Beast is the ancestor of clone techniques. Emo Luosa, the World Beast, snorted as he saw Yen Emperor suddenly produce 100 clones. Swish! 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 In the void, Emo Luosa's figure continuously split, finally transforming into 10 figures, each exuding a powerful aura. Clearly, Emo Luosa had divided its power into 10 parts, not just simple clones. Ha! Actually splitting into 10 clones. Is Emo Luosa confident? Or foolish? Yen Emperor wondered, looking at Emo Luosa, who had split its power into 10 parts. Although 10 clones seemed incredible, dividing strength into 10 parts was, in Yen Emperor's view, a very unwise choice. But then Emo Luosa used its actions to show Yen Emperor and Luo Feng how terrifying it was. Although I'm not good at movement techniques, but I'll increase my attack volume tenfold. Let's see if you can dodge my attacks. Blood-burning art. The 10 Emo Luosas simultaneously activated the blood-burning art, and a layer of blood-red light appeared on their bodies. The blood-burning art of the World Beast King is even more formidable. His 10 clones originally had auras similar to mine, but after using the blood-burning art, they are half a level stronger than me. This World Beast King is truly terrifying. Yen Emperor muttered to himself, watching Emo Luosa, whose power had greatly increased after using the blood-burning art. All of you turn to dust. The 10 Emo Luosas stared at Yen Emperor and Luo Feng, speaking in unison. Destruction Channel. Boom, 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 boom. The 10 Emo Luosas simultaneously raised their hands and unleashed destruction channels towards Yen Emperor and Luo Feng. Under my relentless bombardment, let's see if you can hold out. Wang. Yen Emperor quickly swung his halberd, forming an absolute domain around himself and Luo Feng. Hua! Luo Feng slashed with his blade, and a roaring light dragon rushed out. Smash! At the same time, Yen Emperor controlled the Luaha Heavenly Hall to smash at one of Emo Luosa's clones, while Luo Feng directed the Star Tower to smash at another. Bang! 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 The Star Tower and Luaha Heavenly Hall were both blasted away, and Luo Feng's attack was also shattered. But they had successfully blocked 3 of Emo Luosa's attacks, leaving 7. The remaining attacks still struck Yen Emperor's absolute domain. Crack, crack, crack. Yen Emperor's absolute domain began to show cracks and started to shatter. Ha! Its attacks have weakened, each strike barely reaches the power of a 7-star void true god. Sensing Mo Luosa's attacks, Yen Emperor thought to himself. Having split into 10 clones, although it gained an advantage in attack frequency, its power was divided into 10 parts, so its attack power had clearly decreased. Luofeng, now that Mo Luosa has split its power into 10 parts to deal with us, we can barely withstand its attacks, and its attacks are pure destruction. Now we can carefully contemplate. This is the time to comprehend the origin of destruction. I understand. Luofeng nodded. Earlier Mo Luosa's attacks were too strong, and Yen Emperor and Luofeng couldn't withstand them, let alone comprehend the origin of destruction. Now, in order to deal with Yen Emperor and Luofeng's annoying movement techniques, Mo Luosa had split into 10 clones, which greatly increased attack frequency, but significantly reduced power. Now Yen Emperor and Luofeng could barely block Mo Luosa's attacks and comprehend the mysteries within its strikes. Oh, blocked it. It seems I need to increase my attack speed. Mo Luosa said in some surprise, seeing Yen Emperor block its attack. Roar. Destruction channel. The 10 Mo Luosas roared simultaneously, raised their hands, and bombarded wildly in all directions. Boom boom boom. A series of terrifying attacks struck at Yen Emperor and Luofeng. Relying on their movement techniques, Yen Emperor and Luofeng struggled to block Mo Luosa's attacks. At the same time, Yen Emperor and Luofeng's comprehension of the origin of destruction was rapidly increasing. Roar. Yen Emperor, Luofeng, you two ants only know how to hide. Watching Yen Emperor and Luofeng, who were as slippery as eels, Mo Luosa let out a furious roar. The truth was that Yen Emperor and Luofeng's movement techniques were too formidable. Even with 10 clones, it was hard to land a hit on them, and even when they were occasionally hit, they could block its attacks. In truth, Yen Emperor and Luofeng were also secretly suffering. Even with its power divided into 10 parts, Mo Luosa was still much stronger than them. Facing Mo Luosa's cannon-like attacks, Yen Emperor and Luofeng had to go all out every time just to withstand them. Roar. Seeing that its attacks could not even harm Yen Emperor and Luofeng, Mo Luosa reluctantly merged its 10 clones back into one. I, Mo Luosa, as the noble world beast king, the ultimate existence that destroys all things, cannot even kill you two ant-like beings of the universe ocean. This is a great shame for my world beast race. Today I will show you the true power of my world beast race. Destruction light. The merged Mo Luosa's expression turned icy and detached, as if it were an aloof sovereign ruling over all. At that moment, its pair of horns, symbols of its kingship, radiated a dazzling light so brilliant and blinding, as if to illuminate everything. As Mo Luosa uttered the words, Doomlight, the radiance from its two horns began to scatter. Ah! Perish, perish, let everything perish for me. Mo Luosa roared madly, as if intent on annihilating all. The light on its horns grew ever more intense, threatening to devour everything. No, this is a world beast area attack. Our movement techniques are useless. Flee quickly. Yen Di cried out, staring at Mo Luosa, unleashing the Doomlight. Movement techniques only enhance agility to evade attacks. But when faced with area attacks like D-Lin's Cosmic Devouring or Mo Luosa's Doomlight, they become useless. All things interact, Yin embraces Yang. Nothing is absolute, or everything has its bane. Just as the bane of movement techniques is area attacks. No matter how superb your movement technique, how can you evade an attack that envelopes all? Myriad doppelgangers. Flee. Yen Di activated the escape art of the endless lineage, instantly soaring in speed and fleeing. Luofeng was not to be outdone. He directly employed the escape art of the Duandong He lineage, the East River. East River. With a crackling sound, Luofeng's speed surged instantly. Like a meteor of heavenly fire, the surrounding space shattered into pieces. Flee. Ha! You both stop right here. Realm Light Domain. Watching Luofeng and Yen Di fleeing, Mo Luosa grinned ferociously. An invisible wave seized control of the surrounding space, instantly suppressing the escaping duo. Damn! It's the World Beast's Realm Light Domain. But unleashed by the World Beast King, its power is this overwhelming. Yen Di, feeling his speed drastically reduced, exclaimed in shock. Under the suppression of the Realm Light Domain, his speed dropped to less than 1 light year per second, illustrating the terrifying might of the World Beast King's domain. One Thought Universe Form. Void Power. In the void, Luofeng activated the 4th layer of the Chaos Golden Wings, and a miniature universe emerged. Yen Di also produced a top-tier domain treasure, fully activating it to contest Mo Luosa's control over time and space. A crisp sound rang out. What? One Thought Universe form was suppressed and shattered. Luofeng's One Thought Universe form was crushed by Mo Luosa's Realm Light Domain. One Thought Universe form is a special ability of eternal true gods, formed only when one's comprehension of the source reaches a certain level, granting absolute control over time and space. Although Luofeng's One Thought Universe void was manifested through the Chaos Golden Wings, due to divine power and other factors, its power far exceeded that of a true void true god's One Thought Universe void. Yet even so, it was shattered by Mo Luosa's Realm Light Domain, highlighting the domain's terrifying might. Both Yendi's Mind Void and Luofeng's One-Thought Universe form were dispersed by Maluosa's Realm Light Domain, reducing their speed to a crawl. The dreadful Doomlight attack descended upon Yendi and Luofeng, leaving them no escape. Luofeng, quickly hide behind me. Yendi urged Luofeng urgently as the unavoidable Doomlight approached. All right, senior brother. Luofeng knew this was no time for hesitation. He could not die in this battle. If he fell, the fight would be lost. With a whoosh, Luofeng shrank his divine body to the size of a speck of dust clinging to the armor on Yendi's back. Meanwhile, he manipulated the Star Tower, expanding it to 9 light-years. It formed a shield before Yendi. Yendi also manipulated the Luo River Celestial Palace, expanding it to 10 light-years to block in front of him. The Star Tower and Luo River Celestial Palace alone are far from enough. Imperial Gate of Destruction. If Yendi hid inside the Star Tower or the Luo River Celestial Palace, the World Beast King would be helpless. But using treasures for defense was far less effective. A gray absolute domain appeared around Yendi, its immense power shredding the surrounding space. The Star Tower, Luo River Celestial Palace, and the Imperial Art. This is my strongest defense. Can it withstand Maluosa's terrifying strike? Yendi had no confidence, for Maluosa's attack was far beyond ordinary logic. Yendi was uncertain, for the power of Maluosa's strike defied common sense. Here it comes. The Doomlight arrived. Yendi tightened his grip on his halberd, while Luofeng fully activated the Star Tower. With a booming crash, the terrifying attack sent the Star Tower and Luo River Celestial Palace flying, as if they were mere balloons. With a crack, the Doomlight undiminished struck Yendi's absolute domain, shattering it like an eggshell. Yendi was completely engulfed by the Doomlight. Screaming in agony, Yendi was enveloped by the Doomlight, his body convulsing. Yendi appeared as if struck by lightning, massive black destruction thunderbolts flashing across his body. Not ordinary lightning, but the dreadful destruction thunder formed from the origin of destruction. Senior brother. Luofeng, clinging to Yendi, sensed his aura rapidly weakening and cried out. And no matter. I can. Hold on. Yendi stammered in response to Luofeng's call. Hold on. Hold on. Just a little more, just a little more. I can see it. Though Yendi was in excruciating pain, his comprehension of the origin of destruction skyrocketed as he was bathed in the Doomlight. The Doomlight's terrible power lasted a full 10 seconds before slowly fading. Heh, that Yendi must be dead after my full force strike, Maluosa said, looking weary, but then its expression twisted in disbelief and rage. How is this possible? How can you still be alive? Maluosa stared at Yendi, who appeared in its sight, unable to believe it. Suddenly realization dawned on Maluosa. It glared at Yendi, his voice filled with resentment. Yendi, are you also on the divine power path? And your gene level has reached 90,000 times. Yes, I am also on the divine power path. Your attack, though powerful, only cost me 1% of my divine body. Yendi replied calmly, looking at the astonished Maluosa. 1% of Yendi's divine body was 0.12 light-years or 1.2 trillion kilometers in height. Such a divine power, reserve aside from the 9 Nether True God and Luofeng in the Cosmic Sea, surpassed all other True Gods combined. Yet Yendi gained much from Maluosa's full force strike. His comprehension of the origin of destruction had reached the level where he could create 13th Order secret arts. Hearing Yendi's admission, Maluosa's expression grew complex. He spoke solemnly, indeed the test of the supreme rules is not simple. The Galaxy Lord is already a headache, and now I find you, Yendi, not far behind him, as a terrifying existence. Yes, the test of the supreme rules is indeed difficult. Extremely difficult. But for our race we must fight. Yendi nodded in agreement. This time the descent of the fifth fate law was extremely challenging for both Yendi and Maluosa. For Yendi to win, he must defeat Maluosa. But Maluosa's strength surpassed even the weakest eternal true god. Defeating it was no easy task, especially when Yendi and Luofeng were merely true gods. For Maluosa to win, it must kill Luofeng and Yendi. Yet Luofeng and Yendi were extraordinary figures that appeared only once in millions of cycles in the origin continent, bearing peerless inheritances. Their divine bodies were colossal, and they possessed countless supreme treasures. Killing them was as hard as reaching the heavens. If possible, neither Yendi nor Luofeng would wish to face Maluosa, and Maluosa would rather not face Luofeng. But now that the fifth fate law had descended, neither side had a choice. They could only fight to the death. A flicker of complex emotion passed over Maluosa's face before it turned cold. This time for freedom, I must kill you both no matter the cost. Yendi and Luofeng responded without flinching. For our race, for the Cosmic Sea, we will not lose. We will defeat you. At this moment both sides had reasons to fight. One for freedom, the other for life, loved ones and race. Neither could retreat. Hearing their words, Maluosa suddenly burst into mad laughter, dripping with contempt. Ha ha ha. Defeat me? Do you two truly believe you can defeat me? The abilities I used earlier were merely those of a world beast. Now let me show you the true power of a world beast king. World beast warriors come forth. With a thunderous roar, a violent disturbance in the void brought two towering figures before Yan Di and Luo Feng. These figures stood 100 billion kilometers tall with 4 arms and 2 legs, a hideous head crowned with a single sharp gray horn. Their mouths split open to their ears, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. A single eye in the center of their foreheads gleamed with bloodthirsty light. What? World beast warriors! Yan Di and Luo Feng were utterly stunned. One world beast king was already formidable beyond measure, and now 2 warriors stronger than a 6-stage world beast had appeared. How terrifying. I thought that with my secret art reaching the 13th order and my strength at the level of a 7-star heaven-defying void true god, I had a glimmer of hope against Maluosa. But I never expected. Yan Di's divine projection on the black pattern pillar had used a million-fold time acceleration to create a 13th order secret art. Despair flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. Those are world beast warriors. The 6th-stage Maluosa was already on par with me back then. A world beast warrior is even stronger than a 6th-stage world beast, and there are 2 of them plus Maluosa. How can we possibly fight this? The truly heaven-defying aspect of a world beast king is not its individual combat power but its ability to spawn countless warriors, much like an insect queen, provided it has enough energy. The 2 warriors were 100 billion kilometers tall with 4 arms and 2 legs, a hideous head crowned with a single sharp gray horn. Their mouths split open to their ears, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. A single eye in the center of their foreheads gleamed with bloodthirsty light. The truly heaven-defying aspect of a world beast king is not its individual combat power but its ability to spawn countless warriors, much like an insect queen, provided it has enough energy. Of course, this requires a sufficient amount of energy. Seeing Yan Di and Luo Feng stunned by the sudden appearance of the beast warriors, Melosa said smugly, I, Melosa the beast king, upon becoming the beast king, gained the ability to conceive beast warriors. But conceiving beast warriors requires a vast amount of energy, and I had just become the beast king. Where would I get that much energy? So I never conceived any until now. At this point Melosa's expression turned resentful. But the 2 of you are too troublesome. I simply cannot kill you. To secure victory I paid a certain price and conceived 2 beast warriors. Each of these 2 beast warriors is slightly more powerful than one of you. One will entangle one of you. Together with the other I will be able to kill you one by one. Conceiving beast warriors inherently requires immense energy. Having just become the beast king, Melosa had not yet devoured any small universes and lacked the energy reserves to conceive beast warriors. But to kill Yan Di and Luo Feng, Melosa paid a great price and conceived 2 beast warriors. Of course 2 was the limit Melosa could bear. Any more would have been impossible. Seeing Melosa's smug expression, as if he were truly confident of victory, Yan Di suddenly changed his expression and chuckled. Heh! Melosa, do you really think you can kill us? At Yan Di's light laughter, Melosa's face darkened, and he said coldly, Yan Di, do you still think you? As he spoke, Melosa's expression shifted, and he suddenly looked into the distance, exclaiming in surprise, What? There are actually powerful beings from the cosmic sea coming. Luo Feng also sensed 2 powerful auras rapidly approaching, and turned his gaze toward the distance. Not far from them, a blood-red tank appeared with a huge cannon barrel on top. To the right of the blood-red tank stood a mysterious strongman clad in blood-red armor. His face was invisible and he held a long spear. From the aura emitted by this unknown strongman, Luo Feng could tell that his strength was no less than his own. The blood-red tank was naturally the Bloodstorm piloted by nearly 200 true gods of the cosmic sea. The unknown strongman was Yan Di's external incarnation. Due to Yan Di's breakthrough in secret techniques, the strength of his external incarnation had reached the level of a 6-star invincible void true god. Looking at the appearance of the Bloodstorm, Yan Di transmitted to the assembled strongmen, You pilot the Bloodstorm and the unknown strongman to entangle the Beast King. Yan Di and I will seize the opportunity to kill the 2 Beast Warriors, and then we will join forces to defeat the Beast King. Agreed. Everyone nodded in assent. Whoosh! Luo Feng and Yan Di each charged at a Beast Warrior, while the strongmen of the Cosmic Sea piloted the Bloodstorm and engaged Melosa in battle. Say cannonball prepare. Target locked. Fire. Boom. A massive cannonball flew out of the Bloodstorm's cannon, roaring toward Melosa. Humph. Power like an ant. Melosa sneered at the cannonball hurtling toward him. The Say cannonball could only unleash the attack power of a void true god, at the limit falling slightly short of the strongest strike of the Northern True Sea Lord. Such an attack was naturally beneath Melosa's notice. Whoosh! With a casual wave, countless blades of destructive light engulfed the Say cannonball, and then surged toward the Bloodstorm. Just as Melosa attacked, Yan Di's incarnation suddenly struck. Whoosh! Yan Di's incarnation merged with the long spear in his hand, turning into a streak of destructive intent that shot toward Melosa. The Bloodstorm and Yan Di's incarnation fully engaged Melosa, while Luo Feng and Yan Di each fought a beast warrior striving to kill them. But as soon as they clashed, they felt the power of the beast warriors. Although the beast warriors lacked the myriad innate abilities of the beast kings, their divine bodies were 100 billion kilometers tall. Their attack power reached the level of a 7-star heaven-defying void true god inferior to Lin and Melosa but still formidable. Moreover, each beast warrior seemed intellectually inferior but possessed terrifying combat instincts. Their will defense was at the top tier of eternal true gods, making will attacks largely ineffective. For a time Yan Di and Luo Feng were locked in a bitter struggle. Yan Di fared slightly better. With his recent breakthrough in secret techniques, his strength reached the 7-star void true god level, allowing him to suppress the beast warrior. But Luo Feng was slightly weaker than the beast warrior. Though he could handle it with ease, he was always at a disadvantage and killing the warrior was impossible. Ah! Inside the bloodstorm, a true god of the cosmic sea screamed in agony. Although Melosa's attacks could not breach the bloodstorm's defense, the immense impact severely damaged their divine bodies and caused their true god hearts to tremble. Bang! Yan Di's incarnation was also kicked away by Melosa. Its aura instantly weakened. After Yan Di's breakthrough to true god, his divine incarnation possessed 20% of his original strength, meaning a divine body height of 2.4 light years. Its will was at the limit of void true god. Its divine power purity was only twice that of an ordinary true god, and without the Fangtian painting, Halberd the incarnation strength was incomparable to the original body, essentially being bullied by Melosa. Boom! 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 Yan Di's Fangtian painting Halberd clashed with the beast warrior's hands, producing thunderous sounds. Tremor. Reincarnation strike. Yan Di swung the halberd and terrifying energy gathered at its tip, forming a devastating tremor force. Roar. Sensing the menace of Yan Di's strike, the beast warrior let out a furious roar, crossing its 4 arms in front of its chest to form a massive energy shield. Smack! The Fangtian painting Halberd struck the beast warrior's chest, shattering the energy shield and slamming into the beast warrior. Boom! The beast warrior's chest was dented and invisible tremor forces surged into its body. Gah! Suddenly the beast warrior spat out a mouthful of blood, its aura instantly wilting. Clearly Yan Di's strike had injured this beast warrior. Roar! Seeing the injured beast warrior, Melosa let out a furious roar and intensified his attacks on the bloodstorm and Yan Di's divine incarnation. Now it was a race against time. If Yan Di killed the beast warrior first, he could then engage Melosa, allowing the bloodstorm, Yan Di's divine incarnation, and Luo Feng to join forces and kill the other beast warrior. Then Melosa would be besieged and the cosmic sea strongmen would be on the verge of victory. Conversely, if Melosa first eliminated the bloodstorm and Yan Di's divine incarnation, Yan Di's side would be in danger. Tremor art. Tremor art. Tremor art. The beast warrior was completely suppressed by Yan Di, the terrifying tremor art, leaving it no room to fight back. But the beast warrior's divine body height and defensive power were considerable, so Yan Di could not kill it quickly. Bang! Luo Feng was sent flying by the beast warrior. Whoosh! Using his movement technique, Luo Feng instantly shifted positions, appearing behind the beast warrior and slashing with his blade, sending it flying. In terms of attack power, Luo Feng was inferior to the beast warrior, but in movement and divine body height he completely dominated it. Thus Luo Feng could hold his own and remain undefeated, but killing it was impossible in a short time. Light of destruction. Seeing that the beast warrior fighting Yan Di was in dire straits, Melosa no longer held back and directly unleashed his strongest attack, preventing the bloodstorm and Yan Di's divine incarnation from escaping. Even though Yan Di's divine incarnation inherited his formidable movement technique, it had no choice but to endure the light of destruction head-on. Ah! Inside the bloodstorm, the true gods of the cosmic sea cried out in agony. Melosa's terrifying attack pierced through the bloodstorm's defense, severely injuring each of them. Bang! Yan Di's divine incarnation was directly blasted apart by Melosa's strike. Whoosh! The treasures scattered everywhere. To protect the true gods of the cosmic sea, Yan Di's divine incarnation had taken most of Melosa's attacks. Now, after a continuous assault, its divine power was exhausted and it dissipated into the void. What? Seeing the sudden fall of the unknown strongman, Luo Feng and the true gods in the bloodstorm were stunned. Without the unknown strongman's resistance, how could the bloodstorm alone withstand Melosa's attacks? Are we going to lose? A sense of defeat and powerlessness surged in the hearts of Yan Di and Luo Feng. But at that moment countless faces flooded their minds. Su Exi and Luo Hongguo, the Luo family, the earth lineage, the human race, the cosmic sea. All flashed before Luo Feng's eyes. Yan Di also recalled Yudai Flower Emperor killing True God Gale, True God Chaos City, Lord Flame God Clan, the human race. The defeatist Yan Di and Luo Feng suddenly became resolute. We cannot lose. We cannot lose. Because in our hearts, there are things we cannot abandon, things we must protect even at the cost of our lives. Ah! We cannot lose. We cannot lose. We cannot lose. Yan Di and Luo Feng shouted from their mouths, a firm conviction surging from their hearts. At this moment, boom! It seemed as if something had broken through in both their minds. Could it be will sanctification? After being stuck at the eternal true God limit for over 1 trillion eons, Yan Di's will finally achieve sanctification. Luo Feng's will also succeeded in sanctification under immense pressure. Void/Lai Yuan Art. With their wills sanctified, Luo Feng and Yan Di simultaneously unleashed will impact secret techniques. A translucent great blade appeared behind Yan Di, slashing at the beast warrior. Meanwhile, a divine eye manifested above Luo Feng's head, burrowing into the other beast warrior's body. Ugh! Both beast warriors fell to the ground, their life aura extinguished. With a silent splash, the two world beast warriors fell, and the battlefield suddenly fell into stillness. What? Morosa, the exalted world beast king, stared blankly at the two warriors who had died without warning, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Those two world beast warriors each possessed the combat prowess of a seventh-order heaven-defying void true god. Even Morosa could defeat them, but killing them was an arduous task beyond imagining. And to have them slain in an instant like this was utterly inconceivable. A golden opportunity. With a swift leap, as Morosa stood dazed, the Flame Emperor directly activated the Luaha Celestial Palace, drawing the true gods within the Bloodstorm into its sanctuary. After the violent collision with Morosa, even protected by the Bloodstorm, the true gods of the Cosmic Sea were weakened, their vitality depleted, and their combat strength nearly exhausted. Remaining here would only make them burdens. Thus the Flame Emperor took them into the Luaha Celestial Palace for safekeeping. Brother! Just then Luo Feng secretly transmitted a message to the Flame Emperor, while giving him a meaningful glance. The Flame Emperor nodded. At this moment Morosa was still lost in thought. When else to strike if not now? Endless Void/Lai Yuan Art. Suddenly two supreme secret techniques were unleashed. A translucent great blade and a divine eye exuding strange power surged into Morosa's body, slamming violently into the deepest recesses of his soul. Ah! A scream of agony escaped Morosa's lips as he clutched his head with both hands, his face contorted in excruciating pain. What? Now it was Luo Feng and the Flame Emperor's turn to be astonished. They stared at Morosa in bewilderment, equally at a loss. Both the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng had achieved sanctification of will, and their will-based assault techniques were immensely powerful. Especially Luo Feng's Lai Yuan Art, the foremost will strike technique of the origin continent. Even the will of an eternal true god's pinnacle would be shattered and annihilated forever by their combined strike. Yet despite their joint assault, Morosa merely showed signs of agony. This revealed the terrifying strength of his will. Could it be that Morosa's will has also achieved sanctification? Luo Feng gazed at Morosa in shock. Luo Feng himself had encountered countless fortuitous encounters, blessed with great opportunities, immense luck, and severe trials. Only then did his will attain sanctification. The Flame Emperor, on the other hand, had been stuck at this threshold for over 1 trillion epochs before finally succeeding. Yet a world beast king upon birth immediately achieves sanctification of will. This is truly. No wonder his soul attacks are so formidable. So his will has already achieved sanctification. The Flame Emperor glanced thoughtfully at Morosa and murmured to himself. A powerful will amplifies soul attacks. The fact that Morosa's soul attacks could directly injure the Flame Emperor was also tied to his formidable will. Attack! Seeing that their will assault failed to knock Morosa unconscious, and only caused him pain, the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng knew that will-based attacks were futile against him. Seizing the moment when Morosa was off guard, they launched a simultaneous assault. With a mighty roar, Luo Feng swung his blade, unleashing a 5-colored light dragon, a light year in length, which howled as it flew toward Morosa. The dragon bared its fangs and claws, its 9 sharp claws, seeming to tear apart everything in the world. With thunderous booms, the Flame Emperor gripped his heavenly halberd tightly and thrust it out rapidly until his speed seemed to transcend the limits of laws, achieving the effect of breaking all laws through sheer force. Before the Flame Emperor appeared 99 terrifying Taiji reincarnation diagrams, which then crushed down upon Morosa. Technique: Reincarnation Strike. What a Flame Emperor! He had mastered the technique art to perfection, wielding secret methods with an unfathomable ghostly depth. In an instant he unleashed 99 reincarnation strikes. Each strike possessed power close to that of a 7th-order heaven-defying void true god, and 99 such terrifying blows could destroy dozens of true gods' miniature universes. With a furious roar, Morosa watched the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng attack him together. Suppressing the pain in his head, he let out a bellow. With a thunderous boom, Morosa raised both hands, and the light of annihilation between his palms grew ever stronger, finally forming a terrifying passage that met the combined strike of the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng. With a rumbling crash, the 3 terrifying attacks collided, producing a deafening sound. Waves of dreadful energy shockwaves radiated outward, shattering the space for tens of thousands of light years around. Eventually they dissipated into the void. Blocked! Morosa stared with his perfect eyes, watching his own attack vanish in disbelief. From the start of the battle, Morosa had been suppressing Luo Feng and the Flame Emperor. Though he couldn't kill them, he had held absolute dominance. But now his attack had been neutralized by the combined force of the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng. How could this not shock him? Blocked! We can block Morosa's attacks. Luo Feng looked at the Flame Emperor with excitement, his voice trembling. To block Morosa's attacks meant the battle was no longer one-sided, and there was a glimmer of victory. Yes. The Flame Emperor nodded with equal fervor. As long as the battle wasn't one-sided, both he and Luo Feng possessed infinite levels of divine bodies enough to slowly wear Morosa down to death. In truth, the reason the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng could block Morosa's attacks was twofold. First, the Flame Emperor's mastery of secret techniques had reached the limit of a void true god, elevating his power to a new level. Second, Morosa had forcibly nurtured two world beast warriors which had damaged the realm within his body. The realm within a world beast is its very foundation, its origin akin to the heart of a true god. With his origin damaged, Morosa's power weakened. As one side diminished and the other grew, the gap between their strengths narrowed. Kill! Seeing the hope of victory, Luo Feng and the Flame Emperor's fighting spirit did not wane but grew even fiercer. This time they attacked first, resolved to defeat Morosa in one fell swoop and claim victory. With a roar, Morosa charged forward as well. For freedom, for the glory of the world beast race, he swore to slay these two fearsome enemies before him. With thunderous booms in the space of 100 million light-years sealed by the supreme laws, three terrifying figures moved at speeds that would shame any void true god. The space here collapsed rapidly, turning into an absolute dead zone. The dreadful aura left by the three figures would persist for trillions of epochs, and the killing intent was enough to shatter peak palace-type treasures. One figure clad in silver armor and silver wings wielded a blood-colored battle blade like a judge descending from the highest heavens. Another figure with blood-red wings and crimson armor held a heavenly halberd, resembling an ancient war god from the primordial chaos. The judge and the ancient war god stood side by side, their armor damaged, covered in wounds. Across from them stood a tall, flawless figure, pristine and spotless. This tall, perfect figure also appeared weary, panting, and his aura was weakened. Both sides ceased the battle, staring fixedly at each other, neither daring to act rashly. In less than 10 minutes of combat, both sides had suffered severe damage to their divine bodies, their auras depleted. Yet the surrounding space had transformed into a danger zone in the cosmic sea, rivaling the second-tier perilous lands, a testament to the battle's ferocity. While both sides caught their breath, Luo Feng secretly transmitted to the Flame Emperor, "Brother, something's not right. It seems that Morosa also has an astonishing amount of energy, i.e., the divine body of a true god. And he's not afraid of a war of attrition. Yes, it's indeed troubling." The Flame Emperor nodded in agreement. As expected of a world beast king, his gene level is 100,000 times. There's no reason his energy reserves should be inferior to ours. It seems this battle is not as simple as I thought. From the start, the Flame Emperor had taken the brunt of Morosa's attacks to ensure Luo Feng's safety. The Flame Emperor's divine body had been depleted by a full 2 light-years. Morosa's consumption should not be too different yet, even so he showed no sign of energy shortage. Clearly the World Beast King's energy reserves were also terrifyingly vast. In truth, the World Beast King's energy reserves rivaled a divine body height of 12 light-years, but since the World Beast King was at the Void True God level, his energy had undergone a 100-fold evolution in quality. Yet as quality increased, quantity decreased. In terms of quantity, the World Beast King possessed only 0.12 light-years. But his 0.12 light-years sufficed to match the Flame Emperor's 12 light-years. Moreover, Morosa had not devoured the universe's origin, so his energy reserves were not full. Otherwise, if Morosa had nurtured thousands of world beast warriors, the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng would have no chance. It seems we need another way to win. The Flame Emperor's mood grew heavy. Attrition warfare was useless against Morosa. They had to find another solution. On the other side, Morosa watched the silent Flame Emperor and Luo Feng. Suddenly he spoke. "Flame Emperor Luo Feng, I have a proposal. Would you like to hear it?" A proposal? Both the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng became intrigued, wondering what the fearsome World Beast King might suggest. Seeing that Luo Feng and the Flame Emperor were willing to listen, Morosa continued. "The descent of the fifth fate principle is meant to decide the outcome between me and the Galaxy Lord. Either I kill the Galaxy Lord and gain my freedom, or I am defeated by you and enslaved once more. This seems like a dead end." Both Luo Feng and the Flame Emperor nodded. The fate principle inevitably leads to a dead end with no other way to defy it. Otherwise it wouldn't be called the fate principle. Seeing them nod, Morosa continued. "Though it appears a dead end, it is not. Not. Yes. Everything stems from Luo Feng enslaving me, the great World Beast King. The supreme laws deemed Luo Feng unworthy of enslaving a World Beast King, thus the fifth fate principle descended. But if Luo Feng is willing to relinquish his enslavement over me, then there is no such causal relationship, and naturally the fifth fate principle would not occur. All phenomena are empty, only causality is not empty. Where fate arises, fate also fades. The descent of the fifth fate principle at its root was because Luo Feng enslaved the World Beast King." Impossible! Both the Flame Emperor and Luo Feng declared firmly upon hearing Morosa's words. "Release the soul enslavement over Morosa. Ridiculous. Wouldn't that unleash a terrible demon? Morosa is the ultimate existence that destroys everything. Once free, the entire cosmic sea would become a dead zone and the primordial universe would revert to its origin. To release Morosa was utterly unthinkable for Luofeng and the Flame Emperor. Watching Yendi and Luofeng, whose eyes were resolute, and who had unhesitatingly rejected his proposal, Morosa merely smiled faintly, without offering any explanation, instead raising his right hand. Careful. Morosa is about to attack. Seeing Morosa suddenly raise his right hand, Yendi and Luofeng assumed he was launching an assault, and they quickly steeled themselves, preparing for battle. But at that moment, a noble, mysterious, and majestic language suddenly emanated from Morosa's mouth. I, the Beast King of the realm Morosa. With my soul I swear by the supreme rules. If the Galactic Lord Luofeng is willing to release me from his soul enslavement, I will set aside my hatred for the Galactic Lord and my hatred for the Cosmic Sea, and I will not harm a single living being in the Cosmic Sea. Furthermore, I will immediately leave the Cosmic Sea and venture into the cycle of reincarnation. Let the supreme rules bear witness. If I, the Beast King Morosa, violate this oath, may my soul be forever annihilated, never to be reborn. Whoosh! As Morosa's words fell, an invisible rule descended, drawing an illusory miniature Morosa from his body. That was a sliver of Morosa's soul essence. Should Morosa break his oath, the supreme rules would instantly shatter his soul, causing it to dissipate. This was an oath sworn by Morosa with his own soul witnessed by the supreme rules. Even in the origin continent, it was the most sacred of vows. No one could defy it, nor could anyone escape its consequences. Even the exalted divine king would be helpless. Once violated, the supreme rules would immediately descend and shatter the oathbreaker's soul. Fleeing was useless, for the supreme rules were omnipresent. For instance, if Morosa made this oath and Luofeng agreed to release his soul enslavement, then should Morosa dare to harm any creature of the Cosmic Sea or fail to immediately embark on the cycle of reincarnation, he would explode and perish, never to be reborn throughout eternity. At this moment, Luofeng and Yendi were left speechless, staring blankly at Morosa. No one had expected that the exalted Beast King of the realm would compromise and make such a tremendous concession. At this moment, for the sake of freedom, Morosa set aside the dignity and nobility of the Beast King, willing to reconcile with Luofeng. Of course, this was also because Yendi and Luofeng's strength had earned Morosa's recognition, otherwise Morosa would have simply obliterated them, and there would be no need for any oath. Watching the stunned Yendi and Luofeng, Morosa calmly said, "Bowing to you and setting aside the dignity of the Beast King is a great humiliation for me, Morosa. But for the sake of freedom, I am willing to lay down my pride, and I have already sworn an oath demonstrating sufficient sincerity. Are you willing?" Morosa looked confidently at Luofeng and Yendi. Having lowered his stance so much, there was no reason for them to refuse. After all, if they refused, they would have to defeat Morosa, but unfortunately Yendi and Luofeng lacked the strength to do so. Hearing Morosa's urging, Luofeng hastily said, "As long as you promise not to harm our Cosmic Sea, I agree." In Luofeng's view, as long as there were no major sacrifices and Morosa had sworn not to harm the Cosmic Sea, there was no reason to refuse. But before he could finish, Yendi interrupted him. "Wait!" Yendi cut off Luofeng's words. Both Luofeng and Morosa turned their gazes to Yendi, wondering what he meant by interrupting Luofeng's response. Seeing the questioning looks from Luofeng and Morosa, Yendi found his head spinning. If they simply let Morosa go, everyone would be happy. That would be truly wonderful. A harmonious outcome was something Yendi would welcome. Moreover, the Beast King was enslaved by Luofeng, not directly related to Yendi. Releasing him would be no big deal. However, Yendi knew that the old man Zuoshanke had 3 divine king-level enemies in the origin continent along with his divine kingdom. Yendi also had enemies from the Wu kingdom. Together they might face several divine king-level foes. Morosa, as the Beast King of the realm when grown to his peak, could rival nearly 10 divine king-level combatants. A formidable ally. Yendi was unwilling to give that up easily. Seeing the puzzled Luofeng and the somewhat enraged Morosa, Yendi had no choice but to steel himself and say, "Morosa, your sincerity is more than enough, and I can feel your determination." Hearing this, Morosa's expression improved slightly. How could a Beast King like him lower his stance so much, swear an oath, and still be refused? That would be a total loss of face. Wasn't that forcing a fight to the death? Phew! Seeing Morosa's expression soften, Luofeng let out a long breath. He was afraid Yendi would start another fight with Morosa. Now that they had finally found a chance for reconciliation, it must not be wasted. "So what do you mean?" Morosa asked Yendi. Hearing Morosa's question, Yendi's expression suddenly changed, his face full of fighting spirit as he looked at Morosa. Yendi, I consider myself the greatest genius and the strongest powerhouse in the history of the Cosmic Sea. But after fighting you, Morosa, until now I haven't managed to win. That makes me very unwilling. So I propose a bet. Let's have a fair fight, one-on-one. If you win, we reconcile. If you lose, you obediently come back and continue to be enslaved by Luofeng. How about it? You fight me, one-on-one. Hearing Yendi's provocation, Melosa was first stunned then sneered. Yendi, it's not that I look down on you, but your strength is indeed inferior to mine. You and the Galactic Lord Luofeng together can barely hold me off. If you fight alone you can only barely avoid defeat in my hands. To gain the upper hand, let alone defeat me, is absolutely impossible. Hearing that Yendi wanted to duel Melosa alone, Luofeng quickly said, Senior brother, Melosa is far too powerful. How can you possibly defeat him? Seeing the anxious Luofeng, Yendi transmitted telepathically, Luofeng, don't worry. Melosa has already sworn an oath. If I lose, you release him. If I win, he'll obediently come back and continue to be enslaved by you. But senior brother, how can you be a match for Melosa? Doing this. Enough. Trust me, I have confidence. Luofeng's worry was justified. Yendi was indeed no match for Melosa. Even if they fought again, he would certainly lose. It would be better not to fight at all. As for hoping that Yendi would have a breakthrough in his secret technique mastery during the battle, that was even more impossible. For Yendi to defeat Melosa, he would need his secret technique mastery to break through to the eternal true god level. Otherwise there was no chance. But to have Yendi's secret technique mastery reach the eternal true god level, he would have to merge with the primordial universe, experience its destruction, and then seclude himself for millions of epochs. Only then might it be possible. Otherwise it was all wishful thinking. At the true god level, achieving the limit of void true god in secret technique mastery was already astonishing. Breaking through further to the eternal true god level was even more incredibly difficult. Facing Melosa's disdain and Luofeng's confusion, Yendi said confidently, Since I said we would fight fairly, it must be fair. One-on-one is fair, but our realms are not fair. You, Melosa, according to our universe's classification, are at the void level, while I am only at the true god level. So for a fair fight, I must break through to the void level. Only then will our battle be fair. Break through to the void level and fight me. Hearing that Yendi intended to break through to the void true god level and fight him, tens of thousands of thoughts flashed through Melosa's mind. As far as I know, breaking through to the void true god does not improve secret technique mastery in the slightest, nor does it improve willpower. The only thing that increases is divine power, which becomes 100 times stronger. But in the cosmic sea, no matter how strong divine power is, it can only exert the level of 10,000 times the cosmic lord. Utterly useless. Moreover, after a 100-fold increase in divine power, his divine body's defense rises 100-fold, but his total divine power decreases to 100th. With these offsetting changes, it's not much use. The true god's heart of a true god can connect with his small universe, slowly recovering divine power, but the recovery is extremely slow. Unless he is inside his own small universe, the recovery is very sluggish. After analysis, Melosa determined that Yendi's strength would not increase after breaking through to the void true god. Additionally, with his pride as the beast king of the realm, not believing he would lose to Yendi, Melosa readily agreed. Fine. I accept your bet. Now break through. I'll give you 3 days to break through. After that we'll fight again. Good. Hearing Melosa's agreement, Yendi was extremely excited. Heh. The fish has finally taken the bait. Then Yendi turned to Luofeng and said, Luofeng, guard me with all your strength. I am about to break through to the void level. Senior brother, why? Luofeng did not understand why Yendi insisted on keeping Melosa from escaping his enslavement. What was wrong with such a reconciliation? Seeing the puzzled Luofeng, Yendi smiled mysteriously and laughed it off. You'll understand later. With a whoosh, Yendi entered the Luaha heavenly hall, preparing to break through. Yendi was not afraid that Melosa would suddenly attack Luofeng. First, Melosa could not kill Luofeng quickly. Second, Melosa was not that foolish. Boom! At the edge of the primordial universe, Yendi's small universe suddenly began to tremble. The supreme rules descended and countless chaotic streams surged into Yendi's small universe. Crack crack. Suddenly Yendi's small universe started to expand, growing larger. The expansion of Yendi's small universe quickly drew the attention of all races in the cosmic sea. Although the true gods had gone to battle, the cosmic lords were still present. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One cosmic lord after another teleported outside Yendi's small universe. In number there were over 3,000 and the count was still increasing. These cosmic lords exclaimed, Look, heavens! Lord Yendi's small universe is expanding. Has Lord Yendi already broken through to the void level? No, now we can't call him Lord Yendi anymore. We must call him Yenzu. Right. It's Yenzu. 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 At that moment, whether human or alien, all began to chant the name, Yenzu. Finally, Yendi had become a progenitor, a patriarch, who could protect his race's eternal existence. Yendi's small universe expanded until it reached a diameter of 9 billion light-years, then stopped. Inside the Luaha heavenly hall, Yendi suddenly opened his eyes. Pity. My small universe is inherently incomplete. 9 billion light-years is my limit. I cannot go further. As he spoke, Yendi clenched his fists and said confidently, Although my secret technique mastery has not improved, watching the expansion of my small universe has granted me many insights. Moreover, with my divine power increased 100-fold, I can learn many more secret arts. My strength has now risen to another level, and I am confident I can defeat Melosa. I must traverse the cycle of reincarnation in a year. Upon breaking through to the Void True God realm, a mysterious will guided Yen Di decreeing that he must undergo the cycle in a year's time. Yen Di had long anticipated the need to traverse the cycle. After all, it was not a dire affair, and there was nothing to fear. Yen Di's ascension from a true god to a void true god took less than half a day, and Maluosa had promised him 3 days. Naturally, Yen Di intended to make the most of it. Before the black pattern stone pillar, the divine power avatar Yen Di left behind was utilizing a million-fold time acceleration to study the void true god segments of the Meteor Secret Art and Myriad Clone Art. Yen Di also recondensed his external avatar, which possessed 40% of his original strength, rivaling a 7-star inverse-level void true god combatant. News of Yen Di's breakthrough to the void true god realm swiftly spread across the entire cosmic sea. Within the Dongdi sacred land, when the Dongdi ancestor learned that Yen Di had become a void true god, and his miniature universe spanned 99 billion light-years, he remained remarkably composed, acknowledging Yen Di as an extraordinary figure. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, the Ziwa ancestor was filled with murderous intent, regretting that he had not dealt with Yen Di earlier. In his eyes, Yen Di would become an obstacle to his plans of seizing the Primordial Universe. As for who rejoiced most at Yen Di's breakthrough, it was not the human or Yen Divine clan, but the powerhouses of the first and second reincarnation eras. The powerhouses of the first and second reincarnation eras had their miniature universes destroyed by the world beasts, and they were temporarily residing within the miniature universes of the third reincarnation era powerhouses. However, once this reincarnation era ended, even their own clans would have no place to go, let alone take care of them. Now Yen Di's breakthrough to the Void True God not only meant they had a sanctuary, but also ensured their eternal existence. Yen Di had promised to allocate a portion of territory to the powerhouses of the first and second reincarnation eras. Inside the Luaha Heavenly Hall, Yen Di, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open, a golden beam shooting forth from his gaze. Though only 3 days had passed in the outside world under the million-fold time acceleration of the black pattern stone pillar, it had been over 200,000 years. Excellent! The 5th and 6th volumes of the Meteor Secret Art had been successfully mastered. The Myriad Clone Art had been cultivated to the Void True God level, coupled with the insights gained during the expansion of his miniature universe. My strength has now risen to a new level, and I am confident I can defeat Maluosa. Yen Di clenched his fist, brimming with certainty. With a whoosh, Yen Di flew out of the Luaha Heavenly Hall. There Luofeng and Maluosa were sitting cross-legged, awaiting his emergence. Yen Di, you've finally broken through. I've been looking forward to this. Maluosa, seeing Yen Di appear, was filled with battle fervor. Luofeng looked at Yen Di with joy and excitement, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you're finally out. How is it? Do you have the confidence to defeat Maluosa?" Luofeng was well aware of the expansion of Yen Di's miniature universe. Now seeing Yen Di emerge, his heart was filled with anticipation. If Yen Di could defeat Maluosa, it would mean he could re-enslave a world beast king. Seeing the expectant Luofeng, Yen Di nodded and said, "This time I will surely defeat Maluosa. Maluosa, I too have been waiting for a long time. This time I will defeat you and prove that I am the strongest in the cosmic sea." Yen Di roared, facing the battle-hungry Maluosa. "Good. Then let us see who truly is the strongest in the cosmic sea." Maluosa nodded in agreement. A noble world beast king would never flee without a fight. Likewise, a great world beast king never believed itself inferior to anyone, nor would it shy away from battle. With a cry, Yen Di tilted his head back and roared. The sound waves surged, causing the surrounding chaotic currents to roil and form a massive chaotic tornado. Burn! A crackling sound arose as Yen Di's divine body ignited like a struck match, a layer of tangible divine power flames blazing forth. The intense heat warped the surrounding space. With all 6 volumes of the divine power burning art activated, Yen Di's strength had reached a terrifying level. So hot! Luofeng, standing beside Yen Di, suddenly felt the ambient temperature soar, becoming unbearable even for him. With a sigh of helplessness, Luofeng retreated from Yen Di's side, observing the battle from a distance. Maluosa let out a roar, his entire body radiating a blood-red glow. The World Beast Clan's secret art, the blood-burning art. With a thunderous crash, without using any secret techniques, they collided head-on. The moment they struck, they instantly separated again. Maluosa and Yen Di each retreated a light year. Their first exchange was evenly matched. A humming shockwave spread outward, energy surging further, destabilizing the already shattered space. So powerful. Even the energy shockwave alone could shatter a true god-tier battleship. I estimate that even the giant axe creator and chaos teacher would be torn apart by this terrifying shockwave. Luofeng, watching from the sidelines, was astounded. Although Maluosa and Yen Di were at the Void True God level in terms of realm, in terms of strength they rivaled eternal true gods. Their clash was essentially a battle between 2 eternal true gods. The energy shockwave generated by two eternal true gods fighting could tear apart not only true gods but even weaker void true gods would be shattered to pieces. Crush! The halberd in Yendi's hand rapidly expanded to a light year in length, and he swung it down with the force of splitting a mountain aiming at Maluosa ahead. Roar! World Beast Shield! Maluosa raised his arms above his head, crossing them in a posture of lifting a giant cauldron, and energy swiftly formed a pitch-black shield. With a series of cracking sounds, the halberd's blade slammed heavily onto Maluosa's World Beast Shield, which rapidly fractured and dissipated. Maluosa seemed to have invisible wheels under his feet. As soon as the shield broke, he silently retreated a light year, gracefully evading Yendi's full-force strike. Seeing Maluosa retreat, Yendi pursued, as if treading on the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, his steps tracing the 8 trigrams. With a whoosh, Yendi multiplied 1 became 2, 2 became 3, 3 became 10, 10 became 1,000. 1,000 Yendi surrounded Maluosa. Humph! Playing with clones. The world beast is the progenitor of clone arts. Maluosa snorted, looking at the sudden appearance of 1,000 Yendi. Maluosa also employed the myriad clone art, transforming into 1,000 clones to compete with Yendi in this exhibition of clone mastery. Technique Reincarnation Strike. All 1,000 Yendi simultaneously executed the technique, striking at Maluosa. Before the True God Realm, Yendi's myriad clone art clones had no offensive power. After the Void True God Realm, they gained some attack capability. In contrast, Maluosa's clones, though seemingly powerful, were not so. For his clones to be strong, he had to weaken his main body, leaving the original body less powerful. If the clones were strong, they would drain power from the main body, causing the main body to be insufficiently mighty. Destruction Passage. All 1,000 Maluosa simultaneously raised their arms and unleashed the Destruction Passage to counter Yendi. With a series of explosive impacts, the 1,000 clones clashed, collided, and dissipated. The chaotic melee lasted for several dozen seconds before coming to an end. After the dozens of seconds, the countless clones on the battlefield vanished, leaving only the main bodies of Yendi and Maluosa. They gazed at each other from afar as if no battle had occurred. Everything was so serene. I underestimated you. You have grown stronger and are now on par with me. Maluosa, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Evidently Yendi's progress had caught him by surprise. Yendi gave a light laugh and shook his head in response to Maluosa's praise, saying nothing. Under normal circumstances, breaking through to the Void True God would not have brought such a drastic increase in strength. However, Yendi possessed the inherited secret arts of the endless lineage. Upon breaking through to the Void True God, he could perceive things previously hidden, suppressed by the Primordial Universe, and his strength naturally soared. Maluosa, let's settle this with one decisive strike. If you win, I'll have Luofeng grant you freedom. How about it? Yendi looked at Maluosa seriously. Since their strength was equal, a quick resolution required a single all-out attack. Agreed. Maluosa accepted without hesitation. He had long awaited freedom and was unwilling to wait any longer. With Maluosa's nod, Yendi, who had been still, suddenly erupted with a sharp, overwhelming aura. The immense force drew all the chaotic currents within hundreds of light years toward him. With a flash, Yendi moved, merging with his halberd. The halberd became the spearhead and Yendi the shaft as he thrust forward. This thrust was like a white rainbow piercing the sun, like a hawk swooping down upon a palace. It was reminiscent of Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the king of Qin, with blood spattering 5 steps. It was like a great rock soaring into the 9 heavens, chasing divine dragons to feast upon. It was like Ho-E drawing his bow to shoot down the sun, cleaving heaven and earth. This thrust was swift, ruthless, precise, and fierce. It was the pinnacle of Yendi's power, the ultimate strike he had conceived, while observing the expansion of his miniature universe. It seemed that no force in the world could withstand it. Destruction Light. Facing Yendi's supreme strike, Maluosa's 2 horns radiated dazzling light, imbued with the aura of destruction, and the terrifying might of destruction condensed into a single ray that collided with Yendi. With a sizzling sound, Yendi's godly thrust ripped through Maluosa's destruction light, pierced through his body, and finally emerged behind him. With a thunderous crash, Yendi, who had just delivered the ultimate strike, suddenly collapsed to the ground, producing a deafening roar. Senior brother. Seeing Yendi fall, Luofeng urgently called out, teleporting to his side and helping him up. Meanwhile, Maluosa's towering figure stood motionless. However, a massive hollow in his chest refused to heal, and his gaze grew increasingly dazed. Finally, looking at Luofeng, he said respectfully, Master! 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 Luofeng stared blankly at Maluosa, who had called him master. Suddenly, he felt their souls reconnect, as if Maluosa had been enslaved by him once more. Victory! Haha! We have won! We have won! Seeing Maluosa calling him Master, Luofeng shouted with ecstatic joy. For he knew that this battle was theirs. A hum of the supreme rules descended and the sealed space around them was unsealed. But the battle between Yendi, Maluosa, and others had turned this region into a death zone of the cosmic sea. The powerful killing intent and spatial turbulence could kill even a true god. Have we won? Yendi, exhausted, gazed at the jubilant Luofeng and muttered. To defeat Melosa, he had not hesitated to break through to the void true god realm. Thus ended the beast world calamity. Melosa, denied the freedom it craved, was once again enslaved by Luofeng. With Yen Di's breakthrough to void true god, the human race, once a hegemon, became a sacred land even more powerful and transcendent. Soon the true gods of the cosmic sea had not yet returned to the primordial universe, but their consciousnesses in the virtual universe had already begun a celebration feast. During this period, two major events occurred. First, the Purple Moon Sacred Land was destroyed by Luofeng leading Melosa. The disappearance of the Purple Moon Sacred Land made the other races of the cosmic sea fear the human race even more, and they felt a deep dread of the human race's inscrutable abilities. If even the Purple Moon Sacred Land could be destroyed, what was a true god faction? The second event was naturally the human race's plea to release Source Ancestor. Luofeng and Yen Di had made great contributions in resolving the beast world calamity. The primordial universe kept its word and released Source Ancestor without hesitation. Source Ancestor was a brilliant and exceptionally talented man, exuding the aura of a scholar. His talent was no less than Luofeng's or Yen Di's, and perhaps even surpassed theirs. In the past, he was suppressed by the primordial universe, and his secret technique virtual universe had already reached the void true god level. This showed how extraordinary Source Ancestor's talent was. It must be known that now the entire cosmic sea had the guidance of the ancient civilization heritage from the gene world. Still, no one could break through the limit of true god. Even dominant figures like the Axe Creator and Chaos City Lord could not. This demonstrated how heaven-defying Source Ancestor was. The celebration feast concluded, and all races went about their business, everything harmonious. Now the cosmic sea would no longer fight to the death over a single top-tier treasure, because the gene world had countless supreme treasures, so why would anyone risk so much for a mere top-tier treasure? During this period, the strong, who came to visit Yen Di, nearly trampled the Yen Ancestor Sacred Land. But few could meet Yen Di, for his time was limited, and he had no time to waste. Now Yen Di spent his days accompanying Yudai Huahuang, instructing the younger generation of the Yen Divine Clan, and guiding the true gods of the human race. His life was fulfilling. During this time, Yen Di also visited the gene world and fought with Di Lin. Di Lin was indeed the strongest void true god in the gene world, not much weaker than Melosa. Yen Di battled him for 3 days and 3 nights, winning by a narrow margin. Of course, Yen Di did not use the will impact secret technique, otherwise he could have killed Di Lin in one move. Defeating Di Lin settled one of Yen Di's lingering concerns. A year later, on this day at the core zone of the Qingfeng Peak Dim Land. The Dim Land was once the lair of the beast world, but also the only path to reincarnation. Now in the Dim Land, before the cycle of reincarnation, floated mighty true god warships. Nearly 80 true gods sat in a circle with 3 figures cross-legged in the center. The surrounding figures were all true gods of the human race, while the 3 in the center were the 3 ancestors of the human race: Galaxy Ancestor, Source Ancestor, and Yen Ancestor. That is Luofeng, Yuan, and Yen Di. At this moment, the 3 were demonstrating their comprehension of the laws with heaven-defying means, while the human true gods listened intently. Daring not to be negligent, Source Ancestor, clad in a white robe, exuded the warmth of a spring breeze. Elegantly he said, "Yen Di, for a year Luofeng, and I have joined forces many times to debate the Tao with you. Each time we lose. This is the last time, we will not lose." Beside him, Luofeng, also in a white robe, nodded, "Yes. Senior brother, we always lose. This is the last time, we must win." Yen Di had now shed his battle armor and wore a striking fiery red robe. His aura was like a blazing sun, masculine, scorching. When he heard Source Ancestor and Luofeng's challenge, Yen Di's expression was calm. He pointed a finger in the void. A vast Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared. This diagram was formed by Yen Di using pure essence without any divine power. Yen Di said to Luofeng and Source Ancestor, "If you two can break this diagram with the laws and essence you have comprehended, I admit defeat. How about that?" "Good." Source Ancestor and Luofeng nodded simultaneously. First, Luofeng made his move. He also pointed a finger, forming a black blade over a meter long in the void. The blade exuded the aura of destruction and slaughter, as if it could annihilate all things. The observing true gods suddenly cried out in pain, their faces contorted as they clutched their heads. The weaker true gods even hid in palace-type treasures. Only the Axe Creator, Chaos City Lord, and other veteran powerhouses could barely endure without embarrassing themselves. This blade was formed by Luofeng using his comprehension of the essence of destruction. Though devoid of divine power, its profound artistic conception could collapse the consciousness of a universe master. The black blade shot out, swiftly striking Yen Di's Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. It clashed with a resounding boom, but the diagram remained unmoved. Good. Truly worthy of Luofeng. His comprehension of the essence of destruction is extremely high. Given more time along with his exchange with Melosa, he will likely create a 13th level secret technique soon. Yen Di sensed the might emanating from the black blade and silently praised. "Haha, Yen Di, you are too powerful. I am going to join forces with Luofeng to fight you." Seeing that Luo Feng alone still could not defeat Yen Di, Source Ancestor laughed heartily, and immediately struck. With his right middle finger he tapped 10 times in succession, each tap producing a sphere. Finally 10 spheres floated in the air. The 10 spheres collided and merged, ultimately forming a miniature universe only a meter in diameter. This universe appeared extremely tiny, but its laws were incredibly rich, like a real universe. The miniature universe shot forward, crashing directly into Yen Di's Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram with a thunderous roar. Excellent. Truly worthy of Source Ancestor. Though he has not comprehended any essence, his mastery of the 10 laws makes his secret technique attainments no less than Luo Feng's. For Source Ancestor Yen Di felt great admiration. To be honest, Yen Di as a transmigrator with many opportunities had achieved his current status. But Source Ancestor with nothing had reached such heights. It must be known that to achieve sainthood one must integrate the 10 basic laws and master the law of chaos. Yen Di's secret technique attainments might be high, but his understanding of the laws was still inferior to Source Ancestor's. When Yen Di reaches the eternal true God limit, he will still need to carefully comprehend these laws. Thus Source Ancestor Luo Feng and Yen Di debated the Tao. Luo Feng and Source Ancestor joined forces against Yen Di, while the human true gods pondered intently. The Black Blade and the Miniature Universe, two entities condensed by these two peerless powerhouses from their comprehension of laws and essence, were furiously attacking Yen Di's Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. But the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram was formed by Yen Di, by integrating the essence of water, fire, and destruction with the Yin-Yang essence. Its defense and attack were terrifyingly strong. The blade and the universe could not break its defense. Now Luo Feng and Source Ancestor were drenched in sweat, while Yen Di remained at ease. Hell, let this end here. I take my leave. Suddenly Yen Di's voice rang in everyone's minds. Looking up they saw that the Yen Di who had been debating with Luo Feng and Source Ancestor was slowly dissipating, leaving nothing behind. The real Yen Di had already entered the cycle of reincarnation without anyone noticing. Watching him fade, Luo Feng murmured, "Senior brother, safe journey on the path of reincarnation. I will come soon." Within the cycle of reincarnation, an ancient grand hall flew through the entire passage of rebirth, its surroundings exuding a mysterious aura and arcane secrets. Inside the Luaha Heavenly Hall, Emperor Yen produced an inheritance crystal. Precisely the memory crystal Zuoshanke had left for him. With a hum, Emperor Yen poured his divine power into it, and a virtual consciousness of Zuoshanke materialized before him. Master. Emperor Yen gave a slight bow to Zuoshanke's virtual projection. Zuoshanke's virtual consciousness nodded, then said, "I know you harbor many doubts. Now Master." He explained his own story, why he had nurtured the Yen God clan and the Earth lineage, and revealed that he had 3 divine king-level enemies in the origin continent. He warned Emperor Yen to remain cautious before truly growing strong, and not to expose himself. After listening to Zuoshanke's account, Emperor Yen digested it briefly, and muttered to himself, "It's basically the same as the original text. It seems Zuoshanke hasn't hidden anything from me." If there was one thing Zuoshanke concealed from Emperor Yen, it was likely the matter of the Star Tower. After all, the Star Tower was a divine king-grade main weapon owned by Luo Feng but not by Emperor Yen. With a sweep of his hand, Emperor Yen stored away Zuoshanke's memory crystal. Another memory crystal floated before his eyes. The one left behind by the general's projection years ago. With a hum, as Emperor Yen injected a thread of divine power, a peculiar fluctuation emerged, and a towering projection appeared before him. Mentor. Emperor Yen gave a slight bow to the general's projection before him. It was precisely because the general's projection had communicated with a trace of the infinite divine kings will left on the cosmic arc that Emperor Yen had received the heaven-defying inheritance of the infinite lineage, eventually becoming the Emperor Yen of today. Thus Emperor Yen felt immense gratitude toward this nominal mentor. The projection looked at Emperor Yen and smiled faintly. He spoke, "Infinite. Emperor Yen. Oh, the new king-level inheritor, we meet again. Now you are tens of millions of times stronger than before, truly worthy of the title. Indeed, we meet again. Last time I was merely a small universe master, but now I am a formidable void true god with heaven-defying power." Emperor Yen could not help but sigh. As time turned, he had now become an ancestor of a lineage. Before obtaining the inheritance of the infinite lineage, Emperor Yen was only a universe master of barely 6 steps, merely a figure of note in the cosmic sea. He would fight desperately for a single top-tier treasure, inciting countless powerful enemies. But since receiving the infinite lineage, not only had his strength advanced rapidly, but the resources he obtained were beyond comparison. Supreme treasures like the Fangtian Halberd and the Luaha Heavenly Hall were priceless and invaluable. Amid his reflections, Emperor Yen voiced his greatest doubt. "Mentor, I once asked who destroyed my Wu kingdom, and you said the time was not yet ripe. Now I have transcended reincarnation and am heading to the origin continent. Can you tell me now?" Hearing Emperor Yan's question, the general's projection let out a long sigh and began slowly. "This matter dates back to the ancient era. From the projection he learned how long ago the origin continent had been born. It was impossible to verify, simply a very, very long time ago. At that time, the origin continent was ruled by indigenous beings with no experts from the 3,000 latitudes. Thus that unknown era. The experts of the 3000 latitudes called it the primeval era. The primeval era was a time of obscurity. The experts of the 3000 latitudes knew nothing of the primeval era. Only the indigenous beings of the origin continent might have records of it. Unfortunately, the indigenous beings of the origin continent were naturally opposed to the experts from the 3000 latitudes standing in hostile camps, so they naturally would not share their records. After the primeval era ended came the ancient era. The ancient era was the period of rise for the experts of the 3000 latitudes, as well as the darkest and most prosperous time for them. In the early ancient era, the peerless experts of the 3000 latitudes broke through reincarnation and arrived at the origin continent. Yet they were merely void true gods. One can imagine how tragic and dark it was. The experts from the 3000 latitudes seemed inherently opposed to the indigenous beings of the origin continent. Their life imprints were diametrically opposite. The two seemed to harbor instinctive enmity like cats and mice-born adversaries. For instance, the treasures refined by the experts of the 3000 latitudes were utterly unusable by the indigenous beings. But fate is fair. Everything within the cycle of reproduction has its ordained path. On the origin continent, those strange metals, rocks, and woods were merely excellent refining materials for the experts of the 3000 latitudes, yet in the hands of the indigenous beings they became the finest weapons possessing immense power. Thus for every sip there is a sup, for every een there is a yang. Everything is fated. Who can clearly explain or fully comprehend it? Soon the experts of the 3000 latitudes were hunted and struck down by the indigenous beings. The weak experts of the 3000 latitudes like mice hid and scrounged for survival, living in constant fear, eking out an existence in dark corners. But the experts of the 3000 latitudes had one trait: learning. The power of knowledge was immense. Only through inheritance and knowledge could the next generation grow strong. After countless efforts, the blood and sacrifice of many ancestors, and the sedimentation of eons, the experts of the 3000 latitudes finally broke through the shackles of their realm and began to grow stronger. The first eternal true God was born. The first chaos dominator was born. The first divine king was born. Eventually more and more experts from the 3000 latitudes emerged stronger and stronger, gradually establishing a foothold on the origin continent. No longer did they have to hide in darkness. Gradually they built the first divine kingdom and became sufficiently powerful. Thus the ancient era entered its middle phase. By then the indigenous beings of the origin continent no longer held sole dominance. The experts of the 3000 latitudes had produced enough powerful beings to establish mighty divine kingdoms capable of contending with the indigenous forces. At this point the experts of the 3000 latitudes had grown their wings strong enough to withstand the oppression and harm from the indigenous forces. To gain higher status and more resources on the origin continent, the strengthened experts of the 3000 latitudes inevitably clashed with the indigenous forces, leading to escalating conflicts. The indigenous side finally resolved to exterminate the experts of the 3000 latitudes. Various indigenous forces united and launched a punitive expedition against them. This war had no right or wrong, no good or evil. From different perspectives there were compelling reasons to fight. Perhaps the experts of the 3000 latitudes believed they deserved a share of the origin continent's resources, and that the indigenous beings should not slaughter them. But from the indigenous perspective they were the original inhabitants of the origin continent, the true masters. What right did the experts of the 3000 latitudes have to claim resources that belonged to them? This was a battle without right or wrong, only victory and defeat. Both sides fought for their lives and interests. Soon the experts of the 3000 latitudes were pushed back step by step. Though they resisted desperately, the gap in foundation was too vast and they remained at a disadvantage. It was in that era of war and fire that the infinite divine king was born. Just as the experts of the 3000 latitudes were about to be driven out of the origin continent by the indigenous beings, a peerless divine king emerged from the origin continent, turned the tide, and saved the fate of all experts from the 3000 latitudes. He was hailed as the supreme emperor of all.